Chapter 1. Rebirth is seen as if from another world. The desolate and dilapidated streets lay strewn with decaying flesh and still-drying bloodstains. Shops that once operated in the shadows, engaging in unspeakable trades, have now emerged into the open, thriving amidst the chaos. You can't leave. Please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I am truly on the brink of starvation. The Zhuoyan clung to a man adjusting his pants, her tattered clothing barely concealing her frail form. Her complexion was a sickly yellow, gaunt and haggard, with her ribcage starkly visible beneath her abdomen. She had forsaken her dignity, once a celebrated actress. She was now reduced to a mere commodity, worth no more than a loaf of bread. 10 years prior, an unknown virus swept across the globe, heralding the apocalypse. The majority of humanity underwent a grotesque transformation, devouring the living flesh of their fellow beings. As the space for human survival shrank day by day, panic ensued, and the malevolence within human hearts began to surface. The man kicked Zhuoyan aside with disdain, mocking her, once a star, now merely a cheap plaything for a morsel of food. I've indulged in you countless times, what's one less encounter to me? With that, he spat in her face. Even in such dire straits, a fierce will to survive blazed in Zhuoyan's eyes. She yearned to live. In this moment, she resolved to barter her body for survival. Yet, filled with rage and unbearable hunger, her seemingly powerless body surged with an inexplicable strength. Grabbing a rusted pair of scissors from the pillow, she plunged it forcefully into the man's flesh. As he fell, she immediately rifled through his belongings in search of food. The man did not succumb. Immediately, he drew a gun and aimed it at Zhuoyan's head. Bang! When Zhuoyan opened her eyes again, she was startled by the resounding applause surrounding her. Dazzling lights illuminated the scene, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent. Before her stood a crowd of impeccably dressed individuals, their faces unmarred by wounds or blood, their gazes clear and devoid of malice. Zhuoyan's expression turned wary. Where was she? Ms. Gu, you truly embody the essence of a star. Magnificent! We eagerly anticipate your next work. To herald good fortune, let's once more bestow our warm applause upon Ms. Gu for her upcoming drama, Zhuoyan. Congratulations! Upon hearing that familiar yet distant voice, tears streamed down Zhuoyan's face as she beheld her dear friend, who had perished in her attempt to save her from the zombies. Her sudden tears transformed Yan's congratulatory smile into one of concern. Seeing her cry, Yan felt an overwhelming impulse to rush onto the stage. The host quickly interjected, Haha, Ms. Gu has been so moved by everyone's enthusiasm that she is brought to tears. Ms.Gu. Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience? Taking the microphone, Zhuoyan realized she had been reborn. She wiped away her tears, smiled alluringly, exuding confidence and composure, her gaze sincere as she expressed her gratitude to everyone. Upon returning to the backstage, Zhuoyan immediately summoned Yan. She remained silent, embracing Yan tightly, allowing her tears to flow freely in a heartfelt cry. Yan, perplexed and anxious, watched as Zhuoyan wept uncontrollably. She gently patted her friend's back repeatedly until Zhuoyan gradually calmed down. Yan, I wish to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Upon hearing Zhuoyan's declaration, Yan was taken aback, yet she instinctively lowered her voice, wary of eavesdroppers. What are you joking about? You just signed a contract with a prestigious phone group. The penalty for breach is beyond your means. Zhuoyan's gaze was resolute. Yan, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Yan replied, I do trust you, but this is not a reason for you to act impulsively. I cannot bear to see you take a misguided path. Ignoring her friend's concerns, Zhuoyan took her by the hand and left the building. Just trust me. Yan was at a loss for words, believing her friend was simply exhausted and in need of rest. Who would go to such lengths, having just reached the pinnacle of success, only to abandon glory and retreat from the limelight? Zhuoyan exited the venue and did not participate in the subsequent commercial photo session, which promptly propelled her into trending discussions with accusations of her throwing a tantrum and becoming aloof after gaining fame, disregarding her investors. What happened? Zhuoyan wiped her hair dry, still feeling surreal. The horrors and disgust of her previous life lingered vividly in her mind, leaving her deeply unsettled. You're trending. We left too early, and now they say you're being unrealistic. Hien, please dry my hair. It's been so long since you've done it for me. As she handed the cloth to Hien, she desperately sought to grasp the reality before her. Reluctantly, Hien accepted the cloth, gently tending to Gu Zhuoyan's hair, which flowed like seaweed. Zhuoyan, what is troubling you? Seated cross-legged behind Gu Zhuoyan, Hien had been by her side for many years. They were not just friends, but family. She was attuned to Gu Zhuoyan's emotions. Hien, the world is on the brink of apocalypse.Gu Zhuoyan closed her eyes, her lips trembling. Zhuoyan, have you been reborn? Hien, have you also been reborn? She grasped Hien's hand, trembling with excitement, and Hien nodded earnestly. Zhuoyan, if you send me 50, I will tell you of the grand and tumultuous tales of the apocalypse, human survival, and the establishment of bases. Gu Zhuoyan realized she had been duped. Her eyes widened in anger as she pushed Hien down, straddling her waist and tickling her sides. Hien burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face as she begged for mercy. I was wrong. I admit it, ha ha ha, truly. Huh. Ding ding ding. The phone rang abruptly, and Gu Zhuoyan answered. It was by Zhuoyan, her benefactor. The incessant ringing would have compelled her past self to answer promptly, lowering her voice and sweetening her tone. But with the impending apocalypse, what use was a benefactor? She decisively hung up the phone. Hien rose from her bed and noticed that name by Zhuoyan. She silently awaited Gu Zhuoyan to return her call, and when Gu Zhuoyan ended the call, she was taken aback. Could it be that she was serious about withdrawing from the entertainment industry? How amusing. She truly believes that becoming a best actress has granted her wings. Bai Zhuoyan tossed the phone onto the bed, yet felt unsatisfied this woman had the audacity to disregard his words and even refused to answer his call. Very well. If he did not teach her a lesson, she might forget who had bestowed her with her identity. Thus, he promptly dialed his secretary. Post some damaging information about Gu Zhuoyan online and diminish her fame, he commanded before hanging up, crossing his arms and waiting for Gu Zhuoyan to call him back. Begging for mercy, he certainly would not forgive this woman easily. She thought that her affection made her invincible. Chapter 2. The system goes online, acquiring a golden finger. Ding dong, the apocalypse survival system is now online. As Gu Zhuoyan lay down, she tossed and turned, knowing that there were only 2 weeks until the virus began to spread. Initially, infected humans would experience a high fever, then lose consciousness, and finally, their skin would become marred with blood vessels, turning ghastly pale. Their sclera would vanish, pupils dilating, and they would drool thick, foul-smelling saliva. Eventually, their skin would rot, becoming horrifyingly grotesque. Humans would begin to huddle in small spaces, with the strong acquiring food while the weak relied on others, bartering everything for sustenance, living in a wretched state. Once they ventured beyond the safety of human sanctuary, a bite or scratch from a zombie would lead to infection and transformation into one of the undead. As she anxiously pondered how to survive alongside Hien, a voice echoed in her mind, jolting her upright in bed, her heart racing as if her blood were about to reverse flow. Had fate delivered her a golden finger? System, are you there? Connecting BDZ, signal connection BZZ. The system's voice crackled like unstable electricity or an old television with poor reception. Gu Zhuoyan dashed to the window, throwing it open and raising her hands, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, hoping to receive the signal in this manner. The static sound continued to reverberate in her mind. She opened the door to her room and ran to the top floor of the villa. Climbing onto the highest ledge, she stood atop the railing. Zhuoyan, don't do anything rash. Hien had already been awakened by the loud noise. She flung open the door and saw Gu Zhuoyan sprinting from her room, heading to the rooftop, standing precariously on the railing. The night breeze billowed her nightgown, as if she might leap from that height at any moment. Fear gripped her heart, rendering her breathless. She wanted to rush forward, but feared that her sudden movement would startle Gu Zhuoyan. Signal reception complete. Binding successful. Host, Gu Zhuoyan. Apocalyptic skill, vase beauty. Space value, 0. Shop. Not yet opened at a newbie survival pack. Unopened. Hien stood at the rooftop entrance, her heart lodged in her throat. Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Zhuoyan leaped down from the railing, and Hien rushed forward to embrace her tightly, her eyes reddened with emotion. Gu Zhuoyan, what could possibly drive you to such despair? Why contemplate death? They had endured so much in the past, what could possibly be insurmountable now? Hien found it hard to accept, path.Gu was momentarily taken aback by Yan's outburst, realizing that her recent actions had frightened someone who cared for her. Yan, I do not wish to die. More than anyone, I long to live. I was merely receiving signals a moment ago. Gently patting Yan's back, a wave of guilt washed over her. Yan released her, poking her forehead with her finger in frustration. Fuming, she seized Zhuoyan's arm and pulled her down the stairs. They tucked themselves under the blanket, both closing their eyes. System, are you still there? Zhuoyan felt a twinge of anxiety. What if her previous experiences were merely figments of her imagination? Zero Dawn system at your service. Fizz. Host, your data value is abysmally low. The apocalypse is imminent, and I cannot be obliterated before I even begin to exist. The system's lament echoed in her mind, a child's voice trembling with fear, painting a vivid picture of a little one weeping within her thoughts. Listen, we are two peas in a pod. If you perish, I perish too. If you survive, so do I. You must devise a plan quickly. She held no illusions about the skills of that fragile beauty. In a post-apocalyptic world, human hearts can be treacherous. Beauty becomes a burden, a target for the wicked. A defenseless beauty is but a plaything, her dignity trampled upon, her body subjected to indignity. She could not combat the unyielding zombies. Instead, she had to grovel before those men, pleading for scraps of food to sustain her existence. Acquire survival points, unlock the system store, purchase skills. The system ceased its lamentations, promptly offering insights, as its primary objective upon entering this world was to save the remnants of humanity and assist them in establishing a new haven. How can I obtain survival points? Zhuoyan inquired. Ensure survival, whether it is your own or that of other humans. A smile threatened to break free. Could she truly serve as the protector of all humanity? Could she wield a blade to vanquish the infected zombies? No. Charging into a horde of zombies would only lead to her own demise. Do not despair, host. Our newbie survival pack contains many treasures. The system could perceptibly sense the fluctuations in the host's emotions and recognize her despondency. To enhance its own performance, it felt compelled to serve her a hearty dose of motivational support. In our novice gift package, there exists an unparalleled cultivation technique. Once mastered, soaring through the skies or delving into the depths of the sea will pose no challenge. Additionally, there is advanced technology, a formidable laser gun with infinite ammunition, capable of penetrating any solid object. The infinite strength pill, when consumed, endows one with immense power, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Should we procure such treasures, rescuing the inhabitants of the city would be a mere trifle. A single punch could dispatch those zombies, reducing them to mere fragments. The system grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing that its objective was nearing fruition. Let us commence the lottery. Zhuoyan envisioned the novice gift package in her mind, which transformed into a slot machine, its interior filled with numerous spheres rolling about. May the deities bless me with the fortune of the emperor. The system proclaimed with fervor, akin to a devout believer. Its exclamation. A small gray sphere was ejected. Bouncing forth was a card depicting a diminutive gray vehicle. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mini version of the futuristic fairy wings. Zhuoyan felt as though a fishbone was lodged in her throat. The system lamented with exaggerated despair, proclaiming that the heavens had forsaken it with nonsensical tirades. Despite the disappointment, it was, after all, advanced technology. Perhaps the vehicle was equipped with cannons, capable of obliterating those zombies into smithereens. Zhuoyan forced herself to remain optimistic. Please, elucidate its features. The system promptly ceased its lamentations. This vehicle indeed possesses advantages over contemporary models. It is equipped with an intelligent system, irreversibly linked to the host upon bonding. Its propulsion utilizes cutting-edge light nuclear fission, with a lifespan of 150 years. The body is forged from the most resilient materials, rendering it nearly indestructible. Though it was a fine vehicle, its miniaturized form could only accommodate 2 passengers, rendering it inadequate for the monumental task of saving humanity. Her luck seemed abysmally poor. Even the fortune of the emperor had fled. The system expressed its dismay. That I can operate this vehicle to vanquish those zombies with our bond. As long as I survive, the possibilities are boundless. We still have shop and a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing the vehicle's capabilities, Zhuoyan felt a sense of calm wash over her with this vehicle. Searching for supplies would not prove overly difficult. She and Yin would surely persevere through the dark apocalypse. Chapter 3. Future technology. As dawn broke, the sky remained a hue of gray-blue, with a distant streak of red emerging from the far east. Yin was roused from her slumber by the insistent chime of her alarm clock. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively reached for her phone to check the day's itinerary for Zhuoyan. Upon being abruptly awakened by the alarm, Zhuoyan sat up in bed like a startled bird, gasping for breath. Had she experienced a nightmare? Yin promptly set aside her phone and gently patted her back. No, not at all. Zhuoyan cast a glance at Yin, her body gradually relaxing. She had been reborn a decade ago. Recalling the events of last night, she instinctively reached into her pocket, and a small gray card materialized in her fair palm. Last night had not been a mere dream. Yin observed Zhuoyan smiling at the card and thought it necessary to arrange an appointment with a psychologist. Yin, come with me. I have something wonderful to show you. Zhuoyan remained oblivious to Yin's apprehension. She leaped from the bed, her bare feet swiftly pulling Yin from the room and down the stairs, moving so rapidly that Yin nearly lost her balance. Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhuoyan stood upon the artificial grass, holding a card aloft, her gaze fixated upon it. What? Are you attempting to summon Balala energy? Yin observed her peculiar and childlike antics, her concern intensifying in her eyes. Zhuoyan tossed the card forward, and a sleek black and gray mini-car materialized. The lustrous gray body exuded an air of enigmatic technological sophistication, yet its diminutive size lent it an endearing quality. Yin gazed at the suddenly appearing vehicle, her pupils dilating in astonishment. What manner of technology is this? Has the technological prowess of Huagua advanced to such remarkable heights? What is this? Is it a new technology? Indeed, new technology, technology of the future. Zhuoyan approached and opened the car door. The instant her fingers brushed against it, a fleeting shimmer enveloped the vehicle. Ferry system authentication successful. With a click, the door swung open, and Zhuoyan gracefully took her seat inside. Yin, come on up. I shall take you for a delightful ride. Yin, still in a state of astonishment, remained momentarily dazed. Alhigt, Imikurmi. She entered from the opposite side and settled into the passenger seat. The interior of the car, though compact, radiated a futuristic aesthetic, interspersed with charming elements. The windshield displayed a blue data network, reporting the real-time conditions nearby. Master, automatic driving is about to commence. Please confirm the route. Following the riverside. Destination, Musu Pavilion. Zhuoyan reclined in her chair, her gaze directed out the window as the vehicle embarked on its journey. Departing from the villa and entering the thoroughfare, the scenery along the riverside was quite pleasing, and the morning air felt refreshingly crisp. In the distance, the sun gradually ascended. Resembling Osterning Inkvoispinting. Yin leaned against the window, allowing the cool breeze to soothe her thoughts, which soon settled. She observed Zhuoyan's profile and inquired, Zhuoyan, please enlighten me. How did you acquire this? Her interest in the nation's technological advancements was piqued. Should such groundbreaking innovations emerge, they would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. Yet there had been no reports on matter. Yin, I did not deceive you yesterday. I hail from the future, where the world is on the brink of apocalypse, and humanity's civilization and order are poised to collapse. The wind by the river tousled Zhuoyan's curls as she extended her hand, savoring the sensation of the breeze flowing through her fingertips. Gradually, her eyelids fell, concealing a deep-seated sorrow in her eyes. Yin fell into silence, pondering for a long moment, before suddenly exclaiming, How can you remain so composed? You wretched girl, if the world is truly facing doom, I shall withdraw all my funds this afternoon. We must urgently procure supplies and stockpile resources. Your demeanor, so calmly awaiting death, is hardly reminiscent of Zhuoyan. She reached out, playfully poking her on the forehead once more. Zhuoyan lifted her head, the despair in her eyes dissipating. She gazed at Yin and reached out to embrace her tightly. Yin, we must live well. Chapter 4. Kicked out the benefactor, the car came to a halt at Musu.Gu. Musu.Gu is a 5-star restaurant. Although the food is expensive, Its unparalleled flavors ensure a steady stream of patrons, undeterred by the exorbitant prices. Let us descend and enjoy breakfast. Gu Zhuoyan opened the car door, and Yin, observing her nonchalant demeanor, felt a twinge of helplessness. Who remained so composed in the face of impending doom? After a hearty meal, one feels invigorated to tackle the day. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at Yin, who remained motionless in the car. Indeed, host, indulge in a satisfying meal. It may very well be your last, the system commented. Is this a farewell feast? Yin stepped out of the car, and the two entered the establishment. Gu Zhuoyan had been a frequent patron here, and the receptionist greeted her with familiarity. Miss Gu, have you come for breakfast so early? Yes, she replied. Gu Zhuoyan smiled, lowering her head to take the menu, marking several dishes with a flourish. Then please serve me the same, she requested. Yin believed that if she did not indulge her palate now, she would miss the pleasure in the future. The two of them settled into a private dining room. Yin inquired about the precise timing of the impending apocalypse. Gradually, more patrons began to fill the restaurant. As Gu Zhuoyan and Yin savored their meal, they exchanged thoughts on the apocalyptic landscape that lay before them. Yin paused, her spoon hovering above the seafood abalone porridge, upon hearing a familiar voice from outside. Bai Zhuoyan was present. She glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, certain that she had not misheard that voice. Oh, let us eat quickly. The porridge will lose its flavor if it cools down. She seemed utterly unconcerned. Oh, all right. My benefactor, in this apocalypse, it cannot even serve as a shield against zombies. After finishing the seafood porridge, the two opened the door. Well. Isn't this the diva Gu, flaunting her star power? Leaning against the doorframe was a tall man clad in an exquisite suit, his white shirt wrinkled and disheveled, the collar undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his throat and collarbone. Gu Zhuoyan turned her head, the man's appearance both familiar and unfamiliar. Bai Zhuoyan. He observed her with a hint of confusion in her eyes and softly reminded her, "What's this? After just one night apart, you choose to pretend not to recognize me?" Bai Zhuoyan stood up, gazing at Gu Zhuoyan. He had waited for a full 2 hours last night. Yet this woman had not approached him to beg for forgiveness or offer an apology. The internet was flooded with scandalous news about her, yet she remained unfazed. Oh, it's him, Gu Zhuoyan. If you wish to be deprived of future film resources and become marginalized in the entertainment industry, then by all means, maintain your lofty demeanor. Her apparent indifference instantly irritated Bai Zhuoyan. Had he perhaps indulged her too much in the past, granting her every whim, to the point where she now disregarded everything? Even him, her benefactor? I will announce my retirement from the industry this afternoon. After Gu Zhuoyan finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Bai Zhuoyan swiftly grasped her arm, pulling her tightly into his embrace, confining her with an unyielding grip. What madness is this? What is it that I have not provided you? Stepping back from the circle, are you still asleep? Or is it I who am still dreaming? Bai Zhuoyan's expression darkened with anger, his elegant brows furrowing deeply, his gaze sharp and piercing, akin to a concealed ice blade. Release Zhuoyan, Yin exclaimed, forcefully slapping Bai Zhuoyan's hand away. Instantly, his cheek flushed crimson as he lifted his gaze. What? Have you lost your mind as well? With a forceful shove of her elbow, Gu Zhuoyan heard a painful grunt beside her. The constraints on her body were lifted, and Bai Zhuoyan crouched down, clutching his abdomen. Very well, Gu Zhuoyan. If you ever manage to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, I, Bai Zhuoyan, will take a step back. Chapter 5. Early Symptoms of Viral Infection. Mr. Bai, we are no longer concerned about the compensation. What use is your threat now? Yin remarked, her tone light and airy. Gu Zhuoyan grasped Yan's hand as they departed. It was an exhilarating moment. Yan danced with joy, for in the past, she had to treat the arrogant Bai Zhuoyan with utmost deference, all for the sake of Gu Zhuoyan's future and resources. Today, however, she felt as if she had just dismissed a shameless boss, liberated from the burden of appeasing others. What delight! Within a minute of posting on Weibo, the comments surged to over 10,000. Devoted fans urged her to reconsider, while numerous detractors insisted she should leave. Gu Zhuoyan's withdrawal from the entertainment circle has once again surged into trending topics, overshadowing the blacklist. In the afternoon, Yin sought to procure goods from various stores for stockpiling. Zhuoyan contacted a renovation expert to transform her villa, which is situated away from the bustling city center, resulting in a relatively low foot traffic. The beauty of the riverside will no longer be witnessed in the future. Zhuoyan leaned against the railing, her tone tinged with melancholy. The mere act of living is a blessing in itself. Zhuoyan gazed upon the river's surface, shimmering like a myriad of jewels, softened by the glow of the streetlights in the night, exuding an infinite tenderness. "Let us postpone the termination of your contract with the company for now," Zhuoyan suggested. "With the impending apocalypse and the ensuing chaos, who will truly care then?" Zhuoyan nodded. "We have made preparations in advance, and it certainly will not be as you described." As they conversed, the two of them rose and continued their journey forward. Binjiang Park is vast, filled with elderly individuals exercising in the evening and young people strolling about. The park is adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, a breathtaking sight that, even at night, evokes an enchanting illusion of a fairyland. Zhuoyan and Zhuoyan once again found a chair to sit down. The two engaged in a conversation about the hardships of the past when, suddenly, a distant figure erupted into a violent fit of coughing, their face turning crimson and breath becoming labored. Zhuoyan cast a glance at Zhuoyan, and the two entered the scene. An elderly man, clutching his chest, coughed violently, his eyes wide with alarm. "Make way quickly," urged the young man crouching beside him, as he attempted to clear a path for those rushing to assist. While gently patting the old man's back, he instructed someone to call for emergency help. "What could be the matter?" Zhuoyan observed the elderly gentleman, suspecting that he might be experiencing a sudden health crisis. "Do not approach," she cautioned. Zhuoyan grasped Zhuoyan's hand, silently shaking her head. She even took a step back. In an instant, Zhuoyan seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in alarm. Could it be? Indeed, this was also an early symptom. Perhaps the apocalypse had already stealthily descended, only to erupt fully after half a month, leaving the government powerless to suppress it, thus declaring the world in a state of doom. The ambulance had not yet arrived, and the elderly man had already succumbed to a state of shock due to relentless coughing. His entire body was flushed from high fever. A young person was still pressing on his acupoint, while someone fetched water from the park's flower bed and poured it over the old man's body. "What shall we do? There are still many people in Binjiang Park. If it is a zombie virus, then so many lives are at stake." Zhuoyan fell into deep contemplation, her thoughts drifting to the system's tasks and the intricacies of point redemption. She promptly stepped aside, raising her hand to cover her mouth and nose. With a commanding voice, she shouted to the crowd, "You must leave at once. This elderly gentleman is afflicted with a highly contagious strain of influenza. Mere droplets can transmit the infection." Chapter 6. The Order of the Ruler. As Zhuoyan's words fell, everyone was taken aback, raising their heads to gaze at her, instinctively retreating several meters, each bearing a look of trepidation. This young lady, while one may indulge in a variety of culinary delights, should not speak so recklessly. The young man squatting beside the elderly individual turned his stiffened body towards Zhuoyan. "Just half a month prior, a colleague of mine suffered from incessant coughing, which escalated until her complexion turned crimson, leading to a state of shock and high fever. Subsequently, she was admitted to the hospital, where it was revealed that she had contracted a virulent and unidentified virus. She was isolated, yet within merely 10 days, she succumbed to the illness." Zhuoyan's eyelids revealed a profound sorrow, even tinged with the tremor of impending tears. "I merely wish to prevent the next individual from succumbing to this insidious virus." In a sudden reaction, the young man placed the elderly person on the ground and retreated, feeling an overwhelming discomfort wash over him, as an urge to cough began to swell within. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived. Upon disembarking, the medical personnel, guided by the crowd's urgings, donned their protective gear. As they approached the elderly figure, they were met with the grim reality of death. "Oh heavens, how terrifying! What manner of virus is this? Am I to be infected as well? What shall I do? My throat feels unbearably itchy, and I am compelled to cough. A sense of dizziness envelopes my mind." The onlookers, standing at the periphery, were gripped by terror. To perish in such a brief span of time must signify a truly dreadful virus. Zhuoyan discreetly pulled Zhuoyan away. "Are you not going to give them a hint?" What if more people come into contact with that virus? Wouldn't the apocalypse arrive even sooner? Yin expressed her concerns, believing that the end of days was still half a month away, yet it seemed otherwise now. The national order had not yet collapsed, and naturally, there would be special measures in place. I am confident this is not the first occurrence of such a situation. Zhuoyan lowered her head. A gentle reminder resonated, indicating that 35 individuals had successfully avoided contact with the infected droplets, thereby earning a survival value of 35. Wow, we've just acquired our first points. Once we reach 100 points, we can unlock the marketplace, exclaimed the system, eliciting a gradual smile from Zhuoyan. By the way, when did you acquire a colleague who was infected? Yin observed Zhuoyan, noting her seemingly buoyant mood. When one is out in the world, identity is self-assigned. Zhuoyan gazed as the ambulance gradually receded into the distance. The crowd dispersed, each individual retreating to their homes, unwilling to linger in Binjiang Park, as if the very air were thick with an insidious virus, terrifying in its implications. She pondered, might there be among them any who had been infected? Yin observed the fleeing masses, her emotions swirling in complexity. These were, for the most part, her neighbors. Should they all succumb to a fate of becoming the undead, it would pose a significant threat to her well-being. Indeed, Zhuoyan surveyed the crowd, having just received a system notification indicating there were only 35 individuals present. However, it was evident that the crowd at Binjiang Park far exceeded that number. Shall we contact the CDC and suggest that everyone undergo a health check? Yin furrowed her brow, subconsciously. All right, Zhuoyan replied. Let us make the call. Why hasn't the government announced this sooner? It would allow the citizens to take precautions. Yin expressed her confusion. The maintainers of order, in circumstances deemed manageable, would naturally refrain from allowing chaos to ensue. This explains why it was only 2 weeks later that the infection from the unknown virus was fully disclosed. Currently, there were merely cases of high fever leading to fatalities, predominantly among the elderly, without any signs of mutation. Thus, there was no pressing need to incite panic among the populace. Chapter 7. The emergence of the zombies. Yin awoke early, the light just beginning to filter through the curtains as she opened her eyes. Outside the villa, a substantial quantity of supplies was being brought in, with the storeroom overflowing. Observing the provisions, Yin felt a sense of reassurance. The renovations of the villa were still underway. It seems that contemporary celebrities have taken to stockpiling goods. As the workers unloaded supplies, one of them, upon seeing Zhuoyan, smiled broadly, surprised to find that this time the employer was the recently controversial actress Gu Ho. This is a contribution for the children in the mountainous regions. A small gesture of my gratitude towards my country. Thank you for your hard work, she remarked. Zhuoyan smiled as she handed out several cups of water. After enduring the trials of the next decade, she had long ceased to be a prominent celebrity. The film queen truly possesses a compassionate heart. The masters remarked as they accepted the water, reflecting on the substantial worth of all the items involved, easily amounting to billions. Standing beside Zhuoyan, Yin refrained from disputing their sentiments. Once everyone had departed, Yin resolved to seek out additional talent. There is no need. When the numbers swell, it becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Having been tempered by 10 years of experience, Zhuoyan was acutely aware of the baseness and darkness inherent in human nature. In the aftermath of true catastrophe, the most sinister facets of humanity are unleashed, with individuals capable of killing their friends, partners, parents, or even their own children for a mere morsel of bread. Human hearts are ungovernable, and the shadows of desire are no different. Yet if we fall ill, we invariably require a physician. Yin hesitated, recognizing the challenge of finding trustworthy individuals in the short term. Yin, I merely wish for us to live well. Zhuoyan expressed her concerns. Zhuoyan gently patted Yin's shoulder before turning to walk towards the villa. Yin gazed at her solitary figure, resigning herself to the situation. Perhaps in due time, she could manage to prepare the medicine by following the instructions. Although she had not personally experienced the apocalypse, Zhuoyan had candidly shared with her the terrifying nature of humanity during such times and had laid bare the hardships she endured over the past decade. She was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak on the matter. After 10 days, The villa's renovations were completed, while the panic in the streets grew increasingly palpable. The populace began to scramble for resources, resulting in occasional minor chaos. News reports indicated that a mysterious virus was infecting the elderly, prompting authorities to advise that older individuals should refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary, and if they must, to wear masks. Fortunately, no cases of infection among the young had been reported, offering some reassurance to the citizens. On the final night, Zhuoyan drove her small mini-car down eerily quiet streets. The tranquil facade of what was once a bustling city was merely an illusion. It had become a ghost town. No street vendors were operating, and apart from the illuminated streetlights, the shops lay cloaked in darkness, resembling a forsaken city. He peered out of the car window, murmuring to herself. The hospitals must be overwhelmed, she thought. Zhuoyan altered the route of the vehicle. Are we heading to the hospital? He questioned, puzzled. Shouldn't we be steering clear of the virus? Indeed, trust me, I will not place you in jeopardy. Zhuoyan chuckled softly to offer reassurance. He nodded in response, her gaze fixated on the baseball bat position between the two. For a moment, words eluded her. Upon arriving at the hospital, the anticipated crowd materialized, chaos erupting as people rushed about, even halting cars in the street. Help! There's a madman attacking people inside this hospital. As Zhuoyan drove past, she witnessed a rigid figure pursuing another man through the darkness. The latter was drenched in blood, which dripped rhythmically onto the concrete ground, blooming into ominous crimson flowers with each frantic stride he took. In a moment of desperation, he obstructed Zhuoyan's vehicle, pressing his body against the front of the car, pleading in terror. Let me in. I'll pay any price. Just let me in. Should she offer assistance? He observed the man's frantic pounding on the car, her emotions swirling in a tumultuous blend of complexity and distress. The man's frenzied demeanor was indeed alarming. The apocalypse had truly arrived. He was beyond salvation, having already been bitten. Zhuoyan's demeanor was remarkably indifferent as the vehicle reversed, causing the man to tumble to the ground. Damn it! Do you possess no conscience? What are you doing? The man, consumed by fury due to the lack of aid, lay on the ground, cursing vehemently, his gaze ferocious. He glanced around, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it violently at Zhuoyan's car, producing a resounding crash upon impact. Meanwhile, the zombies that had pursued him relentlessly lunged forward, sinking their teeth into his neck, tearing away large chunks of flesh. And a spurt of blood erupted forth. Chapter 8. Chaos approaches this Ugh. Dian turned her face away, covering her mouth with her hand. Her complexion was pale, and she retched several times. Zhuoyan handed over the water as the car skidded and veered to the other side. An increasing number of individuals staggered out of the hospital, their bodies drenched in blood. Dian took a couple of sips of the cold water. The vehicle had come to a halt. The prevalence of the virus was overwhelming. Zhuoyan alighted from the vehicle, finding herself in an empty location, while the shadows of people within the hospital wavered and dispersed in various directions. I promptly reported the situation to the government authorities, urging them to intervene. Dian retrieved her mobile phone, the signal feeble, and after a prolonged wait, her call was finally connected. However, the chaos on the line was alarming. Before she could utter a word, a piercing scream from the operator echoed through the receiver, sending a chill down her spine. Could it be that even the government had succumbed to this turmoil? She hung up the phone and turned her gaze towards Zhuoyan, who stood beneath the street lamp. Zhuoyan entered the vehicle, realizing that here she could not save anyone. The streets remained eerily quiet. Upon returning to the villa, Dian repeatedly ensured that the door was securely locked, finally exhaling in relief when not even a fly could penetrate. She made her way into the living room and switched on the television. Zhuoyan sat beside Dian, her expression largely unchanged. An urgent news bulletin interrupted. Today, a significant number of citizens have been infected by an unknown virus, which has mutated and exhibits a highly contagious nature. Residents are advised to remain indoors and avoid going outside. The initial symptoms of infection include a high fever and complete loss of consciousness. Zhuoyan gently patted Dian's shoulder before rising to her feet. You should rest early, she advised. Perhaps this was still overwhelming for Dian difficult to accept. Zhuoyan ascended the stairs, and after bathing, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Currently, the city had not yet experienced water or power outages. However, in a few days, when both electricity and water were gone, those who remained confined in their homes would begin to panic, and chaos would ensue. The streets appeared tranquil at present, illuminated by bright lights, but the prospect of plunging into utter darkness was truly terrifying. Humans are drawn to places of light. Returning to her bed, Zhuoyan closed her eyes. Brother Bai, what manner of beings are these? Why do they seem impervious to death? Bai Zhuoyan had just exited a bar, his spirits lately rather low, having not even answered calls from his father in the capital. As he drove a short distance, passing a hospital, he encountered a throng of seemingly lifeless individuals meandering aimlessly in the street. He honked his horn, but those people recklessly lunged towards him, some even pressing against the front of his car, emitting bestial howls. Bai Zhuoyan, startled, reversed, and collided with several of these grotesque figures, causing a commotion in the back seat where Song-Yu sat, equally alarmed. Are they seeking compensation? Are they not afraid of death? The front passenger, Huang Hao, rolled down the window. What the hell? Are they throwing their lives away? Get out of the way. Yet, Bai Zhuoyan sensed something was amiss. These individuals moved stiffly, their bodies smeared with blood, their pupils pitch black, some even disfigured with flesh grotesquely exposed. Still not moving? Huang Hao, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, flung the car door open, only for one of the figures to lunge at him. Bai Zhuoyan yanked Huang Hao back into the vehicle before the window could rise. The assailant thrust his head inside, attempting to bite Huang Hao's face. Thick, foul-smelling saliva dripped down, nauseating Huang Hao as he pressed his hand against the creature's face, only to be bitten, blood gushing forth. Pain surged through him, causing him to scream as he elbowed the man away, and with the window shut, Bai Zhuoyan slammed on the accelerator. The encroaching zombies were either flung aside or toppled to the ground, leaving the car's windshield smeared with crimson. Were those things? In the back seat, Song-Yu gazed at Huang Hao, clutching his bleeding hand, the terror on his face still palpable. Chapter 9. The Silent Mutation Zombies? Bai Zhuoyan parked in front of a pharmacy and opened the door. What is this? One or two of you closed up shop. He kicked the door forcefully as Huang Hao's complexion turned pale. Song-Yu supported him. Let South go to my place. I have a first aid kit. Today felt extraordinarily sinister to Song-Yu. Huang Hao was losing his strength, perceiving everything as mere phantoms. Bai Zhuoyan instructed Song-Yu to drive, and they arrived at Song-Yu's solitary apartment, taking the elevator while supporting Huang Hao up the stairs. I'll call my private doctor. Once inside, Bai Zhuoyan laid Huang Hao on the brown sofa and stepped onto the balcony to make the call. The line remained unanswered, which vexed him, leading him to pluck several leaves from Song-Yu's money tree. Huang Hao had lost consciousness, and Song-Yu discovered he was burning with fever, retrieving an ice pack from the refrigerator to place on his forehead. Could it be that he is infected? Observing the flushed face of Huang Hao, Song-Yu felt a sense of unease. Having spent the day drinking with Bai Zhuoyan, he had not kept up with the latest news. The individuals surrounding the hospitals, resembling zombies, were anything but ordinary. Don't say such things. Bai Zhuoyan raked his fingers through his hair, feeling an overwhelming agitation, and called his father. This time, the call connected. You rascal. Only now do you think to call me? I thought you had perished out there. Bai Sheng's voice resonated through the phone, a mix of anger and concern. Mifine, dad. What on earth is happening? Bai Zhuoyan replied, his handsome face darkening, feeling disgruntled by the reprimand. He had merely been in a foul mood recently. Though he hadn't visited the company, he had entrusted its management to capable hands, believing it would not warrant such furious ire from his father. A mysterious virus has erupted, and it has mutated. I dispatched someone to retrieve you, but they could not locate you. Bai Sheng's voice grew increasingly agitated. A mutation? Zombies? Bai Zhuoyan immediately recalled the grotesque creatures in the hospital. He rubbed his arms, glancing at the unconscious Huang Hao, fully aware of the virus's high transmissibility. I'll put a mask on him. Song-Yu retrieved a mask and placed it on Huang Hao, aware of the virus's transmission methods they had heard about. Currently, Huang Hao only had a mild fever. However, both their hearts sank into despair. Let us observe for now. Bai Zhichuan fell silent. Huang Hao had been his childhood friend. They had grown up together from Kyoto to Jiangsheng, sharing everything. His heart was heavy with discomfort. Song Yu, a second-generation wealthy heir in Jiangsheng, had later become close to him. Let us help him to the room first. If he truly mutates, Bai Zhichuan nodded, and together they carried Huang Hao into the room. Song Yu took out some alcohol to disinfect, and they sat down, feeling somewhat anxious. Before long, the sound of coughing emanated from the room. Bai Zhichuan entered to find Huang Hao coughing violently, as if on the brink of suffocation. His complexion crimson and his body temperature steadily rising. His exposed skin exhibited a network of bluish varicosities, and his body twitched sporadically. Song Yu stood at the doorway, hesitant to enter. Brother Bai, if we don't expel him now, are we to coexist with a zombie? Bai Zhichuan took some rope and bound the twitching figure to the bed, his expression grave. Chapter 10. Sheltering together at dawn, Gu Zhuoyan arose, washed up, and had breakfast. He Yin descended the stairs, sporting dark circles under her eyes, her spirit waning. As He Yin sat down, Gu Zhuoyan poured her a glass of milk. Zhuoyan, the internet is in an uproar. Everyone is saying the apocalypse is upon us. That humanity is doomed. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent as she savored her tea egg, acutely aware of He Yan's hesitation. In her past life, she too had experienced similar uncertainty. During the early days of the apocalypse, both she and He Yan were disbelieving of the impending doom, convinced that the government would manage everything, waiting for professional rescue teams, and believing that the nation would eventually develop a vaccine, restoring peace in due time. However, that was not the case. The virus continued to mutate relentlessly, and humanity dwindled. In the face of such overwhelming catastrophe, human strength appeared tragically feeble. Just sleep. Do not overthink. You still have me. Gu Zhuoyan offered comfort, while He Yin lifted her glass of milk to drink. Does anyone have fever-reducing medicine? My child has suddenly developed a fever. Responses quickly emerged in the group. One from a woman whose profile picture exuded a sense of fashion. A fever indicates an infection. You must act quickly, advised a cold-hearted reply. The mother, incensed, erupted with anger. As the requests for fever medication multiplied, a kind-hearted individual generously donated some. Gu Zhuoyan gazed intently for quite some time, realizing that the fever-reducing medication was ineffective. Yet, no one would heed her words. Obstinately believing that their loved ones merely had a fever and were not infected, convinced they would recover. After basking in the sun for a while, Gu Zhuoyan waited. When He Yin descended in the evening, she appeared to have come to a resolution. Her mood considerably improved. She prepared a dish of minced meat with frozen meat, standing on the balcony while gazing at the desolate street. Is there a base for humanity now? He Yin looked at Gu Zhuoyan, who nodded in affirmation. The government had established numerous bases, both large and small, along with privately founded ones. She recounted the facts with candor. However, the situation was exceedingly chaotic, and the number of zombies continued to swell. Regardless of the numerous bases she had traversed over the past decade, it was undeniable that humanity was dwindling. The scarcity of food had transformed everyone into demons. As for the future, He Yin observed Gu Zhuoyan's profile. She always appeared composed. Yet this tranquility was undoubtedly born from the myriad suffering she had endured. A week later, the streets were overrun by an increasing horde of zombies, occasionally interrupted by the sound of gunfire from armed forces in the city. Residents were instructed to relocate to the central base for communal living. The surrounding citizens still awaited salvation, enduring endless days and nights of anticipation, their supplies exhausted, and the monsters lurking at their doorsteps instilled terror in their hearts. Nevertheless, no matter how fiercely the zombies were attacked, they displayed no definitive signs of death. Those venturing outside suffered grievous injuries. They carried supplies while evading the relentless pursuit of the undead. Tonight would be the last opportunity, as the power would soon be severed. Gu Zhuoyan disseminated the information within the group, where the members had recently been under considerable mental strain, easily provoked into agitation. The property management reassured the distressed individuals, assuring them that the government would arrive shortly. After calming the crowd, the property management privately informed Gu Zhuoyan of the situation, urging her to refrain from inciting panic. Gu Zhuoyan turned off her phone, its signal flickering intermittently, perhaps destined to vanish entirely one day. That night, following a resounding crash, the entire city was plunged into darkness. Screams echoing in a cacophony. He discovered that the power had gone out and promptly activated the generator. Outside, the inky blackness was punctuated only by strange howls, reminiscent of a beast lurking just beyond the door. Chapter 11. I await you. Gradually adapting, emerging from the power room, he observed the interior gradually illuminated. Her inner unease slightly alleviated. Fortunately, we are equipped with electricity. She proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Gu Zhuoyan lent a hand in gathering vegetables. Once the meal was ready, the two sat down to eat, but halfway through, a loud knocking resounded from the door. Don't answer it. He paused in her act of serving food, then resumed, whispering the words as a reassurance to herself. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent. The incessant knocking at the door persisted. The individual, seemingly undeterred by peril, relentlessly attracting the encroaching zombies with each strike. What a nuisance. Who on earth is this? He, exasperated, turned to Gu Zhuoyan. I'll go take a look. Crossing the courtyard, Gu Zhuoyan peered through the camera at the door, revealing a bloodied man and a heavily pregnant woman. Open the door. Please save my wife. She is in labor. The man's voice was hoarse, his surroundings swaying as something lunged at him, which he dispatched with a powerful kick, revealing his martial prowess. I beg you. He, unbeknownst to them, had approached Gu Zhuoyan from behind. Zhuoyan, she is about to give birth. The light outside was dim, yet the pregnant woman's dress was soaked, her face contorted in agony, with cries of distress echoing around them. That man poses a threat to us. Gu Zhuoyan lowered her head, and for a pregnant woman to perish in such an apocalyptic scenario, it could be deemed fortunate, sparing her from torment. The future was undoubtedly fraught with challenges, and the infant would, without question, be a burden. The expectant mother weakly pounded on the door, evidently clinging to the instinct to survive. Yet, witnessing a pregnant woman succumb to death, he ultimately could not bear it. She turned and walked into the house, forcing herself to look away, her heart heavy with sorrow. The man embraced the woman's lifeless body. A zombie opened its mouth to bite. Thud! A wooden club struck its skull, sending the creature sprawling. Gu Zhuoyan gazed upon the two figures on the ground. They transitioned from despair to a flicker of hope. You take the pregnant woman inside. Gu Zhuoyan swiftly dispatched the approaching zombie and promptly secured the door. Thank you. Thank you, the man repeated, his voice filled with desperation as he cradled his wife into the living room. He, taken aback by the unexpected arrival, glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, who, wielding a bat smeared with brain matter, offered her a reassuring smile. Gradually acclimate. Do not distress, she advised gently, directing her words to He. The pregnant woman sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her pale face. Hot water, Gu Zhuoyan requested. He observed the woman with caution, noting that the man was drenched in blood. If you have been bitten, leave at once. We will take care of your wife, she assured him. Gu Zhuoyan brought over a basin of hot water, as the woman in labor hovered on the brink of death. No, this is someone else's blood. He grasped the woman's hand, his heart racing in his throat. It would be for the best. He glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, who nodded in affirmation. Ding! 3 survivors rescued, gaining 3 survival points. At this rate, when shall we be able to unlock the marketplace? The system gazed mournfully at its meager points. Filled with despondency, it cast a sorrowful glance at the sky, feeling 14 or 15 degrees of sadness. Amidst the woman's anguished cries, she delivered a small boy, frail and appearing malnourished. The man washed the child's body with hot water, then requested a cloth from Gu Zhuoyan, his eyes red and brimming with tears of joy as he gazed upon the child. Kneeling beside the woman, he cradled the baby in his arms. The woman had lost her strength and had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Dear, look at our child, he whispered, kissing her forehead, his voice trembling. Let your wife rest for a moment. Gu Zhuoyan disposed of the filthy water on the ground before fetching a basin of warm water. He took the initiative to cleanse the woman's body thoroughly and then covered her with a blanket. Thank you. Henceforth, my life, Sudahai belongs to you. Come what may, I hope you will keep your word. Gu Zhuoyan ascended the stairs, her heart icy and selfish. Yet, Yin was not the same. She wished to afford Yin the time to acclimate. Chapter 12. Taking initiative to save, seeking points in the early morning, Zhuoyan awoke to the sound of torrential rain. The weather was dreadful. Outside, sheets of rain poured down, and the ground was already inundated, as the fierce winds and heavy downpour threatened to submerge the entire community. Zhuoyan descended the stairs. Today, she intended to venture out. However, her system's points were insufficient, and she needed to devise a means to acquire more. Zhuoyan, the weather today is quite peculiar, Yin remarked, observing the heavy rain with a furrowed brow. Her unease palpable. I'm gonna step out for a while. You stay here and keep an eye on those two. At this early stage of the apocalypse, perhaps human nature was not yet so treacherous, yet she felt uneasy about having two strangers in her base. What are you going out for? It's too dangerous. Yin protested, voicing her disapproval. The torrential rain outside, coupled with the rampant virus and the increasing number of infected individuals, had rendered the streets fraught with obstacles. I have matters to attend to. Zhuoyan wished to conceal the existence of the system. Yin gazed at her for an extended period, observing that she remained resolute in her stance. With a heavy sigh, she lowered her head. Stay safe. As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of bread from her pocket and handed it to Zhuoyan. I understand. Zhuoyan descended the stairs and unexpectedly encountered the man she had rescued yesterday, who was now pacing the hall with a child in his arms. You are awake? The man, having tidied himself up, bore a simple demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness, softening only when they fell upon the child. What is your name? Zhuoyan glanced towards the sofa, where the woman had awakened, weakly smiling at him. I am Su Dafu, and this is my wife, Qianai. Guing Ho. I recognize you as a person of kind heart, and I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude once more for saving our family last night. Su Dafu bet Sholemni, his robust physique and muscular limbs towering over Zhuoyan. In these apocalyptic times, it is our duty as humanity to stand together and support one another. Zhuoyan's politeness moved Su Dafu to the brink of tears. Throughout his harrowing escape, he had witnessed the stark indifference of humanity. No one was willing to offer them refuge. The phrase mutual assistance resonated with both familiarity and strangeness. I am no longer a film queen. Simply call me by my name. Zhuoyan smiled faintly. Please call me Miss Gu. The child in Su Dafuku's arms cooed softly, evidently in need of nourishment. Qianai sat up, and Su Dafuku promptly assisted her. As Yin descended, Zhuoyan, having finished her instructions, stepped outside to confirm that no zombies lingered at the entrance. She retrieved her vehicle. The car sped through the rain-soaked streets before entering a dense white mist. The vehicle's automated navigation system alleviated her concerns about obstacles. Zhuoyan observed that many convenience stores along the street had been violently breached, with food entirely depleted, while several zombies wandered within. Numerous windows of the houses bore tattered cloths inscribed with the urgent plea for rescue. Zhuoyan drove her vehicle far from the riverside, arriving at a residential area where the number of zombies had markedly increased. Numerous cars were crashed into buildings, their fronts severely deformed, with parts scattered across the roadway. The glass of shops below had been shattered, presenting a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The chaotic disorder was evidently escalating. A torrential rain diluted the odors in the air, rendering the movements of the zombies sluggish. Zhuoyan ascended towards the residential building, one hand carrying a basket of provisions while the other gripped a baseball bat. Upon entering the dimly lit corridor of the building, she was about to knock on a door when the system suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Instinctively, she bent down and rolled to the side. Indeed, a zombie lunged at her from the darkness, but due to her swift reflexes, it missed its target. Chapter 13. Master of the Splitting Head. Zhuoyan rose to her feet, having struck the zombie, which now tilted its head askew. Its body remained steadfastly anchored in place, while the skeletal structure of its cranium caved in, causing its eyeball to dislodge and rest grotesquely upon its visage. The sight was utterly horrifying. The zombie gradually turned its head, its eyeball rolling in its socket, and in the dim light, Zhuoyan delivered another blow to the creature. The deformation of its head became more pronounced, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombies' decelerated actions, Zhuoyan swiftly ascended the stairs. Reaching the next floor, there a multitude of zombies staggered toward her, their bodies rigid, skin tinged with a ghastly hue, bulging black eyes protruding from their sockets, and thick saliva dripping from their jaws, accompanied by a ghastly hissing sound. What? Do they yearn for my flesh? Zhuoyan gripped the baseball bat tightly, delivering a vicious blow to the head of the approaching zombie, causing its skull to twist grotesquely. Another strike sent the creature tumbling down the staircase. Her eyes, glinting with a chilling ferocity, reflected the gruesome scene. Despite the gruesome assault that had shattered the zombie's cranium, it remained undeterred. Yet, the limits of her strength became apparent as an unrelenting tide of zombies surged forth, forcing her to retreat to a corner, gasping for breath. The presence of any living souls in this forsaken place was a matter she dared not voice, but the sheer number of the undead was undeniable. Her provisions had long been discarded at the stairway's entrance, and just as she prepared to slip into her vehicle, a sudden sound from behind, a click of the door, her wrist was seized by an unseen force. With a powerful tug, she was yanked inside. The illumination within the room was markedly brighter than the corridor, momentarily disorienting her, prompting her to instinctively raise the foul-smelling bat in defense. "Do not strike. I am human," cried the individual who had pulled her in, anxious to avoid a catastrophic mishap that could result in his own demise. Having glimpsed her through the peephole, he found her to be a terrifying sight. The zombies' heads had burst like watermelons with each strike, leaving them unable to approach her even a single step. As Zhuoyan heard the sound of voices, she immediately ceased her actions. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, and she discerned the figure before her, she beheld a young man clad in a traditional long coat, shielding his head with a look of palpable tension. "Why save this woman? We are so many, and our resources are already scant." The voice emanating from the window was female, belonging to a middle-aged woman with a ponytail, her countenance unwelcoming. "Sister Zhang, look at her formidable fighting spirit. Perhaps in the future, she could aid us in securing supplies and safeguarding our lives. Do not mind her. Sister Zhang is simply like that. We have been besieged for far too long, and our provisions are critically limited. My name is Lu Jie. What is yours?" Lu Jie chuckled sheepishly, appearing quite earnest, his age akin to that of Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan set down the baseball bat, surveying the individuals present, approximately 40 in number. In the corners of the room, a crowd had gathered, comprising both the elderly and the young, predominantly youthful faces. "Is it the acclaimed actress Zhuoyan?" A young girl stood up, seemingly eager to approach for confirmation. As she drew within less than a meter, her eyes widened in astonishment. "It truly is you. I am your devoted fan. I adore all the dramas you have starred in." Perhaps the somber atmosphere of the dimly lit space had rendered it rather monotonous. Zhuoyan's arrival was akin to a stimulant invigorating the crowd. "Hello. But in this apocalyptic age, there are no more stars." Zhuoyan smiled gently. She had originally brought food, as she thought that if these individuals could be saved, their survival points would surely increase. "I am Wen Lian, but you may call me Xiao Lian." "Miss Gu, what brings you here?" Wen Lian, suppressing her excitement, inquired with curiosity. What could possibly compel a renowned celebrity to appear in a building inhabited by common folk? Chapter 14. The survivors. I came here to find someone. Zhuoyan stepped forward, surveying the room, which comprised 5 bedrooms and a living area. Buckets hung from the windows, evidently placed there to collect rainwater. A woman with a ponytail carried a bucket of water inside, while a man beside her promptly took it to the kitchen. Regardless of who arrived, everyone had to toil to earn their sustenance. Sister Zhang turned her gaze to Zhuoyan, noting her slender arms and legs. However, recalling what she had just witnessed, she refrained from uttering anything too harsh. "Sister Zhang, I will share half of my food with her." Lu Jie, aware that everyone here struggled with hunger, did not wish to burden others further. He was intent on saving the person in need, without becoming a liability. "I will also share half with her." Wen Lian glanced at Sister Zhang. This was her idol whom she had admired for decades, and now, facing hardship, she was willing to offer assistance. The others remained silent as Gu Zhuoyan approached the window, where the rain continued to pour. Have you all been here this entire time? There are now official shelters established in the city center. Below the window, numerous zombies wandered, presenting a rather terrifying sight. The heavy rain created a mist on the ground, with countless heads floating within the white haze, evoking an indescribable sense of horror and eeriness. Do you think it is that simple? We used to have over 90 people living here. I too considered attempting to leave, but the hordes of zombies below are overwhelming, no matter how we attack. They do not perish, as if they are fortified by an impenetrable wall. It is better to endure here than to meet our demise outside. A woman cradled her child, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with sorrow and despair. Gu Zhuoyan surmised that she had lost family members in the struggle against the zombies. Your ability to come up here indicates that you are fortunate. Sister Zhang returned, hanging the empty bucket on the window. Those who come here in search of others find only the dead and the undead. Her words cast a heavy silence over the room, the atmosphere instantly becoming oppressive. All right, enough of this talk. We are all still alive. In this apocalypse, each day we survive is a day gained. Lu Jia approached Sister Zhang, smiling as he winked at Gu Zhuoyan, attempting to reassure her not to dwell on dark thoughts. Gu Zhuoyan paid no heed to Sister Zhang's words. In truth, zombies are not impossible to kill. Rather, it is a formidable challenge to utterly obliterate their brain matter, which would lead to their demise. In her previous life, the government conducted research revealing that the neural activity in a living human brain, when infected by the virus, would succumb to death, only to be reassembled by the virus. However, these reconstituted viral neurons lack functionality, rendering individuals akin to beasts, incessantly driven to consume human flesh. Due to its striking resemblance to the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in films, the government aptly named it the zombie virus. As darkness enveloped the sky, several women busied themselves in the kitchen, where candles flickered and the stove was fueled by gas. The sounds of rumbling stomachs echoed throughout the room. Gu Zhuoyan retrieved a chocolate bar from her pocket and offered it to a parched little girl with a worn complexion. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and she soon devoured the treat with fervor, nearly swallowing the wrapper whole. That was not meant to be consumed. Gu Zhuoyan observed as she discarded the packaging, the little girl's face flushed with embarrassment. The others gazed at Gu Zhuoyan with rapt attention. "Sister, I am so hungry," she lamented. It had been quite some time since she had enjoyed a proper meal, and upon seeing the dessert, she longed to devour it whole, shell and all. Do you have any more?" The man seated opposite Gu Zhuoyan spoke up. "My wife suffers from hypoglycemia and has been unconscious for several days." The man appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. However, in this place, sugar was a luxury, unattainable for most. Chapter 15. Are you trying to send us to our deaths? Gu Zhuoyan extended her hand, most of her food scattered at the foot of the stairs. Observing the man's tense expression, she nonetheless produced a lollipop. "Thank you," he said, hastily accepting it and striding into the room with urgency. "Hey, since you have food on you, you should share it with everyone. If you wish to join us, you cannot hoard provisions." A young man with violet hair stepped forward from the corner. He carried a guitar on his back, donned in a punk jacket, arms crossed as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Zhuoyan. "Yes, if you intend to join, you must contribute your food for communal sharing." Others echoed his sentiment, their voices rising in unison, the half-filled room fixating their eager stares upon Gu Zhuoyan. "Xiao Cheng, do not go too far. She has just arrived. What food could she possibly possess?" Lu Jia, recalling the person who had brought her in, stood protectively in front of Gu Zhuoyan, with Wen Lian also shielding her. "You two traitors, she is merely here to freeload. A defenseless woman." A plump woman interjected. "Defenseless? Are the zombies outside made of watermelons?" Lui retorted, his irritation mounting, contemplating dragging in an incapacitated zombie to showcase to the group. "I don't care, since she is staying here tonight. She must present her food." The overweight woman was relentless, her own hunger gnawing at her, fixating on Gu Zhuoyan with an insatiable greed. The others mirrored her avarice in their eyes. Sister Zhang peeked from the kitchen, yet remained silent. The provisions lay in a corridor outside. Bread, milk, and water were all available. Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet, pointing toward the door, her gaze serene, unperturbed by the presence of hostility from those around her. The woman's expression was grim. She certainly desired food. Yet her frail body rendered her immobile. Venturing outside would spell doom. Lu Jie contemplated the absurdity of saving someone whom he would not protect. What was the purpose of his efforts? Enough of the squabbling. If you continue, I shall throw you out. Sister Zhang emerged, casting a sweeping glance that silenced the room, her final gaze lingering on Gu Zhuoyan. Lu Jie shielded her from view. Sister Zhang, it is not I who instigated the argument. The stout woman, vexed, sat down with a huff, casting a resentful glance at Gu Zhuoyan. The punk man, upon hearing Sister Zhang speak, took his seat, and a palpable discomfort settled over the gathering. Before long, the kitchen had prepared a modest meal. Those in the hall lined up to receive a bowl of insipid porridge and a biscuit. Gu Zhuoyan remained seated on the sofa. She could not single-handedly rescue these people. Perhaps notifying the city center officials would yield better prospects. Miss Gu, please have some porridge, Wen Lian offered, pouring half of her bowl into a clean container and handing it to Gu Zhuoyan. Lu Jie divided his biscuit in half and offered it to her, which she accepted without hesitation. Even amidst their own hunger, they extended kindness to others. Some secretly scoffed, while Sister Zhang stood by the window, her brow furrowed with concern. Food supplies were dwindling. Tomorrow, they would need to venture out to gather resources. Her words cast an immediate hush over the room. Even the sounds of slurping ceased. Chapter 16. Resource collection lists. Sister Zhang. The number of zombies in the building has increased. If we go out, we risk infection. Indeed, the density of zombies has escalated significantly. Perhaps we should wait a while. Voices rose in the room, some dissenting while others retorted. If we do not gather supplies, we shall perish here. You men, cowering like this, where is your masculinity? Can you not take on some responsibility? This is a matter of responsibility. Do not moralize with me. In this apocalypse, morality holds no sway. The room erupted into chaos, and Sister Zhang turned, surveying the assembly. She produced a pitch-black object that glinted ominously in the candlelight, a short gun. Whoever dares to incite discord, I shall be the first to eliminate. Her voice, though soft, pierced through the tension. Instantly, the bickering ceased, heads bowed as they consumed their porridge. They were acutely aware that Sister Zhang had previously dealt mercilessly with troublemakers. Her reputation for ruthlessness silenced any further resistance. Tomorrow, Lu Jie will go out. I will accompany him, along with Qi Shan and Xiao Hong. Sister Zhang finished her porridge with a decisive gulp, signaling her intention to say no more. What of that Gu Zhuoyan? Is she not competent, consuming our provisions without contributing? Xiao Cheng remarked, redirecting the focus onto Gu Zhuoyan. Sister Zhang remained silent, her gaze also shifting towards Gu Zhuoyan. Gu Zhuoyan set down the bowl, and Lu Jie turned his gaze toward her. Are you certain? Wen Lian furrowed her brow, pondering why, as young women, they could not tolerate her idol. Gu Zhuoyan resolved to venture into the city center, where the authorities would come to rescue the inhabitants. By alerting them, she not only enhanced the survival prospects of those here, but also earned points. Thus, it was settled. The remaining individuals would clear the dishes, and those tasked with gathering supplies tomorrow should rest swiftly. Sister Zhang traversed the living room and entered a bedroom, shutting the door with a decisive thud. Given the limited space available, you shall share it with me. Wen Lian observed Gu Zhuoyan finish her meal and then pulled her into a room, where the floor was covered with bedding, and she settled into a corner. There are many of us, so I must apologize for the inconvenience. She pulled back the covers. But Gu Zhuoyan shook her head. You will accompany me tomorrow. I intend to go to the base in the city center. Gu Zhuoyan cast her gaze upon Wen Lian. This girl was not unkind. Although she could not recall who Wen Lian was, she had consistently shown her goodwill, having endured the trials of her past life. She was well aware of the authenticity of such kindness. Most individuals here exhibited negative attitudes, subtly exuding a sense of exclusion. Gu Zhuoyan remained indifferent, as her sole focus was on accumulating points, rendering her unconcerned about the sentiments of others. Yet, this girl named Wen Lian appeared to be somewhat different. Wen Lian's eyes widened in surprise. However, the outside world was overrun with zombies. making any attempt to venture forth exceedingly difficult. She had contemplated escape, but her strength was limited. Although Sister Zhang possessed a difficult temperament, she provided protection for the girls within this place, preventing any chaos from erupting. They too were awaiting official rescue. Very well. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, recognizing that remaining indoors was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of time. She reclined, as individuals entered the room one after another. Wen Lian nestled beside her, and no one dared to utter a word. At dawn the next day, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. She ventured outside, where the living room was now bustling with people. Sister Zhang was counting heads and nodded in her direction. As they prepared to depart, I observed that the number of zombies outside was at its lowest. Sister Zhang approached, pressing a foam wrap into Gu Zhuoyan's hands, enveloping her arms in its protective embrace. Lu Jie looked at her and came over to assist. Although this would render her somewhat clumsy, it was a necessary measure to avert the risk of being bitten. Chapter 17. A difficult journey. Once the foam was securely wrapped, Sister Zhang opened the door. The corridor beyond remained shrouded in darkness, with shadows of zombies swaying not far from them. After closing the door, everyone crawled forward on the ground. The sound of the rain masked their movements, alleviating their fears of the nearby undead. Upon reaching the staircase, Gu Zhuoyan retrieved the food from the previous day and handed it to Lu Jie. He accepted it cautiously, placing it gently into his backpack. Their destination was a store located downstairs. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. I didn't mean to. A youthful face looked up, revealing a broken broomstick at the foot of Qi Mountain. The commotion stirred the zombies, who turned their stiff heads toward the source of the sound. Quickly down the stairs, Sister Zhang sprang to her feet, executing a swift maneuver as she vaulted over the railing. The young man, evidently on his first mission, scrambled to his feet and dashed down the staircase, followed by several others. Gu Zhuoyan trailed behind, with Lu Jie just ahead of her. Hurry, they're coming. Gu Zhuoyan grasped the railing as a zombie tumbled toward her, its mouth agape, intent on sinking its teeth into her calf. However, with a swift swing of her baseball bat in her left hand, she sent its face crashing against the staircase. Lu Jie delivered a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling, and the two of them joined the throng, fleeing down to the first floor. A multitude of zombies cascaded down behind them. The thick fog on the ground obscured their vision, rendering the surroundings unclear. Caution is advised. Within this fog lurk the undead. Gu Zhuoyan perceived a substantial shadow swaying through the mist, causing her to momentarily doubt her own eyesight. Hurry, don't dawdle, she urged herself as Lu Jie, noticing her pause, took her hand and urged her onward. Upon reaching the shop, they found the interior marred by water stains, with puddles pooling upon the floor and many items succumbing to mildew. It seems there might be some candy over there. Be cautious, Lu Jie warned as he cast a vigilant glance toward Shishan. Suddenly, he observed a long, gray tendril emerging from the fog, silently coiling around Shishan's leg. What could that possibly be? Gu Zhuoyan also noticed the commotion, as everyone turned to look, oblivious to the impending danger until a chilling sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, Shishan was yanked into the mist with tremendous force, his anguished scream resonating from within. Help me, Sister Zhang. There's a monster. Shishan's voice, filled with terror, grew fainter. Everyone be on guard. Sister Zhang drew her dagger, and the group formed a protective circle, advancing cautiously towards the direction where Shishan had been pulled away. Half an hour later, with hearts pounding in fear, they ventured into the mist, which dissipated to reveal a dimly lit ground marked with trails of blood. Is this the work of the monster above? Lu Jie thought, her heart racing as an instinctual warning of danger surged within her. Xiao Heng glanced at Sister Zhang, who furrowed her brow. The light was already dim, and proceeding further would plunge them into uncertainty. The warehouse was nearby, locked tight, housing a significant supply of food, including rice. Our primary objective this time is to gather supplies, Sister Zhang stated solemnly, clearly resigned to abandon Shishan. Approaching the warehouse door, she drew her firearm. You all come and unlock it while I keep watch. Lu Jie stepped forward, skilled in the art of lock-picking, producing a piece of wire. He expertly maneuvered it within the lock, and with a satisfying click, the lock yielded open. Gu Zhuoyan did not enter the warehouse, but stood at the entrance with a stick in hand. It was her first encounter with that peculiar entity, and she found it quite strange. Could it be a new breed resulting from the apocalypse's mutations? Chapter 18. Rear guard once the supplies were secured. Sister Zhang commanded everyone to retreat. Although there were sacrifices, the gains were substantial. Xiao Cheng, amidst his sorrow, felt a sense of relief. At least he wouldn't go hungry in the coming days. As they reached the exit, a large gray sphere emerged from the mist, its size comparable to 4 or 5 basketballs. The gray surface was swollen, veins of crimson crawling beneath it. As it materialized from the fog, it revealed a grotesque zombie with an enormous head, its eyes a ghastly gray, bulging outward, the nasal bone shattered, and its lips and jaw torn apart, resembling a monstrous apparition. The forefront of the group was seized by it, and it was immediately thrust into its maw. The unfortunate individual caught was bitten through the thigh, his anguished cries echoing as he reached out for help from his companions. Without hesitation, Sister Zhang fired at the creature, the bullet piercing its eye and splattering dark ichor. The beast lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. "Move quickly," Sister Zhang urged, leading the way as the others hastened after her. Just as Lu Jie was about to escape, the massive-headed zombie rose again and grasped his foot. Xiao Cheng seized his hand, pulling him forward, but the relentless strength of the pursuing zombies was overwhelming. Lu Jie was yanked forward and tumbled to the ground, rolling into the building. "Gu Zhuoyan," Lu Jie called out, seeing the person trapped inside the room and instinctively wanting to rush in to save her. "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. That monster cannot be killed." "Sister Zhang." Lu Jie turned to her, but Zhang squinted as shadows moved within the mist, growing in number. She did not believe they were human. Clearly, the zombies were being drawn in. "Go," she ordered decisively. "Lu Jie, remember, your sister still needs you. If you die, she will be left with no family." Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the fog. Before long, a vehicle burst forth from the building, its front end smeared with chunks of flesh. Gu Zhuoyan sat inside, unscathed except for being splattered with the filthy water from the ground. Ding! The team has established a rear guard, increasing the team's survival value and earning 15 points. Host, that big-headed zombie was utterly repulsive. The system in Gu Zhuoyan's mind retched several times, expressing its disdain. Gu Zhuoyan's brow twitched several times. Is there a need to regurgitate in my mind? She forcefully pushed aside the zombies outside. In this apocalypse, the number of mutated beings would only continue to multiply. Initially, it was indeed not an illusion. Bursting forth onto the street, Gu Zhuoyan reclined as the vehicle activated its smart navigation, heading straight for the city center. The underground drainage system had already collapsed, transforming the road into a small pond. Were it not for the vehicle's exceptional performance, advancing would have proven exceedingly difficult. Zombies also wandered within the various buildings lining the street, with some pursuing her car. Their speed paled in comparison to that of the vehicle, and soon they were left behind, aimlessly drifting once more. Gu Zhuoyan picked up a piece of chocolate from the car and savored it slowly. She currently possessed a total of 53 points. If she successfully rescued everyone inside, she would likely accumulate nearly 100 points, sufficient to unlock the system's shop. Chapter 19. Let her be the sacrifice for you. The hall door swung open, and Wen Lian rushed over from the window, glancing around anxiously. The newcomers set down their provisions, removed their drenched outerwear and footwear, and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Where's Miss Gu?" Wen Lian inquired, noticing that Aunt Fat had already closed the door. Her eyes flickered, her voice heavy with concern. Lu Jie peeled off the foam from his hands, biting his lip in silence for a long moment. "She has gone." A monster appeared below. She stayed behind to hold it off. Xiao Cheng turned to Wen Lian, stepping in to explain for Lu Jie. The others displayed little sorrow. Gu Zhuoyan had only joined them yesterday. Although her sacrifice to buy them time was appreciated, it did not evoke deep grief. In a post-apocalyptic world, death was all too common, especially for someone they scarcely knew. "Hold off? You asked a girl to hold off?" Wen Lian exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Sister Zhang, who had already picked up a towel to dry her hair. This supply run was perilous. Without her sacrifice, everyone would have perished. The monsters are mutated zombies, their heads as large as drums. Do you wish for the entire squad to be annihilated? Regardless of who holds off the monster, our team survived, and that is what truly matters. Sister Zhang lifted her eyelids, acknowledging that both Qishan's death and Gu Zhuoyan's sacrifice were inevitable. The search for supplies was inherently dangerous. Enough, Zhuoyan. She is your idol. Consider this her sacrifice for you. Do not question anyone further. We all face hardships. Aunt Fat approached and patted her shoulder. When Lian felt slightly breathless, her limbs tingling, Lu Jie passed by, casting a glance at the dazed Wen Lian before lowering his eyelids. It is my failure to protect her. He could not afford to die. He still had a sister to look after. Sorry. He entered the room, where a frail young girl curled up in the corner, bundled in thick clothing. Upon seeing Lu Jie enter, her eyes brightened a little. Her voice was delicate as he approached, squatting beside her to gently stroke her hair, which was somewhat yellowed and fine. I promise you, little sister, I will protect you as you grow. Lu Jie cradled the girl in his arms, his soothing voice alleviating the pain in his heart as he saw her. Sister Zhang instructed those inside to move the food into the kitchen. That night, she planned to discuss the situation regarding the monster's secondary mutations with everyone. Gu Zhuoyan drove to the city center, where she observed a fortified wall surrounded by perimeter, with guards stationed atop. As Gu Zhuoyan's vehicle passed, a multitude of zombies surged forward, yet they were swiftly repelled by the car. The guard stationed above soon noticed her and commanded her to halt through a loudspeaker. Standing at the entrance, within mere minutes, Gu Zhuoyan was escorted into the base. The compound was expansive, with residential buildings intact, exuding an air of tranquility. A canopy had been erected in the square, obscuring the activities taking place within. The guards led her downstairs, where she awaited the arrival of professionals to determine if she bore any risk of infection. Shortly thereafter, experts arrived, clad in protective gear that enveloped them completely. Gu Zhuoyan? One of the individuals called out, their voice strikingly familiar to her. She glanced up to see a figure shrouded in a white protective suit, their features concealed. Draw blood, the expert instructed, turning to the speaker, who nodded in affirmation. I never expected you to be so fortunate, the man remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of joy and delight, despite his words suggesting otherwise. Chapter 20. Reunion with the Crown Prince. As they extracted her blood and poured it into a testing kit, the immediate results indicated no signs of infection. The lead expert, observing the reagents remain unchanged, exhaled in relief. I will arrange her accommodation, announced the man who had drawn Gu Zhuoyan's blood, removing his headgear to reveal tousled, jet-black hair. He lifted his gaze, his sharp brow framing eyes that sparkled with mirth. Bai Zichuan. Gu Zhuoyan never anticipated such fortuitous luck. The world, vast yet intimate, had her benefactor right here. Bai Zichuan lifted his gaze, observing her disheveled hair and soiled visage. The exquisite doll he nurtured had strayed from him, now appearing so wretched. He pressed his lips together, retrieved a tissue from his pocket, poured some water aside, and then gently grasped her chin, leaning in to wipe away the grime from her face. You truly look disheveled without me. As he watched her fair skin gradually emerge, Bai Zichuan's eyes lowered. Once he had cleaned her up, he straightened, fixing his gaze upon Gu Zhuoyan. Oh, I cannot believe this. Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet, embodying a spirit of defiance. She had come seeking assistance from the authorities to rescue lives, not to serve as a mere ornament. Over 40 souls remained alive in the Western District. It was imperative that you dispatch aid to liberate them swiftly. Bai Zichuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you been living among those people during these days? The Western District? How did you manage to venture into the slums without being victimized? He was aware that the area, though referred to as a slum, was merely inhabited by individuals of modest means, typical working-class citizens. Allow me to first secure you a place to stay. I shall report your concerns to my superiors tomorrow. Fearing that Gu Zhuoyan might truly be in peril, he hastily shifted the conversation. The human psyche in a post-apocalyptic world was beyond his comprehension, and he could only imagine the tribulations Gu Zhuoyan had endured in that wretched place. The woman he remembered possessed her own pride, and he had no desire to break her spirit or subject her to humiliation. Time was of the essence. if they delayed. Those people might perish at the hands of the undead. Night was swiftly approaching, and Zhuoyan noticed her standing still. So he took hold of her wrist and guided her forward, his other hand holding an umbrella as they entered an apartment building. The electricity here was functioning normally, and the elevator in the tall building ascended swiftly. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Zhuoyan led her into a clean and orderly room warmed by a heater. As the door swung open, Yu glanced toward the entrance, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan, you are alive, Yu exclaimed in astonishment, having presumed that this woman had long since fallen prey to some ravenous zombie, only to find her thriving. Do you wish for my demise? Zhuoyan's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as Yu touched his nose, observing the shoe changing by Zhuoyan, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. You are unaware of how much Gu cares for you. He is even prepared to visit your villa in a few days. But the flooding in Binjiang is quite severe and dangerous. It is truly fortunate that you arrived on your own. He was also aware of the relationship between Zhuoyan and Zhuoyan. In the past, Zhuoyan was the heir of Phone Group, ardently supporting entertainers, a fact well known in their circle. However, in this apocalyptic era, women are often seen as burdens. I do not reside here. He stepped inside and rummaged through the room, retrieving his white shirt and black trousers. You may choose to sleep on the damp street below if you wish, or take a shower. There are 3 rooms in this house. He handed the clothes to Zhuoyan, his words tinged with annoyance. Chapter 21. Exquisite delicacies are instant noodles. Sister-in-law, do not hold a grudge against Gu. Yu approached the drinking water area, filled a cup with warm water, and offered it to Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan turned his head, walked a few steps to sit on the sofa, his anger evident as he crossed his legs, turning his back to Zhuoyan. Go on. That is your room. It has a private bathroom. Gu, let's live well as a family from now on. Yu's parents held high positions in this base. But Zhuoyan's father had sent a message from the capital base, requesting the local base chief to take care of Zhuoyan. Yu's parents were considering future development in the capital, and his relationship with Zhuoyan had grown closer due to the incident involving Huang Hao. Of course, as a woman in this predatory world, how could she survive without me? Zhuoyan raised his head, gazing out the window, where the rain had been falling for quite some time, and the weather was becoming increasingly harsh. The zombies outside had mutated even more severely. He felt a sense of melancholy, rising to walk towards the door. What are you going to do? Yu observed his posture, sensing he was about to head out. It was nearly dark, and the rain continued to fall outside. Zhuoyan put on his shoes. I have matters to discuss with the base chief. Please prepare some food for Zhuoyan. With that, he pulled open the door, and with a thud, it closed behind him. After her bath, Zhuoyan emerged, slightly shorter than Zhuoyan, her clothes hanging loosely on her frame as they were a size larger. The original outfit lay soiled on the ground, dampened by dirty water, exuding an unpleasant odor. She toweled her wet hair and contemplated the rescue she would undertake the next day. Upon opening the door, Zhuoyan beheld Yu, who was preparing instant noodles with hot water. Sister-in-law, I've made braised pork ribs, my specialty, he called out. Hearing his voice, Yu turned, catching sight of the woman languidly leaning against the doorframe, her oversized attire lending her an unusual allure and elegance. He could not deny that Zhuoyan was a remarkably beautiful woman, with a slender waist and long legs, her fair complexion and charming demeanor captivating all who beheld her. He lifted the bowl of noodles, grinning broadly as he spoke. Zhuoyan approached, and Yu presented her with a bowl of instant noodles. This flavor happens to be my favorite, he remarked as he took a seat beside her. Zhuoyan couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was acquainted with Yu, the scion of a wealthy family in Jiangxing. Having indulged in exquisite delicacies, has he now developed a penchant for instant noodles? Zhuoyan gazed at the instant noodles, while Yu offered an awkward smile. Is this not the apocalypse? Few possess culinary skills, and with resources dwindling, where are the exquisite delicacies to be found? Currently, every industry is at a standstill, and supplies will only continue to diminish. Their base is still in its foundational stages, lacking its own processing facilities. These rations, which will not spoil in such harsh weather, are indeed a delicacy, are they not? As the noodles softened, Gu Zhuoyan finished her meal, but still did not see Bai Zhichuan. After waiting for 2 hours, Song Yu's eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. When Bai Zhichuan entered the room and spotted the figure curled up on the sofa, a sudden warmth enveloped his heart. He approached, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to rise. Bai Zhichuan, still slightly damp, moved closer to Gu Zhuoyan, yet before he could make contact, she instinctively recoiled. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 22. Joining the rescue mission, what is it? Please take a seat. Observing her avoidance, he felt a twinge of melancholy as her long, raven lashes obscured her enchanting eyes. Gu Zhuoyan settled beside him. Can't you come a bit closer? Bai Zhichuan sensed a growing distance between them. No, I cannot. Gu Zhuoyan slightly lifted her eyelids. She was neither seeking anything from him, nor was she a mere canary. I am your significant benefactor. Why do you not cherish me? Bai Zhichuan licked the edge of his teeth, recalling that she once appeared to be a very docile woman. Observing her stillness, Bai Zhichuan rose and seated himself beside Gu Zhuoyan. Regarding tomorrow's rescue mission, those ordinary citizens you mentioned will be saved, he remarked, gazing at her. The chaos outside was palpable. He would not expose Gu Zhuoyan to it, as this place offered safety. Thank you. Rest early, he said, rising to prepare himself, gathering strength and spirit for the forthcoming rescue operation. In the early morning, as the rain outside began to lessen, Gu Zhuoyan got up, having just missed Bai Zhichuan's departure. Song Yu was also preparing to head out when he recalled Bai Zhichuan's previous instructions upon seeing her. Sister-in-law, the instant noodles are in the cupboard. Take whatever you fancy. Do not stand on ceremony. If you need anything, come find me in the central building, he said, glancing at the time on his wrist and realizing he was nearly late. With a firm thud, he closed the door and stepped outside. Gu Zhuoyan changed her shoes and swiftly descended. Upon reaching the ground floor, she arrived at the city gate, where she observed a large modified mech vehicle departing. The sentry at the gate was in the process of closing it. He felt a sharp gust rush past him, stinging his face. As he shut the door, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, wondering if it was merely an illusion. Gu Zhuoyan, riding her enchanting little fairy, swiftly caught up with the procession. The dense fog enveloping the streets persisted, and they remained oblivious to the presence trailing behind them. Upon the arrival of the armored vehicle, its occupants disembarked, fully armed and clad in formidable armor. The zombies wandering below, alerted by the commotion, drew nearer. Yet, in a sudden burst of gunfire, their heads were obliterated, brains splattering across the ground, followed by the collapse of one zombie after another. Gu Zhuoyan gazed from a distance, marveling at the sight. Residents upstairs, alerted by the commotion, peered out curiously. Was that an official rescue? Wen Lian could only discern flickers of flames amidst the mist, along with a substantial troop in motion and a towering armored vehicle emblazoned with the national flag. Numerous heads pressed against the window, their eyes wide with excitement, barely able to contain their exhilaration as they shouted below, "We are here! We are here! We are alive! We are saved!" Luye Glunset Domlerts. As the glow of the flames faded, individuals began to enter the building, prompting him to recall the terrifying monster lurking below. Be careful! There's a monstrous creature inside, he shouted from the window. Bai Zhichuan could only hear the distant cries from above, mingled with the guttural roars of zombies. He could not discern the words of the crowd upstairs. Gu Zhuoyan alighted from the vehicle, followed closely by another individual. Who could it be? Upon descending to the ground, Gu Zhuoyan inadvertently revealed her position, leaving her in a state of embarrassment. What are you doing here? A tall figure pressed the gun down with a casual hand. Bai Zhichuan stepped forward, his helmet obscuring his expression, yet she could sense his anger. This place is perilous. Do you wish to perish? Bai Zhichuan removed his helmet, astonished by the audacity of someone so intent on courting danger. Chapter 23. I am but a woman devoid of any means of self-defense. I can protect myself. Gu Zhuoyan tilted her head back, the rain soaking her clothes. She raised one hand to shield her eyes, while the other gripped a baseball bat. With such slender arms and legs, can you truly defend yourself? Bai Zhichuan chuckled in disbelief, perplexed by the woman's audacity. He placed a helmet on her head and then swiftly dashed into the armored vehicle, emerging with a suit of protective gear. Gu Zhuoyan remained still as Bai Zichuan assisted her in donning the protective gear. The other team members exchanged glances, uncertain. Captain, perhaps it would be prudent to have this lady remain in the vehicle. They were about to embark on a mission, and the presence of a woman might hinder their progress, especially with a greater number of zombies lurking within the building. Executing their task was no trifling matter. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. You stay in the vehicle, Bai Zichuan instructed, observing Gu Zhuoyan, who exhibited a remarkable defiance. He felt powerless in the face of her obstinacy. Very well, the zombies inside have mutated. Their bodies are remarkably elastic, akin to rubber. They are concealed within the warehouse. So exercise caution. Gu Zhuoyan stood by the car, and after finishing her words, she opened the trunk and sat inside. Host, why not take a look? This male human might assist the host in swiftly enhancing their strength, thereby realizing their grand aspirations. There are monsters inside, and I am utterly defenseless. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the street as zombies emerged in a steady stream. The rainwater was murky, and the undead made a cacophony of splashes as they trudged through it. The system in her mind screeched. Did a vehicle shatter the skull of that colossal zombie? Was it a masterpiece? You humans refer to this as being utterly powerless? It recalled how the host had wielded a baseball bat, striking the zombie's head with such force that its brains were splattered. Mind your own business regarding human affairs. I am merely a harbinger of news, having already clarified the dangers. The rest is for the authorities to address. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Do not crowd. The rescue team led the way, safeguarding everyone. Bai Zichuan, with a flashlight in hand, noted that the zombies in the corridor had been cleared, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as though something sinister lurked in the darkness, watching them, a most eerie sensation. Captain Bai, did you come to us through Gu Zhuoyan's message? When Lien had deliberately positioned herself at the back, such a coincidence was unlikely. She recalled Gu Zhuoyan's words from that night, when she mentioned her intention to leave the following day. She would head to the official base to seek help for them. This was surely no mere coincidence. When Lien leaped with joy, after 2 days of unease, her heart was suddenly soothed. The mere thought that Gu Zhuoyan had not fallen victim to the zombies filled her with hope for a reunion at the official base. Descending the stairs, the first floor was slick and waterlogged. The footsteps of the team splashed droplets ahead, yet strange sounds seemed to emanate from the water on either side, faint but unsettling. Hurry up. Xiao Wu, stay alert. Bai Zichuan gripped the trigger, his nerves taut. What's wrong? The others asked, puzzled, as the rescue armored vehicle lay ahead. They couldn't fathom why they should be concerned about sounds in the water. Sister Zhang looked down at the murky surface, her vigilance rising as her body tensed. Something has ensnared my foot. A woman's scream pierced through the ranks. With a tremendous splash, someone was dragged beneath the water. The sharp cries swiftly distanced themselves from a group. What on earth is that? The other rescuers stood bewildered, staring at the woman who had been swiftly taken away. While Bai Zichuan frowned. You all proceed. I will investigate. He broke from the group, heading towards the direction of the woman's screams. Captain, please be careful, Xiao Wu urged as he led the others into the armored vehicle. Gu Zhuoyan, clad in armor, went unrecognized by the residents of the building. They cheered from their vehicles, their joy at having survived the ordeal causing many to weep uncontrollably. But what about Zichuan? Gu Zhuoyan glanced around. The other team members had already boarded the vehicle. It showed no signs of departure, clearly waiting. One individual had been snatched away by a monster, and the captain had gone to rescue them. Xiao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety. A rescue? Gu Zhuoyan's gaze deepened slightly. Host, that is a mutated zombie. You surely do not intend to confront it, do you? Given your current combat prowess, it would be futile. The system sensed her emotional fluctuations and feared she might act impulsively. If we proceed, it would merely be a sacrifice. Gu Zhuoyan stood in the rain, and Xiao Wu, lacking the inclination to enter the vehicle, furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the building. Half an hour slipped by, and the occupants of the car grew increasingly restless. I shall check on the captain, Xiao Wu declared, swiftly making his way into the building, the thought of any misfortune befalling the captain weighing heavily on his mind. Gu Zhuoyan followed closely behind, as the system in her mind clamored chaotically. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Xiao Wu switched on a flashlight and ventured deeper inside, where a foul stench spread throughout the cramped space. By Zhuoyan, Gu Zhuoyan swept the area with a flashlight, revealing remnants of minced flesh and dried bloodstains on the ground. "Captain," Xiao Wu urged, pressing onward, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the enveloping darkness. Gu Zhuoyan cautiously advanced, wielding a baseball bat. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the ground. She directed her light source towards the commotion, revealing a long, gray entity adorned with dark fissures. Under the illumination, it swiftly coiled around Gu Zhuoyan's ankle. Before Gu Zhuoyan could swing her bat, she was forcefully dragged to the ground. "Miss Gu," Xiao Wu, upon witnessing the scene, immediately reached out to grasp her wrist. The creature that was pulling Gu Zhuoyan possessed immense strength, and as they collided with tables and stools in the darkness, a cacophony of clattering sounds ensued. After being dragged for a considerable time, Gu Zhuoyan sensed that the creature had come to a halt. She swiftly scrambled to her feet, followed closely by Xiao Wu, who retrieved a spare battery and activated the power. "Captain," Bai Zichuan was ensnared by a gray strip, his head hanging low, oblivious to his fate. Xiao Wu drew a knife and promptly severed the white strip. As it was cut, a viscous black liquid dripped steadily onto the ground. Gu Zhuoyan stepped forward to support him, gently removing his helmet and patting Bai Zichuan's cheek. He stirred from his slumber, his body instantly tensing like a bowstring drawn to its limit. "We must leave quickly. A formidable creature lurks here." He seized Xiao Wu's flashlight and urged Gu Zhuoyan towards the exit. As they approached the door, a rustling sound echoed, accompanied by eerie hissing. "Captain?" Xiao Wu brandished heavy weaponry. Bai Zichuan detached a grenade from his belt, swiftly fashioning a makeshift pull ring with a wire. "Hurry!" The sounds grew nearer, resembling a horde of monsters emerging from the shadows, their hearts racing like drums. "What kind of beast is this?" Xiao Wu had only glimpsed a gray, elongated shape. That monstrous entity possessed immense strength, dragging both him and Gu Zhuoyan without losing speed. With a resounding roar, the building trembled. Debris and fine cement dust cascaded down, hinting at an impending collapse. Xiao Wu lamented his misfortune. This shoddy construction was their demise. As the structure crumbled, part of the ceiling fell, narrowly missing them and showering them with dust. The collapse drew the attention of their comrades outside, who rushed to the entrance but hesitated to enter, frantically pacing. "Captain Bai, what's the situation?" Sister Zhang peered from a vehicle, her eyes reflecting concern. She understood the peril that lay within. Delaying further would endanger everyone. "Comrades, the zombies have mutated and pose extreme danger. We must retreat and send reinforcements if we are to confront such a creature." Before Sister Zhang could finish, the building's foundation completely gave way, slowly toppling backward, dust swirling ominously. The team members felt a jolt of fear. "Captain, come quickly." Xiao Wu's voice emerged from the dust, limping as he supported the unconscious Bai Zichuan. "You're safe, thank heavens." A teammate rushed forward, aiding Bai Zichuan, tears of relief streaming down their face. "We must go. There are perilous mutated zombies inside." To save him, the captain had been struck by falling debris. Gu Zhuoyan held the rear as they escaped to the doorway, feeling a tremendous force from behind as the roof crashed down, enveloping them in dust. "What about that woman?" As the team members climbed into the vehicle, they placed Bai Zichuan in the passenger seat. Xiao Wu ignited the engine. She sacrificed herself. He pressed the accelerator, the vehicle roaring to life as they sped away from the scene. The zombies here were exceedingly dangerous. Today, they had narrowly escaped. Xiao Wu glanced at the unconscious Bai Zichuan, recalling Gu Zhuoyan ensnared by those peculiar, gray, rubber-like tendrils, his emotions swirling in turmoil. Notification. Survival points 80, mall access unlocked. In the darkness, tentacles incessantly battered against the car door, the resounding thuds deafening. Hiss. The vehicle emits a sharp sound reminiscent of scratching. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the back of the seat, the blue light within the vehicle casting a faint glow upon the surrounding darkness. Outside, a gaunt zombie pressed its skeletal visage against the window, its sunken black eyes fixated on her. The flesh on its face was grotesquely decayed, revealing bones mingled with putrid remnants of flesh, while its teeth were stained with dark, shredded meat. Its long, spindly fingers clutched the small vehicle, ceaselessly mimicking biting and attacking motions. The pressure atop the car was overwhelming. Despite her attempts to start the engine, it remained unresponsive, leaving her trapped in this predicament. Thankfully, the mall had been activated. Shopping mall activated. Host may browse at will, announced the system as the locked icon in her mind vanished, replaced by vibrant colors. She accessed the interface, which resembled a mobile app, revealing a plethora of food items, while a select few special items were shrouded in darkness, indicating they were unavailable for purchase. Are we destined to perish within this vehicle? Zhuoyan finished reading and found it quite satisfactory. Only food could be purchased normally. Otherwise, we might just exhaust this zombie, she mused. The system, having browsed them all, felt a pang of insecurity. Lottery host. The mall offers a lottery service, it exclaimed suddenly, guiding Zhuoyan to the lottery page. She opened them all, only to find her points dwindled to 40. Each lottery draw required 20 points. The prize pool was replete with enticing items, ranging from advanced technology to immortal cultivation, yet the odds of winning were exceedingly slim. Chapter 26. A narrow escape. If I don't hit the jackpot, I might very well starve to death here. The food in the vehicle was limited, and Zhuoyan, eyeing the zombie that was fixated on her, felt an overwhelming urge to raise her baseball bat and smash that grotesque guy. The system, recalling Zhuoyan's misfortune, fell silent for a moment. Let's take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Host, I believe this time a miracle awaits. The system reassured her with a few encouraging words, then began to console itself. I can't be that unlucky. I will certainly complete the mission successfully. Zhuoyan truly felt like rolling her eyes. Her mood was somewhat irritable. It was evidently implausible to exhaust this zombie, as it could survive without sustenance and subsequently enter a state of dormancy. However, her meager points could not endure for such an extended period. She could not relinquish her little fairy either. After much contemplation, Zhuoyan decided to partake in the lottery. She closed her eyes, and the system fell into a tense silence. As the machine rattled, a chime sounded, and Zhuoyan took a deep breath, assuring herself that she would not be so unfortunate. Mineral water. The system remained silent, and Zhuoyan also fell into silence. This was disastrous. The grotesque creature outside was surely affecting their fortune. Zhuoyan felt an overwhelming urge to kick the lottery machine in frustration. What a ridiculous contraption. Waiting here was akin to a slow demise. Her eyes glazed over as she mindlessly tapped the screen. The system wailed in despair. With yet another chime, Zhuoyan beheld a card being drawn. Magic Teleportation Scroll 1. The purple card was adorned with enigmatic illustrations, shimmering with a radiant glow. Oh, a magic scroll. I knew my true master would never forsake me. The system's lament transformed into an ecstatic shriek, reminiscent of a monkey bounding down from the mountains into her consciousness. Zhuoyan massaged her temples, and with a thought, a card materialized in her hand. This card represented a singular object, and she felt a twinge of concern about her vehicle not being able to accompany her. Yet, it was evident that venturing outside was of utmost importance. As she contemplated the streets beyond, a sudden enveloping of violet light engulfed the car. With a whoosh, it plummeted to the ground, and as it did, it let out a disheartening thud. Without the support of the vehicle, a concrete block above came crashing down with a resounding thump. Zhuoyan gazed out at the gentle patter of the rain, hastily lowering her head as the card in her hand gradually vanished. We are saved. Ha, we are saved. The system's laughter echoed ominously in her ears. Zhuoyan started the car, leaning against the seat, a sense of relief washing over her. As the vehicle navigated through the rain, it wasn't long before she arrived at the villa, surprised to find the zombies at the entrance had been cleared away. After parking the car, she entered the code, and the door creaked open. Just as she stepped inside, a dark barrel of a gun was pointed menacingly at her head. Zhuoyan lifted her gaze, encountering a man of similar height. His head was swathed in bandages, revealing only one yellowed eye, while a scar marred the corner of his mouth, lending a sinister edge to his smile. "Do not harm Zhuoyan." Yin rushed out from the room, prompting the man to turn his head. With a resounding bang, a gunshot rang out, and Yin collapsed to the ground, her calf pierced by a bullet, crimson blood seeping forth. She fell into the water, and the man turned his attention. Disobedience leads to death. His voice dripped with unmasked malice as the gun grazed Gu Zhuoyan's cheek before descending to her neck. "Such a rare beauty. Serve me well and surrender your supplies, and I may allow you to remain by my side. Otherwise—" He raised his hand, the sound of a click echoing ominously, the dark muzzle of the gun poised to unleash its deadly payload. Chapter 27. Threatening me? The barrel, as black as an abyss, seemed to herald the slow emergence of death's scythe. "I am doomed. I am doomed." Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the muzzle of the gun, a chilling wave coursing through her body. She comprehended that any act of defiance would result in a bullet piercing her skull instantaneously. The deceased cannot seek vengeance, nor can they avenge Yin. In her previous life, Yin had perished at the hands of this man. After 7 arduous years, she had painstakingly uncovered information about him. Before the onset of the apocalypse, he was apprehended nationwide, having escaped from custody multiple times, and was responsible for countless murders. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, his hands were stained with an unknown quantity of blood, burdened with the lives of innumerable innocents. Justice was absent. By the time she met her demise, this man had already become the leader of a small enclave. "You seem to be sensible," he remarked. "I am Qin Biao. Follow me, and you shall not meet your end. Otherwise, death awaits you." Qin Biao extended his hand, caressing Gu Zhuoyan's cheek, his palm marred with numerous scars and his fingertips coarse. The contact left a crimson mark upon her visage. Gu Zhuoyan offered a faint smile, yet the warmth of her expression did not reach her eyes. She expressed her gratitude to Brother Biao for sparing her life, hoping that he might also grant her friend a chance to survive. Gu Zhuoyan lowered her head, her demeanor exuding humility. Qin Biao was quite pleased with her modest posture as he cast his gaze upon the short-haired woman sprawled in the murky puddle, nodding in acknowledgement. Gu Zhuoyan swiftly approached and helped Yin to her feet amidst the rain. Yin's complexion was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and her short hair clung to her face. "Yin, I understand you have much to convey. As long as you live, there exists boundless possibilities and the potential for miracles. It is the deceased who encounter no miracles." Gu Zhuoyan gently draped one of Yan's arms around her neck, assisting her into the room. Inside, 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled, Su Dehai, Qin Ai, and their child. Tears cascaded down Yan's cheeks, each drop a testament to her anguish, leaving one to wonder whether she wept for her own suffering or for the 3 departed souls. Gu Zhuoyan felt the cold touch of a handgun pressed against her back. As Qin Biao leaned in closely behind her, Gu Zhuoyan assisted Yin in settling onto the sofa. Her calf was bleeding profusely, clearly indicating that a blood vessel had been injured. The bullet needed to be extracted promptly, otherwise excessive blood loss would lead to her demise. Qin Biao took a seat on the opposite sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze lingering upon Gu Zhuoyan, his murky eyes filled with lust. "I will remove the bullet from you. Bear with the pain." Gu Zhuoyan removed her gloves and then uncorked a new bottle of alcohol, pouring it onto Yan's calf. Yan winced in pain, her face paling. She bit down hard on her lip, suppressing any sounds of distress. Gu Zhuoyan's eyes reflected a hint of concern as she donned her gloves and retrieved the instruments, her gaze fixated on the bloodied scene before her. She hesitated, her hand trembling. What, unable to act, rather than witness her torment? Might it not be preferable for me to intervene? Qin Biao, with an air of indifference, slowly raised his firearm, aiming at Yan's head. With a chilling click, the bullet was chambered. No, I can extract the bullet for her." Gu Zhuoyan's body was rigid, the laughter of the man behind her resonating mockingly. He was both teasing and provoking her. Witnessing her palpable anxiety only fueled his urge to pull the trigger rather than lay down his weapon. "If you desire resources, do not harm us. If you kill us, the supplies will rot in the warehouse." Qin Biao furrowed his brows, gradually directing his handgun towards Gu Zhuoyan's head. "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 28. A sharp tongue can lead to death. "I am not threatening you. I merely hope that both He Yin and I can survive. Gu Zhuoyan grasped the knife and made a cross-incision on He Yan's calf, where the bullet had struck. A pained whimper escaped He Yan's lips as she desperately clutched the edges of the sofa, her fingers leaving deep impressions. Gu Zhuoyan reached out to retrieve the bullet, pouring medical alcohol over it once more. She picked up a needle to stitch the wound, while He Yin, overcome by excruciating pain, turned pale and soon fainted onto the sofa. After bandaging the injury, Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the unconscious He Yin, her eyes deepening with darkness. She draped a blood-stained blanket over her. Turning around, she found Qin Biao observing her with evident amusement. "You are quite ruthless and composed," he remarked. This was a form of admiration. This woman was both fierce and collected. Although she feared herself, she could suppress that fear, a quality that had already defeated many. Was this a compliment? Gu Zhuoyan scoffed as she removed her gloves and bent down to pick up the suitcase. "Of course, if you obediently comply. I shall spare both you and that woman." He tucked his gun into his waistband and stood up. "Now, go prepare a meal, shortly. I wish to know the password to the warehouse." Qin Biao glanced towards the kitchen, feeling no urgency. Both the supplies and the woman were firmly within his grasp. He would indulge himself once he had satisfied his hunger. The air conditioning hummed in the background, rendering the room pleasantly cool. She hesitated before stepping into the kitchen, where the refrigerator was stocked sufficiently to prepare a meal. As she washed the rice, her gaze fell upon the medicine placed atop the cabinet, a bottle of sleeping pills, a remnant of her habit due to the immense pressure from work. "Don't even think about playing tricks. Otherwise, you will end up like the 3 corpses outside." Qin Biao, naturally skeptical of Gu Zhuoyan, remained vigilantly stationed at the kitchen door. "I merely wish to inquire if there is anything you dislike eating, Brother Biao. Is it true you've taken many lives, hence no one dares to trust you?" After placing the rice into the rice cooker, Gu Zhuoyan retrieved some eggplants and frozen meat. "Enough with the banter. Get on with the cooking." Qin Biao snapped, his displeasure evident. Who did he think he was? Soon, he would be this woman's master. How dare she jest with him? Host, slip him some poison. The system clamored. "Tell me, is it my speed in administering the poison or his bullet that will reach him first?" In her mortal form, a single bullet could send her to meet the divine. The system rolled its eyes, falling silent. Should it inform the host that after binding to this system, her physical capabilities would gradually enhance? Perhaps not. If the improvement was too slow, she would undoubtedly accuse it of deceit. Once the meal was prepared, Gu Zhuoyan brought the dishes into the living room. Qin Biao insisted she eat as well. She took several bites before he finally began to eat. Having roamed the desolate world for so long, the warmth of a cooked meal was exhilarating, and he devoured it ravenously while Gu Zhuoyan picked at her rice. Her gaze drifted towards He Yin, who remained unconscious on the sofa. Gu Zhuoyan felt a twinge of concern. She set down her bowl and approached He Yin, reaching out to touch her forehead, which was burning with fever. In a hurry, Gu Zhuoyan dashed into the kitchen, dampened a cloth with water, and returned to lay it gently over He Yan's brow. Qin Biao observed without intervening, relishing his meal while secretly amused by her lingering compassion. Yet, he mused, having such attachments could be advantageous, for they would grant him leverage in controlling her emotions. Gu Zhuoyan repeatedly administered antipyretics to He Yin, her efforts causing her to sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Qin Biao, having finished his meal, brandished his firearm to threaten her, demanding to know the password to the warehouse. Gu Zhuoyan led him into the basement. After unlocking the door, the abundance of supplies within the warehouse caused Qin Biao's pupils to dilate in astonishment. He stepped inside, gazing at the vast array of resources, erupting into a hearty laugh. "With these supplies, I could effortlessly establish my own army. Ha ha ha." Chapter 29. Lessons learned through blood and life, Brother Biao. The resources here are not merely sufficient to form an army. You could forge an empire of your own. Gu Zhuoyan approached, her gaze fixed upon the exhilarated Qin Biao. In moments of profound greed, one's pupils dilate, and excitement is laid bare. While she could acquire resources, life was singular and irreplaceable. Though you have devised intricate plans, alas, fortune is not on your side. Otherwise, this place would not be so sparsely populated. Having deciphered the warehouse code, and with a wealth of supplies in hand, Qin Biao ascended the stairs. As night fell, Gu Zhuoyan observed him climbing higher, her pretext being the need to dispose of the bodies within the house. She was determined to take He Yin with her. Upon awakening, He Yin beheld Gu Zhuoyan, tears streaming down her face as she reached out to encircle her neck. Trembling, He Yin's body conveyed a palpable sense of dread and unease, leaving Gu Zhuoyan acutely aware of the warmth of her tears soaking her shoulder. Gu Zhuoyan gently extended her hand, glancing upwards. He Yin, I shall escort you to a place of safety. Your calf is injured, and movement may be somewhat painful. Hold on. He Yin nodded, and Gu Zhuoyan supported her as she rose, leading her into the courtyard. Gu Zhuoyan carefully placed He Yin into the passenger seat of the small vehicle. Just as she settled in, a gunshot echoed, and from the second-floor window, Qin Biao raised his weapon, shooting at the car window, leaving a faint white mark. Had it been an ordinary vehicle, she would surely have met her demise. He Yin, startled, gazed towards the second-floor window, her body trembling. He truly deserves to be cursed. Gu Zhuoyan's gaze shifted to the second floor. Imbued with a chilling aura and a murderous intent, she was resolute in her quest for vengeance. As the vehicle roared to life, a series of gunshots rang out, striking the tires and windows, yet they proved futile. An armored car? Qin Biao pulled down the window, intent on disembarking to apprehend the two individuals. He retrieved a grenade from behind his waist and, observing the composed Gu Zhuoyan within the vehicle, hurled it downward. With a resounding explosion, the ground was transformed into a gaping crater. He assumed that the two would be undoubtedly perished. Yet the pit was eerily devoid of any remnants of the car or the shattered remains of the two women. Curse it, he was acutely aware that the two had escaped. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The supplies had been secured. That vehicle was indeed a prized possession. He gazed into the distance at the road, shrouded in lingering mist, obscuring all clarity. Gu Zhuoyan escorted He Yin out, who was drenched in sweat, biting her lower lip without uttering a sound of pain. Gu Zhuoyan understood that she must be feeling immense sorrow at this moment. He Yin gazed at her and said, Zhuoyan, I'm truly sorry. Their villa, a bastion of strength, was not easily breached. It was her compassion that led her to rescue that individual. Yet it resulted in the demise of Su Dafu, Qin Ai, and the innocent newborn. This person imparted a harsh lesson, one learned through the blood and lives of the innocent, nearly costing Zhuoyan her own life. They had lost their supplies, their sanctuary was gone, and now they were living as fugitives. He Yin was engulfed in inner turmoil, her heart heavy with regret, and she even struggled to meet Gu Zhuoyan's gaze. Suddenly, her hand was grasped. Though not as soft as it once was, it still radiated warmth. In this apocalyptic world, perhaps she had finally gained clarity. Gu Zhuoyan wished to alleviate her guilt. She was willing to bear the burden of all that had transpired for He Yin, even the mistakes. He Yin lowered her head, sobbing softly. Rarely did she shed tears, not even when she had just undergone the painful extraction of a bullet. Yet in this moment, she found herself unable to stem the tide of her emotions. Chapter 30. I like others? Miss Gu. Under the stark white lights, the experts awaited the test results in silence. Song Yu hurried in, his suit drenched by the gentle rain, his face misted with droplets. Upon seeing the two individuals seated on the blue chairs, disbelief washed over him. Bai Zichuan, are you all right? Upon seeing him, Gu Zhuoyan was reminded of the unconscious Bai Zequan. At that moment, she had pushed the two of them aside, unaware of where Bai Zequan had sustained his injuries. Brother Bai is fine, Xiao Wu assured you. Xiao Wu was evidently not one to fabricate tales. The sight of Gu Zhuoyan, who had been trapped beneath a colossal structure, now standing before him in good health, struck him as rather uncanny. Surely, there are no ghosts in this world, none at all. What's the matter? Do you wish I were not alive? Gu Zhuoyan observed the fluctuating expressions on his face and smiled. In that moment, Song Yu found himself at a loss for words, turning his gaze towards the experts. The specialists, upon examining the test results, confirmed that she was indeed a healthy individual. The panel of experts shook their heads, indicating that there were no abnormalities. He Yin, pale and drawn, was escorted to the medical room after the examinations yielded no issues. Song Yu dispatched someone to attend to her. Please check on Brother Bai. He's just regained consciousness. Song Yu, watching the person rise, felt a surge of curiosity about how she had managed to escape. Very well. Gu Zhuoyan was aware of their underlying doubts. The center of the base housed a medical facility, although modest in size. It possessed all the essential functions one would expect from a hospital. Gu Zhuoyan entered the hospital room, which was crowded with people. Upon her arrival, Xiao Wu was the first to gape in astonishment. Miss Gu, is that truly you? He had just heard that someone named Gu Zhuoyan had arrived at the base, and he was taken aback. Could it be the very same Gu Zhuoyan? Bai Zhichuan, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, attempted to rise upon seeing her. Lie still. A concussion necessitates rest. She approached him, gently pressing her hand on Bai Zhichuan's shoulder. Most of those present were members of the small team he had led earlier that morning. You're still alive? Bai Zhichuan inquired, sitting up and grasping Gu Zhuoyan's wrist. How wonderful. Still warm. The temperature of a living being. Do you and Song Yu wish for my demise? Gu Zhuoyan smiled, while Song Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. How did you manage to escape? What about those mutated zombies? Xiao Wu gazed at her with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. It was evident that mere luck could not account for such an escape. There was a gap behind the beam. After I got out, you all had already left. So, I want to find Yen. I suppose I was fortunate. Gu Zhuoyan settled into her seat, while Bai Zhichuan continued to hold her hand, reluctant to let go. She gently withdrew her hand. Next time, do not take matters into your own hands. Your safety is equally important. Bai Zhichuan gazed at her, feeling a sense of relief within. The captain is concerned for Miss Gu, so we shall not intrude any further. Xiao Wu sensed that Gu Zhuoyan was concealing her true capabilities if she was unwilling to reveal them, and he did not press her. At that moment, with his mind clear, he realized that Bai Zhichuan had succumbed to unconsciousness, and there was unlikely to be any opportunity for further discussion. The others chuckled and exchanged light-hearted banter as they walked out, leaving the space for the two of them. Have you eaten? I can ask the cafeteria to prepare a meal for you. Bai Zhichuan reached for the contact list. No need. You need not go out of your way for me. I saved you because you once aided me, and now, in this apocalypse. Before Gu Zhuoyan could utter a word, Bai Zhichuan interrupted her. Do you wish to sever ties with me? Although their past relationship was one of benefactor and actor, partners in their craft, they had known each other for many years and were well acquainted. She was willing to regard him as a companion, yet she was not ready to accept any other form of connection. I like you. You're aware of this, aren't you? Bai Zhichuan gazed into her eyes. A sense of urgency reflected within. Was he merely like everyone else to her? Did he not hold a unique place in her heart? A flicker of disappointment crossed his features. Chapter 31. Acknowledge your mistake to me, and I shall bear no grudge. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent, raising her eyelids to meet his gaze, which was filled with tension. She allowed a soft laugh, gradually adopting a more serious tone. The end is nigh. Young Master Bai, do not be naive. We must all make plans for our futures. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the chair, her back straightened beneath the light. Her enchanting features gradually sharpened. She resolved to possess the strength to survive. Can you endure in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Gu Zhuoyan, I can see that you are not weak. Yet without me, you would not navigate so effortlessly. Bai Zhichuan knew her too well. She sought to delineate herself from him, and she dared to do so. However, the power that lies within her grasp is far more tangible. He spoke the truth. Even in the face of the apocalypse, Bai Zhichuan's influence remained. Yet she aspired to become formidable in her own right. Rising from her seat, she pulled the chair back. Gu Zhuoyan, you must think this through. Bai Zhichuan sat on the bed, his captivating eyes scrutinizing her profile. Should she choose to apologize, he would harbor no grudges. Sister-in-law, Song Yu lingered at the doorway, peering into the ward, where Bai Zhichuan glared at Gu Zhuoyan, his eyes slightly reddening, evidently seething with anger. Do not call her sister-in-law, Bai Zhichuan bellowed, his fury boiling over. Song Yu, do not meddle with this woman. I wish to see how well she can manage without me. Song Yu regarded Gu Zhuoyan and stepped aside. Gu Zhuoyan stepped outside. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, murmured Song Yu in a hushed tone. He pondered the inexplicable circumstances that allowed Gu Zhuoyan to escape from the ruins unscathed and make her way to the base. Was it merely luck? He found this notion hard to accept. Thank you. Gu Zhuoyan cast a glance at Song Yu, who was smiling warmly. After leaving the hospital room of Bai Zichuan, Gu Zhuoyan went to visit He Yin. Her wounds had been treated, and she was out of danger, which brought a sense of relief as Gu Zhuoyan sat by her bedside in companionship. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and heavy rain continued to pour. Upon arriving at the resident registration center, Gu Zhuoyan was assigned a temporary accommodation due to her lack of points, with the understanding that she would need to contribute to the base in order to secure a longer stay. Holding the room key, she discovered that her quarters were located in the basement, small and dimly lit. The room contained only a bed, and living in such a cramped and oppressive underground space for an extended period would undoubtedly be stifling. Gu Zhuoyan lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling that loomed close above her. "Host, our existence is indeed lamentably dismal," the system remarked, astonished. "You are the most unfortunate host in history. You cannot even afford to reside in a luxurious mansion. It is not entirely your fault, as the points within your system are exceedingly difficult to accumulate. In truth, the value of survival does not solely hinge upon saving lives. Take Su Dafu, for instance. I rescued his entire family, yet they still met their demise." Gu Zhuoyan sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closed. The definition of survival can indeed be broadened. By vanquishing zombies, I diminish the chances of humans being attacked and infected. Does this not enhance the value of survival? Providing sustenance to the displaced and destitute, ensuring they do not perish from hunger, similarly contributes to the augmentation of survival value. Gu Zhuoyan provided an example, and the system listened, sensing that there might be some truth to it. "Let me report this to my superior and request a modification of the rules. If the host remains this weak, when will they ever accomplish their tasks and ensure their own survival?" Gu Zhuoyan was somewhat taken aback. "You are still able to communicate with your superiors?" Gu Zhuoyan had always believed that the system operated in isolation, but now she is suddenly informed that it has connected to a network. "This is merely a feedback. Where can I communicate?" The system weeps, lamenting that if it were able to communicate, it would have long since implored the higher authorities to grant it a fast track, thereby avoiding the daily anxiety it endures. Gu Zhuoyan lay in silence, closing her eyes. She harbored thoughts that required time to materialize. Chapter 32. "Brother Bai, could you please release your grip?" Ian spent a week in the hospital. Upon her discharge, she collected the access card to her room, situated directly beneath Gu Zhuoyan's apartment. The sight of her new quarters rendered He Yin speechless. The room, adorned in somber metallic hues, contained merely a bed, while the low ceiling nearly brushed against her head. "Just endure a little longer. It will soon improve." Gu Zhuoyan spoke soothingly, noting the changes in He Yan's expression. He Yan was unaccustomed to such a cramped space, having never stayed in a room so small before. "Zhuoyan, I am truly sorry," He Yan murmured, her head bowed and her hands tightly clenched. A wave of sorrow washed over her, leaving her breathless. Leaning on her cane, she slowly stepped into the room, where two figures stood somewhat awkwardly. It was she who had lost both Zhuoyan and her own home. She bit down hard on her lip. Gu Zhuoyan stood before her, gently cradling He Yan's face in her hands. As she gazed into He Yan's reddened eyes, Gu Zhuoyan tenderly wiped away her tears. "Do not blame yourself, He Yan. Just remember, the hearts of men are treacherous in times of despair. Henceforth, be cautious in placing your trust in others, even if the lesson is a harsh one." After comforting He Yan, Gu Zhuoyan departed from the basement. She had accepted a mission and joined the collection team, seizing the opportunity to fulfill the system's tasks and accumulate some points. Upon emerging from the basement, Gu Zhuoyan made her way to the mission center, where the majority of collection tasks were undertaken by men, with women being a rare sight. Many cast subtle glances in her direction. Gu Zhuoyan donned her gear, and the team's vehicle awaited at the city gate. "Miss Gu." Gu Zhuoyan approached the vehicle and caught sight of Lu Jie. Upon noticing her, a smile brightened his features as he ambled over, exuding joy. "Miss Gu, it has been quite a while," he greeted, harboring a sense of gratitude towards her. He had longed for an opportunity to express his thanks, yet had not encountered the moment until now. "Do you know that superstar?" A man interjected, draping an arm around Lu Jie's neck and casting a jovial glance at Gu Zhuoyan. He had just been in the task hall and recognized her, though the world had descended into chaos, and the concept of a superstar seemed obsolete. Her striking beauty captured immediate attention. "She is my savior," Lu Jie remarked, turning to his friend to introduce her. "This is Yuan Dao." Yuan Dao, somewhat bashful, smiled at Gu Zhuoyan, who acknowledged him with a nod. The captain, a middle-aged man named Gao Hongji, aged 45 and a former soldier, sat inside the vehicle, urging Lu Jie to take the front passenger seat, while the others entered the rear compartment. Gu Zhuoyan was poised to ascend, springing high with a forceful leap, on the verge of entering the carriage, when suddenly she was ensnared at the waist, her body leaning backward. "You truly fear not for your life." Bai Zichuan's chest heaved. After enduring countless days in the basement, consuming unpalatable meals, why did she still refuse to capitulate to him? If only she would admit her fault, he would overlook everything. Yet, she remained obstinate, even daring to undertake the task of gathering supplies alone. "I fear death, yet I yearn to live." Gu Zhuoyan turned around, for she was too close to Bai Zichuan. Observing his somewhat haggard visage, she noted the stubble adorning his chin. "How long can you shelter me?" Gu Zhuoyan smiled, a hint of sarcasm in her expression. In her previous life, she lived in utter darkness. Where was he then? She could only place her trust in herself. Gu Zhuoyan withdrew from his grasp, taking 2 steps back. "As long as I live, I shall always protect you." Bai Zichuan pursed his lips, his gaze fixated on Gu Zhuoyan. "Yet, I believe only I can safeguard myself. No matter how formidable his strength or profound his background, they do not belong to her." She was acutely aware of the plight of the canary and its sorrow. He stood rigidly in place. "Brother Bai, shall we perhaps loosen our grip?" Song Yu emerged from seemingly nowhere, patting Bai Zichuan on the shoulder as he watched the truck exit the city gates. He held a certain admiration for Gu Zhuoyan. A beautiful woman devoid of the ability to protect herself is indeed a tragic sight. A lace flower can only cling to others for survival, always at risk of being discarded. Chapter 33. Promise softness, yet so fierce? "Oh, Miss Gu, is he your boyfriend?" Yuan Dao inquired from across the table, having witnessed the earlier scene that many perceived as a couple in conflict. He glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, who was meditating with her eyes closed, and exchanged positions with the person beside her. "Not exactly." Gu Zhuoyan opened her eyes, propping her chin on her hand as the carriage swayed occasionally. Her spirits were low, and Yuan Dao chose not to press further. "For a while, I shall protect you. As a young lady, you should stand behind me," he said, thumping his chest with assurance. Gu Zhuoyan smiled, her countenance exquisite, with dark eyes that seemed to harbor stars. And when she smiled, a delicate crescent appeared. "Your smile is enchanting." He leaned against the carriage, perceiving that Gu Zhuoyan was not as aloof as she initially appeared. "Thank you." The vehicle arrived at the site for collecting supplies. Gao Hongji alighted, surveying the surroundings before rapping on the rear door. With Gu Zhuoyan being the last to descend, the sky outside was ominously dark, the clouds heavy as if bearing down upon them. The display windows were shattered, and shards of glass littered the ground. The warehouse they needed to scavenge lay within, requiring them to proceed on foot. Lu Jie followed Gao Hongji as they ventured forth, both armed, while the others moved cautiously, hunched over. Ahead, a multitude of zombies loomed. Lu Jie halted, leaning against a post, peering inward, behind an iron mesh. A throng of zombies wandered aimlessly, numbering over 100. "We must devise a way to divert these zombies." Gao Hongji furrowed his brow, surprised by the congregation of so many undead. "I shall go. Master, you take them to gather supplies." Gu Zhuoyan ascended to the 2nd floor, while everyone else sought refuge. A sudden crash echoed as glass shattered, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the iron netting. The cacophony created by Lu Jie was substantial, drawing the zombies towards the source of the sound, their movements slow and deliberate. Only a handful of the undead remained stationary. "Hurry inside," Gao Hongji shouted, with Gu Zhuoyan bringing up the rear. The wandering zombies were swiftly dispatched, their skulls obliterated with a few strikes. Upon entering the granary, darkness enveloped them. "Quickly move it." Amidst the obscurity, Yuan Dao hefted a sack of rice, reasoning that Gu Zhuoyan might struggle to carry it, and thus could remain behind to guard against any encroaching zombies. As he stepped forward, a foul stench assaulted him, accompanied by a hissing sound. Startled, he instinctively recoiled to evade the zombie's lunge. The heavy sack of rice fell upon him, and as he toppled, the zombie descended with him, its putrid drool dripping onto his neck. His complexion turned ashen. With a resounding thud, a wooden stick struck the zombie's skull, causing its brain matter to ooze forth. Zhuoyan relentlessly struck several times, deforming the creature's head severely, until it collapsed onto Yuan Dao, motionless. Had he been paralyzed by fear? Zhuoyan dragged the zombie aside, exerting all her strength to pull me away. Yuan Dao gasped for breath. It was his first encounter with a zombie, and he narrowly escaped with his life. Zhuoyan extended her hand to assist him in rising. Thank you, Yuan Dao stammered, his lips trembling. Gao Hongji, upon hearing the commotion, approached with a source of illumination in hand. He beheld the zombie sprawled on the ground, then turned his gaze towards the still frightened Yuan Dao. Are you all right? He inquired, taken aback by the presence of a zombie lurking within the warehouse. Mifine. Miss Gu saved me, Yuan Dao replied, quaking slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure, lifting the rice from the ground. I will go check the surroundings. Zhuoyan observed that Gao Hongji was acutely aware of the potential safety hazards in their surroundings. Caution. Chapter 34. The Dawn of Hope. Zhuoyan resolved the zombies trapped in the warehouse. 7 zombies were slain, earning her 7 survival points. As she recuperated in the corner, she was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. The feedback from above was successful. The system expressed its astonishment. Host, there are still numerous zombies outside. Hurry out and unleash devastation. It trembled with excitement, its eyes gleaming with fervor. Have you forgotten that your master is but a mortal flesh and blood? Zhuoyan felt quite pleased as she slowly straightened her back. Although the methods for earning points were not overly stringent, vanquishing the zombies remained a formidable challenge. While she could manage when isolated, facing a horde was an entirely different matter. After transferring the supplies, Zhuoyan climbed into the vehicle, where everyone appeared exhausted, their faces flushed and drenched in sweat. Gao Hongji was anxious, seated in the passenger seat. Could something have gone awry? Surely, everything should be fine. Lu Jia was a clever individual. Yuan Dao turned his gaze towards Zhuoyan. I shall go and take a look. Zhuoyan leapt from the vehicle. What are you doing? Gao Hongji furrowed his brow. Trust me. Zhuoyan discerned his urgency. Yet the supplies today must not encounter any mishaps. Take this, she instructed. Gao Hongji, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced, producing his sidearm from his waist. Zhuoyan regarded the weapon and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. In the midst of the rain, she swiftly vanished, pursuing the direction from which the zombies had retreated. After traversing several streets, the number of zombies increased, surging toward a building, prompting Zhuoyan to inwardly exclaim her dismay. She circled to the rear of the edifice, ascending the stairs through the back entrance. The zombies within were few, making her task of clearing them relatively straightforward. Lu Jia. As the undead swarmed toward her, Zhuoyan forcefully shattered the lock of a residential door with her gun, preparing to leap from the second floor to evade the encroaching horde. Upon entering the room, she was met with a sudden gust of wind, causing her to pivot sideways instinctively, and she retaliated with a kick. With a resounding thud, her foot connected with an ankle, causing a spiked club to clatter to the ground. Zhuoyan then looked up to find a youthful visage before her, a male, young, with a pallid complexion, dark hair matted against his forehead, and a gaunt frame, yet with well-defined features. His pupils were partially blackened, and one side of his face bore dark streaks of blood. Zhuoyan pressed the pistol against the young man's temple. Perhaps death will be preferable. The young man looked at her, clearly consumed by despair. His white short-sleeved shirt was marred by numerous bloodstains, dark brown splotches at his waist indicating dry blood. The cold muzzle of the gun was aimed at his head. Should Zhuoyan pull the trigger, his demise would be certain, and he might irrevocably transform into a zombie. Yet, he no longer wished to resist. Zhuoyan furrowed her brow as she observed the relentless approach of the zombies. These half-human, half-undead monstrosities, utterly consumed by their desire for death. Zhuoyan ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger, Here, the zombies are about to ascend at any moment. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him, standing there motionless, devoid of anger. As one of his eyes shifted, seemingly numb, Gu Zhuoyan felt a sudden sense of familiarity upon encountering such a gaze, as if she were beholding her own reflection. The shouts outside grew increasingly loud. With a soft click of her tongue, she grasped the wolf-toothed club and braced the door. She prepared to leap down, but hesitated, casting a glance at the young man. If one is unafraid of death, what else is there to fear? If you choose death, you should not have resisted when I broke down the door. With that, she leaped down and rolled twice in the greenery. Chapter 35, Little Girl Smile. Do not wear a frown, I thought you. Lu Jie observed her, somewhat disheveled, and as the words hovered on the brink of his lips, he deemed them inauspicious. Gu Zhuoyan nonchalantly waved her hand, returning the gun to Gao Hongji. As Gu Zhuoyan entered the vehicle, Yuan Dao felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing her safe and sound. The other members of the team smiled at her. Previously, some had harbored doubts about her ability, believing her participation in this resource-gathering endeavor might hinder their efforts. However, her remarkable actions had swiftly won over even the most formidable among them. Gu Zhuoyan paid no heed to the gazes of others. After entering the vehicle, she closed her eyes. Upon arriving at the base, each individual was awarded 100 points. In this mission, everyone contributed significantly, and I shall treat you all to a meal. With a beaming smile, Gao Hongji entrusted the task. Excellent, then we shall not hold back. Gu Zhuoyan believed that He-Yin must be quite worried about her safety. Go ahead, take your family with you. Master, can we bring our relatives? Lu Jie inquired, casting a glance at Gao Hongji, who promptly tapped his head. As an exception, you and Xiao Gu can go. Today, you both have contributed the most and faced the greatest danger. Gao Hongji retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he looked at Gu Zhuoyan with a cheerful smile. If she chose not to attend, it would seem to disregard his good intentions. Thank you. Upon arriving at the gathering place, Gao Hongji hosted them, reserving a private room. They ordered a couple of dishes and each prepared a packet of instant noodles. In these apocalyptic times, the cost of hot meals soared, rendering them a luxury few could afford. Wow, Master really splurged today. Lu Jie and his sister were the last to arrive. His sister appeared frail and timid. Let us all enjoy ourselves in this apocalypse. We may have today, but not tomorrow. It's rare for us to gather like this. Gao Hongji poured the drinks, his spirits high. Gu Zhuoyan raised her cup and took a sip. Outside, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. These people, you are on a mission today. He-Yin leaned against Gu Zhuoyan. Although moments ago the atmosphere had been jovial, embarking on a mission meant facing life-threatening risks. In essence, the task was to eliminate the zombies. Gu Zhuoyan smiled, her countenance exuding an air of ease. Are you still unaware of my prowess? The queen of baseball bats. Her tone was buoyant, leaving He-Yin both amused and exasperated by her nonchalance. It was undeniably perilous. She understood that Gu Zhuoyan sought to spare her from worry. I still have to take care of you. I will ensure my own safety. Gu Zhuoyan reached out, tugging at the corner of her mouth. The little girl smiled more joyfully, saying, In a few days, I shall arrange for you to reside in a grand house. With a soft click, the door swung open. Gu Zhuoyan grasped the doorknob and stepped inside. Is your vision impaired? Bai Zichuan remarked, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with a hint of concealed ire. He pushed the door wider, surveying the cramped space, his dark, floral eyes reflecting an ambiguous displeasure. It is far too dim and confined here. How can the young master have so much leisure time? Gu Zhuoyan could not help but ask as she caught sight of his disdainful gaze. Are you truly able to endure living in such a wretched place? Gu Zhuoyan raised her eyebrows as she approached the bedside and sat down. There was no alternative. The room lacked a chair, and she preferred not to stand. What could possibly be uncomfortable? Gu Zhuoyan remained utterly unconcerned. She could adapt to any environment as long as it provided shelter from the elements. Was it not preferable to reside in such a dilapidated place with me? Bai Zichuan furrowed his brows, standing before Gu Zhuoyan with his lips tightly pressed. Her indifference was causing her a headache. Bai Zichuan took a step back, fixing his gaze upon her. She offered no plea for him to stay, which only served to aggravate him further. Very well, Gu Zhuoyan. He ground his teeth and kicked the door in frustration. Gu Zhuoyan regarded him as mentally unstable. Indifferent, she pulled the blanket over her body. Today, a total of 50 points have been earned, host. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The system, noticing Gu Zhuoyan's awareness of the marketplace, felt a surge of excitement. No, I shall not. Gu Zhuoyan navigated through the bustling marketplace, where an abundance of food items was available. Yet only a sparse selection of unique objects could be found. With 20 points, she purchased a vial of restorative elixir. Today was filled with encounters with zombies, perilous leaps, and vigorous sprints, leaving her limbs weary and fatigued, though she concealed this exhaustion in the outside world. The cerulean potion materialized in her grasp, and without hesitation, Gu Zhuoyan raised the flask to her lips and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The potion, cool and refreshing, rapidly took effect within her body. She felt as if her physique had been rejuvenated, her muscles no longer burdened with fatigue, and her mind free from the fog of weariness. Crafted by the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The system reveled in its own pride. The lottery pool contains even more remarkable treasures. Gu Zhuoyan perceived the system as a compulsive gambler, relentlessly urging her to partake in the lottery despite her meager points. Wait until I accumulate more points to draw. She simultaneously comforted herself with empty promises while scrolling through the marketplace's browsing page. Space? Your system even sells space? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the space in awe, marveling at the prospect. If such a space existed, it would be akin to possessing a personal warehouse, would it not? 1,000 points, exorbitant indeed. Of course, it is essential for the apocalypse, came the reply. In this world devoid of supernatural abilities, such a space was nothing short of extraordinary. Gu Zhuoyan believed that this item was indeed essential. Though she currently lacked it, she was certain she would acquire it in the future. The food at the mall was not her primary focus. With her eyes wide open, she pondered how she could swiftly accumulate points. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Song Yu observed the cup being forcefully placed on the table. The individual seated at the table wore a sullen expression, as if someone owed him a fortune. No, he was simply irritable. How can we make Gu Zhuoyan obedient? He mused. Song Yu was rendered speechless as he settled next to Bai Zhichuan. Brother, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Bai Zhichuan's cold, grayish eyes slowly shifted, glacial and lifeless, resembling a zombie. He raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, how can we sweeten this fruit? The words tumbled out, one after another, from his throat. Patriotism comes first, brother. We must not be consumed by lust. Song Yu felt a shiver run down his spine and shifted uncomfortably. He hoped the ire would not be directed at him. How was he to know how to transform a bitter melon into something sweet? I have fulfilled my patriotic duty, brother. One cannot be without a wife, can one? Bai Zhichuan regarded Song Yu as worthless, deeming his advice utterly ineffective. Ah, he had forgotten. This fellow was unmarried and thus knew nothing of love. Chapter 37. The canary will protect itself in the early morning. Bai Zhichuan stepped into the office, while Song Yu trailed behind, sipping his coffee, dark circles under his eyes. A shipment of supplies needed to be dispatched for inspection. Just as he settled into his seat, the base leader entered with a blue file. Bai Zhichuan picked up the document, with Xiao Wu following closely behind the base leader. Captain, the danger level of this mission is minimal. It is simply a bit unusual. Gu Zhuoyan provided intelligence indicating that her villa is stocked with a substantial amount of supplies, now occupied by a lone maniac. Capturing it should not pose a significant challenge. Bai Zhichuan was somewhat astonished by the quantity of provisions. He decided to send someone to investigate. The base leader intended for Xiao Wu and his team to undertake this task, as Bai Zhichuan's unique status rendered him less suitable for outdoor missions. However, he deemed the exploration to be relatively safe and believed it would serve as valuable training for Bai Zhichuan. Captain, what are your thoughts? Xiao Wu inquired as he leaned in. Gu Zhuoyan also expressed her desire to participate in the entire operation. Xiao Wu leaned against the table, while Bai Zhichuan furrowed his brow, conceding to her wishes. He set down the documents, reclining in his swivel chair, his peach blossom eyes revealing an inscrutable expression. Then I shall send others to take a look, the base leader said, bending down to pick up the documents, but Bai Zhichuan interjected, placing a hand on them. I'll go. My recent points are running low. The base leader observed him, and Bai Zhichuan maintained a calm demeanor. Xiao Wu chuckled. I'll accompany the captain. Then I leave this matter in your hands. Exercise caution, the leader instructed. In the hall, Gu Zhuoyan leaned against a corner, waiting. The bustling atmosphere enveloped her as she closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, the light dimmed, prompting her to open her eyes. Xiao Wu, grinning broadly, looked at her, while Bai Zhichuan, who had taken a seat beside her, did not meet her gaze. Instead, he reclined in his chair, his eyes fixed on the chandelier above. Do tell me about the situation at your villa, he inquired in a monotone voice. Gu Zhuoyan was momentarily taken aback, while Bai Zhichuan turned his head slightly, his peach blossom eyes lifting with intrigue. I have completed the blueprint, he remarked. Your residence is rather spacious. Xiao Wu expressed his admiration, reflecting on his previous life as a civil servant, where his accommodations were modest in size. Yet, he believed it was never too late to strive for more. We shall enter from this point, Bai Zhichuan indicated towards the back of the blueprint. The villa was notoriously difficult to access, yet Gu Zhuoyan was quite familiar with the area. I share the same sentiment, she replied. Gu Zhuoyan concurred, and after their discussions, the three resolved to set out in the afternoon, anticipating their arrival at the outskirts of the villa district by nightfall, after which they would proceed on foot. The weather today remained drizzly and hazy as the trio navigated a compact automobile. Gu Zhuoyan navigated her vehicle skillfully, deftly avoiding the debris and the undead that littered the road ahead. In the back seat, Xiao Wu reflected on the disheartening transformation of this once thriving metropolis, now rendered desolate in just a few days of his absence. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Miss Gu, he inquired, do you believe humanity can ultimately endure? The population had dwindled significantly, nearly halving, and while various strongholds have been established across the land, the number of zombies continued to grow at a steady pace. Let us maintain a more optimistic outlook. Gu Zhuoyan pressed the accelerator, her flowing hair swaying gracefully against her cheeks, exuding confidence. Her tone was resolute, and although she did not provide a definitive answer, her presence alleviated the prevailing gloom. Xiao Wu, when did you become so sentimental? Bai Zhichuan, eyes closed, maneuvered the car into an alley with a deft drift. Gu Zhuoyan grasped a baseball bat, flung open the car door, and dispatched a wandering zombie with a precise strike to its head, kicking aside another that lingered near the wheel. Her gaze, dark and contemplative, fell upon the grand villa across the alley. Enshrouded in mist, the villa appeared ethereal, adding a vivid splash of color to the otherwise somber world. Xiao Wu gaped in astonishment from the car, while Bai Zhichuan's peach blossom eyes sparkled with admiration as he observed her swift and decisive actions against the undead. The stark contrast between her current cold demeanor and her previous gentleness rendered her even more captivating, compelling all attention to gravitate towards her. He exited the vehicle, the ground slick with a grotesque mixture of zombie brain matter and rainwater, the stench pungent. He stepped over the fallen, joining her side. The night still had a while to unfold. Xiao Wu emerged, surveying the sticky remnants on the ground, noting the gruesomely deformed heads of the zombies. He clicked his tongue. Let's find a deserted spot to rest before venturing in later. Bai Zhichuan observed Gu Zhuoyan's lingering gaze on the villa and spoke up. Where will be most suitable? Let's proceed. As they approached the street, a staggering zombie lurched towards Bai Zhichuan, only to be promptly dispatched by Xiao Wu's swift kick. Xiao Wu leaped into a family's window on the second floor, swinging the door open for Gu Zhuoyan and Bai Zhichuan to enter. In the kitchen, 3 zombies emerged. The first 2 were emaciated, while the last was grotesquely bloated, resembling a balloon with a decayed visage and exposed teeth. Mutated zombies, he exclaimed, startled by their sudden appearance. Should we change our position? Xiao Wu brandished his gun, furrowing his brow. Firing a shot will attract attention. He hesitated, glancing at Bai Zhichuan for guidance. Shall we take them down manually? Bai Zhichuan unsheathed a dagger, opting for a stealthy approach without protective gear. Aware that the mutations heightened their peril, he advanced, toppling the 2 frail zombies, but the swollen one moved sluggishly yet possessed greater strength. It sought to grasp Bai Zhichuan. Captain, I will assist. Xiao Wu scanned his surroundings and seized a table leg, hurling it at the zombie's head. The leg impaled its forehead, and the creature slowly turned its head, its dark, hollow eyes locking onto Xiao Wu and Gu Zhuoyan. Goodness, is that zombie watching us? Xiao Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that zombies have gained intelligence? The eerie gaze of the dark eyes was unsettling. Gu Zhuoyan shifted to the side, having already decapitated the two frail zombies. In the midst of evading the onslaught of a colossal zombie, Bai Zichuan seized the opportunity presented by Xiao Wu's decisive strike. With a powerful swing of his blade, he cleaved away half of the zombie's skull. Gu Zhuoyan struck the zombie's cranium with a baseball bat, causing its brain matter to splatter uncontrollably, leading the massive creature to collapse with a resounding thud. Xiao Wu approached, observing two more zombie heads on the ground, mindlessly snapping their jaws. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of one grotesque zombie's head, sending it flying. He spat in disdain. His combat prowess was formidable. Bai Zhichuan picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, meticulously wiping the blood from his blade until it bore no trace of the gruesome encounter, discarding the soiled rag only when satisfied. His peach blossom eyes reflected the silhouette of Gu Zhuoyan, who stood resolutely with the baseball bat, tilting her head back, her gaze radiant. The canary he had nurtured seemed to have learned to wield a sharp weapon for her own defense. Bai Zhichuan's heart raced with a sense of gratification. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated strength. Gu Zhuoyan dragged a baseball bat as she made her way to the window, her tightly clenched hand producing a faint sound. Chapter 38. The half-dead youth, the beast trapped in a cage. Beneath the complete cover of night, the streets were engulfed in darkness. A few individuals huddled by the window, consuming compressed biscuits that proved somewhat difficult to swallow. Bai Zichuan observed the two of them relishing their meal, and he couldn't help but suspect they were indulging in different fare. "Captain, I have water," Xiao Wu announced, pulling out a bottle and taking a swig before leaning out the window to gaze at the brightly lit villa. It appeared to be the sole beacon of light in the vicinity. Bai Zichuan accepted the water, his gaze shifting from the villa to Gu Zhuoyan, whose expression remained serene. "You abruptly withdrew from the entertainment industry, didn't you? Do you possess some insider knowledge?" Bai Zichuan leaned closer to Gu Zhuoyan, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Wu, engrossed in the villa's illumination, remained oblivious to his words. The villa was well equipped, and to all appearances, it rivaled their base. Bai Zichuan was convinced that she was privy to some crucial information. Gu Zhuoyan wiped her mouth, startling the system into a cacophony of alarmed beeps. One must always be prepared for the unforeseen. Gu Zhuoyan lifted her eyelids, her gaze settling upon the inquisitive eyes of Bai Zichuan. "I believe you are lying," she asserted. Bai Zichuan, skeptical, remained intrigued by her knowledge. "Miss Gu, there are individuals within the villa. However, it appears that there is more than one." Xiao Wu's voice interrupted their exchange. Bai Zichuan climbed to the window's edge, producing a telescope he had prepared in advance. Movement could be observed within the villa, unmistakably indicating the presence of multiple individuals. He sought his companions. Gu Zhuoyan could surmise that Qin Biao must have regarded this place as a base. In his quest to expand his network, new individuals would inevitably infiltrate the villa. She truly detested the influx of unfamiliar faces into her home. She decided to take a look. Gu Zhuoyan climbed through the window and landed gracefully on the balcony of the second floor. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat anxious, cautioned, "Miss Gu, the number of people within the villa has fluctuated. It would be perilous to enter recklessly. Allow me to investigate alone." Gu Zhuoyan noticed that Bai Zichuan had followed her, and after uttering a brief remark, she descended the stairs. Bai Zichuan frowned. "Captain, where is everyone?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, only to find the balcony devoid of any presence. Wasn't he at a mission for 3? Why had he been abandoned? Bai Zichuan approached the wall, unable to catch up with Gu Zhuoyan as he watched her slip inside. Xiao Wu, panting heavily, caught up and tugged at Bai Zichuan's sleeve. "Climb the wall? It's rather high. Let us ascend the tree and jump down." Bai Zichuan tilted his head, casting another glance at the city wall. Gu Zhuoyan was a clever woman. He had faith that she could extricate herself safely. Xiao Wu stood in shock, frozen in place, while Bai Zichuan ventured into the alley. "If we linger any longer, the zombies will catch the scent. You'll have to handle it alone. Do you not regard Miss Gu as your most precious asset?" Xiao Wu, taken aback, immediately covered his mouth after uttering those words. She has her own plans. Zhuoyan reached the alley's entrance, where a considerable number of zombies had amassed. In a matter of minutes, he cleared the area and opened the car door, taking his seat in the driver's position, resting his legs on the hood. He closed his eyes and awaited the moment. Xiao Wu gazed at the lifeless bodies of the zombies on the ground, remaining silent for several minutes before opening the car door and joining Zhuoyan, who was resting with his eyes shut. He could only calm himself. Miss Gu was astute. Surely, she would navigate through this smoothly. This mission was not insurmountable. Xiao Wu reassured himself, though he couldn't shake off a lingering sense of unease about the mission's sudden changes. Upon entering the villa, Zhuoyan observed that the number of individuals within had increased, albeit slightly. 2 guards patrolled the courtyard, while another was stationed in the rear. However, these sentinels were armed solely with physical clubs and bore no firearms. Relying on her familiarity with the villa, she quickly assessed the number of personnel present, noting the absence of Qin Biao, and resolved to investigate the granary. Upon descending into the basement, she found no guards. The atmosphere was desolate, imbued with an eerie stillness beneath the harsh fluorescent lights. Upon entering the granary, Zhuoyan's pupils dilated in horror, and she instinctively retreated a step. Inside, a young man was secured at the entrance, a black collar fastened around his neck, with a thick chain extending to the door. He was clad in a white shirt and work trousers, the former marred by dark brown stains of blood. Before him lay a corpse, grotesquely devoured, devoid of any signs of life. The ground was awash in dark crimson, the stench of blood overwhelming and suffocating. The young man's visage was pallid, streaked with dark veins, and though his eyes did not bulge, they were entirely black. The other side of his face appeared normal, yet was tinged with a ghastly pallor and stained with blood. His pupils dulled and unresponsive. "It is you." Zhuoyan was taken aback. The young man paused momentarily, and the piece of meat he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. He swiftly raised his hand to cover his face, turning his body away. This was the reason Qin Biao did not guard the granary. Zhuoyan gazed at the young man beside the lifeless body. He was a zombie. "Quickly, let us depart." His voice, hoarse and parched, resembled the dissonance of rusted metal, utterly unpleasant. Zhuoyan turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. "Do you possess reason?" Zhuoyan had never encountered a half-infected person before. As she attempted to draw closer, the young man lunged at her in an instant, the chains around his neck tightening around her. Blood splattered across Zhuoyan's face. He bared his teeth, crimson fragments of flesh clinging to them, a sight that instilled dread. "Get away!" Zhuoyan retreated repeatedly to the doorway, her gaze fixed upon the figure of a young man standing at the entrance. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, clad in garments stained with blood, standing solitary amidst a pool of crimson, as though forsaken by the world. Zhuoyan stepped back, her gaze fixed on the young man's eyes, a question escaping her lips. Why? That day, she had believed he had chosen to live a good life. Why was he here now, exhibiting increasingly zombie-like behavior? "Move faster." Zhuoyan concealed herself, pressing her back firmly against the wall. Should this place transform into a den of villains, she would not hesitate to bring about its ruin. Zhuoyan scaled the wall to leave, stepping out of the villa and into the alleyway. I was certain that Miss Gu would be just fine. Zhuoyan noticed someone in the driver's seat and took her place in the passenger seat. Xiao Wu was inquiring about the situation at the villa. Just as the car emerged from the narrow alley, a thunderous explosion erupted, leaving a massive, gaping hole in the villa's wall. Qin Biao rushed from the villa to the entrance, his face ashen as he beheld the destruction. Who did this? Chapter 39. You can command me, Brother Biao. I have no idea. It just exploded inexplicably. A wounded man clutched his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers, a horrifying sight, dark and gruesome. His face was pale from the pain. Qin Biao closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he regarded the man before him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling out of the hall. He glared at the man, who was doubled over in pain, and drew his pistol, pressing it against the man's temple. Inexplicably, a sharp mind is a valuable asset. I do not spare the useless. Bang! The man's eyes widened in shock as a dark hole appeared at his temple, blood mingling with the murky rain. His body gradually lost warmth, becoming rigid. The others held their breath, terrified of facing a similar fate. Qin Biao was furious, scanning the useless individuals around him. Not a single one would be spared. Zombies began to pour through the breach in the damaged wall. "Hurry and clean this up." Kicking aside a corpse, Qin Biao brandished his gun and charged forward, toppling the latest incoming zombie, while the others wielded their clubs to strike. Was that the sound of an explosion? Xiao Wu turned his head back, recognizing the noise. Thunder? "Captain, do you believe that?" Bai Zhuoyan, who had trained at the base for half a month and used grenades, insisted, "That sound is definitely not thunder." "I believe it," Bai Zhuoyan replied, observing the road conditions. He had certainly heard something. "Captain, in ancient times, there was a treacherous minister who liked to point at a deer and call a horse." He glanced at Zhuoyan. "Currently, the explosion is being mistaken for thunder." Bai Zhuoyan scoffed, while Zhuoyan turned to look back, causing Xiao Wu to chuckle. "Miss Gu, you're joking. This is thunder." The trio arrived at the base just as dawn broke. Xiao Wu was utterly exhausted, and Bai Zhuoyan's eyelids were tinged with dark circles, fatigue etched across his handsome features. "You both should rest. I will report to the base commander. Make sure to take care of yourselves." She had exchanged points for explosives, a rare and costly item, and her current points were limited. Zhuoyan succumbed to slumber with her eyes closed. Her body was weary, and as evening fell, she was roused by He Yin, holding a bottle of mineral water and some bread, placed the items upon the table before settling down at the edge of Zhuoyan's bed. "Are you still sleepy? Would you like to rest a little longer?" He Yin assumed her presence was a disturbance and prepared to rise. Zhuoyan grasped her hand, urging her to remain seated. "Why are you not resting in the room? Where have you been?" Zhuoyan lifted the blanket and took a sip of water. In the heart of the city, research on the zombie virus was underway, and they were seeking assistance. "I signed up to earn some points, an office job, simply organizing documents. It's not exhausting, and I can accumulate several points in a day." He Yin noticed her awakening and offered her some bread, understanding that Zhuoyan had endured a grueling mission. Leaving this city, the world outside had long ceased to be the one she recognized. As long as it's not exhausting, that's what matters. She set down the water and rose to dress. "Zhuoyan," He Yin remarked, seeing her about to depart, and grasped Zhuoyan's arm. "You've lost weight. Please be careful. I will worry." Zhuoyan entered the mission center, seeking information regarding the villa. The receptionist informed her that Base Hequin was unavailable. Zhuoyan emerged and beheld Song Yu, who was accompanied by the impeccably dressed Sister Zhang. The two were hastily making their way inside. Upon noticing Zhuoyan, Song Yu halted his steps. "Are you here to see Brother Bai? He is in the apartment," he remarked before swiftly proceeding further. Sister Zhang offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The receptionist observed their entrance with a hint of envy. Indeed, Zhang Yu was fortunate, having become young Master Song's assistant so soon after arriving at the base. Zhuoyan stood her ground. She was exceptionally formidable. Zhuoyan opened her mouth, observing the hurried silhouettes of the two individuals as the receptionist remained silent, taken aback. After wandering outside for a while, she ultimately arrived at the agricultural research zone. Through the transparent glass, she beheld numerous seedlings thriving within. The flora contained within the greenhouse comprised the inaugural batch of artificially cultivated greenery from the base, showcasing a diverse array of vegetables. As Zhuoyan gazed intently at the glass of the greenhouse for an extended period, an elderly man with white hair clad in a white lab coat approached her. "These are the hopes of humanity." Zhuoyan gently rested her hand upon the glass, gazing at the delicate seedlings. For them to survive, they must bear fruit. Yet the sun eludes the sky day after day, rendering the plant's existence increasingly precarious. The sustenance of the people is paramount, as you are well aware. The old man smiled, his face adorned with numerous brown spots, yet his expression radiated warmth and kindness. Zhuoyan turned her head and gazed at the elderly woman. "How should one address her?" "I am surnamed Min, if it does not trouble you." "You may call me Granny Min," Zhuoyan nodded. After conversing for a while, Granny Min took her into the dapeng to observe the seedlings that had been cultivated. Inside the dapeng, the studio was bustling with activity, and there was a palpable respect for Granny Min among the many people present. Zhuoyan assisted in tilling the soil within the confines of the dapeng. Upon her departure, she bore a blister on her hand. Granny Min gifted her a small tomato, encouraging her to return often to lend a hand. Gu Zhuoyan felt a dull ache in her waist and back. She gazed at the tomato in her hand with a smile. Although her body was weary, a sense of fulfillment enveloped her. She was acutely aware of what the future held in this apocalyptic world, rendering such food exceedingly precious. Using her points, she took a refreshing bath at the communal facilities and, feeling invigorated, she prepared to head to the hall. Upon entering, the receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of her. "Miss Gu, Captain Bai is looking for you." "I will fetch a cup," he said, picking up a teacup. Gu Zhuoyan took a seat. Although she had never been particularly fond of tea, her acting required her to possess a modicum of knowledge about it. In the future, tea was a rare commodity, with everyone struggling for food. Who could afford to indulge in tea? She lifted her cup, inhaling the rich aroma as the liquid rippled gently. "How is it?" he asked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Good. I would like to inquire about the villa mission." Setting her cup down, Gu Zhuoyan was disinclined to beat around the bush. "Drink up, and I will show you the documents. The base leader and the higher-ups have just made their decision." He stood, retrieved a file from the cabinet, and slid it across the table toward Gu Zhuoyan. "You're most familiar with this mission. I have recommended you as the team leader, and the members are listed above," he said, his long fingers gently tapping on the form. Gu Zhuoyan was taken aback as she gazed at Bai Zhuoyan. "You recommend me to be the captain?" Had she misheard? Was her hearing failing at such a young age? "I am the vice captain. You may command me." Chapter 40. If you disagree, you may cast me aside. Gu Zhuoyan paused, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Today, Bai Zhuoyan appeared to be in quite a good mood. For what she knew, Bai Zhuoyan despised being controlled by others. What had prompted this sudden change? Could it be that he found her admirable and was thus moved? Bai Zhuoyan leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them. Their eyes met, one filled with astonishment and the other with mischief. "You haven't been bewitched, have you?" Gu Zhuoyan put away the documents. "You truly do not appreciate my kindness at all." Bai Zhuoyan leaned back in his chair, conceding that indeed, in this apocalyptic scenario, his Zhuoyan was somewhat transformed. He was not in haste. The future extended beyond this fleeting moment. One day, she would come to recognize herself. "I've allocated the maximum points to you. Once this mission is completed, you may vacate the basement." The basement was cramped and oppressive, and he worried for her mental well-being. "Thank you." Upon returning to the basement, Gu Zhuoyan contemplated strategic approaches, considering the layout of the villa and the distribution of personnel. The following day, she resolved to meet the team members and foster mutual understanding. Including herself, there were a total of 17 members, armed with firearms. The group comprised predominantly men, with only a few women. Bai Zhuoyan, clad in a sharp sports outfit, stood beside Gu Zhuoyan, well acquainted with the team members. "Why has the captain changed?" someone inquired, perplexed, as Bai Zhuoyan had previously led their missions. The sudden introduction of a new captain left some members feeling disgruntled. "Can't you see by Captain's smiling demeanor? Is it merely because she possesses a certain beauty?" The whispers were barely audible as Gu Zhuoyan scanned the room. It was simple to win over these individuals. Demonstrating corresponding strength would speak volumes. Those who were formidable would lead by example, for arguments were of little utility. "Do you not respect me?" Gu Zhuoyan pulled out a short-haired girl, who stared at her with wide eyes, her lips pressed together in silence. "Were you not the loudest just a moment ago, ready to withdraw like a timid turtle, or perhaps like a petty person, only capable of whispering slanders behind others' backs?" Gu Zhuoyan approached, provoking the girl, who immediately resisted. "Gu Zhuoyan, they may not know you, but I do. You are merely an actress. This is not your stage for performance. I am unaware of the means you have employed, but do you truly believe you are worthy of the position of captain?" Upon finishing her words, she cast a glance at Bai Zhuoyan. "Captain Bai, this is no trifling matter." Xiaowu stood amidst the group, incessantly winking at the girl. "Mu Xiaowu, have you lost your mind?" she retorted, her anger rendering her deaf to all else. "Whether I am capable or not, you may simply try and see." Gu Zhuoyan stepped back 2 paces, the arena spacious around her. With a flick of her wrist, she removed the burden from her back, prompting a sigh from Xiaowu. "You were the one who provoked me first." she declared, advancing with a swift punch aimed at Gu Zhuoyan's abdomen. However, Gu Zhuoyan nimbly evaded the strike, countering with a side kick and a sweeping motion that sent the girl sprawling to the ground. Her time spent honing her skills was certainly not in vain. Observing the girl struggling on the floor, she extended her hand. The girl bit her lip, swatting away Gu Zhuoyan's offer of assistance and rising to her feet unaided. How astonishingly swift she was. How performers of today become so formidable? Gu Zhuoyan remained unperturbed as she gazed upon the members of her team. In this apocalyptic era, past identities bore little significance. We are now united under a singular designation: survivors. The position of leader rightfully belongs to the capable. Should any of you dissent, feel free to challenge me. Her voice resonated with a commanding clarity, instilling an immediate silence among the ranks. She exuded the aura of a sovereign, her usual calm demeanor replaced with an intensity akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating a chilling aura that stirred the hearts of those present. Gu Zhuoyan practiced her synergy for an entire afternoon. As dusk fell, she picked up the coat draped over the railing, while the others lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Initially, I perceived her as a delicate beauty, but to my surprise, she proved to be a formidable force akin to a steel Barbie. The exertion nearly took half her life. Bai Zhichuan watched her don the coat and promptly rose from his corner, astonished by the rapid enhancement of Gu Zhuoyan's abilities. His former esteemed teammates now resembled defeated strays. We shall convene here tomorrow morning. For now, ensure you rest well tonight. After Gu Zhuoyan finished speaking, she departed, intending to take a shower before resting after her meal. The great demon has left? Indeed, he has departed. Quickly assist me in rising and let us vacate this realm of turmoil. I feel as though I am falling apart. You may continue to recline here. Gu Zhuoyan, shall we dine together? Bai Zhichuan strode over to her side, and they walked in tandem. Gu Zhuoyan casting a glance in his direction. I shall dine alone. Beyond my own life, I have neither the time nor inclination to decipher the thoughts of my benefactor. Is it not permissible for friends to share a meal? Bai Zhichuan stepped forward, obstructing her path. He had also trained for an entire afternoon, his athletic shirt already soaked, clinging to his form. In the post-apocalyptic world, Bai Zhichuan had been honing his skills, his musculature exhibiting smooth, aesthetic lines. At this moment, his physique was subtly revealed. He possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his dark hair brushing against his forehead, his smile reminiscent of an ethereal being just emerged from water. I shall treat you, Bai Zhichuan added. Very well, I shall first take a shower. It is rather fortunate to have a generous benefactor. After her shower, she emerged to find Bai Zhichuan seated in the circular armchair of the hall, his phone devoid of signal as he engaged with a downloaded single-player game. Clad in a clean white t-shirt, the interplay of light highlighted his distinct features. Numerous girls lingered nearby, hesitating to approach. Let us proceed. Gu Zhuoyan glanced at her phone, where the game snake had monopolized the screen. Bai Zhichuan looked up, unconcerned as the snake met its demise against the wall. After swiping on his phone, he stood up. Let us go, he said, instinctively taking Gu Zhuoyan's hand as they headed outside. The girls seated on the wooden bench side. Gu Zhuoyan gave a slight tug, but ultimately found herself unable to continue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. Due to the scarcity of resources, the cost of these 2 bowls had reached a staggering 120 points, which made Gu Zhuoyan wince at the expense. As the dishes were served, she glanced at Bai Zhichuan and felt an unexpected urge to laugh. In the past, he would never have touched frozen meat. As the heir of the phone group, even in Binjiang, which was not as lavish as Kyoto, he had always dined on exquisite delicacies. It seemed that the apocalypse had stripped away his pampered demeanor. Now, even the opportunity to enjoy meat had become a rare luxury. Bai Zhichuan finished his noodles and took a sip of the broth. Gu Zhuoyan ate slowly, and he watched with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is there something dirty on my face? Gu Zhuoyan looked up. No, it is merely a rare feeling that you seem very obedient. Gu Zhuoyan felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes as she hastened her pace in consuming the noodles. The scoundrel was incapable of uttering anything of substance. Once she finished her meal, with a graceful stride, Gu Zhuoyan exited the establishment, leaving Bai Zhichuan without the chance to utter a word as she vanished from sight. Such a rabbit-like disposition, not even pausing for a brief exchange. Zhuoyan gazed at the sky, which was ominously overcast, a fitting backdrop for clandestine deeds. Tomorrow promised to be an intriguing spectacle. She was eager to witness the sheer absurdity that would unfold on Qin Biao's face upon being unmasked. Chapter 41. Damned, it's you with a resounding crash. The ground trembled, dust cascading from the ceiling like a gentle rain. Qin Biao jolted awake from his slumber, hastening to the window. To his horror, the wall that had been meticulously repaired lay in ruins. The perimeter wall had collapsed, revealing a gaping breach. A cloud of smoke and dust billowed forth, and the patrolling personnel below were thrown into disarray, rushing towards the exposed opening like a tide. Qin Biao's heart contracted violently, an intense sense of suffocation enveloping him. He gasped for breath, his pupils quivering, and soon he became aware of the individuals rushing in. Zhuoyan seemed to sense something, raising her gaze towards the second floor. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she noticed a shadow flickering by the window. She lifted her firearm, her eyes sharp and penetrating. The gunshot resonated as a bullet shattered the glass, the sound drawing the attention of those around. Qin Biao tilted his head, the bullet grazing his eyelid, igniting a searing pain as blood oozed from the wound, reminiscent of a flame's caress. He inhaled sharply. The mirror within the room was struck, and with a crisp snap, shards of glass scattered across the floor. He raised his hand, crimson seeping from his eyelid. Qin Biao glared darkly at the shooter. Zhuoyan, you ought to be killed. He ground out through clenched teeth. Stepping away from the window, Qin Biao seized the gun from the cabinet, consumed by a burning desire to eliminate that wretched woman. The courtyard was swiftly cleared. Many were subdued, and those who resisted fiercely were shot on the spot, while surrendering individuals were spared. Many were coerced or threatened, offering no resistance against the military. This was not a difficult task. Xiao Wu observed the already controlled situation, a grin spreading across his face as he approached Zhuoyan. Glancing towards the villa, the curtains fluttered, suggesting someone was peering at their every move from behind them. The mastermind remained elusive. Zhuoyan furrowed his brow, having not seen the person Zhuoyan had described. They proceeded into the villa. Zhuoyan holstered her firearm and cast a glance at Zhuoyan, performing a few gestures. She was determined not to let Qin Biao escape. The suffering that Yin had endured would be met with retribution from this scoundrel. What does this mean? Xiao Wu wore a confused expression, his innocent eyes seeking clarity from Zhuoyan. Can you guess? Zhuoyan shrugged, and Xiao Wu looked forlorn. So, is this a two-player game? Why am I not included? First, we must head to the underground warehouse. The villa was enveloped in silence as Zhuoyan ascended the staircase. The darkness within the room was palpable. She pressed herself against the wall, her keen ears attuned to the sounds above. She pushed open the nearest door, finding the room empty, yet still shrouded in quietude, with only fragmented shadows and light filtering through the window. A shattered mirror crunched beneath her foot, producing a sharp crackling sound. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind the curtain, and a gun barrel pressed coldly against the back of her head, the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting into her nostrils. You truly have given me quite the surprise. Qin Biao yearned to pull the trigger immediately, but he restrained himself. With official personnel outside, he could not afford to eliminate Zhuoyan just yet if he wished to depart safely. Zhuoyan turned her head, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Qin Biao. Unfazed, Qin Biao approached and casually touched the bag belonging to Zhuoyan, foregoing his firearm. Where have you concealed the gun? If you refuse to produce it, I shall render your hands useless. His words dripped with malice. He raised his hand, intending to dislocate Zhuoyan's arm, but she seized the fleeting opportunity, lifting her foot to strike his wrist. The gun slipped from Qin Biao's grasp, and in a moment of panic, he attempted to retrieve it, only for Zhuoyan to deftly kick it beneath the bed. You insolent wretch! Qin Biao seethed, advancing to engage her in combat. Armed with a dagger, Zhuoyan swiftly evaded his strikes while inflicting wounds upon his body. The furniture in the room was shattered in the chaos as Qin Biao, now flustered, retreated downstairs. He still possessed a secret weapon. Zhuoyan hastened down the stairs in pursuit, catching sight of Qin Biao escaping through the rear door. With deftness, She seized a dagger and hurled it towards him, striking his back. Qin Biao staggered, blood trailing behind him as he fled to the warehouse. Following closely, Gu Zhuoyan encountered the disheveled figure of Qin Biao leaning against the door. "You wretched woman! I should have killed you back then." His eyes blazed crimson as he raved madly against the door, laughing maniacally. "Let's all perish together." As his words echoed, the door swung open. Yet the frenzied half-zombie did not appear. Bai Zechwan's gun was aimed squarely at the back of his head. Chapter 42. I will take you home this train to hell. It is yours alone. Bai Zechwan's voice resonated, his index finger pressing down firmly. Click-bang. With a gunshot, Qin Biao's skull was shattered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Filled with both resentment and an unwillingness to accept his fate, Gu Zhuoyan approached, her gaze sweeping across the warehouse. Xiao Wu brought over some drinks from a distance, sipping while exclaiming, "This place is truly a paradise. The food is endless." He handed a beverage to Bai Zechwan and tossed another bottle to Gu Zhuoyan. "Is this the madman?" He marveled at the scarred corpse before him. "You weren't injured, were you?" Bai Zechwan ignored Xiao Wu, moving closer to Gu Zhuoyan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Gu Zhuoyan shook her head. The completion of this task should suffice for the development of the base. Gazing at the provisions in the warehouse, Gu Zhuoyan felt a twinge of regret. However, a flourishing base would ensure the survival of a greater number of humanity. "You have indeed made a significant contribution this time." Bai Zechwan smiled, noting that with such ample resources, there would undoubtedly be no shortage of covetous onlookers. "By the way, what about him?" Gu Zhuoyan surveyed her surroundings, and Bai Zechwan discerned her search. After a brief moment of hesitation, he led her further inside. Within the small compartment lay a bloodied half-corpse, tightly bound, writhing in its constraints. The cabinets around were overturned, and food was strewn across the floor. "What manner of beast is this?" Xiao Wu picked up a packet of fries, munching while observing the scene. When he and the captain entered, they had nearly been clawed by this creature, whose strength of attack was formidable. Fortunately, the captain had been vigilant. "Are you still conscious?" Gu Zhuoyan crouched down, her visage marred by dark, creeping veins, while the other eye appeared shrouded in gloom, resembling a near-complete transformation into a zombie. As her words resonated, the violently struggling half-corpse fell into a serene stillness, lifting its head with a trace of bewilderment. "What on earth?" "He listens to your words, Miss Gu." Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, clearly intrigued by this peculiar creature. "Can you still maintain control over yourself?" Gu Zhuoyan contemplated that if control proved elusive, she could assist him in finding liberation. The half-corpse nodded slowly, devoid of any signs of frenzy. Bai Zechwan observed intently. Humans infected with the virus typically transformed into zombies within a remarkably brief period. He had never encountered a human capable of resisting the virus, and this, undoubtedly, was a rare and valuable subject for research. Gu Zhuoyan rose and nodded, offering a few words of comfort as she led the half-corpse out of the warehouse. The ground had been cleaned thoroughly, and she resolved to return. The team members remained behind, gazing upon the scene. These were the victims. The team began to escort the individuals who had been bound within the warehouse, many of whom were women bearing numerous injuries. Their clothing was disheveled, their hair unkempt, and they appeared to be in a state of utter distress. Gu Zhuoyan approached, clad in the official uniform, a solemn black that accentuated her tall silhouette. Her strides measured and resolute. Upon reaching the victims, she steadied her breath, inhaling deeply. "You are safe now. We are representatives of the authorities, here to escort you to the base for your resettlement." Her voice cut through the air thick with fear, and the women in the crowd gradually widened their eyes, turning their gazes toward Gu Zhuoyan as tears began to flow steadily down their cheeks, the sound of soft sobs growing ever more pronounced. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent as the car was brought over. She stood at the periphery, observing them as they boarded the vehicle. Gu Zhuoyan had always been aware of the coldness that enveloped her heart, yet this scene still brought a sting to her nose. In her previous life, she had not been rescued, left to rot in the mire. In this life, she had saved those who shared similar fates, a form of redemption for herself. "Do not be sorrowful. They have been saved." Bai Zechwan approached, observing the individuals boarding the vehicle one after another. He reached into his pocket and retrieved some candy, a large white rabbit milk candy he had just discovered in the warehouse. In a world where sweet treats were scarce, he unwrapped the confection and gently placed it upon her soft pink lips. From now on, no one shall torment them. Zhuoyan sensed a delightful sweetness in her mouth, and with the tip of her tongue, she swept across, a smile gracing her lips. I wish to partake as well, Xiao Wu interjected, peering curiously between the two. What nonsense, Bai Zhuoyan shot back, casting a glare. Zhuoyan moved forward, and Bai Zhuoyan followed suit, settling into the passenger seat. Glancing back, Zhuoyan noticed Xiao Wu, who, upon entering the vehicle, offered a respectful nod to the zombie bound like a rice dumpling. Brother, please do not bite me. I am a good person. Do not bite me. The half-zombie nestled by the car door, tilting its head, gazed out the window. One of its eyes was an ominous shade of black, casting a chilling glance that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Wu was dreadfully afraid it might lunge forward and take a bite out of him, though his teeth were equipped with protective measures. Zhuoyan gazed at the half-corpse, her lips moving slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, grinning as he leaned forward to take a closer look. Sitting upright, he offered a somewhat awkward smile. Curiosity should be tempered. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently kick a zombie off the path, only to find himself compelled to obliterate its head. Upon reaching the base, all the rescued women underwent collective examinations for the zombie virus, with those bearing injuries requiring immediate isolation. The unscathed were assigned to the talent center for further allocation. Bai Zhuoyan escorted her into the office, where the base commander personally arrived. This time, there were no casualties, and the operation had been executed exceptionally well. The commander regarded Zhuoyan, his discerning eyes filled with admiration and recognition. Her official score increased, transforming her singular points into several tens of thousands. Once all supplies were delivered, her achievements would further be augmented. Zhuoyan moved into an apartment, which was equipped with the finest facilities. She changed into fresh attire and proceeded to the laboratory. How is he? Zhuoyan stood before the glass, her gaze fixed upon the half-corpse before her. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she observed the figure seated on the bed, quiet and with his head bowed. The tattered, blood-stained clothing had been replaced, revealing a white lab coat that accentuated the dark veins crawling up his neck. We had extracted his blood for chemotherapy, but results were yet to be determined. Nonetheless, he was an enigma. Beside Zhuoyan stood a young researcher, clutching a data panel in his hands. Despite humanity's existence on Earth for millennia and the presence of formidable immune mechanisms within the body, this particular zombie virus was extraordinary, capable of evading the body's defenses. Its incubation period allowed for rapid reproduction, seizing control of the brain. The young researcher regarded the half-corpse in the laboratory, a smile flickering in his eyes. He was an anomaly. From an external perspective, the zombie virus had successfully parasitized him. Yet in terms of cognition and movement, he was not entirely lost. This case might very well serve as a pivotal breakthrough in humanity's fight against the zombie virus. Zhuoyan placed her hand against the glass, fully aware that the zombie virus would persist for the next decade, and that the antidote would not be easily attainable. Within the room, the half-corpse seemed to sense her presence, its pitch-black eyes gazing in her direction. It opened its mouth, though Zhuoyan could not hear a sound. It appeared to be speaking, or perhaps silently screaming. Chapter 43. You need do nothing, just remain healthy upon exiting the laboratory. Zhuoyan made her way to the workplace of Yan, who was still busy organizing documents, seated in the lobby while gazing out at the building's exterior. Host, this time the harvest is bountiful. The system observed her moment of distraction and finally seized the opportunity to speak. This mission had provided humanity with a substantial amount of food, simultaneously aiding in the establishment of the base and enhancing the survival value of humans, resulting in over 10,000 points. Hope for the completion of the task was once again within sight. I should have known. It would have been better to donate the supplies to the base from the start. The Binjiang base functioned as an official establishment. Despite the influence of powerful conglomerates within, it primarily served humanity. Upon entering the shopping mall, Zhuoyan decisively purchased space, causing her points to diminish significantly. Perhaps a lottery would be better. The system, eager for the treasures within the lottery pool, dismissed the commonplace offerings of them all. After some contemplation, Zhuoyan decided to draw 100 times. The majority of the 100 draws yielded food and a fair number of ordinary utensils, lacking any futuristic technology or magical scrolls. What an abysmal stroke of luck. The system observed the string of results, transitioning from anticipation to disappointment. Zhuoyan was well aware of her luck. She pressed her forehead and shook her head. Excellent. Her fortune remained consistently dismal. Zhuoyan deactivated the lottery system, casting the drawn items into her spatial realm. The space was limited, consisting of only a few compartments, and upgrades required a certain number of points. She had nurtured a space capable of harboring a gold-devouring beast. Or her thoughts, so engrossed, Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth, pleased that Zhuoyan had come to fetch her from work. Zhuoyan stood up, her hand raised. How is this mission? Is it dangerous? She was quite worried about Zhuoyan encountering trouble outside. It's not difficult. You no longer need to reside in the basement. Zhuoyan ushered Yan into the apartment, and Yan was initially taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed the space. The warmth of the heating, the bright lights, and the inviting layout enveloped her in a sense of comfort and coziness. Yan glanced around, a wave of bittersweet realization washing over her. She understood the immense number of points required to reside in such a place, a privilege unattainable for an ordinary person without merit. From now on, this will be your home. You will no longer have to squeeze into a cramped basement. Within the base, surrounded by those who would protect her, Yan felt a renewed sense of security as she embarked on her missions. Overwhelmed by emotion, she rushed forward and embraced Zhuoyan tightly, inhaling deeply. It feels so good to have you. Words failed her as her heart burned with fervor, a tempest of feelings raging within. Indeed, I promised that this time, I would not allow you to be harmed. Qin Biao is dead. Is this mission related to our villa? Yan released her grip and turned to Zhuoyan. It was inconceivable for Qin Biao to abandon the villa. Thus, their current mission must indeed revolve around it. You are quite astute. You are correct. It is the villa. Zhuoyan lightly nodded her brow with a smile. She entered the kitchen and purchased fresh ingredients from the marketplace using her points, placing them into the refrigerator. From now on, you can prepare delicious meals for me at home. Zhuoyan feigned taking a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator, shaking it playfully in her hand, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Yogurt. She hurried into the kitchen and was met with the sight of fresh meats, vegetables, and fruits within the refrigerator, stirring a tremor of excitement within her. The base provided ordinary citizens with compressed biscuits and bread, yet fresh food was an impossibility. Zhuoyan smiled as she observed her surprise. Let us prepare a meal. I shall assist you with the vegetables. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence for so long, she understood that Zhuoyan had been steadfastly protecting her, even in moments of grave mistakes. She had never uttered a word of reproach. It was precisely this unwavering support that stirred her heart. Very well. Yan washed the freshly picked leaves, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, reminiscing about the past. Once the meal was ready, Zhuoyan helped bring the dishes to the table. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafting through the air, Yan carried over a bowl of freshly steamed rice, a rare delight she hadn't savored in ages. Taking her seat, she first served Zhuoyan some braised pork. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Zhuoyan turned to Yan, who hesitated momentarily. It's someone you know, she affirmed confidently. Zhuoyan rose from her seat and approached the door, gently parting it to reveal by Zhuoyan and Songyu, who immediately greeted her with smiles upon seeing the door ajar. Sister, Miss Gu, my brother Bai and I have come to congratulate you, Songyu exclaimed, playfully shaking a box of instant noodles in his hands. Zhuoyan opened the door wider and stepped back, allowing them to enter the room. Wow, are you all dining? I'm feeling quite famished too, Songyu declared, swaggering over to take a seat. Miss He, it has been quite some time. He observed Yan without surprise, well aware of the close bond between Zhuoyan and Yan, akin to that of sisters. It was only natural that Zhuoyan, having moved to a new place, would not forget her friend. You are enjoying a delightful meal. No wonder. having just completed an impressive mission. Unlike me, who can only settle for instant noodles. Look, this dish appears delectable, he lamented, drawing a roll of the eyes from He Yin as she turned her gaze to the seated by Zhuoyan. They had both participated in the same mission, which she was fully aware of. Shall I serve the rice? She inquired, glancing at Zhuoyan. No, my brother Bai, and I will take care of it. Song Yu cheerfully responded, rising from his seat. Moments later, he returned with 2 bowls of rice and resumed his place at the table. The 4 of them dined in silence, the only sounds emanating from the clinking of chopsticks against dishes. After they had eaten their fill, He Yin noticed that the 2 guests showed no intention of departing. She picked up the empty plates and headed for the sink, while Zhuoyan settled onto the opposite end of the sofa. Miss Gu, we have come to share some good news, Song Yu said, directing his gaze toward Zhuoyan before signaling by Zhuoyan to speak. The base has decided to establish a special department to mark the locations of other members and resources within the city, as well as to liaise with other bases. Brother Bai mentioned your exceptional skills. Would you be interested in joining? Despite Zhuoyan having successfully completed her recent mission, the base had only awarded her corresponding points, without granting her any privileges. She remained an ordinary individual. What benefits might I receive? Zhuoyan harbored aspirations of expanding the base, transforming it into a sanctuary for the future of humanity. However, she was unwilling to undertake this endeavor without recompense. In addition to the substantial points and the monthly supplies provided by the base, one could also be equipped with superior weaponry, allowing for unrestricted access to the premises. Chapter 44. She indeed is not weak. I shall ponder this. Zhuoyan does not place great importance on the provision of material supplies. However, weaponry is essential to her, for the system is unreliable. She must complete tasks to earn points, and venturing outside the city is imperative. Miss Gu, should you have any grievances, I will relay them to my superiors. Song Yu stepped forward, his sincerity evident. If the base could utilize every talent, it would undoubtedly benefit its development. In the early days of the apocalypse, the base was in a state of disarray, desperately in need of skilled individuals. I desire not only sustenance, but also the welfare of family members associated with the base. She cast her gaze toward the kitchen. For He Yin is the most significant person in her life. Of course, our base prioritizes medical services for special members, and family members will also be granted preferential rights, along with supplies. Song Yu managed this aspect, and he was not surprised by Zhuoyan's requests. That is acceptable. Zhuoyan harbored no further grievances. Has Bai Zhuoyan joined as well? Song Yu nodded. This specialized department was proposed by Brother Bai to the higher-ups, and the current membership is rather limited. Zhuoyan nodded. The group was small in number, but could gradually expand in the future as the benefits offered were superior to those of ordinary individuals, which naturally meant that their ranks should not be overly populated. Song Yu rose and approached the door to offer a word of caution. Brother Bai, weren't you always concerned about Zhuoyan's safety? Upon exiting, Song Yu glanced at Bai Zhuoyan, who had scarcely uttered a word throughout the meal, a behavior quite uncharacteristic of his usually reserved demeanor. She was not the kind of fragile woman one might expect. Bai Zhuoyan's thoughts were tangled. After spending considerable time with Zhuoyan, he recognized her evolution amidst the apocalypse. She had grown radiant and empowered. She was no ordinary woman. She harbored her own ambitions and plans, and he could not confine her spirit. Rather than restraining her, it would be more prudent to walk alongside her. You once claimed that her daughter could only thrive by clinging to you. Song Yu chuckled lightly, clearly indicating that this was not the case. Bai Zhuoyan patted Song Yu's shoulder. I understand her better, he asserted as he moved ahead briskly, prompting Song Yu to momentarily pause before catching up. Zhuoyan, I still wish for you to avoid undertaking overly perilous tasks. He Yin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit, her delicate brows furrowed, and her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Where's the danger? Do you still not trust me? When faced with peril, I assure you, I can slip away with remarkable swiftness. Zhuoyan reclined on the sofa, disregarding her appearance, her voice languid and unhurried. He Yin felt that she was underestimating the dangers lurking outside. I understand your concern, He Yin. In tumultuous times, heroes inevitably emerge. I do not wish for you to reside in that cramped underground shelter. We are all striving, and this place is indeed safer. The base is growing stronger, which is beneficial for you, for me, and for humanity as a whole. Her tone remained light and airy, yet Hien sensed a profound weight beneath it. Though she feigned indifference, she quietly bore the burden of responsibility. Hien fell into silence, and sensing the oppressive quietude, Zhuoyan sat up, only to find Hien with tear-streaked eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Zhuoyan once embraced others tenderly. "Do not weep. We are all well," she said, placing a slice of apple delicately at Hien's lips. "We are family, and I promise you, I will ensure my safety. So please do not cry. It pains me to see such beauty shed tears." Hien, with tears shimmering in her eyes, glared defiantly and bit fiercely into the apple. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. Remember, you must not perish out there." Zhuoyan observed the shift in her emotions, feeling a sense of relief. Naturally, Zhuoyan, Zhang Yu, holding a blue folder, had just entered the office when her hurried gaze momentarily paused upon spotting the person seated on the sofa, seemingly in disbelief. Zhuoyan lifted her gaze and nodded slightly. "How do you?" Zhang Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Do not pry," Zhang Yu remarked as he closed the documents, rising to hand them to Zhuoyan. "In the future, Miss Gu, I shall rely on your guidance." Zhuoyan stepped out of the office, stretching her limbs, while Zhuoyan leaned against the doorframe. "Finished signing?" he asked, stabilizing himself and glancing back. "Has someone followed you out?" Standing behind her was Zhang Yu. "I wish to inquire about a few matters." Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon Zhuoyan beside her. A sudden realization dawned upon her. The words she had almost spoken now seemed inappropriate, as she considered it a farce to utter them. How could someone devoid of competence possibly pass the assessments, even in a specialized department? This self-deception was indeed laughable. "Nothing much. I merely wish to say that it has been a while since we last met. You seem to be faring quite well. Didn't I mention not to pry?" Zhang Yu twirled a pen in his fingers, acknowledging Zhang Yu's undeniable capabilities, albeit tinged with a degree of arrogance. He harbored no affection for such traits, yet with the higher-ups placing her under his supervision, he felt reluctant to refuse. "Team Leader Song, although this special department has just been established, I am aware that it demands considerable skill. I do not deny that Zhuoyan possesses a certain cleverness, yet it is merely a form of cunning. Is it not unfair for her to enter the special department by virtue of Captain Bai's influence?" Upon entering the office, Zhang Yu closed the door, her frown betraying her displeasure. "Do you truly believe Zhuoyan lacks ability and relies solely on Zhuoyan?" Zhang Yu paused, his pen twirling, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Zhang Yu, whose dissatisfaction was glaringly apparent. He chuckled, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. "How can you ascertain her lack of capability?" He leaned forward, scrutinizing her. "My interactions with her have led me to conclude that her abilities are not particularly remarkable," Zhang Yu stated bluntly. "The special department established by the higher-ups aims for the base's betterment, not for the personal gain of a select few. You are aware of the Benheim material mission, correct?" Zhang Yu appeared nonchalant, noting that the higher-ups had kept the primary personnel confidential, leading everyone to assume it was Zhuoyan. Captain Bai's executed tasks had brought significant benefits to the base, providing ample material support for its development. Zhang Yu, witnessing his amusement, felt an odd sensation stir within her. The contribution of this Benheim material mission to the base was monumental, with all praising and celebrating it. Yet, the leader of this mission was not Zhuoyan, but rather Zhuoyan. Zhang Yu reclined against the back of his chair, his gaze drifting to the window where the street below bustled with activity, supplies being transported into the base and guards patrolling. Zhang Yu's mind erupted with realization, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zhuoyan, she could hardly believe it, yet she suddenly recalled the rumors circulating within the base. While rumors may be fabricated, Zhang Yu would not engage in such trivial jesting with her. Chapter 45. Her heart clearly tender. Was she truly so formidable? Zhang Yu murmured. For her understanding of Zhuoyan was that she was merely a performer, and how could her theatrical skills translate into genuine prowess? She recalled the days before arriving at the base, when she witnessed Gu Zhuoyan single-handedly battling against zombies for an extended period. Those were not mere displays of concealment. Astonishment flickered in her eyes. One must not underestimate her. Song Yu, observing her expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. Although his initial shock was not as profound as Zhang Yu's, it was still considerable. The inexplicable feeling of having stumbled upon a treasure, coupled with a sense of frustration, was difficult to articulate. Yet, as long as it contributed to the betterment of the base, it was ultimately a positive outcome. Zhang Yu fell silent, acknowledging that she had indeed underestimated her. Yet, how could someone merely from the entertainment industry possess such incredible abilities? Song Yu stroked his chin, pondering. He remained unaware of the full truth. According to investigations, Gu Zhuoyan was simply Gu Zhuoyan, having spent many years navigating the entertainment realm, which was no fabrication. Perhaps the apocalypse held unexpected opportunities after all. Although he was curious about the secrets behind Gu Zhuoyan, it was evident that this was not the right moment to seek answers. Exiting the central building, Gu Zhuoyan stretched her limbs, the sky still shrouded in a gray haze. Though the rain had lessened in recent days, the temperature began to drop, reminiscent of the incessant rain from earlier this month. This year's winter had arrived unusually early. Gu Zhuoyan tilted her head back, her eyes half closed as she gazed up at the thick, ominous clouds shrouding the base. Indeed, it was early. Preparations for winter clothing needed to commence. Bai Zichuan followed her gaze towards the sky. Tomorrow, assessments would begin. He turned to look at Gu Zhuoyan, her reflection captured in his dark, flower-like eyes. If I can pass, then so be it. It matters little, for I have my own way of living. Gu Zhuoyan smiled, appearing rather nonchalant as she stepped into the central square, where the throngs of people surpassed those in the central building. There was no chaos here. Despite being in the early stages of construction, it radiated a sense of prosperity. In truth, I'm not as formidable as one might think. You see, I have merely been relying on accumulated experience during these past few days of undertaking tasks. If I were to be eliminated tomorrow, it would merely reflect her inadequacy, leaving her devoid of those benefits. Do you only care about the benefits? Bai Zichuan raised an eyebrow in amusement, clearly skeptical. He understood Gu Zhuoyan well. Having witnessed the suffering of those women before, she would surely feel compassion. If it were merely for the benefits, she could easily rely on her looks and charm, avoiding the perils of adventure altogether. Deep down, she truly cared and wished to see this place flourish. Of course, in this apocalyptic world, I too am but an ordinary person. Gu Zhuoyan believed she ought to be this way. The previous generation should embody such ideals, yearning for life, craving sustenance, seeking refuge. Presently, she has succeeded in safeguarding herself and Hien, and possesses an abundance of food. Yet, she finds herself discontented. If this world were to consist solely of her and Hien, the latter would not find joy. The betterment of the base could rescue countless souls. You are not who you claim to be, Gu Zhuoyan. When you speak thus before Song Yu and others, they may believe you, but I see through your facade. Your true thoughts diverge from this pretense. The lies she tells herself are marred by an unmistakable history of deceit. Gu Zhuoyan smiled once more, her silence speaking volumes as she advanced forward. Bai Zichuan kept pace beside her, and witnessing her reticence only fortified his assumptions. It was evident that she harbored noble intentions. The current mission was initiated by higher authorities, aimed at investigating reports of distress signals emanating from New City, just outside Jiang City, where a multitude of citizens had previously called for help. However, 2 days prior, when the base resolved to dispatch personnel for rescue, communication had been severed. Your assessment objective was merely to discern the situation at that location. Song Yu held a file in hand. The encrypted document had been unlocked, and he extracted the letter contained within. Gu Zhuoyan furrowed her brows after perusing the information. Is this all there is? Gu Zhuoyan felt that it would not be so simple. Allow me to confide in you that this task is indeed rather extraordinary. It is said that the area outside Jiangshan was once a military base where a significant quantity of weapons mysteriously disappeared. There are suspicions that the missing citizens are undoubtedly connected to this matter. Song Yu, after ensuring that no one was around, spoke cautiously. What about Bai Zichuan? In this apocalyptic era, the chaos extends beyond the mere presence of zombies. Gu has his own assessments to consider. Song Yu wore an expression that suggested he could not elaborate further, and Zhuoyan chose not to pry. Just be careful. I still hope to partake in the celebration banquet. Seeing her refrain from pressing for more details, Song Yu smiled. Yin and you share a bond akin to that of sisters. Without you, I surely shall miss her culinary delights. Wishing you success. Zhuoyan raised an eyebrow. As for that base, please take good care of her. Although there is little danger when she's not around, human intentions can be unpredictable. I do not wish for Yin to be bullied in my absence. Song Yu patted his chest reassuringly. While I may not be able to handle other matters, this one I can certainly manage. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on the little chef. His position at the base may appear trivial, yet he wields considerable influence. In the evening, Zhuoyan departed from the base, and once she exited the city, she exchanged the base's vehicle for her own little ferry. Zhuoyan drove past the highway, arriving at the remarkably developed area outside Binjiang City. A bridge separated the two, beneath which flowed the river, renowned for its exquisite nightscape. Boats floated on the water, flanked by bustling shops, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet now, the bridge was strewn with abandoned, wrecked vehicles, and zombies wandered aimlessly, rendering the place a desolate city. Zhuoyan gazed out at the scenery as the little ferry sent the approaching zombies flying, reaching the opposite bank of the river. Upon entering the new city, Zhuoyan found herself enveloped in darkness. The streets were teeming with shadows that were distinctly not human. Zhuoyan parked her car in a secluded shopping mall. After securing the vehicle, she ascended to the upper floor through the back entrance, seeking a relatively safe place to spend the night. In her quest for information, she understood that locating her target was imperative. However, at this moment, the whereabouts of her objective remained unknown. She resolved to conserve her energy and explore the city the following day. Perched by the window, Zhuoyan procured some sustenance from a nearby store. As she settled down to eat, she gazed outside. Once satiated, she prepared to take out her little ferry for a rest. Rising to her feet, she peered through the glass of the window, noticing headlights approaching along the distant road. As the vehicle drew nearer, she discerned a sports car gliding gracefully into the supermarket after executing a stunning drift. Zhuoyan raised her eyebrows. There were quite a few zombies downstairs. Such an ostentatious display was clearly an invitation to death. Zhuoyan resolved to descend and investigate. She exited her room, gracefully leaping down the stairs, and found the vehicle in the mall surrounded by an army of zombies. The headlights illuminated the staggering number of undead, easily exceeding 100. As the car door swung open, Zhuoyan observed a figure, thoroughly wrapped in protective gear, emerging from within. Clutching an assault rifle, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the resounding echoes of headshots reverberating through the air. The horde of zombies dwindled at an alarming rate. However, such an approach was evidently unwise, as the gunfire attracted even more zombies from outside. "Brother, I'll go close the door," a girl exclaimed, her voice ringing clear as she dashed toward the entrance. "Ran Yuan, don't be reckless. Hurry and retreat upstairs with Mom and Dad. I'll hold them off." The heavily clad figure shouted urgently, causing the girl to halt in her tracks and turn back to assist the two individuals still in the vehicle. Zhuoyan observed him carve a path. Yet the zombies continued to surge in relentlessly. Just as a headache began to envelop her, the three had already reached the stairway. "Brother, there's zombies." The undead below, drawn by the sound, began to congregate. Zhuoyan observed the pallor of the girl's complexion as the undead drew nearer. "Yuan, you must protect your mother. Your father fears not death." A middle-aged man in a suit bent down to retrieve a steel pipe from the ground. "Dad." The one wielding the firearm was evidently a youth who nodded anxiously. Despair flickered in the eyes of the girl and the middle-aged woman. "You all must strive to survive." The man bellowed as he charged forward. He struck the zombie's head repeatedly, swiftly dispatching the first, then the second, and the third. Yet, fatigue began to overwhelm him, and he found himself unable to evade the oncoming threats. As the zombie lunged for his throat, the girl and the woman cried out, their voices laced with hopelessness. The creature lunged forward. In the enveloping darkness, a figure darted past, sending the zombie hurtling far away. before the surrounding undead could advance. The glint of a dagger sliced through the air, and soon a head rolled down the steps. Zhuoyan wiped the grime splattered across her face. The three of them stood in a daze. "Don't be lost in thought. Move forward and take a left turn." Zhuoyan intercepted the railing and leaped to the side of the tightly wrapped youth, delivering a swift kick that sent the approaching zombie tumbling down, causing the others to roll in a chaotic heap. She pulled the young man upward and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the top, Zhuoyan forcefully kicked a heavy metal barrel down the stairs. "Who are you?" The three who entered first regarded her with wariness, their silhouettes obscured in the darkness. Zhuoyan released the person she was holding on to. The boy beside her, wrapped like a zongzi, removed his helmet, set down his machine gun, and reached into the pocket at his waist. He produced a flashlight and directed its beam onto Zhuoyan's face. "Do you not possess any manners?" Zhuoyan raised her hand to shield her eyes from the brightness, squinting to discern the figure before her. The youth had a striking countenance, his brows arched elegantly, eyes as dark as obsidian, his tousled black hair framing his face. With a furrowed brow, he regarded Zhuoyan with palpable tension. Upon realizing she was a woman, astonishment surged within him. "Please, lower your flashlight. You saved us. Who are you?" The girl spoke cautiously, adjusting her glasses, her demeanor betraying a fear of Zhuoyan's potential hostility. "I am merely an ordinary person," she replied. "I rescued you because your commotion attracted the zombies below. Given this turmoil, how am I to leave this place tomorrow?" Zhuoyan gazed at the ceiling, indifferent to the identities of the individuals around her. Her sole concern was the thought of this family becoming fodder for the undead. She simply wished to prevent the emergence of another zombie in this world. "You are quite remarkable, young lady. You strike me as anything but ordinary," remarked the middle-aged man, as they all remained on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down easily. In a post-apocalyptic world, it is quite natural to possess certain skills. Those devoid of any abilities would have perished long ago. Zhuoyan turned her back to the four individuals. "What about your family?" the middle-aged woman inquired, observing her with a discerning eye. She perceived the girl as somewhat listless, yet there was a subtle depth to her demeanor, suggesting a tender heart beneath her exterior. Moments ago, she could have chosen to remain indifferent, sheltered in this haven where the zombies could not invade, allowing her to remain a mere spectator. Yet she did not. Had it not been for her assistance, perhaps this family would have faced a demise tonight. The woman felt a burgeoning fondness for Zhuoyan. Alone, she likely harbored countless sorrows and unspoken burdens. In this place, where safety enveloped them, the only family that Zhuoyan acknowledges is Zhuoyan. She has drooping eyelids. In this world, where can one find a sanctuary? It is rife with man-eating zombies, and humanity itself can be terrifying. The young man placed his machine gun upon the table, shedding the weighty armor that clung to him. He approached Zhuoyan, crouching beside her, clad in a dark red leather jacket that exuded a youthful audacity and sharpness. "You are so formidable. Please teach me," he implored earnestly. "My family and I wish to survive in this apocalyptic era." The boy's eyes were filled with determination. He was resolute in his intention to lead his parents to the official base, to escape those despicable deceivers and the monstrous beings that devour. To survive, one must reach the base. Zhuoyan lay back with her arms crossed. "Are you aware of the official base?" the young man inquired with excitement, leaning closer. "Cross the bridge and proceed forward to the central building. That is where the official base resides. Regrettably, you have arrived here tonight. Once you cross the bridge, you'll be truly safe." Zhuoyan was somewhat taken aback that they were unaware of the location of the official base. "Do you think it is that simple to get there? Those treacherous scoundrels have sent guards to watch over the place. Once you enter, you may find it impossible to leave." The youth's brows furrowed with indignation and resentment. "Sister, are you one of the people from the official base?" Zhuoyan stepped forward, her eyes filled with hesitation for quite a while. "I suppose I am." Zhuoyan did not conceal her thoughts, for it was not a matter of great significance. "Then you must be a good person," Zhuoyan exclaimed with joy. The official base was a place she and her family had longed to visit. Although merely separated by a bridge, the increasing number of zombies, which had begun to mutate, rendered their passage far from simple. Furthermore, there are also the treacherous individuals to consider. Am I truly a good person? Zhuoyan found the situation intriguing. If there are good people here, there must inevitably be villains as well. Who, then, is the embodiment of this malevolence? I am Ran Shichao, and this is my sister, Ran Shiyuan. Our father is Ran Guofu, and our mother, Yongli. In this new city, a nefarious group has emerged, having established the Abyss base a fortnight ago. The leader of this base possesses an arsenal of weapons and has imprisoned numerous citizens, subjecting them to horrific experiments. You're likely aware of the incidents involving the zombie mutations. They're conducting research on such phenomena and applying their findings to ordinary people. Ran Shichao clenched his fists, a surge of resentment swelling within him. To ensure my family's safety, I led them in a desperate escape from that place. Pursued relentlessly until we were momentarily halted by a mutated zombie, which allowed us to evade capture. Ran Shichao turned to his parents, guilt gnawing at him for nearly endangering their lives through his recklessness. As long as you remain here, they will inevitably follow. Zhuoyan sat up, her mind racing as she began to decipher the clues of their current mission. Ran Shiyuan's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling in apprehension, prompting Gu Ranshi to turn and gently pat her back. Chapter 47. I must not be weak. I must not falter. I must persevere. My name is Gu Zhuoyan, and regarding the so-called base of no return, I believe it is premature for them to follow us here. Tomorrow, I will lead you to a safe location, and you shall be unharmed. Gu Zhuoyan spoke, noticing the little girl with red eyes, evidently frightened, alongside a woman. I always knew that my sister was a good person. Ran Shiyuan lowered her head to wipe her tears. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay you in the future. Ran Shichao gazed at her, his eyes burning with determination. He too wished to grow stronger to protect his sister and parents. Very well, repay me when the opportunity arises. For now, rest and gather your strength. Gu Zhuoyan closed her eyes, her slumber shallow. Having endured the apocalypse for a decade, even within the confines of the base, she found it impossible to attain a peaceful sleep. Ran Shichao wandered about the room, arranging the modest space before ushering his family inside and securing the door. Let's huddle together, he suggested. With the flashlight extinguished, the three of them lay down, their hearts still tinged with disbelief. Ran Xin nestled her head against her mother's bosom, seeking warmth, while her father gently patted her back. Ran Shichao refrained from joining them on the bed, instead making his way to the door. Where are you going? Ran's father inquired, lifting his gaze at his son's departure. I will keep watch, Ran Shichao replied. His father fell silent, seemingly understanding his son's intentions. Squatting by the door, Ran Shichao embraced his knees, gazing longingly at his family before burying his head in his lap. The temperature noticeably dropped in the latter part of the night. Gu Zhuoyan rose and peered out the window. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Leaning against the sofa, she reclined once more. Gu Zhuoyan found herself restless, unable to sleep. After lying in bed for quite some time, she decided to sit up and gaze at the night outside. The door creaked open, and Ranshi stepped out of the room, rubbing his arms. Though clad in a leather jacket, the chill of the late night had awakened him, and sleep eluded him thereafter. Why are you still awake at this hour? Ran Shiyuan's eyes widened slightly, and his movements halted as he instinctively lowered his gaze. I can't sleep. Gu Zhuoyan understood immediately. She rose, picked up the blanket draped over the sofa, and tossed it to Ran Shichao. I noticed the dark circles under your eyes, clearly indicating a lack of rest. How could you not feel tired? You should rest. For only with renewed vigor can you protect those you cherish. Ran Shichao caught the blanket, its warmth contrasting with his cold fingers, causing his heart to flutter. Do you not need it? It's quite chilly tonight. He clutched the blanket, asserting his masculinity, resolute against the cold. I still have my own reserves. I will take care of myself and will not bring harm to you. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the pitch-black rooftop, her promise lingering in the air. He looked upon his slumbering family, his heart swelling with tranquility. The gentle and rhythmic sound of their breaths transformed into a lullaby, lulling him into a deep slumber. Brother, wake up. Ran Shichao felt a sting on his cheek as if it had been slapped, and upon opening his eyes, he was met by the anxious gaze of Ran Shiyuan. Brother, you seem to have a fever. With concern, Ran Shiyuan helped him sit up, while their parents wore expressions of worry, wrapping a blanket around him. I am fine, merely a slight cold, Ran Shichao insisted, though he noticed a slight ache in his throat. He did not wish to burden his parents with worry and stubbornly attempted to stand. You foolish child. Why must you put on a brave face? Ran Mother's eyes were red. It was their negligence. No matter how strong he was, he remained just a freshly grown adult. They felt a wave of guilt wash over them. I will go ask Sister Gu Zhuoyan. She might have some medicine. Ran Xuan rose and dashed toward the door, but the living room was devoid of any presence. Sister, sister. Ran Shichao hurried to the sofa, which was neatly arranged, indicating that Gu Zhuoyan had departed early and had held no warmth. Ran father and Ran mother emerged, their anxiety palpable. Ran Shichao followed, his cheeks still flushed, his breathing slightly labored. She has left, Ran father concluded solemnly after surveying the scene. A cough escaped Ran Shichao, his heart sinking. She was merely a stranger. Her assistance yesterday was more than generous. I will take you to a safe place. Ran Shichao clenched his fists, with Ran Shiyuan coming over to support him. You are unwell, brother. You need a rest. Ran Shiyuan attempted to guide him inside, but Ran Shichao stubbornly resisted. Click. Gu Zhuoyan opened the door to find 4 individuals standing within. Her gaze fell upon Ran Shiyuan, whose eyes glistened with tears, while Ran Guofu and Yang Li were enveloped in sorrow. What had transpired? She had merely ventured out to survey the terrain in search of a safe haven. Yet this family appeared on the brink of tears. Her attention shifted to Ran Shichao, and she noticed his pallor was far from normal. Are you unwell? Did you not leave? He stood tall, his back straightened. He had family to care for, and he could not afford to falter, to succumb to illness, or to display weakness. I went out to scout for a secure location and to gather some provisions. Once I have eaten, I shall escort you. But it must be one at a time. Ran Shiyuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips clasped tightly as she grappled with the harsh transformation of human hearts in these apocalyptic times. Kindness had become a rarity, and the young girl's beautiful eyes were gradually clouded with tears. I knew it. My sister is a good person. She would never abandon us. She reached to wipe her tears away, and Gu Zhuoyan hesitated for a moment before gently ruffling her hair. Eat well. I will lead you to a secure place. Ran Shiyuan's sorrow transformed into a smile as she distributed the food to her parents. Ran Guofu and Yang Li were taken aback. They had presumed Gu Zhuoyan feared being burdened by their family and had departed early. Little did they know, she had ventured forth to brave the risks in search of safety, leaving them with a sense of guilt. They had misjudged her intentions, allowing their own suspicions to cloud their judgment. I will transfer you in batches shortly. My vehicle is small, accommodating only one person at a time, so you must decide who will depart first. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the 4 individuals. Ran Guofu rose to his feet. I shall go ahead to provide support. Father, please be careful, Ran Shiyuan implored, embracing her father's waist, reluctant to let go. Their family had never been apart, and in the face of the apocalyptic dangers, the thought of separation loomed as an eternity of fear. Rest assured, we will all return safely, Ran Guofu reassured, affectionately patting his daughter's head. He turned his gaze towards his son on the bed, offering a comforting smile. Chapter 48. The Pursuit by the Unseen Organization. I am leading you to a place of safety, not to your demise. Gu Zhuoyan discreetly covered her mouth to mask her embarrassment and cleared her throat. Ran Guofu turned his head and offered an apologetic smile. We did not intend it that way. Gu Zhuoyan raised her hand, interrupting his subsequent words. I understand. There is no need for excessive explanation. Accompanied by Ran Guofu, Gu Zhuoyan had already cleared some of the zombies along the way, encountering little resistance. Then let us proceed to take you there. Gu Zhuoyan assisted Ran Shichao to rise, his body devoid of strength, relying solely on her support. Mother, please be cautious, he breathed heavily. Ran's mother was filled with concern. Her brows furrowed as she grasped Ran Shichao's hand. Gu Zhuoyan ventured outside with her companion. As they traversed the corridor, the sound of a motorcycle emanated from below. Gu Zhuoyan steadied Ran Shi, prompting them to halt. She glanced downwards but discerned no figures, only zombies swayed, gathering towards the exit. There were indeed people. Zhuoyan gazed at Ran Shichao, who frowned deeply, his head spinning as he struggled to discern who was below. You must take my mother away. It is undoubtedly those relentless pursuers who are after us. Please, help me remain here. He shook his head, striving to maintain his clarity. Yet the stairs before him swayed, and his steps felt unsteady. I did not mean to. Ran Shichao sensed a softness behind him as he straightened. A wave of heat coursing through his spine, akin to being licked by a flame. You are but a child. I am indifferent to your plight. Your mother would never permit you to remain here. Since you insist on her departure first, you must endure a slight discomfort. She assisted him to the restroom, where Ran Shichao leaned against the cold wall, resolute in his desire for the safety of his family. Thank you. He lifted his gaze, his vision clouded, his mouth slightly agape as he gasped for breath. The figure before him appeared indistinct, and suddenly the shadow deepened. A refreshing scent dispelled the stench of blood and decay, reminiscent of summer lemons mingling with ice. His lips were touched, the chill palpable, as a capsule was placed in his mouth. Swallow it. Zhuoyan gently patted his head. She had initially intended to provide him with the medicine at a more discreet time. Observing him obediently swallow the medication, she rose to close the bathroom door. So soon? I hope nothing has gone awry. Zhuoyan shook her head. Someone is coming. You must leave with me at once. Zhuoyan discreetly departed through the back door with her parents, her little fairy swift as ever. Yang Li, filled with trepidation, scarcely dared to open her eyes. Zhuoyan escorted them until Ran Guofu emerged to receive her. Where was Zhao? Leaning on Ran Guofu for support, her complexion pale and her legs trembling. Zhuoyan did not alight from the vehicle. Her words rendered Yang Li instantly bereft of strength. She turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhuoyan remained silent as the car departed. Ran Guofu assisted the individual into the house and closed the door. Those people had arrived, and Zhao was once again afflicted by illness. Yang Li covered her mouth, striving to suppress her sorrowful cries, while Ran Guofu's expression turned grave as he helped Yang Li to the sofa to rest. Ran Xiwen was also comforting her mother. It appeared that the situation was quite serious. Zhuoyan picked up the bullet casing and turned her gaze towards the bathroom, proceeding slowly in that direction. The bathroom was eerily quiet. As she opened the door, a gun was aimed directly at her. Bang! The gun fired, but fortunately, Zhuoyan had been vigilant and had anticipated the attack. Her face was grazed, as the assailant had not expected her to evade the shot. In a swift motion, she advanced, disarming the gunman by twisting his arm, seizing the weapon, and locking him in a chokehold. The entire sequence of actions unfolded almost instantaneously. The man with the gun widened his eyes in shock. Where was Ran Shi? Zhuoyan pressed the gun against the man's temple, commanding him to exit the restroom. Upon stepping outside, they encountered 3 individuals in the corridor. Ran Shichao was restrained, his face swollen and bruised, as someone held his head down and controlled his arms. A woman aimed a gun at the back of his head while glancing towards Zhuoyan. If you don't want him to die, lower your weapon. Run. Ran Shichao raised his head, blood trickling down his forehead, his eyes glistening with rage. You little brat. Shut up. The man restraining him delivered a harsh kick to the back of his knee, his gaze fierce. Tell your people to release Ran Shichao. Zhuoyan tightened her grip, causing the man she had seized to redden in the face. Let him go. I still have no desire to meet my end. The man, struggling against the chokehold on his neck, desperately clawed at Zhuoyan's arm, his eyes fixed intently on the trio before him. You can rest assured in your demise. You wretched woman, I assure you, you shan't survive this either. The man wearing sunglasses declared, before firing at the man held captive by Zhuoyan. She swiftly maneuvered her group to evade the shot, yet the bullet struck the man squarely in the chest, blood erupting forth. Bastard! He exclaimed, blood spilling from his mouth, filled with resentment and defiance. Zhuoyan cast aside the person, leaning against the staircase, her body shifting outward. The 2 individuals controlling Ran Shi were taken aback, not anticipating that the man would open fire. The man fired repeatedly at Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan concealed herself downstairs. Leaning against the wall, her breath slightly labored. Two individuals descended, and she discerned their footsteps and positions in the darkness. As they drew closer, Zhuoyan gradually unsheathed the dagger from her waist. The man at the back was suddenly silenced, his mouth covered, and he struggled fiercely. A sharp pain pierced his neck. Blood gushed forth, yet he could not utter a sound. A gunshot echoed as the man in front fired. Zhuoyan used the lifeless body to shield herself, forcefully hurling her dagger into the shadows, followed by the man's agonized scream. Zhuoyan swiftly approached, as the man fired his weapon erratically into the darkness. She positioned herself at the doorway, biding her time until his ammunition was exhausted. The predator lay in wait within the shadows, while the prey could only advance cautiously. As the man clumsily reloaded, the familiar cold touch of a gun barrel pressed against the back of his head sent tremors through his soul, his pupils dilating in fear. Bang! Chapter 49. One cannot catch tigers without entering their lair. The woman felt a surge of anxiety as she glanced at the restrained Ran Shichao, who turned his head slightly. Her anger intensified. The organization had taken their families hostage. Should they attempt to flee or fail their mission, their loved ones would suffer dire consequences. Traitors! Ran Shichao spat, his head still spinning, a result of his disheveled state. His vision was obscured by blood. A haze of crimson. The woman rose and delivered a swift kick to Ran Shichao, her chest heaving with emotion as she aimed her gun at the back of his head. Seeking death, are we? She cocked the weapon. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention. She looked up to find Zhuoyan materializing before her, shock etched across her features. You, where are Zhang Mao and Lu Matzi? Lower your weapon, or you shall perish. You killed them. The woman's disbelief was palpable, her grip tightening around Ran Shichao as she prepared to pull the trigger. As Zhuoyan witnessed the imminent discharge of the firearm, she realized she had no time to react. I will not kill you. Release him. Zhuoyan spread her hands, and the gun fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. By relinquishing the weapon, she instantly rendered herself non-threatening to the woman, who was poised to shoot her. Her gaze remained fixed on the woman, ever ready to evade, for she would never gamble with her own life. Ran Shichao, witnessing her discard the gun, felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. She pointed at the firearm, commanding Ran Shichao to rise. You must bind her securely. As she untied Ran Shichao, her vigilance towards Zhuoyan remained steadfast, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Ran Shichao stood up, tearing away the ropes and wiping the bloodstains from his eyelids. The ropes lay at his feet, and he grasped them tightly in his palm. Aware of the gratitude he owed to Zhuoyan, he was unwilling to bring her into jeopardy. Do not dawdle, the woman urged anxiously, fully aware of Zhuoyan's unpredictability. Come closer. Without entering the tiger's den, how could one capture its cub? She could certainly eliminate the woman, but she required a legitimate opportunity to infiltrate. Ran Shichao observed her, clenching his teeth as he slowly approached. I am unafraid of sacrifice. You will surely escape. As he neared, he feigned wrapping the rope around Zhuoyan's body, their proximity so intimate that the scent of blood nearly enveloped her. You will not perish, nor is there a need for sacrifice. Zhuoyan lowered her eyelids. Your parents are safe. I will find an opportunity for you to reunite. Zhuoyan gazed at the woman who held the gun tightly. I no longer pose a threat. You may lower your guard. Upon hearing her words, the woman shifted her gaze to Ran Shichao. She picked up a rope and approached, binding Ran Shichao securely. Now, there is no escape for you. Zhuoyan remained silent. The woman's martial prowess paled in comparison to that of the two men. Hurry downstairs, she urged Zhuoyan, undeterred by Ran Shi, whose frail, ailing state held no intimidation. Her mind was still clouded. Zhuoyan descended the stairs, glancing back to find a woman pressing a gun against her waist. The woman spoke with derision, fully aware of the terrifying and frenzied nature of their predicament, which compelled her to fulfill her task. It was indeed quite fearsome. Noticing Zhuoyan's apparent lack of fear, the woman mocked her further. Ran Shichao remained silent, clenching his fists, eager to devise a solution. The three descended the stairs, with Zhuoyan and Ran Shichao being shoved to the rear of the vehicle. The woman took the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator, and the car roared to life. Surging forward with a sudden burst of speed, Zhuoyan abruptly leaned back, landing directly beside Ran Shichao in the corner. Her head collided with his abdomen, causing the young man to emit a muffled groan. "Are you all right?" he inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his belly as he gazed at Zhuoyan, a hint of concern creeping in that she might have been knocked unconscious. "I'm fine, truly," she reassured him. Zhuoyan lifted her head as the vehicle swerved violently once more, causing her body to be thrown against the metal surface behind her, her back ablaze with pain. "Hey, do you even know how to drive?" Ran Shi, equally disoriented from the jarring ride, raised his head. His forehead, already marked by a scab, now began to bleed anew. With eyes aflame with fury, he glared at the woman at the wheel, wishing fervently to drag her from the car. "If you wish to live, silence yourself." Zhuoyan sat up, having freed herself from the knots that bound her. She shook off the restraints that had ensnared her body, allowing them to fall away. Zhuoyan moved beside Ran Shichao, who was taken aback to see that her ropes had been untied. "Shoo!" Zhuoyan discerned his intention to speak. Swiftly, she reached out to untie his bindings. Once both of them were free from restraint, Zhuoyan gradually shifted to the driver's seat. Drawing a dagger, she swiftly positioned it against the woman's neck. "You!" the woman exclaimed in shock, causing the vehicle to skid dangerously close to an abandoned truck. "Stop the car." Zhuoyan grasped the wheelchair tightly, her fingers constricting around the woman's neck, whose eyes glistened with a crimson hue. "I knew it would not be so simple. Very well. Let us perish together." She slammed her foot down on the accelerator, and the car hurtled towards the building. As Zhuoyan's grip slipped from her throat, she dragged the lifeless body, pressing the gas pedal with fervor, the vehicle surging forward at an alarming speed. With a thunderous crash, the front of the car collided with the edifice. Zhuoyan opened her eyes, her vision enveloped in red, her entire body racked with pain. She had not anticipated that the woman could be so deranged. A cough escaped her lips, leaving a metallic sweetness in her mouth. It's over. I'm going to die." The system had collapsed. In the brief moment of its slumber, the host had nearly lost her life. Ran Shichao, in the rear of the vehicle, fared somewhat better than Zhuoyan. He dragged his bloodied form forward, the car severely deformed, its glass shattered as the zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to move slowly towards them. "Zhuoyan, are you all right?" Ran Shichao felt as though his body had been crushed under immense weight, pain coursing through him as he bit his lower lip and continued to drag himself along. "I am older than you. Before we part ways, shouldn't you call me sister?" Zhuoyan coughed, blood trickling from the corners of her lips. As Ran Shi gazed upon her blood-soaked form, his eyes instantly reddened, tears blurring his crimson-hued vision. She had once possessed the opportunity to flee, yet she relinquished her chance to resist in favor of her own safety. Chapter 50. A Pair of Doomed Lovers. "It's all right. Do not weep. I am unharmed." Zhuoyan extended her hand, and Ran Shi clasped it with both of his. Tears mingled with blood streamed down. He had never felt such suffocating despair. "If you have anything to say, share it with me. I promise I shall fulfill your wishes. I am not ready to die." Leaving no words behind, Zhuoyan grimaced as the zombies outside drew perilously close to the glass. In her current state, she was ill-equipped for battle. Blood had thoroughly soaked her garments, and she instinctively recoiled. Indeed, it hurt. Of course it does. Your ribcage is fractured. The system frantically scoured the shop. Who, with broken ribs, could still move about with such vitality? In her head, "Let's hope there was no concussion, but I still have you, my dear system." Zhuoyan shared an emotional connection with the system as she closed her eyes. She did not genuinely wish for death. It appeared she had merely lost a wager. "Next time, I shall never gamble my life again." Ran Xiong gazed at her eyelids slowly descending, mistakenly believing she had passed away. He immediately intended to pull her into the carriage to prevent her from being scratched by a zombie and becoming infected. "Kid, I'm not dead yet." Zhuoyan felt a sharp tugging pain in her shoulder, prompting her to open her eyes immediately. Ran Shi, his tears transforming into a smile, had thought she was lifeless. I will take you inside," he said, carefully assisting Gu Zhuoyan to her feet before settling into the rear compartment. Found it, the system exclaimed, as Gu Zhuoyan took a deep breath of the cold air. Special item, bone sculpting spirit spring. Upon observing the situation, Gu Zhuoyan remarked with dismay at the exorbitant price. Over 4,000 points, a substantial depletion of resources. Host, do you value your life or your wealth? The system noted his profound fear, as his vital signs plummeted alarmingly. Redemption. Gu Zhuoyan opened her eyes, a minuscule vial of transparent oral solution in her hand. She raised the vial to her lips and poured its contents into her mouth. It bore no flavor, reminiscent of the counterfeit medicine that the system had sold. The system couldn't help but chuckle at her miserly demeanor. Gu Zhuoyan twitched her lips, for the points she had painstakingly earned were not to be squandered. Initially, she had anticipated enduring a harrowing process of bone fragmentation with the bone reshaping spirit spring. However, that was not the case. Upon consumption, a gentle warmth enveloped her body, radiating throughout her limbs, and the pain in her chest and head gradually subsided. Gu Zhuoyan? Ran Shichao observed her motionless form and leaned closer, gently patting her cheek. Receiving no response, his hand trembled as he cautiously approached her nose to check for breath. Upon detecting no sign of respiration, he felt as though struck by lightning. His body turned numb, his complexion pale, and his lips quivered. You are not dead. You cannot perish, not during the golden rescue period. He was aware that Gu Zhuoyan's chest might have sustained fractures from the impact, hence he refrained from administering CPR. He pinched her nose and chin, leaning in closer. Just as he was about to make contact, Gu Zhuoyan blinked her eyes. The bone reshaping spirit had merely induced a momentary asphyxiation, and she felt a soft touch upon her lips. Cough, 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 I'm not dead yet. She pushed him away and staggered to her feet. Upon witnessing her revival, Ran Shichao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, I meant to save you. You were not breathing just now, he exclaimed anxiously, his ears reddening. Host, you've struck gold. He is only 18 years old. The system, sensing stable life signs, transitioned from shock to calm, unable to resist a cheeky remark. Cough, I'm fine now. Let's depart. Gu Zhuoyan felt a sense of embarrassment. She had no inclination to take advantage of others, especially not a child. She helped Ran Shichao to his feet, noting the unusual condition of his left leg, which led her to suspect a possible fracture. Ran Shichao leaned against her. Are you all right? You looked as if you were on the brink of death just moments ago. It's merely an internal injury. I'm fine. What matters now is to leave. Gu Zhuoyan gazed through the glass at the encircling horde of zombies. Descending to eliminate them was fraught with difficulty. To venture forth unarmed would be tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. Though she possessed some ethereal abilities, she hesitated as she beheld the bloodied figure of Ran Shichao. I'm injured all over. What do you expect me to do? Ran Shichao lowered his head, having just displayed a facade of strength. Now he found himself utterly depleted, and even were his intentions noble, he could only meet his demise. I shall go out, he declared. Gu Zhuoyan gently set him down and rose to her feet, but Ran Xiang swiftly grasped her wrist. Are you intending to walk to your own demise? I'm aware of your prowess, yet we are both injured now. You must not go. Gu Zhuoyan intended to articulate further, but suddenly, amidst the wails of the undead, the sharp crack of gunfire resonated. It was the thunderous roar of a powerful machine gun, the sound of zombie heads bursting akin to the popping of overripe bubbles, a cacophony of destruction. Ran Shichao grasped her hand tightly, relying on her for support as he attempted to rise. The surrounding zombies were swiftly dispatched, and a black modified vehicle came to a halt beside them. The door swung open, and a pair of black shoes descended onto the ground, now smeared with rotting flesh, creating a dissonance with the scene. Jian's gaze ascended, landing upon the man clad in a black shirt, his shoulder bearing the weight of a submachine gun. Dark sunglasses shielding his eyes, his complexion strikingly pale. He beckoned to assess whether the occupants of the vehicle were alive or dead. His voice emerged, gravelly and laced with a flippant undertone, evoking an impression of disdain for all life, as if no existence were worthy of his regard. Another man emerged from the vehicle, nodding as he swiftly approached to open the door. Inside, a pair of desperate lovers were confined. The man's gaze swept over Zhuoyan and Ran Shizhao. Ian, supporting Ran Shizhao, struggled to maintain her footing, bloodied and weary, her eyes drifting towards the distant figure of the man. They were members of an insidious organization. Ran Shizhao shut his eyes, consumed by a profound sorrow, a sense of inescapable despair weighing heavily upon him, the pride of youth now overshadowed by despondency. Intriguing. The man with the machine gun stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to reveal dark, piercing eyes, their elongated shape exuding an unsettling curiosity akin to that of serpent. His crimson lips, reminiscent of poppy petals, twisted into a smile that sent shivers down the spine. He aimed his weapon at the pair, lifting Zhuoyan's chin with the slender barrel, squinting as he scrutinized her. "Do not humiliate us." Ran Shizhao forcefully swatted the gun away, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhuoyan. A display of gallantry, indeed. The gun discharged, targeting Ran Shizhao's calf, causing him to collapse immediately. Blood oozed from his wound, yet he clenched his teeth in silence. His once handsome visage now obscured by crimson stains. "Do you intend to kill us?" Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the man before her, approaching Ran Shizhao. He lifted his head, yearning to speak, yet the pain hindered his ability to utter a word. He was unwilling to allow his anguished groans to entertain the merciless scoundrel. Indeed, they were a pair of reckless lovers. The man let out a hearty laugh, turning to issue commands to the individual beside him. The man complied promptly, urging, "Hurry. Do not ruin the fourth brother's amusement. Otherwise, death awaits." Gu Zhuoyan assisted Ran Shizhao, whose legs were injured and rendered him unable to walk. The man's gaze was frigid as he advanced, intent on dragging him along. "There is no need for your concern." Gu Zhuoyan extended her arm and lifted the individual. Indeed, they were quite heavy. However, after enduring the trials of the apocalypse for so long, her strength was ample. Chapter 51. The quirk of the fourth brother is to witness lovers turn against each other. Ran Shizhao was cradled in her embrace, biting his lip in a moment of embarrassment, burying his head deeply. The man beside them erupted into laughter. Upon reaching the vehicle, Gu Zhuoyan placed Ran Shizhao beside her, and she kept her head down in silence as everyone scrutinized the pair. "Is this really a pretty boy?" Others chuckled. The fourth brother had developed a peculiar habit. He relished the sight of young couples falling into discord. Someone spoke up, and they discreetly glanced at the man, sitting with his arms crossed and eyes narrowed, his posture distinctly different from the rest. The car sped forward, eventually entering a tunnel. Emerging into the light, they found themselves within a makeshift city enclosed by iron sheets. Ultimately, Gu Zhuoyan and Ran Shizhao were unceremoniously thrown into a room that contained nothing but a bed, the rest starkly empty. Ran Shizhao succumbed to unconsciousness, his body temperature gradually plummeting, clearly suffering from shock due to excessive blood loss. Gu Zhuoyan tore down the bed sheets, ripping apart Ran Shizhao's leather pants, exposing his calves. A sudden gaping wound appeared on his leg, from which blood gushed forth in a vivid and pungent stream. Gu Zhuoyan reached out, extracting the bullet. With a modest number of points, she exchanged for hemostatic medication, then bound the injury with a bedsheet. After securing the other leg, she moved the individual onto the bed. Once everything was in place, she took a stroll around the room. The dwelling had undergone special modifications. The windows were sealed, obstructing her view of the outside world. Nevertheless, Gu Zhuoyan's heart remained shaken, as it was evident that this was a base of no small scale, established with remarkable speed and armed with a substantial arsenal. The capabilities and insights of the creators were extraordinary. Indeed, intelligent adversaries posed a considerable challenge. Returning to the window, Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the still unconscious Ran Shizhao. She sighed, initially hoping to find an opportunity to reunite him with his family. Yet the circumstances had shifted too rapidly. As night fell, the door to the room swung open, and a man entered, casting a glance at Gu Zhuoyan before discarding a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water onto the floor. His demeanor suggested an intent to humiliate. As she picked up the items, the man crossed his arms, and Gu Zhuoyan's eyes drifted to the door beyond him. The thought of escape crossed her mind. Those who entered this base were often met with grim fates. The man chuckled. the dim light of the room accentuating the contours of her figure. While many women existed within this realm, few outsiders possessed such admirable physiques. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the weak perished swiftly, children, women, the elderly, all devoid of the means to resist. Spend the night with me, and I shall provide you with additional food, he offered, his gaze lingering suggestively. Zhuoyan leaned against the wall, her expression hardening. She had heard such words before in a previous life, finding the notion utterly laughable. Yet the man misinterpreted her silence as acquiescence, stepping closer and gripping her chin with his hand. "You are quite beautiful," he remarked, while his other hand reached toward her chest, appraising her as one would an object for sale. Zhuoyan extended her hand, gripping his shoulder. Before the man could react, her knee forcefully thrust upward, accompanied by a sharp crack. The room echoed with a heart-wrenching scream, prompting the swift entrance of several armed individuals. Upon entering, they beheld Zhuoyan standing over the head of the food delivery man, who lay curled up, cradling his body. "Get out of here with your food," she commanded. Zhuoyan kicked the man away and turned her gaze towards the person at the door. They did not fire their weapons. Instead, they dragged the man out and slammed the door shut with great force. Zhuoyan glanced at the food scattered on the ground and approached to pick it up. The provisions were sealed securely, and the water was intact. Every little saving counted. After twisting open the bottle, she made her way to the bedside. Ran Xiangjing opened his eyes and reached out, grasping Zhuoyan's wrist. She glanced at him and assisted him into a sitting position. "They did not trouble you, did they?" he asked, his throat parched, though the pain in his legs had subsided. He understood that it was Zhuoyan who had tended to him. "They lacked the capability. I checked the water. It is safe. Please drink some. Your family awaits your return." Zhuoyan handed him the water, and Ran Shichao took it, gulping down a generous mouthful. He inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to his own legs. "You have saved me once again," he said hoarsely. Zhuoyan gently patted his head, her touch light. Ran Shichao looked up, finding her eyes filled with determination. "Do not be disheartened. We will all leave this place." As night deepened, Zhuoyan leaned against the edge of the bed, drifting into a light slumber. Suddenly, a mist began to fill the room, with thick tendrils of vapor rising from the corners. Zhuoyan quickly discerned the situation. She dampened her clothing with water and covered her nose while subtly signaling to Ran Shi. The smoke in the room lingered heavily for an extended period, when suddenly, with a loud crash, the door burst open and several individuals, shrouded from head to toe, rushed in and hoisted the unconscious Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan observed her surroundings. They did not approach Ran Shi. The door closed behind her, as Zhuoyan was led into a pristine white laboratory, filled with numerous glass containers housing black and white limbs. "Fourth brother, the person has arrived," someone announced. They positioned her onto a chair and retreated to guard the entrance. The black chair rotated, revealing Ruanxi, who held a syringe in his hand. His slender eyes swept over Zhuoyan as he extracted a small vial of green liquid from the ebony table. Leaning closer, he brushed aside her hair, his icy fingers exploring the delicate curve of her neck. Just as he was about to inject the substance in her body, she suddenly seized his wrist. The woman, who had just slumped in the chair, opened her eyes. Beneath the harsh lights, her dark eyes glimmered with an icy brilliance. She gripped her wrist, gradually exerting pressure, intent on snapping his hand. Zhuoyan slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the pale-faced man before her. Despite the pain in his hand, he refrained from uttering a sound, instead sporting a chilling smile. The hallucinatory smoke had not ensnared him. Ruanxi chuckled, exerting force with his other hand, pushing his knee upward. Zhuoyan was compelled to retreat 2 steps, her eyes surveying the laboratory. Bathed in stark white light, the corpses suspended in tanks appeared ghostly, evoking an eerie sensation. Ruanxi observed Zhuoyan with keen interest. The wariness and intensity in her eyes captivated him. Those who entered this place as test subjects were typically overwhelmed by fear, pleading for mercy. Yet she was different, bold, akin to a flickering flame. "Behave as my test subject, and I may consider sparing your little boyfriend. He likely lacks your formidable skills." Zhuoyan reset his dislocated hand with a casual flick, his gray eyes scanning the room as he placed the vial on the table. With a snap of his fingers, 10 individuals in thick protective gear stormed in, brandishing heavy weaponry aimed squarely at Zhuoyan, poised to transform her into a veritable target. Zhuoyan clapped his hands, and the others parted to create a path for him. He perched himself on the table, holding the vial and grinning, surrounded by countless specimens of deceased bodies. He resembled a beautiful specter born from this absurd laboratory. At my command, these guns could reduce you to mere shreds. With the needle pointed towards the light, the green liquid oozed forth as he laughed unabashedly. Zhuoyan surveyed her surroundings, realizing, as he had stated, that resistance was futile. Come here. Zhuoyan beckoned with a curl of his finger. Chapter 52. Hunt me? Arrogant to the point of foolhardiness, Zhuoyan approached him. Fourth brother, this woman is cunning and full of tricks. Should we not bring that man over? As Zhuoyan approached, a gun obstructed her path, wielded by someone evidently concerned for Zhuoyan's safety. All eyes were intently fixed upon Zhuoyan. Here, escape was impossible. Zhuoyan pushed aside the gun and turned to Zhuoyan, who stood before him. Rising from the table, he retrieved a piece of white cloth from behind him, dipped it in alcohol, and squinted as he wiped away the bloodstains from her face, revealing her striking features. Indeed, she was a beauty. The crimson-stained cloth was carelessly discarded into the trash bin. Aren't you afraid of death? He asked slowly, lifting a syringe and directing his gaze towards her slender neck. This syringe contained a strain of the zombie virus, which would infiltrate her bloodstream and swiftly invade her cerebral nerves through the veins in her neck. Zhuoyan's excitement grew as he spoke. He sought to uncover the equilibrium between human and virus. She was unique, destined to become his subject of experimentation. He envisioned placing her body in a container for perpetual observation. The essence of the virus was not merely to seize the nerves. It would evolve, just as the humans transformed into zombies. Zhuoyan spoke, noting that research into the matter was still in its infancy. Although there had been appearances of mutated zombies, humanity had yet to recognize the evolutionary potential of the zombie virus. Zhuoyan, momentarily pausing with the syringe in hand, gazed into Zhuoyan's eyes, slowly narrowing them in a scrutinizing manner, a mixture of astonishment and delight flickering within. The living possess far greater knowledge than the deceased. I can reveal to you the stimuli that provoke viral mutations, and my boyfriend and I are still alive. Clearly, her assertion regarding the virus's evolution resonated with the madman's research, thereby diminishing his murderous intent and revealing a newfound curiosity about himself. Nonsense. Do you think that concocting a few phrases will deceive Brother C? One individual scoffed, brandishing a gun at her, as if to convey that any further words would lead to her demise. Zhuoyan tilted his head and hurled the alcohol, shattering the glass bottle on the floor with a crisp sound. He raised an eyebrow in displeasure, causing the man to immediately lower his gaze, silenced. You had better speak the truth. Zhuoyan redirected his attention to Zhuoyan, setting the syringe down. He was aware that the virus was indeed evolving, yet the stimuli had remained elusive. He waved his hand dismissively. The others, though reluctant, had no choice but to lower their weapons and exit. If we are to survive, you shall inevitably witness the results you seek. Zhuoyan retorted with a sharp wit, yet Zhuoyan remained unperturbed. Now, please enlighten me regarding the provocative elements. Zhuoyan cannot escape. For now, she is merely free from the threat of death. Once he comprehends the factors she has mentioned, she too shall become one of his prized possessions. Living brain cells are but a precursor to cultivating the virus. Zhuoyan had no intention of divulging everything at once. Cultivating living brain cells is a challenging endeavor, and the most expedient method lies with humans. And then, if it were that simple, she would merely be toying with herself, and those she toys with often meet a painful demise. As for acquiring biological agents, when the time comes, I shall naturally reveal how to obtain them. For now, I require rest. Zhuoyan smiled, the corners of his lips curling upwards, as he tilted his head towards the outside and instructed, arrange for her accommodations adjacent to the laboratory, and ensure my esteemed guest is well taken care of. The final words he uttered bore an unmistakably sinister undertone, his gaze akin to that of a serpent fixated on its prey. Zhuoyan remained unfazed by his psychological intimidation. I fear not snakes, rather, I hunt them. To hunt him? Such audacity was indeed reckless and perilous. This is your room. The individual clad in protective gear appeared distinctly displeased, his dark gaze emanating a palpable tension. I warn you, harbor no ulterior motives. The organization does not tolerate the useless. Having spoken, he closed the door behind him. Zhuoyan surveyed the room. Though modest in size, it was adequately furnished. After inspecting the space and confirming the absence of surveillance devices, she settled at the desk, realizing she must devise a long-term strategy. This place was far more complex than it initially seemed. Host, how do we escape? The system expressed trepidation that Zhuoyan might inadvertently meet her end in this place. That human appeared to be a deranged psychopath. His eyes reflected a desire to transform the host into a zombie. Moreover, the bodies submerged in those tanks were evidently freshly converted from humans into undead. In such a terrifying laboratory, they must flee at once. Fear not. We target the aberrant. He has harmed countless humans. If I were to eliminate him, would that not constitute a contribution to humanity's survival? Zhuoyan narrowed her eyes and prepared to flee. However, it was not as simple as merely running away. The system shuddered at her call. How could such a gentle tone harbor an essence of madness? Shall we not concern ourselves with these trivial points? Host? Your life is paramount, the anxious system lamented, for it was timid and apprehensive in the presence of insanity. We must indeed be concerned. Ran Shizhao rose from the bed, suppressing the pain from his movements as he gazed toward the doorway. Dawn was approaching, yet the door remained steadfastly closed. His previously tranquil heart began to pulse with anxiety. He yearned to stand, but his body refused to comply. As daylight broke, someone abruptly swung open the door, igniting a flicker of hope in his eyes, which quickly morphed into disappointment. Little pretty boy, hurry and eat. I need to collect the bowl. The man who entered was coarse, carelessly tossing a bowl of plain noodle soup onto the bedside table. He crossed his arms, looking down imperiously, while passers-by occasionally peeked in. What have you done to Zhuoyan? Ran Shizhao reached out, attempting to grasp the man's garment, yet ultimately fell short. How would I know? The higher-ups want you alive. So spare me the chatter, the man replied impatiently, prompting Ran Shizhao to clench his fists, the sound echoing ominously. He lifted the bowl of noodles, which had congealed and appeared utterly devoid of grease. As his fingers brushed against the bottom of the bowl, he discovered a note. Startled, he picked it up and glanced at the man, who remained with his arms crossed, still fixated on the door, exuding impatience. His heart raced like a drumbeat. He tucked the note into his cup and finished the noodles. The man departed with the bowl, sealing the room once more. Eagerly, Ran Shizhao unfolded the note, which contained a mere phrase, I'm still alive, do not worry. Take care of yourself, and wait for me. It was Zhuoyan. Upon reading the note, the turmoil within him dissipated, and he clutched it tightly in his palm, a smile slowly gracing his lips. As long as she was safe, he could finally breathe easy. Chapter 53. The Petty Pervert. Knock, knock. Get up. The iron door resounded with vigorous knocks, the visitor evidently impatient, their voice gratingly loud, as though the door might succumb to the battering. Zhuoyan sat up from her bed, a hint of irritation flickering in her eyes as she glanced towards the door, her gaze dark and brooding. Soon, however, her expression returned to a state of tranquility. She rubbed her temples gently, then rose from the bed and donned her coat. As she opened the door, a man clad in a full protective suit was poised to knock once more. Upon seeing her emerge, he lowered his hand, his tone laden with displeasure. In a place like this, still sleeping? Fourth brother summoned you to the laboratory. I truly cannot tell if you are fearless or merely pretending. The man scoffed. Who among those who come to the endless laboratory can afford to sleep easily? Are we not all consumed by dread, fearing for our very lives? Zhuoyan's mind began to clear somewhat as she surveyed the figure before her, who was laced with sarcasm yet remained faceless to her. It was difficult to hold a grudge against someone whose features were obscured. Stifling a yawn, her gaze drifted towards the laboratory ahead. Ah, it seemed he was indeed impatient, eager to uncover the secrets of zombie evolution. Only a madman would exhibit such fervent desire. Clearly, this place was devoid of normalcy. She stepped forward, only to be met with derisive laughter from those beside her, mocking her whimsical thoughts. Inside the laboratory, Zhuoyan sat perched on a chair, clad in a thick black down jacket beneath a white lab coat. He cradled a bowl of powder in his hands. Upon her entrance, he merely flicked his eyelids, dismissing her presence as he continued to focus on his bowl. Zhuoyan inhaled deeply, detecting a faint aroma of food wafting through the lab. Zhuoyan observed him nonchalantly consuming his noodles, an air of disdain evident in her raised brow. In a place like the laboratory, does he not fear the perils of his consumption? It would be best if he were to succumb to poison, thereby sparing humanity from his menace. Zhuoyan cast a fleeting glance and noticed a cultivation jar placed in the center of the table. The view inside the jar was obscured, the translucent white liquid rendering the contents indistinct. As she approached, her gaze fell upon the object within, and her body stiffened slightly. The jar contained a human brain, its surface adorned with pinkish blood and veins, a sight that was unsettlingly fresh. Neurons, if not cultivated, would lead to death. Zhuoyan remained undeterred, his focus solely on the food before him, seemingly oblivious to the grotesque scene unfolding nearby. The laboratory strictly prohibited the consumption of food, as numerous chemical apparatuses could taint it, resulting in poisoning. Furthermore, to prevent bacterial growth, regular disinfection was conducted within the lab. Yet, instead of the expected scent of disinfectant, the air was permeated with an oddly tangy aroma, disconcertingly out of place. Upon finishing his meal, he handed the bowl to a figure encased entirely in protective gear. He then positioned himself behind Zhuoyan, his head leaning close to her shoulder, a sinister smirk twisting his lips, exuding an unsettling cruelty. This human brain had been harvested that very morning, belonging to a young boy, remarkably fresh with active neurons. His voice dripped with a languid cadence, occasionally glancing at her face, eager to witness her terror and fear. Zhuoyan retreated 2 steps, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Zhuoyan squinted his eyes at her retreat, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. He was waiting for this deceiver to reveal her true colors. "You've just eaten, and there's a bit of an odor. It's rather pungent." Zhuoyan spoke, fanning her nose and wrinkling her brow in evident disdain. She surveyed Zhuoyan from head to toe. His body stiffened slightly as he gritted his teeth, casting her a fierce glare, as if he were on the verge of lunging at her to rend her flesh. Zhuoyan initially believed that he was enraged and on the verge of violence. However, Zhuoyan turned around, hastily departed, and swiftly exited the laboratory. Zhuoyan watched him turn and exit the laboratory, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. "That head is truly frightening," the system lamented, foreseeing a night filled with nightmares. Having been thrust into this wretched place, her pitiful little system, compelled to endure such gruesome scenes. "Host, are you really going to cultivate neuronal cells?" How was she to spin this lie? Why not look up how to cultivate living cells? Zhuoyan crouched down, observing the brain within the glass tank. The brain remained unscathed. It was precisely because of its pristine condition that the extraction process of this intact organ must have been a brutal one. Neuronal cells are inherently delicate, easily succumbing to external harm and losing their vitality. Yet, she was resolute in her refusal to sacrifice another's life for such a merciless experiment. The system fell silent, only to erupt in a scream, the sound gradually fading away. Zhuoyan rubbed her ears. This system is indeed too easily frightened. I must cultivate it quickly. She stood beside the cultivation tank, her gaze chillingly sharp. Zhuoyan observed his sour expression and instantly recognized his profound discontent, as though he were seeking to create trouble for her. Truly, he was an exceedingly petty and twisted individual, utterly detestable. The system swiftly completed the analysis of the cultured cells, processing the information succinctly before relaying it to Zhuoyan. Upon acquiring this knowledge, she felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that the system harbored a genuine fear of her demise. Zhuoyan grasped the glass rod, preparing to excise the nerve from the brainstem. She first needed to peel away the cortical layer. "Your technique appears rather unpracticed," remarked Zhuoyan, his gaze fixed intently on her actions, a hint of malice gradually surfacing in his eyes. The tale has emerged, hasn't it? A deceiver. His tone lifted with a touch of amusement, swiftly followed by a chilling glare. Having been away from the laboratory for too long, her skills had indeed become somewhat rusty. You take over and extract the pawns from the brainstem. The virus initially targets the nerve cells responsible for controlling respiration, making them particularly susceptible. She had no desire for another life to be lost. Thus she decisively handed the glass rod to Zhuoyan. Her demeanor remained calm and unflustered, devoid of any panic from being unmasked, instead resembling someone engaged in a soliloquy, provoking his suspicions. You had better not be deceiving me. Zhuoyan lowered his gaze, deftly wielding the glass rod, his index finger agile as he meticulously separated the remaining tissues without damaging surrounding brain matter, successfully isolating the structures required by Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan was responsible for elucidating the cultivation methods while he executed the procedures, and their collaboration proceeded rather smoothly. By the time the cells began to culture, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and Zhuoyan's voice was hoarse from extensive explanation. Zhuoyan promptly removed his gloves and washed his hands twice, ensuring that no trace of odor remained before he turned his attention to Zhuoyan. Does he have a cleanliness obsession? Zhuoyan observed him wash his hands twice, feeling a profound sense of aversion within her. His obsessive cleanliness was peculiar, yet he managed to maintain an air of composure throughout the process. This indirectly attests to the strength of his character, revealing him to be a formidable adversary. Chapter 54. Provocation. What is the flavor of this experience? A grumble echoed from her stomach, and it dawned on Zhuoyan that she had consumed nothing all day. Having spent the afternoon alongside this madman engaged in cell culturing and nerve dissection, Zhuoyan glanced at her flat abdomen, the sound evidently emanating from that very source. Had he never witnessed hunger in a person before? Zhuoyan scoffed mockingly, suggesting that a serving of animal brain should be prepared as a reward for her. A faint metallic odor lingered in the air, and observing her discomfort, Zhuoyan burst into laughter. When the brain dish was presented, Zhuoyan gazed at the pallid morsel. After being boiled, the surface of the brain had taken on a grotesque appearance. Clad in protective gear, a person handed the dish to her, and she accepted it, directing her gaze toward Zhuoyan, who stood at the doorway with arms crossed, appearing quite relaxed. His smile was playful as she lifted a spoonful of the delicacy, gradually bringing it to her lips. In a sudden motion, she lunged forward, forcefully thrusting the brain into Zhuoyan's mouth. The action was so vigorous that it nearly lodged in his throat, causing him to cough violently, his face flushing with distress as he clutched his throat in a dry heave. The onlookers gasped in shock, raising their weapons at Zhuoyan, yet hesitating to pull the trigger. She stepped back, tauntingly inquiring if Zhuoyan would like another taste to discern the flavor of the brain. Zhuoyan's eyes were icy, yet her lips bore a faint smile. Zhuoyan raised his head, his pale cheeks flushed from a violent cough, his eyes misty with emotion. He pointed at Zhuoyan, and, as the unpalatable food was expelled, he lifted his gaze, resembling a venomous serpent provoked to strike. Zhuoyan discarded the bowl and sought refuge. Do you wish to perish? Zhuoyan glared furiously, his intent to flay this woman evident. Zhuoyan's techniques were formidable. He had undergone rigorous training in martial arts, while Zhuoyan had merely gleaned a few improvised moves during the apocalypse. Aside from her nimble agility, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Zhuoyan deftly evaded his assaults. It appeared that the flavor of the brain flower was exquisite. Fourth brother. Upon witnessing Zhuoyan being grasped by the throat, the individuals clad in protective gear grew frantic, their firearms immediately ready for action. They were determined to turn Zhuoyan into a mere obstruction. As Zhuoyan lifted her gaze, the individual beneath her suddenly retaliated, delivering a sharp elbow strike to her abdomen, while his other hand swiftly maneuvered behind. The situation shifted dramatically. She found herself ensnared, with Zhuoyan gripping her throat. You are doomed, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of exhilaration and malice. What a pity, you remain oblivious to the evolution of zombies. Gu Zhuoyan's complexion flushed with suppressed emotions. Being a quiet individual would not capture the attention of the madman. She needed to acquire the data and uncover the secrets of this base. Yet remaining in this location was insufficient. Her voice trembled intermittently as Ruan C released his grip, rising to observe the person coughing on the ground, his gaze unsettling. Brother C, why do you not eliminate this woman who dares to defy authority? They were perplexed. In the past, Ruan C had not been known for his mercy. He had shown no hesitation towards the experimental subjects outside, displaying unparalleled ruthlessness. She still possesses value, Ruan C remarked coldly from his elevated position. Gu Zhuoyan lifted her gaze. Her throat still aching, this wretched pervert. Yet, she had become accustomed to masking her pain with a smile. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her smile fractured. Anyone else would surely feel moved and sympathetic, but Ruan C was different. He was impervious to such tactics. He crouched down, gripping her cheeks firmly. You should consider yourself fortunate that you still hold some utility. Otherwise, today would suffice for you to die 1,000 times. He squeezed with such force that her fair skin bore the marks of his grip before he released her. Rising, Ruan C's companions propped Gu Zhuoyan up, but she pushed them away, asserting, I can walk on my own. Host, let us seize a firearm and eliminate that scoundrel. Gu Zhuoyan gently caressed her sore throat, remaining silent. It was likely that it had become quite swollen, a testament to the severity of the assault. Gu Zhuoyan narrowed her eyes as she exchanged for 8 treasure porridge and milk. After consuming them, a sense of satiety enveloped her. Before long, the door creaked open, and someone arrived bearing food. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the person delivering the food. She approached and accepted the stale bread. Fourth brother said you were famished, so he specially provided this filling bread for you to reflect upon yourself. After speaking, the food bearer departed. Gu Zhuoyan tapped the bread against the table. Thud, thud, thud. The bread collided with the surface. Gu Zhuoyan pondered whether this object, designed for crafting weapons capable of fracturing human skulls and serving as a means for dogs to sharpen their teeth, could truly satiate her hunger. Gu Zhuoyan scoffed and tossed the breadstick onto the table. The task for the following day was to observe the development of the cells to ascertain their condition. Early in the morning, Ruan C came to check, and Gu Zhuoyan was also summoned at dawn. The physiological activity of the cells was evident, and they appear to be in good condition. Ruan C was somewhat astonished that the cultivation method she had described had indeed yielded success. Gu Zhuoyan maintained a cool demeanor. After finishing her observations in the laboratory, she expressed a desire to visit Ran Shizhao. That pretty boy you call your boyfriend? Ruan C cast her a sidelong glance. He is merely a burden. It would be wise to part ways with him sooner rather than later. In this ruthless world, one must prioritize their own well-being to have any chance of survival. Ruan C scoffed, having witnessed many couples turn into adversaries. Gu Zhuoyan was unique, distinct from the ordinary, yet she was not immune to the common pitfalls of relationships. You're being overly cautious, fourth brother, she retorted. Gu Zhuoyan maintained a subdued tone, her demeanor indifferent, which elicited disdain from Ruan C. However, he did not oppose Gu Zhuoyan's visit to Ran Shizhao. It was preferable for her to be preoccupied with someone she cared about. Following closely behind her, he arrived at the location where Ran Shizhao was detained. Leaning casually against the doorframe with arms crossed, he observed Gu Zhuoyan approach the bedside. I knew you would be all right, Gu Zhuoyan. It is a relief to see you unharmed. He released his grip, only to discover the crimson marks adorning her fair neck, evident signs of strangulation. His gaze darkened as he directed his attention towards Ruan C at the doorway, who squinted back at him, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent, mirroring his own sentiments. Did he mistreat you? Ran Shizhao extended a hand, though he hesitated to make actual contact. Are you unscathed? How is your injury? Gu Zhuoyan utilized the medication from the system, having previously stored a small supply in her space to safeguard herself against both injury and financial distress. She shook his head, eventually murmuring that the pain had subsided and would soon dissipate entirely. He gazed into Gu Zhuoyan's eyes, pondering her plans for escaping this dreadful place. Chapter 55. The unworthy one is you. As he observed the entrance where Zhuoyan fixed his gaze upon them, he swallowed all his questions. Instead, he simply embraced her, urging her to take good care of herself. He understood the necessity for patience and restraint in their circumstances. This pretty boy certainly had a penchant for chatter. If fourth brother were displeased, we could dispose of him tonight. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes, making a gesture across his throat. Why should I be unhappy? Zhuoyan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Did this pretty boy truly possess the ability to affect his mood? An ineffective experimental subject could hardly influence his emotions. Time's up, let's move. Glancing at his watch, he noted that 5 minutes had already elapsed. Zhuoyan stepped forward to the bedside, roughly pulling Zhuoyan to her feet. Zhuoyan steadied herself, a look of displeasure crossing her face as she pried her fingers apart. Ran Xichao recalled that Zhuoyan had offered her a reassuring glance. Take care of your injuries. I shall return to visit you in a few days. Ran Xichao swallowed the words he wished to utter, gazing at Zhuoyan, who clenched his fists tightly. Zhuoyan emerged from the confinement room, and a sense of relief washed over her upon seeing Ran Shi unharmed. Despite her previous attempts to convey messages urging him to take his time in recuperating, she placed greater trust in her own observations. Witnessing the reality with her own eyes rendered it all the more genuine. Zhuoyan, as Zhuoyan observed her demeanor, it became evident that she was in good spirits, suggesting that that charming young man indeed held significant importance in her life. That name, it was the very one uttered by the charming young man moments ago. Her name, a lovely one. Zhuoyan proceeded forward. Such inconsequential individuals are bound to be discarded eventually. Zhuoyan entered the laboratory, criticizing others as inconsequential. Yet you embody the very essence of the most worthless, Zhuoyan retorted as she entered the laboratory. The cultivation of cells necessitates time. Zhuoyan was engrossed in experimentation amidst a plethora of glass apparatus, the verdant extracts appearing exceedingly perilous. Zhuoyan busied himself, never casting a glance in her direction. As if everyone had vanished into thin air, the laboratory was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of distillation and the clinking of glassware. Zhuoyan sat upon a chair, her gaze fixed upon Zhuoyan. After a prolonged period of observation, weariness began to envelop her. He was a mad scientist, his boundless energy directed towards his experiments. Leaning against the table, her attention shifted to a nearby rectangular glass tank, within which lay a grayish-blue figure of a human form. Dark veins of blood sprawling audaciously from its neck. Zhuoyan gazed at the bloodline, recalling the half-dead youth. The virus could achieve a fleeting equilibrium with the human body, not entirely stripping away the unique essence of human thought. Yet, this delicate balance could shatter at any moment. Do zombies possess intelligence? Zhuoyan felt a surge of curiosity regarding the evolution of zombies. Might there come a day when they develop intelligence? Once the infected humans have fully transformed into zombies, their bodies undergo a significant degree of decay, and their tissues completely metamorphose. Would they possess consciousness and wisdom, and could they accept their own existence? The system quipped. Who could possibly come to terms with such a grotesque visage? Perhaps they would immediately resolve to end their own lives, thus flawlessly executing their grand plan for the salvation of humanity. Zhuoyan found herself engaged in a fruitless debate with the system. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she rose and stretched leisurely. Meanwhile, Zhuoyan, having completed his experiment, also indulged in a stretch before casting a mocking glance at Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan felt a sense of indifference. She waved her hand, but Zhuoyan stopped her. He drew a drop of crimson liquid with a pipette and approached the petri dish, introducing a growth medium that accelerated cellular proliferation. Zhuoyan added it through a side tube, and Zhuoyan felt a twinge of anxiety. She vividly recalled that the white cellular clusters in the dish were derived from the brain tissue of a living person. Though she considered herself cold-hearted, she could not bring herself to be indiscriminately ruthless. Nervous? Zhuoyan glanced at Zhuoyan after completing his task, then turned his gaze back to the petri dish. While she remained silent, her lips pressed together. Tomorrow, perhaps you can commence your next step. He stretched his limbs, Zhuoyan had meticulously observed the timing of the meal delivery the previous night, as well as the moment of the morning knock at the door. She straightened her posture in anticipation, and before long, a knock echoed through the room. The door swung open, unlatched. Zhuoyan opened her mouth, and with a crisp sound, the door swung open. A figure clad in protective gear entered the room, placing the food upon the table. Zhuoyan rose to her feet and cast a glance outside the door. Is there truly no other food here? This treatment towards researchers is quite unacceptable. She picked up the hard, stale bread and tossed it aside, leaning against the edge of the table, her arched brows reflecting her disdain. It was a command from the fourth brother. The man's voice was rigid, and through the dark glass lenses, Zhuoyan suddenly leaned closer, her slender arms wrapping around his neck. Surely, you must have a way. Her face nearly touched the eyepiece, and the man found himself taken aback by her audacity, his heart skipping a beat. There was no need to elaborate on her beauty. She typically resembled an untouchable flower atop a lofty peak. When such a rare bloom suddenly displays warmth and seeks favors, who could remain unmoved? His breath quickened, yet he dared not act. The fourth brother's prey was not to be trifled with. You see, this bread could choke one to death. The fourth brother is oblivious. Just quietly replace it for me in a moment. Why is it taking so long to deliver a mere loaf of bread? The voice from outside urged, and Zhuoyan immediately retreated to the edge of the table. The man glanced at her before stepping back out. I'll take the night watch tonight. I have an outing planned for tomorrow evening, so let us swap shifts. Very well, bring something good, but don't forget about your buddy. In the dead of night, a knock echoed at the door. Zhuoyan opened it to reveal a man clad in full protective gear, holding a sandwich in his hands. The room was enveloped in silence as he looked at Zhuoyan and placed the sandwich on the table. If you desire it, then indulge with me just this once. He dared not force himself upon the fourth brother's prey, but if she willingly consented, who could resist? A striking beauty in this research basement, where only the dead linger. Spending a night in such a dismal place, having a woman by his side, how delightful it would be. Are you planning to wear such thick attire? Zhuoyan smiled, though a wave of nausea washed over her as this scene unfolded, reminiscent of her past life. The man unfastened his protective suit, revealing an ordinary visage. His complexion tinged with yellow due to sleeplessness and malnutrition. As he shed the suit, he was eager to embrace Zhuoyan. Yet, before he could draw near, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Having inhaled just 2 puffs, his head spun in disorientation. You, scheming against me, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Before he collapsed with a thud, Zhuoyan let out a soft exclamation, stepping past the man to don the protective suit herself. Outside, there remained checkpoints, and clad in the protective attire, she imitated the man's voice. Upon exiting the underground laboratory, Zhuoyan was met with sheer astonishment. Chapter 56. The greatest contribution lies within yourselves. Before her lay not a small town, but a vast city, only partially shrouded in darkness, with scattered lights twinkling throughout. Patrols roamed the streets, all dressed in heavy attire. As she descended the stairs, she encountered another checkpoint, where the guards obstructed her path. My fourth brother has sent me out of the city on an errand. Upon finishing her words, Zhuoyan found that the other party did not immediately grant her release. When will you let her out, considering that fourth brother is leaving the experimental base tonight? They questioned, filled with suspicion. However, Zhuoyan remained composed. Oh, come now. My brothers, we are merely being a tad strict. Please allow her to leave promptly. Fourth brother's significant matters must not be jeopardized. Their anxiety was palpable. They dared not provoke fourth brother's wrath. The basement held countless live human and zombie experiments, and they could hardly endure such torment. Zhuoyan hurriedly advanced, clad in a white protective suit that drew a modicum of attention. However, none dared to obstruct her passage. Familiarizing herself with the surroundings, she discerned a mech vehicle, draped in a black curtain. As she approached the alley, the sound of weeping resonated from within, a profoundly sorrowful lament. The ethereal figure navigated through the narrow passage, trailing behind, until the mech vehicle came to a halt. A contingent of armed individuals emerged, flinging open the rear doors and vociferously commanding the occupants to disembark. Zhuoyan observed the multitude disembarking, a diverse assembly of individuals spanning all ages, many of whom were weeping. How dare they? After all I have contributed to the base, they treat me like this. A man suddenly seized the firearm from a nearby individual, his anguished voice piercing the air. His defiance ignited a spark of rebellion among the crowd. A gunshot rang out, and the man's head was shattered, his eyes wide with shock. Following the sound, Zhuoyan beheld Ruan-Si, clad in a black trench coat, his icy gaze fixed on the scene as he stood behind the guards, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "This is the consequence of your insurrection. You see it clearly now," he remarked lightly, wiping the gun. "We have all made contributions to the base. Why must we be treated this way?" A distraught middle-aged woman with curly hair cried out, stepping forward in desperation. Ruan-Si tilted his head, casting a glance at the guards, who allowed her passage. Trembling, she approached him, seeking answers, seeking justice. Yet, upon reaching Ruan-Si, she was met only with the cold barrel of a gun aimed at her forehead. "Your greatest contribution to the base has been as subjects for experimentation. Those who disobey have no need to live." With a gunshot, the woman collapsed into a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, unable to close in death. The guards ushered the crowd into a building resembling a bomb shelter. Once everyone had entered, the mechanized vehicles were driven away, and the heavy doors were locked with a resounding finality. What was this place? What experiments were conducted here? Zhuoyan did not rashly approach. She waited outside for an extended period. When Ruan-Si finally emerged, it was already 6 in the morning. He discarded his blood-soaked, white coat into a trash bin before getting into his vehicle. Upon noticing her presence, his expression was filled with fury. "I shall inform Brother Si. You wretched woman." He attempted to rise, but Zhuoyan placed a hand on his shoulder, restraining him. "Go ahead and report. The only one who will perish is you, for I still possess value." After uttering these words, she released her grip and even brushed her palms, gesturing for him to proceed. The man's face contorted with rigidity. "In the base, is it not true that those deemed useless become Brother C's experimental subjects? Your remaining worth is merely your life. If you dare to gamble, then do so." She spoke with casual indifference, while the man clenched his teeth and donned the white protective suit, standing at the door, lamenting his ill fate. Zhuoyan entered the laboratory. Having consumed a stamina potion, her body felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Her fourth brother bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhuoyan lowered her gaze to the petri dish before shifting her attention to Ruan-Si, whose skin was pallid, almost sickly so, with dark circles prominently shadowing his eyes. Had he been up all night, tormented by his conscience? A smile played on her lips as she leaned closer, reaching out to touch his face, which felt remarkably cold to her fingertips. Ruan-Si, taken aback, swiftly swatted her hand away. "How audacious of you!" he exclaimed, his eyes dark with anger. How dare this woman lay her hands upon his face? She deserved to have her hand severed for such insolence. Zhuoyan gazed at the petri dish. "Fourth brother intended to sever my hand, yet the culture medium beneath required my personal intervention." She tested the waters, while Ruan-Si regarded her with a solemnity reserved for the deceased. "You had better pray that you succeed in the cultivation." He took note of her efforts. Ruan-Si settled down. The plant growth hormone was no mere illusion. Zhuoyan extracted the virus, a process not particularly arduous. She divided the cells in the petri dish into several portions, allowing one to become host to the virus. The nerve cells, upon viral infestation, would not immediately rupture. Instead, they would release a substance that, upon refinement, was discovered to facilitate rapid viral evolution. "You may take your leave. There is no need for you to remain here." Upon completing her task, Zhuoyan lifted her gaze, finding Ruan-Si resembling a vigilant overseer. The ensuing process would require time. Neither her watchfulness nor Ruan-Si's would prove beneficial. Rather than lingering in futility, it would be prudent to take a moment's respite. She had no intention of divulging the true secrets of the zombie virus's evolution to those in the realm of chaos. This evolutionary serum remained imperfect. The apocalypse was inherently terrifying, and hastening the zombies' mutation would only exacerbate humanity's struggle for survival. Ruan Si let out a cold laugh, reclining in a lounge chair, yet remaining within the confines of the laboratory. Zhuoyan was rendered speechless as Ruan Si fixed his gaze upon her. His dark, abyss-like eyes became increasingly unsettling with prolonged observation. Leaning back in her chair, Zhuoyan softly hummed a gentle lullaby, a soothing melody meant to cradle one into slumber. Initially, Ruan Si frowned, but gradually his eyelids began to droop. Having endured a night devoid of rest, he was already fatigued in spirit. Sleep did not come easily to him. Prior to succumbing to slumber, he required a certain dosage of sedatives, not due to an abundance of malevolence that kept him awake, but rather because his mind was exceptionally active, rendering the act of falling asleep a formidable challenge. Zhuoyan's melodious voice floated through the quiet laboratory like a feather, effortlessly inducing a sense of relaxation. The guards outside were taken aback upon witnessing the slumbering fourth master, hesitating to enter. Known for his volatile temper, particularly when roused from a restless sleep, he could become quite lethal if disturbed. Zhuoyan observed the rhythmic rise and fall of breath, ceasing her song. Her gaze fell upon the petri dish, where the nerve cells had begun to change color. She delicately employed a glass rod to collect the extract. Should the parasitism be absolute, the extract would be absorbed, signaling the failure of the experiment. Chapter 57. Transforming you into a new humanity. The transparent substance required chemical dialysis. When Ruan Si awoke, darkness had enveloped the world outside. He opened his eyes, the throbbing in his head subsided. His eyes found Zhuoyan, who was engrossed at the experimental counter, her movements fluid and silent, akin to a cat traversing a wall in the stillness of midnight. "You possess a remarkable talent for lulling one to sleep," he remarked as he descended from the stool. Approaching the lab table, "Have you extracted what you spoke of?" Leaning closer, he peered at the test tube in Zhuoyan's grasp, where a viscous substance resembling jelly had settled at the bottom. "Naturally," she responded, lifting the test tube to focus on the gelatinous material. Under the illumination, light and shadow danced through the glass, creating a mosaic of brilliance. With confidence and poise, she set the test tube down. Zhuoyan lowered her head, and Ruan Si momentarily hesitated before taking the tube into his hands, its walls still radiating warmth. He admired her brilliance. She could indeed be deemed a genius. What remained was the extraction of the colloid, and therein lay the revelation of the secrets behind the evolution of the undead. Zhuoyan stretched lazily. Having toiled for an entire afternoon to conceal the crucial steps from him, her limbs were now cramping from exhaustion. The matter at hand was now in the capable hands of her fourth brother, who was brimming with vitality and adequately equipped to handle it. Thus, she decided to retire for a while. Zhuoyan stifled a yawn, and Ruan Si did not intervene. He gazed at the gel-like substance, his eyes shifting in color. "Host, have you deceived him?" Upon returning to the room, the system trembled with fear, realizing that if they had tricked that madman, their fate would be sealed. "Who claims it is a deception?" Zhuoyan settled down, took out some water and food, and after satisfying her hunger, she reclined for a light slumber. "Are you truly incapable of anything?" lamented the system, recalling how it had once needed to scour for information even on the simplest of tasks, like cell culture. The zombie virus has been the subject of extensive research across various major bases for the next decade. It is hardly a secret. I'm aware of this, as it is common knowledge essential for survival. The zombie virus is capable of evolution, yet no method of suppression has been discovered. The virus merely lies dormant within the bodies of the infected, remaining unchecked. The system bemoaned its woeful deception, while Zhuoyan remained silent, for the information she sought was still insufficient. After waiting for a considerable time in the room, the door finally swung open, signaling the arrival of food. Zhuoyan rose from her bed, sitting cross-legged. It was Ruan Si who entered, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at her, filled with fervor. "You truly did not deceive me," he exclaimed, holding a loaf of bread, not the usual hard baguette, but a sandwich accompanied by a bottle of mineral water, which he placed upon the table, his narrow eyes tinged with a rosy hue. "Of course not. Otherwise, how would I still be alive?" Zhuoyan rose from her bed and tore open the sandwich's packaging. Since the experiment has been successful, there is no need for you to keep it. Ruanxi looked up, noticing the bread poised at the edge of Zhuoyan's lips. Suddenly, he made his move, and she retaliated with an elbow strike, stepping back. Ruanxi's actions were swift as he aimed his gun at her head. A smile crept onto his face as the door behind him swung open, and an approaching figure bound her tightly. "Take her away. Tonight, you shall witness." Ruanxi stepped closer, observing the dark expression on Zhuoyan's face, and reached out to pat her cheek. "Burning bridges, are we?" Zhuoyan regarded him with a mocking gaze. "I am well aware of your cunning. Do you think that your escapade last night went unnoticed?" Ruanxi clapped his hands, and a man was dragged forth. Fourth brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I shall never dare to transgress again. I have elders above me and children below. Grant me this opportunity, and I promise, I truly promise." Bang! Ruanxi frowned, raising his hand, causing the man to crumple to the ground, his mouth agape in sheer terror. How noisy! Such was his fate. Yet, it was a pity that no fear marred Zhuoyan's countenance. The corpse on the ground gradually stiffened as they exited the underground laboratory. Upon reaching the exit, Zhuoyan was pressed against the train, and they sped through the heart of the city. The evening city was tranquil as Zhuoyan turned her head to gaze out the window. "Abandon all hope. You cannot escape." Noticing her silence, Ruanxi felt no anger. "Do you wish to kill me?" Zhuoyan turned her head slightly, leaning against the car wall with a hint of sardonic amusement. "It would be a pity if you were to perish. After all, haven't you always yearned to know what I am doing?" Ruanxi's gaze shifted, a smile spreading across his face, yet his laughter gradually became distorted. "The evolved zombies possess extraordinary abilities, and I will wield control over them, including you. Rather than living in perpetual fear, humanity might as well embrace this evolution. Perhaps a new era will give rise to a new breed of humans. The apocalypse is less than half a year away, seemingly a divine punishment, yet it is orchestrated by humans. As a prodigious youth, Ruanxi has roamed extensively, studying the changes across various regions. The zombie virus originates from the ocean. Initially taken aback, he has repeatedly confirmed this result, which remains consistent. "Fool, who do you think you are? God?" Zhuoyan scoffed, acknowledging that while viruses evolve and may develop unique capabilities, humanity remains forever confined within the limitations of mortal flesh. The zombie virus, she mused, had not been reported as controllable in the decade to come, nor had she ever heard of a notion such as a new human era. Upon reaching the designated location last night, the heavy door closed behind her with a resounding thud. As she ventured further inside, the wailing grew louder, accompanied by the chilling cries of the undead. The stench of blood mingled with a pervasive, rancid odor, prompting Zhuoyan to wrinkle her brow. Torches flickered on the surrounding walls, illuminating the vast space, which sloped downward. Descending to the lowest level, the cries intensified, revealing an iron cage at the bottom, housing both ordinary people and zombies. Her fourth brother, the sentinel, clad in protective gear, saluted as he descended. One individual was ushered into the depths, where a laboratory awaited, an expanse of stark emptiness. Zhuoyan was led inside, her gaze falling upon numerous syringes resting upon the experimental table. Shortly thereafter, a presumably young girl was brought in, her eyes swollen and red from weeping, and the one who had escorted her proceeded to bind her to the examination table. Zhuoyan cast a glance at Ruanxi, who activated the switch. A mechanical arm extended from the ceiling, injecting a syringe into the girl's neck. She struggled violently, but gradually, her resistance faded. Ruanxi picked up the newly concocted evolutionary serum and approached, administering it into the girl's body, while the mechanical arm manipulated her brain. Under the harsh light, Ruanxi's expression was solemn. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage that was both captivating and perilous. The girl's body convulsed violently, bypassing the heating process, and swiftly transformed into a zombie. As she opened her eyes, they appeared pitch black, evoking terror. With a snap, she broke free from the confines of the dissection table and lunged at a nearby individual. The speed was astonishingly frightening, resembling an afterimage. The person was taken down with a scream, unable to call for help before their neck was torn apart, veins severed, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 58, Chaos. Escape from the Abyssal Organization. Zhuoyan was taken aback, and Ruanxi was equally surprised. He immediately attempted to exert control over the zombie-s actions. The creature, which had been crawling on the ground, paused in its gruesome feast, seemingly in agony, thrashing violently. This monster, do you truly believe you can command her? Zhuoyan let out a cold laugh as she kicked aside the two individuals restraining her. With a surge of strength, she freed herself from the ropes and leaped through the laboratory door. Ruanxi watched her, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Did she truly believe she could escape? The zombies on the ground began to struggle and advance toward Zhuoyan. She deftly evaded their grasp, retrieving a baseball bat from her spatial pocket, and with a swift motion struck one of the zombies down to Ruanxi's feet. He stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized bat, wondering when she had hidden it away. Zhuoyan retrieved a firearm from her space and shattered the nearby cage that imprisoned the zombies. One by one, the zombies emerged, sending the approaching individuals into a state of sheer terror, causing them to retreat in panic. You shall remain here and transform into what you deem the new humanity. Zhuoyan gazed at Ruanxi, who remained standing in the laboratory, his eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement, as flickering flames danced in the depths of his gaze. Zhuoyan, there is no escape for you. After Zhuoyan rendered the person unconscious and changed her clothes, she seized the opportunity to escape the basement amidst the chaos. A siren wailed outside, and Zhuoyan glanced back one last time. It would be best for such a place to vanish entirely. She released her little fairy at the alley's entrance and sped toward the research facility. Behind her, a tempest of explosions and thunderous roars erupted, as billowing smoke enveloped the outskirts of the city, with everyone rushing toward the epicenter of the turmoil, eager to regain control of the situation. Zhuoyan arrived at the research facility, where guards remained stationed at the entrance. Why are you still here? Fourth brother is in trouble. Hurry and assist him. She altered her tone, filled with urgency and anger, causing the guards to momentarily falter in their judgment. Why aren't you going? They questioned, their skepticism evident. Zhuoyan immediately darkened her expression. I have come to relocate the items within the laboratory. You would do well to rush to his aid, or else. She made a gesture to her throat, prompting the guards to swiftly draw their weapons and dash outside. Zhuoyan entered the confinement room. Having dealt with the two individuals recently, she opened the cell door, and Ruanxi, sitting up from the bed, raised his head upon hearing the sound of the door. His gaze was wary, his hands clenched tightly, assuming a defensive stance. It is I. I come to take you away. Zhuoyan assisted Ruanxi to his feet. The situation outside had descended into chaos, presenting a prime opportunity. As she recounted the unfolding events outside, she guided him toward the exit. At the city's edge, hordes of zombies emerged from the ruins of demolished buildings, their numbers overwhelming and the disorder intensifying, while those rushing to provide aid were hindered. Helping Ruanxi into the vehicle, Zhuoyan drove toward the exit. The base of Wujian was heavily fortified, and Ruanxi observed the panicked crowd outside, many of whom were rushing toward the entrance in a desperate bid to escape. However, heavily armed soldiers guarded the entrance, and anyone who approached the perimeter was met with lethal force, resulting in a minor degree of chaos. Zhuoyan gazed at the watchtower, atop which heavy weaponry was stationed. Her points had increased due to the recent explosion. She had no qualms about utilizing explosives to breach the walls. Ruanxi stood agape, staring at Zhuoyan. Was this what one referred to as a mere minor chaos? Having resided in this place of strict order for so long, he was acutely aware that such a significant upheaval could hardly be deemed trivial. A tempest of emotions surged within him, compelling him to retreat. Zhuoyan shouted, casting forth a black orb. As it approached the wall, a thunderous explosion resonated, revealing a gaping hole. The fate of those atop the watchtower was shrouded in black smoke, while a searing wave swept through the area. Gasps of shock transformed into exclamations of joy as everyone surged towards the breach. A silver-gray vehicle racing through the opening like a gust of wind. Upon reaching the heart of the city, Zhuoyan swiftly escorted Ran Shichao to his parents' residence. The door swung open, and Ran's mother emerged, enveloping Ran Shichao in a heartfelt embrace, soon joined by Ran Shiyuan and Ran's father. The family, overwhelmed with joy, wept and held each other tightly. Ran Shiyuan's eyes were red from crying. She noticed Zhuoyan standing outside and, releasing her brother, approached her. Her voice was laced with a nasal tone, reminiscent of a rabbit, as Zhuoyan tenderly patted her head. I promised to fulfill my vow. She had witnessed partings and understood the pain of losing loved ones. Ran Shiyuan wrapped her arms around her waist, the little girl, shorter in stature, clinging to Zhuoyan. Thank you. They were all acutely aware of the coldness of human ties in apocalyptic times. Ran Shichao gazed at his sister and Zhuoyan, an involuntary smile gracing his face, as though she had become part of his family. What are you grinning about, you rascal? Father, if you keep knocking, he'll lose his wits. I've barely escaped that hellish place. He was quite displeased. Being an adult, what father would reprimand his grown son? All right, let us discuss this inside. There seems to be quite a commotion from the direction of the abyss. Everyone come in. It's dangerous outside. Ran's mother released Ran Shichao, wiped her tears, and ushered everyone inside, where they closed the door behind them. We must leave this place today. Once the abyss catches its breath, fleeing will become exceedingly difficult. Ran Shichao settled down, his legs unable to carry him. If the abyss descended into madness and began a thorough search, they wouldn't be able to hide here for long. With so many zombies outside, it wouldn't take long for the abyss to arrive. Zhuoyan contemplated for a moment. Her little ferry had a limited capacity for passengers and a scant amount of points. Transporting 4 individuals at once posed a challenge. Yet fetching them one by one would significantly heighten the risk of exposure. Ranshi nodded in agreement. I shall go procure a vehicle. Zhuoyan rose to her feet, aware that the longer they lingered, the greater the peril. She informed the base of the situation, and naturally, the authorities would take appropriate action. Sister, I know where we can find a vehicle, and there is also electricity, Ran Shiyuan stated as she stood up. We can sit down as a family. However, I must warn you, the area is teeming with zombies. At this point, her gaze fell, tinged with sorrow. Had there not been so many zombies, those individuals would have already seized the opportunity, leaving her with no chance to discover it. Where's this place? Zhuoyan inquired about diverting the zombies, asserting that a small-scale elimination would not pose a significant challenge. At the South Station, Ran's father furrowed his brow, recalling that the station had been chaotic in its early days. Numerous vehicles had collided, explosions had occurred, and buildings had collapsed. The area had been sparsely populated, but now it was teeming with ruthless individuals. It was simply too perilous. Ran Shichao frowned, knowing the profound bond he shared with Zhuoyan. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in that vicinity. The people there were undeterred by death, and the presence of zombies was abundant. How could he possibly allow Zhuoyan to venture into such a treacherous place? You cannot go, he insisted, casting a concerned glance at Zhuoyan. Noticing her deep contemplation, he raised his voice in opposition. One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Zhuoyan gazed at him, opening her lips. Chapter 59, Rescuing Lives. Playing hide and seek with the King of Hell. South Station. Shozhong, we must hurry. If we delay any longer, escape will be impossible. The burly man pressed against the door with unwavering determination, his eyes filled with despair. Honey, you two go. One remained at the driver's seat while the other kicked away the zombies that surged from all directions. The situation was dire. If they did not leave, they would be surrounded by the undead, facing certain death. Hani's heart tightened. The thought of losing a brother in arms was agonizing, yet Shozhong was his dear comrade. In the next life, we shall still be brothers. The burly man shut his eyes, his strength waning, his arms trembling, while the others in the vehicle closed their eyes in silent anguish. Hani, go. His voice rang with resolve as he cast an apologetic glance towards the burly man. Hani's eyes reddened. He climbed into the vehicle, which had been modified to ram through the encroaching zombies. Zhuoyan drove her ethereal vehicle to the ruins of the South Station. Suddenly, a car emerged from the debris, its tires smeared with decaying flesh. The interior of the vehicle remained obscured from view. She halted her car, watching as the vehicle vanished into the dust. Glancing toward the ruins, her keen eyes caught sight of a wooden plank being hurled into the air, followed by the gradual emergence of a hulking, mutated zombie reminiscent of a giant. Alongside the plank, a robust, middle-aged man soared in a parabolic arc. The plank shattered upon colliding with the wall, and the man expelled a mouthful of blood. The scent of blood provoked the giant zombie, fixating its gaze upon him. Resigned to his fate, he made no attempt to resist, while other unmutated zombies staggered toward him, eager to feast upon his flesh. Just as the colossal zombie was about to make contact with the burly man, a swift vehicle sped onto the scene, launching the giant zombie away with astonishing force. Zhuoyan's car came to a halt before the man as she rolled down the window, gazing at him in astonishment. "Get in," she urged. The door swung open, and despite his surprise, the man was fueled by an unwavering desire to survive. With remarkable swiftness, he scrambled into the vehicle, occupying the passenger seat and gasping for breath. The car skidded away rapidly as the giant zombie rose from the ruins. "I knew I was tough. Today is certainly not my day to visit the underworld. Ha ha ha." Zhuoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing heartily, despite the pain from his chest wound that made him grimace. "Are you new here?" Zhuoyan inquired, turning to Zhuoyan. He had no recollection of this decisive and audacious woman, while there were several beautiful women at the South Station. None could navigate through a horde of zombies with such ease. "I came here to find a vehicle to take my friend to Binjiang." Zhuoyan did not conceal her intentions. Her act of rescuing this individual served not only to fulfill the survival points required by the system, but, more crucially, to acquire information regarding vehicles. Time was of the essence, and thus, finding someone familiar with this area was paramount. Locating vehicles in this region proved to be quite challenging, as resources were tightly held by a select few. Zhuoyan coughed a few times, furrowing his brow. Following the apocalypse, Nan Station had established its own power, and the situation was chaotic. The inhabitants here were exceedingly unwelcoming towards outsiders seeking to obtain resources. "Are you suggesting that you possess a means to assist me?" Zhuoyan gazed ahead, following the traces left by the vehicle that had just passed. The desolation of the South Station was far more pronounced than in other areas, resembling a relic of the old world, with every structure marred and appearing dilapidated. The sky hung low, oppressive and suffocating. Zhuoyan remained silent. Logically, the woman had saved him, and offering a modicum of assistance in return seemed entirely justifiable. However, in a post-apocalyptic landscape, a vehicle was a precious resource. As he glanced outside, he initially failed to notice the familiar scenery, but soon realized that this was the direction where he and Hani resided. "How do you know where I live?" Zhuoyan was taken aback. Could it be that this woman had been secretly observing him all along? Was she, in fact, affiliated with some faction? Tension coursed through his body. "Who is following you?" Zhuoyan lazily lifted her eyelids, exuding an air of nonchalance. She was hardly a deviant. If she were to engage in following someone, she would undoubtedly choose a person of exquisite beauty rather than a rugged, middle-aged man with a muscular build. "Just moments ago, when I rescued you, a modified armored vehicle came barreling forth, its wheels smeared with the putrid remains of the undead. The marks left on the ground are quite fresh. I surmise that they might be your acquaintances, or perhaps." As Zhuoyan finished speaking, they arrived at the end of the road, where a modified motorcycle awaited them. Its exterior was clad in black armor, resembling a transformed RV, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. The vehicle boasted sleek lines, with reinforced black steel windows. As Zhuoyan stepped out, the keeper also disembarked. The door swung open, and Han Yi and Chi Cheng emerged, their expressions a blend of astonishment and joy upon seeing the keeper. "I escaped death, having played a fleeting game with the king of Hell's Ledger." The keeper chuckled, his robust voice resonating with strength, treating the matter of life and death with remarkable nonchalance, which shifted their surprise to elation. The keeper turned his gaze towards Zhuoyan. "It was she who saved me." The two nodded in acknowledgement. Their swift journey here had not consumed much time. Han Yi looked at Zhuoyan, his eyes glimmering with astuteness. "How shall I address this young lady?" Han Yi appraised Zhuoyan from head to toe. Beautiful individuals are often perilous. The more exquisite they appear, the greater the danger they embody. To navigate the southern station in a post-apocalyptic world, she must possess an extraordinary character. My surname is Gu. I saved your friend with the intent of acquiring a vehicle, one capable of transporting several individuals. She, too, scrutinized Chi-Chung and Han Yi. Chi-Chung, adorned with thick glasses and dressed in a black hoodie, had his hair obscuring his brows, appearing rather unremarkable. In contrast, Han Yi's face bore a cunning expression, reminiscent of a fox, his clear eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Zhuoyan was candid, openly expressing her intentions and articulating her needs without reservation. Miss Gu, she remarked, cars are quite common at the South Station. However, procuring fuel for them is a rarity. Today, for the sake of a little gasoline, Shochong nearly met with misfortune inside. Surely, providing her with a vehicle is not an insurmountable task. Yet, the provision of fuel remains a challenge. What conditions must be met? Zhuoyan gazed at the caravan. 100 bottles of mineral water, a kilogram of bread. I can provide you with oil. Their food supplies were rapidly depleting, as the provisions at the South Station had nearly been exhausted. They required a month's worth of sustenance to facilitate their relocation. Very well. As long as I can depart from New City and reach Binjiang, informing the authorities of the clandestine organization and extricating myself from danger. I care little for a slight reduction in supplies. The resources I had acquired from the previous lottery remain largely untouched. Hani was taken aback. The quantity he mentioned was indeed substantial. I must leave New City at once. Zhuoyan approached the trunk of the little ferry and retrieved a case of mineral water. I will cover the expenses. Once you provide me with the fuel, I shall return the remainder to you. She placed the water on the ground and turned her gaze towards the three individuals. They exchanged glances, and Han narrowed his eyes as he picked up the water. Miss Gu, are you not aware that there are many ill-intentioned individuals in this world? Chapter 60. Almost having tea with the King of Hell. Zhuoyan remained unperturbed, her gaze calm as she smiled. Ha ha ha, Miss Gu, you are my savior. Han, he was merely jesting. We shall provide you with fuel. Han, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on Zhuoyan. Very well, I shall give you the fuel, but... The armored vehicle halted at the entrance, and Zhuoyan leapt out. While Ran Xuan poked her head out of the window, her smile radiant. Ran Shichao, supported by his parents, exited the vehicle, his eyes intently scanning Zhuoyan for any injuries, before he finally exhaled in relief upon confirming her safety. As long as you're unharmed, that's good. Let's depart immediately. Get in the vehicle. Inside the armored car, Chi-Chung observed the family below. It was a rare sight to witness a complete family amidst the apocalypse. Han glanced at the provisions nearby. He had promised to supply fuel as they were escorting Gu's friends out of the new city. He felt a pang of envy for this family. The family of Shozhong had perished in the early days of the apocalypse, and later they had encountered Han Yi and Chi-Chung. Watching the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel envious. If his own family had survived, they too would have shared such moments, embracing one another and exchanging warmth. Zhuoyan appeared to share a close bond with his family. Han Yi observed her, noting the little girl in her arms, who looked to her with trust and affection, while a boy in the distance caught his attention. Are they a couple? Shozhong stroked his chin, contemplating the age difference between the siblings. He had seen much, and the boy's gaze suggested complexity beyond mere friendship. The interior of the armored vehicle was furnished for habitation, and the newcomers were taken aback. Ran Shichao, aided by his parents, entered, while two robust figures emerged from the driver's compartment, instilling a sense of trepidation. Do not fear. Miss Gu has instructed me to escort you to Binjiang. Shozhong smiled as Ran Xian was the last aboard, retreating behind her father upon spotting him, causing Han Yi to clear his throat. You may move around within this area. If anything arises, call for Shozhong. After he spoke, he turned his gaze to the window. Zhuoyan had not boarded. Instead, she seated herself in her smaller vehicle, gesturing an okay sign to them. Chi-Chung started the engine, and the vehicle departed from its original position, while Ran Xuan watched longingly from the back as Zhuoyan followed behind. Xuan, sit down. Standing must be tiring, Ran Shichao urged. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment that Gu Zhuoyan was not riding with them, he understood her intention to ensure their safety, as her nimble vehicle was well suited for quick maneuvers. "Brother, I'm not tired. I want to be as capable as my sister and protect you and our parents," Ran Shiyuan declared, her eyes gleaming with determination. In this apocalypse, she yearned to grow strong, no longer content to hide behind her parents. "She is your role model. Keep striving, Shiyuan," her mother encouraged gently, a smile gracing her face. He continued to observe this family discreetly. As the vehicle reached the outskirts of the new city, night had fallen, and white lights illuminated the bridge, where zombies still meandered, drawn near by the sounds of the vehicle. Beyond this point lies the riverside. He leaned against the window, observing the new city and the riverside separated by a bridge. The two sides appeared remarkably similar. "Han, an unsettling feeling lingers in my heart. Look at my eyelid. It keeps twitching. You should rest for a while." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, causing the bridge to tremble as its chains snapped. "Damn it, I haven't even fallen asleep yet, and now there's an earthquake." Shozhong emerged from the room, while Hanji pulled down the ladder to the roof and climbed up, witnessing flames erupting at the bridge's entrance. Shozhong, equipped with night vision goggles, ground his teeth, yearning to rush forward and unleash his fury upon those responsible. "All vehicles on the bridge, halt immediately." The amplified voice resounded ominously from behind, clearly threatening. Should they advance, the bridge would be obliterated, plunging them into the murky, rising waters below. Who are these people? Shozhong attempted to ascend fully, but he restrained him, shaking his head. "We should retreat. We're no match for them." He glanced at Gu Zhuoyan's vehicle. "No way." Ran Shizhao scrambled to his feet, peering outside. "We must rush forward." Another explosion reverberated from the bridge's entrance, shaking the very surface beneath them. "Can we reach the official base?" Ran Shiyuan felt a surge of anxiety. Why had the enemies pursued them here? Gu Zhuoyan. Ran Shizhao was equally anxious, realizing that those perverse individuals would never relinquish their research subject so easily after having held Gu Zhuoyan captive in a laboratory for so long. The mech vehicles did not stop. Qi Chang accelerated, steering the vehicle swiftly towards the shore. En explosion ensuite. The night was ignited by flames as a figure clad in black raised a hand, prompting those on either side to advance, igniting a multitude of bombs. With a thunderous roar, the bridge's surface crumbled rapidly, the shockwave from the explosion illuminating the darkness. "Madman!" Ran Fu gazed at the soaring flames approaching, sensing the impending doom that threatened to engulf them. Gu Zhuoyan's vehicle was swiftly engulfed by flames. In the final moment, an armored car surged through the blaze and halted at the riverbank, while Gu Zhuoyan's vehicle precariously came to a stop at the edge of the cliff. The bridge had completely collapsed, debris tumbling into the raging river, disappearing into the night. "Goodness, that was a close call." Shozhong pounded his chest, the echoes of the explosion ringing in his ears, a lingering fear gripping him. Had it not been for the sudden acceleration, they would now be sharing tea with the King of Hell. "I must check on Qi Cheng." Aside from the bridge spanning the riverside, there was only the waterway below. The swollen river surface was devoid of vessels. Crossing the river was only possible if one could fly. Gazing towards the opposite side of the bridge, her expression darkened. Cursed be the treachery. She would remember this lesson. Chapter 61. Return to the base, Zhuoyan. "Are you all right?" Ran Shi, supported by Ran Shiyuan, descended with great difficulty, his pallid face betraying his distress. Gu Zhuoyan alighted from the vehicle and kicked a nearby zombie off the cliff. Instantly, the two individuals nearby embraced her. "I am perfectly fine. Please do not weep." Gu Zhuoyan was both amused and exasperated. Had these two individuals truly become so attached to her? "Sister, I was nearly frightened to death," Ran Shiyuan exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice trembling with lingering fear. Just moments ago, she believed her fate was sealed. Yet here she was miraculously alive. Ran Shichao remained silent, relieved to see her unharmed, while their parents surveyed the surroundings, aware that the zombies continued to draw closer. A palpable fear of the encroaching undead gripped them all. Gu Zhuoyan gently patted Ran Shiyuan's head. Ran Shiyuan nodded, steadying Ran Shichao. Ran Shichao looked towards Gu Zhuoyan, his youthful features displaying a hint of awkwardness. He refrained from uttering any overly sentimental words. Be cautious. Gu Zhuoyan entered the vehicle, leading the way. With the population of Binjiang having surged, the number of zombies had likewise increased. As Gu Zhuoyan surveyed the road, they arrived at the base by dawn. The outer perimeter had expanded, and to access the inner city, they first had to pass through the outskirts. The soldier on guard was the same one as before. Upon seeing Gu Zhuoyan's vehicle, he recognized her. She followed closely behind, introducing those with her. He gazed at the outer city, somewhat astonished, for they were unaware that Binjiang possessed an official base. After the apocalyptic disconnection, their ties to the world had weakened significantly, and with over 100 kilometers separating them, they were left in the dark. Let us proceed with the inspections here. The higher-ups will arrange accommodations for us. The soldier guided them aside. An inspection team had become markedly more professional. Escaping from the jaws of death, what a thrill. Host, we are dancing on the edge of demise. As he rambled on endlessly, Gu Zhuoyan quickly dried her hair, trying to soothe him. Do not be afraid. I'll hold my life dear. The system fell silent for a moment. Next time, let us refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors. Though my goal is to save all of humanity, I still hope for your survival. His voice was barely a whisper, and Gu Zhuoyan paid little heed, lying down on the bed. After a long day of contemplation, without consuming any energy supplements, she quickly drifted into slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Gu Zhuoyan sought out Song Yu. She relayed the situation regarding Wu Jian and sketched a city defense map. Zhang Yu stood behind Song Yu, and, as he perused the documents, she too could clearly see the information on the blueprints, which left her utterly astonished. After reviewing the materials, Song Yu was filled with dread. A perverse organization dedicated to zombie research of such vast scale would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the base's future. This matter was urgent, and he needed to report it to the higher-ups immediately. Has Bai Zichuan completed his mission? Gu Zhuoyan inquired about the assessment, which indeed carried some risks. Of course, it could also be attributed to her unfortunate circumstances. Well, from now on, you shall be colleagues. Song Yu gestured encouragingly before hastily departing. Once outside the main building, Gu Zhuoyan proceeded to the laboratory, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding the half-corpse. The atmosphere in the laboratory had grown significantly more austere. Upon entering, the supervisor dispatched an assistant to her. Miss Gu, it has been quite some time. The assistant greeted her with a smile, guiding her towards the room designated as experiment number 0. Has there been any change in him during these days? Gu Zhuoyan pondered whether a balance between viruses and immune mechanisms still exists. In truth, the changes are minimal. However, our research has yielded remarkably astonishing data. Once this data is refined, it will be made available to the public. At this juncture, her assistant's smile became increasingly evident. Gu Zhuoyan did not inquire further. Upon arriving at room 0, she beheld a half-corpse, standing motionless in the corner. What had befallen him? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him through the glass, his physique resembling that of a zombie, yet appearing far more pristine, devoid of any disfigurement. It is speculated that he has descended into a realm of profound inner turmoil. His cognition has not entirely succumbed to the state of a zombie. Witnessing his gradual transformation into one must be a harrowing experience. The assistant sighed, a look of sympathy gracing his features. It is a profound struggle for humanity to accept the metamorphosis into a mere shell of existence. That he is not completely shattered is a testament to his resilience, earning the admiration of many esteemed researchers before him. Gu Zhuoyan placed her hand upon the glass, gazing intently for an extended period. Just as she resolved to withdraw her hand and depart, a half-corpse staggered towards her, its limbs rigid, moving with the awkwardness of a child. It finally halted before Gu Zhuoyan. Could it truly see me? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the half-corpse before her, and her thoughts drifted to Ruanxi's experiment, the girl injected with the evolution serum who had lost consciousness in a matter of moments. The fact that Ruanxi could exert control over the zombies was truly terrifying. No, we have only observed through the glass, the assistant stated earnestly. However, when a zombie's hand pressed against the glass. Perfectly aligning with Gu Zhuoyan's own, the assistant was taken aback and began flipping through his notes. I must investigate this further. It is simply astounding. Gu Zhuoyan once again directed her gaze inward, her expression laden with complexity. The half-corpse pointed at himself, and though he opened his mouth several times, Gu Zhuoyan could not discern any sound. The glass was soundproof. However, by observing the slow movements of his lips, she surmised he was uttering his own name. Yang Guangyao? Gu Zhuoyan repeated his name, seemingly wishing to convey his identity to her, uncertain whether the virus could impair his memory and cause him to forget much. She pondered his abilities. With a power of perception, he could undoubtedly see the world beyond. The assistant chattered incessantly, positing that advancements in genetic technology and evolution applied to humanity would herald a monumental progress. His awareness stemmed from the obvious sensory perceptions of zombies towards humans, including sound, temperature, and scent. It was not mere clairvoyance. Rather, he had retained her information from before. Chapter 62. We share life and death, yet are different emerging from the laboratory. Gu Zhuoyan stretched lazily, resolved to inquire about Ran Shiyuan and her family. That evening, she intended to have Song Yu investigate the information regarding Nian Guangyao. The central plaza was bustling with more people, many unfamiliar faces. Gu Zhuoyan approached the talent center to ascertain the residence of Ran Shiyuan's family. They resided on the 11th underground level. Descending in the elevator, she encountered Ran Shiyuan, who emerged with a black garbage bag. "Is that you, sister?" she exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she raised her gaze to meet Gu Zhuoyan's. You came." Instinctively, she sensed that Gu Zhuoyan did not reside in the basement. Their family had only just arrived, and the surface dwellings were exorbitant. They had not undertaken any missions, nor accumulated any points. Her father had already taken on a task that posed no danger, merely recording the population data at the city gate, though the points earned were meager. Her brother's leg had yet to heal, and their mother had not received any assignments. She wished to visit the task hall to see if there were any suitable missions available. "I came to see you. Why do you appear so troubled? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Gu Zhuoyan crouched down, her small face etched with worry, clearly burdened by her thoughts. "Let me first take my sister home," she decided. Ran Shiyuan did not wish to trouble Gu Zhuoyan with every little matter. She had already assisted them countless times, helping them escape from the new city and the relentless organization, and she felt a deep sense of contentment, leading Gu Zhuoyan into their assigned home. Ran's mother joyfully grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand upon seeing her. "I was just thinking," she said, "that I would visit the talent center shortly to personally express my gratitude to you." Gu Zhuoyan gently patted the back of her hand and presented the food she had brought. "Initially, there may be some discomfort, but should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to inform me." They had traversed through life and death together, and she was more than willing to extend her assistance. "Mother." Gu Zhuoyan. Ran Xiangzhao emerged from the room in a wheelchair, and upon spotting Gu Zhuoyan, he coughed slightly before maneuvering his wheels closer. "What kind of a dress is that? So informal. Just like with Shiyuan, you should call me sister." Ran's mother, holding the food, was about to decline, but her son's words interrupted her. She shot a glare at him, while Ran Xiangzhao scratched his head awkwardly. "Sister," he uttered, feeling somewhat ill at ease, as he had thought it would be a long time before he would see her again. "I'm truly delighted that you're able to visit us." Gu Zhuoyan smiled, finding it rare to witness his discomfort. "Have you had your leg examined? How is it?" she inquired, directing her gaze toward Ran Shi's leg, which she had previously treated in a rather unprofessional manner in the realm of Wujian. "It has healed remarkably well. You can stand," she continued. He shifted his foot and looked at her. "Could you take me out for a stroll? We arrived in such haste last night that I have yet to see what the official base looks like. Of course, if you're preoccupied, I would be more than willing to wait for another opportunity." He remained uncertain about the layout of the base, particularly the distinction between the inner and outer city. It was due to Gu Zhuoyan that they had been arranged to reside within the inner city after their examination the previous night, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Very well, let's go together, Shiyuan. It is essential to familiarize ourselves with this place that will soon become home." Gu Zhuoyan rose and stood behind the wheelchair, while Ran Xuyuan joyfully skipped over to her side. "Oh, I am eager to see what the base looks like." The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yang Li smiled indulgently, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the child's beaming expression. "Annie, are you coming along?" Gu Zhuoyan spotted Yang Li. "Great. I shall also take some time to familiarize myself." Following the recent expansion, the base had transformed into a considerable town, with official announcements displayed on the bulletin board beneath the central building, indicating that the city would continue to grow outward. Despite the absence of rain, the sky remained overcast. Yet the light had brightened significantly, and the number of inhabitants in the town had increased. It is likely that someone informed you yesterday. Should you require to exchange points or undertake tasks in the future, you may proceed to the hall. Gu Zhuoyan spoke about the fundamental methods of task acquisition within the base. As the base expands, it undoubtedly requires a substantial workforce. In the post-apocalyptic world, unlike the pre-apocalyptic era, machines have taken over many human jobs. Thus, the bulk of labor in this new reality is predominantly supplied by ordinary individuals. This implies an increased demand for personnel within the base, presenting numerous opportunities. "Sister, what tasks are you undertaking?" Ran Xuyuan inquired, her gaze captivated by the urban architecture. The city's structures appeared strikingly pristine compared to the devastation and decay outside, as if time itself had torn the world into two realms, one of serenity and safety, the other fraught with ruin and peril. "I generally prefer to venture outdoors, leaving the tasks within the city to ordinary folks." Gu Zhuoyan pondered for a moment, choosing not to reveal everything, as she had signed a confidentiality agreement, being a part of a select group whose existence must remain unknown to the general populace. Her sister was exceptionally capable, and she hoped that one day she too could venture beyond to behold the vastness of the world. She yearned for the day when humanity could eradicate the virus, allowing us to inhabit any corner of the earth once more. In Ran Xuyuan's eyes, there was a profound longing and desire. Before the impending doom, she had crafted numerous plans to attend university in the capital, to travel far and wide, to savor the culinary delights of the world, and to meet a charming boyfriend. However, the onslaught of this virus shattered all her aspirations. Humanity, having dominated the earth for millions of years, will surely not be extinguished so easily. Gu Zhuoyan contemplated the future, pondering that perhaps in 10, 20, 30 years, or even a century, humanity might discover a remedy for the virus, a means to restrain its grip. "Let us indulge in instant noodles," she proposed, for the base boasted a noodle shop. Although the last supply run had yielded an abundance of fresh meats and vegetables, such precious items were seldom available in the restaurants. As she escorted the three into the eatery, Gu Zhuoyan allowed Ran Xuyuan and Yang Li the pleasure of choosing their preferred flavors. Ran Xichao gazed at the wall adorned with containers of instant noodles, yet he did not share his sister's enthusiasm. His attention lingered on the figure behind him. He turned to face Gu Zhuoyan, who stood just behind. "Please help me select a flavor. I am not particular," he smiled, his eyes sparkling with a light that danced like fragments of broken glass. The young man's tousled black hair fell over his brow, and his gaze exuded a youthful innocence, complemented by a radiant smile and pearly white teeth. His features bore the vibrant and carefree essence of youth. Yet the wheelchair he occupied softened the sharpness of his contours. "Then I shall have the spicy pepper flavor," he declared. Gu Zhuoyan extended her hand. Having been outside for such an extended period, she had not indulged in a warm meal. Rising onto her toes, she reached for the topmost green instant noodle box. Suddenly, a slender hand emerged from behind her, effortlessly retrieving the noodles. Gu Zhuoyan tightened her brows as she followed the line of her arm, catching sight of that familiar face. Chapter 63. He appeared to be a minor. Is he attempting to steal from me? Gu Zhuoyan seized a cup of instant noodles. Skeptical that the affluent Bai Zichuan would venture out solely for such a meal, especially at this hour when the noodle shop was sparsely populated. Bai Zichuan gazed at the noodles cradled in her arms, a subtle smile gracing his eyes. "Come to my apartment. I shall prepare something delectable for you." Instant noodles hold no culinary merit and lack nourishment. As he spoke, he casually draped his arm around Gu Zhuoyan's shoulders, guiding her towards the exit. Ran Xuyuan, perceptive as ever, noticed an attractive man entering the shop, heading directly toward her sister. Their rapport appeared remarkably intimate. She glanced toward her brother, Ran Shichao, who stood transfixed, his expression imbued with a hint of melancholy as he observed Bai Zichuan. Just as Gu Zhuoyan was about to be led away, Ran Shichao reached out, grasping her wrist. "Who is this fellow?" Bai Zichuan regarded Ran Shichao, his gaze narrowing at Gu Zhuoyan's wrist, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features at the sight of another touching her. He subtly maneuvered to remove Ran Shichao's hand. "Ran Shichao, this is his first visit to the base. I am merely showing him around." Gu Zhuoyan pushed Bai Zichuan aside, clutching a cup of instant noodles as she made her way towards the hot water area. "Please assist me by guiding him over here." Gu Zhuoyan advanced forward, while Bai Zichuan clicked his tongue in displeasure, casting a glance at the youth seated in the wheelchair. Upon closer inspection, though he lacked the same striking handsomeness, he possessed a charm that could easily captivate young girls. "Little brother, refrain from troubling Zhuoyan in the future. Familiarizing yourself at the base is something." His gaze drifted towards Ran Shichao's legs. "Once your legs are healed, you may consult the other elders at the base." As he spoke, he pushed the wheelchair. It was merely that his little canary was too tender-hearted, always wanting to involve herself in troublesome matters. Ran Shichao remained silent, a sense of heaviness settling in his heart as he watched Gu Zhuoyan's retreating figure, accompanied by the subtle mockery of the man behind him. "Allow me to assist. I shall push my brother." Ran Shichao stepped forward, her smile radiant like a crescent moon, and once her hand rested on the back of the wheelchair, Bai Zichuan released his hold and strode briskly towards Gu Zhuoyan. "Brother, are you all right?" Ran Shichao turned to Ran Shichao, sensing a cloud of gloom surrounding him. Just moments ago, he had seemed so joyful. Was it because of his sister? She glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, who was preparing hot water. Surely, this older brother harbored affections for her. She continued to observe the two figures ahead. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little imp?" Ran Shichao thought his sister was merely adding to his woes. "I shall offer you support soon, brother. Just look at how wonderful sister is. If she were to become my sister-in-law, what a splendid affair that would be. We have faced life and death together, and she has safeguarded our family's safety. She is truly an exceptional person." Ran Shichao narrowed her eyes, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose, leaning closer to Ran Shichao's ear. "We cannot let someone else snatch sister away." Ran Shichao felt a blush creep across his cheeks. "What absurdities are you uttering? I merely hold her in high regard." He lowered his gaze, his palms growing warm and clammy, unable to meet Gu Zhuoyan's eyes. "Well, I shall leave it be then, alas. Sister may be whisked away by someone else." Ran Shichao withdrew her hand, her tone laced with feigned regret. All right. Ran Shichao was aware that his sister was teasing him, yet he questioned himself. Did he not harbor feelings for Gu Zhuoyan? Not all. The sight of that man drawing near filled his heart with a bittersweet ache. In their solitary encounters, his heart would invariably leap with joy and excitement. She had saved him countless times, and they had faced death together, forming an unbreakable bond. He wondered if he felt no stirrings of affection. It was not true. Whenever she entered his line of sight, his emotions surged like the tides, ebbing and flowing. Though he had never experienced romance before, he believed he had developed feelings for her. Ran Shichao regarded her brother with a silent sigh, determined to lend her clever and resourceful assistance. She guided the wheelchair beside Gu Zhuoyan. "Sister, could you assist me in making some tea?" She positioned the wheelchair between Gu Zhuoyan and Bai Zichuan, extending the cup of instant noodles in her hands towards Gu Zhuoyan. Gu Zhuoyan yearned intensely for the moment, as instant noodles awaited the infusion of hot water. Beside Bai Zichuan, two small spirits had appeared. "I shall assist you," Ran she proclaimed, as Gu Zhuoyan handed over his bucket of noodles. "Be careful, it's hot." The water bubbled vigorously as Gu Zhuoyan carried the noodles toward the table. Yang Li momentarily paused, taken aback by Zichuan's unexpected presence. They must be following the news from Bin Jiang. In the realm of finance and entertainment, he is the heir of the He phone group. "Mother, stop daydreaming. The noodles are about to soften," Ran Shichao remarked, glancing at her mother while helping to stir the noodles. "Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Let us eat," replied Mrs. Ran, bowing her head. Bai Zichuan sat beside Gu Zhuoyan, propping himself up, his gaze fixed upon her. "I heard from Songyu that your mission in the new city is quite perilous." Care to share? He harbored no illusions of her remaining at home. I understand. Big brother. If you wish to hear my tale, I shall tell you. Ran Shiyuan slurped a mouthful of noodles, surveying her surroundings. My brother and sister faced danger together. Those individuals were truly terrifying. They kidnapped my brother, and my sister ventured into their organization for his sake. Bai Zhuoyan felt a lump in his throat, realizing that the young girl's every word revolved around her brother and Gu Zhuoyan. They had shared the harrowing experience of life and death together. In a selfless act for her brother, Gu Zhuoyan risked her own life to save another. He cast a glance at Gu Zhuoyan, pondering whether her actions were truly as noble as they appeared. Could it be that she was merely captivated by the visage of this insufferable boy? Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Gu Zhuoyan finished her instant noodles and gently touched her face, finding no traces of anything peculiar. Observing the young girl, one might wonder about the grand tales of divine intervention, where she and her brother bravely faced life and death together. When did you become a living bodhisattva? Gu Zhuoyan perceived that he was being overly sensitive. Host, how can you not discern this? Your benefactor seems to be quite jealous. The system, observing the situation, noted that the extensive data and powerful computational capabilities indicated this was a typical human manifestation of jealousy. Am I truly so ruthless, so callous as to ignore those in need? Although Ran Xiang's leg was injured, once healed, she would undoubtedly carve out her own destiny. Why should she not cultivate her connections? Relationships forged in the crucible of life and death are undeniably more resilient, are they not? Is it merely a matter of saving them? Do you harbor no other intentions? Bai Zhuoyan, with a hint of suspicion, remarked that many perverse individuals are often drawn to younger partners. He appeared quite juvenile. Bai Zhuoyan reiterated, we must not harm the nation's budding flowers. Chapter 64, awaiting you. As the world shimmers into view, I am certainly not perverse. Gu Zhuoyan rolled her eyes, subtly implying her thoughts. I have reached adulthood. Ran Xiang put down his spoon, his gaze fixed on Gu Zhuoyan, the tension evident on his face. Indeed, sister, my brother has come of age. If you fancy him, feel free to make your move, Ran Shiyuan said with a playful smile. He has yet to experience love. He's so innocent and foolish. Although Ran Xiang felt a sense of delight at his sister's defense, he couldn't help but ponder the meaning behind innocent and foolish. Was she not attempting to take a jab at him? He was undeniably intelligent, exceptionally so, in fact. After all, he had been granted direct admission to the capital university. Ahem. Gu Zhuoyan was momentarily choked while indulging in instant noodles. Was that incessant sales pitch meant to convey what she thought it did? Taking a sip of water, she observed your excitement. Bai Zhuoyan, rendered speechless, handed her a tissue and then reached for the kettle beside him to pour her a glass of water. Are you all right, sister? Ran Shiyuan inquired as she set down her noodle spoon and approached to pat her back. I'm fine, truly. Please continue enjoying your noodles. Don't mind me. After Gu Zhuoyan finished her drink, she turned her gaze towards Bai Zhuoyan. If you cannot speak, then remain silent. She was not agitated in the slightest. It was a slanderous accusation. Bai Zhuoyan scoffed. Ran Shiyuan settled beside her brother, winking playfully. The siblings' little antics went unnoticed by Gu Zhuoyan, who, after finishing her instant noodles, decided to explore other iconic landmarks of the city. As dusk approached, she prepared to pick up He Yan from work. After escorting the two to the elevator, Gu Zhuoyan waved goodbye. Brother, I sense that Bai Zhuoyan is quite extraordinary. Ran Shiyuan pondered with her chin in hand. Look at how neatly he dresses and how handsome he is. He is the heir of the Huffing group, Yang Li interjected, observing the retreating figures. That immensely wealthy conglomerate? Ran Shiyuan responded, her skepticism evident. Although she did not follow financial matters closely, she recalled her classmate frequently mentioning the domineering CEO of the Huffing group, Bai Zhuoyan, who resided by the riverbank. Li, Yang Li nodded. My elder brother is also quite remarkable. Mother, we shouldn't belittle ourselves by praising others. As she spoke, she reached out to lift Ran Shichao's chin, revealing his handsome visage. Just look at your son's face. Is it not alluring to girls? Ran Shiyuan felt a swell of pride at her brother's appearance. And who knows? Perhaps my sister has a penchant for younger men? Ran Shichao swatted her hand away and maneuvered his wheelchair towards the elevator. I possess more than just good looks. Ran Shiyuan stuck out her tongue playfully. All right, let's not undermine your brother. After all, he is a distinguished student at Capital University. Yang Li chuckled, bemused by the sibling rivalry that had resumed now that the crisis had subsided. The review process above should conclude shortly. Bai Zichuan took a seat, knowing that Yin would not finish work for some time. As they waited outside, Gu Zhuoyan understood he was referring to the special personnel review. There's no rush. I am quite curious to see how the authorities will handle the new city situation. The bridge has been destroyed, making access exceedingly difficult. I worry that in a few days, the changes will be too significant. That madman, Wan Si, is researching zombies. If a horde of mutated zombies emerges, it would spell another catastrophe for humanity. Song Yu had already reported this matter to the higher-ups. It should not take long. Do you wish to partake in this operation? Bai Zichuan grasped Gu Zhuoyan's unspoken intentions. I am more familiar with the area, which would result in fewer casualties. Wouldn't that be advantageous? Bai Zichuan hesitated, his expression complex. It cannot be deemed unfavorable. For him, a well-developed base where people could survive was beneficial. Yet, he harbored a selfish desire to shield Gu Zhuoyan from the complexities of conflict and the perils of dangerous missions. He did not wish for her to be harmed. The development of the base will inevitably involve sacrifices. I only hope you can protect yourself. Bai Zichuan's voice was low and heavy. I will do my best. Gu Zhuoyan clasped her hands tightly, gazing at the ground. The two fell into a silence, refraining from further conversation. As Yin finished her work and entered the reception area, she spotted Gu Zhuoyan. Filled with joy, she rushed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Yin beamed with delight, lifting Gu Zhuoyan's chin with her hand, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. I knew it yesterday. It is truly wonderful that you are not harmed. Gu Zhuoyan placed her hands on either side of her cheeks and pinched them gently. The system grumbled. You nearly met your end. If it weren't for the bone-reshaping spirit spring, the host would have been finished long ago. Gu Zhuoyan paused momentarily. Yin released Gu Zhuoyan and noticed Bai Zichuan standing beside them. I'm just here to mooch a meal, Bai Zichuan smiled at her. It's not the first time the young master has done so. In the morning, Gu Zhuoyan filled the refrigerator to the brim. Yin, as the head chef, had Gu Zhuoyan assisting her. Both relished in this unspoken understanding and intimacy. How long is this break? Yin wished for her to linger a bit longer. The arrangements above dictate that it shouldn't be for too long. Gu Zhuoyan was meticulously picking green beans. Could she not indulge in a moment of laziness? Yin pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. The workload you bear rivals those days when you were a star, tirelessly working through the night. The higher-ups truly regard you as a machine. People require rest, do they not? Her murmur struck Gu Zhuoyan as somewhat endearing, and she understood Yan's concerns. Having vowed to become a great hero, what kind of hero would lament exhaustion and hardship? Yan rolled her eyes at her words. Spare me your bravado. Even if you have become exceptionally capable, the apocalyptic crisis is not akin to what is portrayed in animated films. I simply wish for you to be an ordinary person, living until we both naturally succumb to old age. She did not desire for Gu Zhuoyan to bear an excessive burden of responsibility. To be a hero among humanity entails enduring much, with even greater weight upon one's shoulders. She glanced at Gu Zhuoyan's slender shoulders, which hardly seemed capable of shouldering such immense pressure. Nonetheless, she believed this wish would surely come to fruition. Gu Zhuoyan contemplated the passage of time, envisioning a future where both she and her companion, having aged gracefully, would find solace together on a bench in a retirement home. They would gaze at the descending sun, basking in its golden twilight as they awaited the conclusion of their lives. Such a scenario, she mused, would indeed be beautiful. To witness the sunset anew, to behold the horizon painted in shades of coral and peach, as the sun's rays danced and shimmered, breathing life and vitality back into the world. This dream would surely come to fruition. She whispered softly, though Yin did not hear her. She had expressed much. Yet Gu Zhuoyan remained resolute, her counsel falling on deaf ears. Let's all live well. Chapter 65. The first winter after the apocalypse arrives once the meal was prepared. Bai Zichuan entered with Song Yu, who had brought along a self-heating hot pot. Upon entering the room, He inhaled deeply, a look of bliss crossing his face. Ah, Chef He's culinary skills truly are unmatched. I have long yearned for this flavor. He placed the gift on the entryway cabinet, changed his shoes, and hurried into the kitchen. A pot simmered with lotus root and spare ribs, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A selection of stir-fried dishes adorned the table. A feast for the senses, vibrant and delectable. Zhuoyan seldom had the opportunity to be at home, and Hien devoted herself to preparing a heartfelt meal. "Let us dine," she invited. Bai Zhichuan took his seat, while Song Yu graciously served him a bowl of rice. "By the way, Song Yu, could you assist me in researching an individual? His name is Nian Guangyao, and I seek to uncover any information about him prior to the cataclysm." Zhuoyan recalled the half-corpse in the laboratory, while Song Yu stuffed his mouth with an abundance of food. "Have you never eaten in your life?" Hien observed Song Yu devouring his meal with such urgency, as if he had been famished for days. What a precious scion of a wealthy family. After swallowing his mouthful, Song Yu's complexion turned pale. He spoke with a tone of pitiable grievance. Hien rolled her eyes dramatically in response. Unperturbed, Song Yu remained his usual self, unbothered by her reaction. It is likely that information prior to the apocalypse will be difficult to retrieve. As you are aware, after the onset of the cataclysm, all communication gradually ceased. The central tower possesses electronic storage devices, yet they are seldom utilized. One must be mentally prepared for this reality. Song Yu spoke candidly. It was not a matter of his inadequacy, but rather the chasm that had formed between the world before the apocalypse and the present, making connections tenuous. If possible, I would still very much like to uncover information regarding this individual. Zhuoyan pondered, perhaps there might be some disparate information to uncover. Who is this person? Bai Zhichuan contemplated in his mind, yet he could not ascertain any details regarding Nian Guangyao. This was not something that warranted concealment. The zombie that had been discarded in the laboratory? How could there still be a connection with that creature? No, that young man, who had not been entirely consumed by the virus and still retained some consciousness. Bai Zhichuan was taken aback and bewildered. Based on his previous observations, it was presumed that the complete infection of a human by a zombie did not take an extensive period. Given the passage of time, could it be that he had not yet succumbed entirely to the zombie virus? Indeed, Song Yu, while partaking in his meal, gossiped about the interactions between the two. Is there truly a human capable of maintaining lucidity under the influence of a zombie virus? The apocalyptic zombie virus is exceedingly ferocious and domineering. Once it infects a human, it rapidly proliferates, dismantling the nervous system and seizing primary control, rendering humanity defenseless. Now, upon hearing the topic of their conversation, he felt both astonished and peculiar. Certainly, if she had not encountered such a phenomenon, she would undoubtedly be astounded. Does such a human possess antibodies against the virus? Could the research facility ultimately discover a method to create an antidote for the zombie virus through the study of such individuals? After Zhuoyan nodded, she shook her head. She remained uncertain whether Nian Guangyao could assist the laboratory in developing a precise method to combat the virus. Alternatively, the notion of achieving balance with the virus might merely be a consequence of his unique constitution. Indeed, there are a scant few individuals with extraordinary traits who maintain their autonomy even after infection. Yet, such instances are exceedingly rare. Once the meal was finished, the two leaned against their distended stomachs while seated on the edge of the sofa. It had been a long time since they had eaten so abundantly. Song Yu gently caressed his round belly, his voice tinged with satisfaction. He heard Hien's voice emanating from the kitchen. "Does the chef truly despise me?" Song Yu craned his neck and inquired, feeling rather pitiful to be dismissed right after the meal. "Well, I do have a few matters to attend to." Suddenly, Song Yu recalled something and glanced at Zhuoyan. He urged him to rise and turned to Bai Zhichuan. "Brother Bai, shall we depart together?" After all necessary discussions were concluded and their meal consumed, Bai Zhichuan stood up, bid farewell, and the two exited. "Isn't there a facility for physical training at the base? They are currently recruiting new trainers, and many newcomers have arrived in the city. The authorities intend to nurture them. If you have the time, you might want to consider it." Hien lightly tapped at the door, and upon noticing Zhuoyan's gaze upon her, she shared the information she had. "Are you suggesting cultivating your own faction?" Gu Zhuoyan indeed harbored such thoughts. The expansion of the base would inevitably attract not only the official authorities, but also an array of emerging factions. While she had no desire to vie for power, it did not preclude others from attempting to seize it. However, the notion of recruiting individuals from the official sector seemed rather impractical. At present, the paramount concern for everyone was merely to secure their basic needs. Within the city, the protection offered by the authorities alleviated the peril posed by zombies, rendering food the most fervent pursuit of the populace. Perhaps, opening a restaurant could be a viable option? Gu Zhuoyan inquired about the intention to entrust the restaurant to Yin in order to win the hearts of the people. We scarcely possess sufficient provisions ourselves. Yin furrowed her brow, clearly finding this notion rather implausible. Leave the food issue to me. You need only manage the remaining matters. She spoke slowly. We are still in the early stages. Food is the most closely monitored resource by the authorities. Even if you have alternative channels, it would not be wise to sell openly. Yin wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Then I shall visit the training grounds tomorrow. Gu Zhuoyan remained unhurried, for she possessed the luxury of time. Presently, her foremost concern was to address the insidious organization. The official approval was uncertain, with several days yet to pass. At dawn, Gu Zhuoyan arrived at the training grounds, where a multitude of young individuals stood in anticipation. She positioned herself at the back, as the instructor on stage delivered an impassioned speech, igniting the fervor of the youth. The second circle expansion is imperative. We shall eradicate the zombies completely. Indeed, the authorities had plans to extend the perimeter of the base, establishing a protective encirclement. The first circle represented the outer city, while the second circle expansion was to be completed within 3 months, utilizing the central building of the city as its radius, extending the range by 2,000 meters. The afternoon training focused on fundamental concepts, elucidating the vulnerabilities of the zombies. As night enveloped the sky, Gu Zhuoyan exited the training room. Before her, delicate flakes of white began to fall. She extended her hand and gazed upward at the pitch-black heavens, where a single snowflake settled in her palm, only to dissolve swiftly. The winter of this year had indeed arrived. One by one, the emerging individuals turned their eyes towards the night sky. The first snowfall after the apocalypse, the inaugural winter, had come. Chapter 66. Our relationship is not merely one of seeking sanctuary. Gu Zhuoyan had been at the base for half a month, participating in several missions. The snow fell increasingly heavier, gradually cloaking the city in a silvery frost. The nature of the clandestine missions seemed shrouded in secrecy, as she remained oblivious to the approval process. One evening, after work, Yin was followed by Songyu. But what buys at Chuan? Gu Zhuoyan inquired as Songyu entered the room, confidently changing his shoes. I have come to inform you about the situation concerning Nian Guangyao. Furthermore, an assignment has been issued. The recent surge in mutated zombies across various regions has made it impossible for anyone to celebrate the new year. After taking a seat, he exhaled a puff of white air and rubbed his somewhat stiff fingers. Yin poured him a cup of hot water and, noticing that the two had matters to discuss, retreated to the kitchen. Let's have pasta for dinner tonight. Now let us address the matter of Nian Guangyao. Recent research conducted by the authorities has yielded some results. They have developed a serum that slows the progression of the zombie virus. However, it merely postpones the inevitable. Those infected will still transform into zombies. The higher-ups are also conducting an investigation. As you know, he is a significant research subject for the scientific community. His parents work in the capital as prominent biological researchers, and the authorities have reached out to them, but they are currently unaccounted for. I suspect they may not have evaded the initial wave of infection. Nian Guangyao himself arrived in Binjiang with unclear intentions. He moved here merely half a month ago when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, and he became infected. Oh, and by the way, he was accompanied by a girl named Tian Yi, whose whereabouts are also unknown. Is that all the information we have? Gu Zhuoyan furrowed her brow, finding the information insufficient for any conclusive deductions. My dear Miss Gu, this information is already quite remarkable. Just consider the current state of society. Locating someone's details is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Were it not for the authorities' deliberate investigation, Uncovering such data solely based on one individual would be exceedingly challenging. I suspect that Nian Guangyao possesses some peculiarities. However, articulating my thoughts on the matter proves to be quite the conundrum. Perhaps you should inquire personally? The research facility has indicated that he harbors a particular fondness for you. Never mind, you should refrain from such actions. Otherwise, Brother Bai will surely become jealous, and besides, outsiders are not easily permitted within the research facility. Who cares if he feels jealous? My Zhuoyan is engaged in legitimate affairs. He placed a plate of pasta on the table. Upon hearing his words, He retorted with exasperation. What was their relationship like in the past? Should she still be serving the young master? Let us discuss the mission at hand. As for the information regarding Nian Guangyao, she would dedicate time to investigate it later. The speed of their assaults is alarmingly swift, with formidable attack power and a body capable of partial transformation. Such descriptions led officials to surmise that the tower was likely destroyed by a mutated zombie. This tower holds significant importance for the authorities, as the expansion of the base relies on it for observation and information gathering. Thus, they have instructed you to lead a team to eliminate that mutated zombie. The number of mutated zombies is on a rise, although their quantity is not excessively alarming. Their presence is indeed unsettling. Is it dangerous? Tian inquired, taking a seat, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Zhuoyan. Indeed, it is perilous. Mutated zombies are undoubtedly hazardous, Song Yu replied gravely. All tasks assigned outside the city carry a certain level of risk. While mutated zombies exhibit considerable aggression, I am aware that Zhuoyan possesses exceptional abilities, which eases my concern, albeit slightly. Is it impossible to decline? Tian asked, her expression glum as she placed her hand atop Zhuoyan's. It's not feasible, unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, approval from above is unlikely. Song Yu shook his head. Do not fret. I shall exercise utmost caution. Moreover, you know my secrets. Escaping from peril is not a daunting task for me. Zhuoyan gently raised her hand and patted the back of her hand. However, I cannot fully relax. You are not a superhero. Fine, I understand. Whatever I say, you will comply. Tian gazed into Zhuoyan's eyes, her voice gradually fading. Song Yu thumped his chest, and Tian forced a bitter smile. Although she yearned for protection, her concern for Zhuoyan was evidently not solely rooted in the shelter she provided. Rather, it stemmed from their friendship, a bond that had endured for many years. Thus, she could not bear the thought of Zhuoyan coming to harm. Tomorrow's task is not simple. The system spoke. I suspect it is the work of the underworld organization. She had produced only a limited quantity of the evolutionary serum for the underworld, which explained why. Despite the increase in mutated zombies, the numbers were not overwhelmingly high. Ah, that pervert! The system screamed, covering its head, repulsed by that gruesome place. Zhuoyan rubbed her ears as the system's voice pierced her very soul. Next time, refrain from speaking so loudly. It hurts my ears. After emitting a soft sound, the system fell completely silent. The following day, Zhuoyan convened at the entrance of the second circle city, joining her companions. This mission had come upon her rather hastily, and her team comprised newcomers. Each individual was brimming with excitement, unable to conceal the fervor within their hearts. The task at hand was perilous, prompting everyone to be on high alert. Zhuoyan settled into the passenger seat after speaking. Sister, came a melodious and sweet voice from the driver's seat. As the head turned to greet her, Zhuoyan. Zhuoyan was slightly taken aback. Huh, quite a surprise. Isn't it? I never expected to learn how to drive. Ran Zhuoyan, flushed with excitement, had diligently honed her skills over the past 2 weeks, mastering not only the fundamentals of combat and methods for vanquishing zombies, but also the art of operating a large truck. This mission is perilous. You may choose to withdraw now. As I mentioned earlier, Zhuoyan was truly reluctant. She was still so young, at the most radiant moment of her life. When they were in the new city, each family member exerted every effort to ensure her safety. If any misfortune were to befall them during this mission, how devastated they would be. I am aware of the peril, sister. Everyone understands the inherent dangers of this task, as it has been communicated to us from above. I volunteered to participate. In the past, you all protected me, and the base safeguarded our family. Now, I wish to protect you, to shield everyone here. Ran Shiyuan's gaze was resolute. She would not easily alter her convictions. Chapter 67. Look, I am quite capable. Praise me, will you? Fool! If something were to happen to you, how heartbroken and sorrowful your parents and your brother would be. Gu Zhuoyan offered her final reminder. She laughed heartlessly, her smile radiant, reminiscent of twinkling stars. The door swung open, revealing a world cloaked in pristine white, as snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, creating a dreamlike haze in the distance, where only silvery shades could be discerned. A large truck slowly began its journey, making its way along the road. The watchtower was situated at a considerable distance from base. After more than 2 hours of travel, the truck reached the outskirts of the watchtower, where dilapidated structures loomed tall, surrounded by countless zombies. Gu Zhuoyan observed intently for a moment, yet discerned no extraordinary mutated zombies. Everyone disembarked, proceeding to eliminate the ordinary zombies. Her microphone conveyed instructions to the backup vehicle as she pushed open the door and leaped out. The nearest zombie lunged at her, but Ran Shiyuan, having just exited the vehicle, utilized its frame for leverage, executing a swift horizontal kick that struck the zombie's cranium with precision. The force of her blow sent the creature tumbling to the ground, its skull cracking audibly upon impact. Her movements were sharp and decisive, a stark contrast to the timid girl she once was. Adjusting her glasses, Ran Shiyuan glanced at Gu Zhuoyan, her expression radiating a yearning for sisterly praise. Sister, if this mission proves successful and I survive, come to my home for dinner during the new year. Her foolish brother, unable to articulate his thoughts, prompted her to assist him. She cherished Gu Zhuoyan deeply. If she could become part of her family, that would be even better. Very well, but you must exercise even greater caution. Gu Zhuoyan swiftly maneuvered behind Ran Xin, her dagger slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head was severed, rolling lifelessly upon the ground. The individuals who alighted from the vehicle brandished their combat weapons, taking care to minimize noise so as not to attract a greater horde of the undead. They resorted to physical means, shattering the zombies' brains with precision. Each person radiated an indomitable fighting spirit, emerging from the vehicle as if possessed by a vengeful deity, mercilessly tormenting the clumsy and rigid ordinary zombies, who were granted no chance of resistance. Gu Zhuoyan stood atop the vehicle, watching as the snow gracefully descended during the night. One zombie after another fell to the ground, and the combat prowess of the newcomers astonished her. With the ordinary zombies around the watchtower eradicated, everyone hastily erected tents and divided into 2 shifts for the night watch. The damage to the watchtower was severe. Gu Zhuoyan inspected the debris surrounding it, picking up shards from ground. The watchtower had not been destroyed by an explosion, but rather it had been torn apart by the sheer strength of the zombies. What manner of creature were they? Gu Zhuoyan felt a sense of perplexity as she gazed upon the shattered ruins, her feet rooted to the ground for an extended period. Sister, what is there to behold here? Let us hasten into the tent. We have kindled a fire, Ran Xin urged as she approached. She crouched on the ground, the night enveloped in darkness and snow falling, rendering any inspection quite challenging. Reaching out, she clasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand, which was indeed frigid to the touch. Observe the extent of the devastation here. Such destruction wrought solely through brute force, without the use of any explosive weaponry. This solitary zombie poses a significant threat. Gu Zhuoyan raised the fragment she had obtained, and under the dim light, the metal shard exhibited considerable deformation. Ran Shiyuan blinked, taking the metal fragment into her possession for a closer examination. She clasped the shard in her palm, the sharp edges pressing against her skin, causing a slight discomfort. Gu Zhuoyan entered the tent, which had been swiftly erected, its periphery fortified with makeshift defenses against the undead crafted from nearby metal sheeting. The captain is seated here. A young man shifted aside to create a space, gesturing for Gu Zhuoyan to take a seat beside him. Ran Shiyuan lifted the tent flap and stepped beside Gu Zhuoyan, her gaze fixed defiantly on the man. Do not dare to provoke my sister. Ran Shiyuan grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand, her tone laced with a subtle threat, causing the man to feel awkward. Well, the boss had given orders, and he certainly did not wish to face a beating. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Ran Shiyuan's formidable prowess during training at the base had sent shivers down his spine. To be on the receiving end of her wrath would not only be embarrassing, but also quite painful. Ran Shiyuan tugged Gu Zhuoyan into a cozy spot. As the warm flames flickered, dispelling the chill of the outside world. I have brought something wonderful. Gu Zhuoyan rummaged through her pocket and produced a bag of cotton candy. The old-fashioned kind that could be roasted over a fire. Ah, Captain, you are truly considerate, bringing us dessert for our mission, she exclaimed, her voice filled with gratitude upon seeing the white confection. In this post-apocalyptic world, sugar had become a rare commodity. The willingness to share such a treasure underscored the captain's regard for them. As the cotton candy was distributed, everyone sought out a stick, diligently cleaning it before carefully threading the sugary treat onto it and placing it over the flames. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. Instead of the desolation typical of their reality, the scene resembled a joyful camping trip. The apocalypse seemed to fade away, and she thought, I shall hoard 100 bags of this delightful cotton candy. Nearby, a companion held the perfectly roasted cotton candy to his lips, relishing the infrequent taste of sweetness. With one bite, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Sister, I have roasted mine perfectly, Ran Shiyuan said, offering her well-cooked confection to Gu Zhuoyan. You enjoy yours. You shall savor mina. Gu Zhuoyan did not refuse. How could she deprive a young girl of her treat? Ran Shiyuan plucked a fluffy cotton candy and gently placed it against Gu Zhuoyan's lips. The little girl was exceedingly enthusiastic, leaving Gu Zhuoyan with no choice but to indulge. All right, you can have it, she chuckled, her spirits evidently lifted. After finishing the cotton candy, the duty commenced. Gu Zhuoyan took her seat in the truck, elevating her gaze slightly to better survey the surroundings. Sister, let's share the first half of the night together. Ran Shiyuan settled into the passenger seat and produced a pair of night vision goggles. You should rest. I will notify you if anything arises. Glancing at the person beside her, Ran Shiyuan stifled a yawn and scanned the vicinity with the goggles. I'm not tired. I will keep you company. Gu Zhuoyan decided to cease her efforts, and in the latter half of the night, Ran Shiyuan was utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Rest now. I shall take care of the rest. Gu Zhuoyan draped a blanket over the little girl seated beside her. The young child murmured softly, unable to withstand the drowsiness, her eyelids gradually succumbing to slumber. Once assured that the child was asleep, Gu Zhuoyan took out a stamina potion and consumed it, carefully stowing away the vial before turning her gaze to the outside. As dawn broke, the mutated zombies did not make their appearance. The night passed without incident, and the ordinary zombies continued their relentless patrol. The absence of the mutated zombie brought a collective sigh of relief, yet a sense of unease lingered. Their mission was to eradicate this mutated creature, but with it remaining elusive, how could they achieve their goal? What was the strategy behind its absence? Chapter 68, Deceived. I told you that you could not escape. Is it possible that it fears us? How foolish. Zombies are devoid of such emotions. Then, what could be the reason for its failure to attack us? How should I know? The two engaged in a heated debate. Ran Shiyuan stepped out of the vehicle and scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Gu Zhuoyan. Where's the captain? She inquired, casually pulling someone aside. The captain has gone to inspect the perimeter. She instructed you to remain vigilant of your surroundings upon awakening. The individual recounted her previous words. Meanwhile, Gu Zhuoyan, following some traces in the snow, arrived at an abandoned, low-lying structure. The exterior of the building showed no signs of disturbance, appearing long forsaken. Deep snow blanketed the courtyard, while withered branches twisted and curled, obscuring the roof above. Gu Zhuoyan gazed towards the entrance for a considerable duration. After a moment, she lifted her foot and approached, gently pushing the door open. The interior was shrouded in dim light. Outside, a chilling breeze swept through, yet within, warmth enveloped her. She extended her hand, lightly brushing across the table, finding it devoid of dust. The dishes lay overturned atop the table, and a remarkably thick blanket was neatly piled on the sofa. Gu Zhuoyan retrieved a flashlight from her waist, and, as she switched it on, a shadow darted through the room like lightning, suddenly lunging at her. The flashlight was knocked from her grasp, crashing to the ground, flickering twice before plunging the room back into darkness. A hissing sound emerged from behind her, sending a chill down her spine. She had not clearly discerned what it was. No ordinary human could possess such speed, which was enough to indicate that a zombie, a mutated one, lurked within the confines of the room. Sensing a gust of wind approaching from behind, Zhuoyan lowered her center of gravity, bending at the waist to perform a backward kick, but missed her target. With determination, she thrust her elbow backward, making contact and using that momentum. She drove her knee upward, creating distance before delivering a powerful kick. The creature was sent hurtling against the wall, producing a tremendous crash, accompanied by the sound of a table being overturned. Suddenly, applause echoed from the doorway. Zhuoyan looked up to see a figure silhouetted against the light. Cloaked in a black robe that obscured their form, the individual appeared enigmatic, shrouded in an air of mystery. Zhuoyan straightened her posture, locking her gaze onto the individual standing at the entrance. It was an assertion rather than a question. You have deliberately lured me here. Footprints began to appear around the vehicle, fading into the desolate house. As the snow began to fall, the tracks would soon be concealed, indicating that this person had indeed come for her. Astute, the individual closed the door, plunging the room into complete darkness. Yet in an instant, light illuminated the space. The overhead fixture cast a glow throughout the interior. Zhuoyan discerned clearly that what lay overturned on the ground was indeed a zombie. Its ashen skin was marred with intricate patterns, resembling ruptured blood vessels, an unsettling sight. At this moment, it rose to its feet, its black pupils consuming the entirety of its eyes, leaving scarcely any trace of the scara. An oppressive silence enveloped her as she bowed her head, standing quietly against the wall. Zhuoyan felt a surge of suspicion. "Ruanxi." She turned her head, and the figure clad in a black cloak chuckled softly. He ceased his pretense and slowly removed his hood. Ruanxi, adorned in a black sweater, with slightly curled dark hair and a pallid complexion, smiled upon seeing Zhuoyan. "Did not expect me? I have come to find you." Ruanxi draped the black cloak over the wall and approached the sofa, settling down beside it. "Did that attempt not claim your life?" Zhuoyan slowly moved toward the door, recognizing that taking action now would be rather precarious. She was uncertain of what new cards this madman held. This mutated zombie exhibited irregular behavior. "Of course, I shall not perish so easily. However, you have indeed caused me considerable trouble." He spoke as he rolled up the sleeves of his wrist, revealing a forearm marred by red scars, grotesque and hideous. "I'm not fond of this." Gazing at the scars, Ruanxi's eyes shifted, his tone gradually growing ominous. "I typically prefer to repay the pain I have endured 1,000-fold. His attention remained fixated on the scars while Zhuoyan neared the door, placing her hand firmly on the doorknob and applying pressure, yet remaining immobile. "Control her." Ruanxi's voice echoed in the empty room, and the silent zombie suddenly lifted its head, twisting its neck toward Zhuoyan, launching a swift and fierce attack. This strike was both rapid and ruthless, executed with precision. "If you wish to be infected, feel free to resist." Ruanxi spoke leisurely, lowering his sleeves before turning his gaze to the two engaged in combat. Zhuoyan unsheathed a baseball bat and sent the nearest zombie sprawling with a single forceful strike. Her gaze swiftly fixed upon Ruanxi. The principle of capturing the leader before the followers is universally acknowledged. Thus, if one aims to subdue this zombie, it would be prudent to first control Ruanxi. Consequently, Zhuoyan rapidly adjusted her combat strategy, launching the baseball bat high into the air. As the zombie lunged once more, she utilized the ground to propel herself upwards, sweeping through the air and once again sending the zombie hurtling away. She hastened towards Ruanxi with utmost speed, drawing a dagger from her waist, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Yet, just as she was on the verge of reaching him, two zombies suddenly emerged, blocking her path. Their speed was astonishing. Zhuoyan scarcely had time to react before they restrained her. Instead of inflicting wounds, they seized her hands, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Ruanxi bent down, a smirk gracing his lips. "Did you not expect this?" He glanced at the two zombies beside him. "These are indeed your creations, the evolution serum. Although you did not unveil all your secrets, I have nonetheless crafted quite remarkable specimens. If we were to categorize the evolution of zombies by tiers, the ordinary zombies would be classified as level 0, while the first zombie with which you just engaged belongs to level 2, and the two beside you are level 3. He had been keenly observing Zhuoyan's expression. To lure you out from that place, I expended a considerable number of level 2 zombies. Zhuoyan, I warned you, there is no escape. His icy fingers gripped her chin, forcibly lifting her gaze. A bone-chilling cold seeped through the skin, invading her very marrow. Zhuoyan stared at him, noting that his skin was far from normal, his temperature unnaturally frigid. Have you used the evolution serum? Zhuoyan was uncertain. However, his body temperature was alarmingly abnormal. When she had left earlier, although Zhuoyan's skin was pale, it was not the ghostly pallor it exhibited now. Zhuoyan's dark eyes flickered momentarily. His lips pressed into a thin line as he released his grip on Zhuoyan's jaw. If you seek evolution, why not become a zombie? At this moment, Zhuoyan was certain. He had indeed used the evolution serum, which had resulted in side effects that rendered his complexion ashen and his body as cold as jade. Disclose the entire method for concocting the evolution serum, and I shall grant you a swift demise. The chill in his gaze deepened, and the hand gripping her shoulder blade gradually tightened until a cracking sound echoed, as if he intended to shatter her scapula. Chapter 69. You cannot bargain your life for mine. Then let us trade your presence. It hurts a bit. If you allow them to release me, I shall tell you. Zhuoyan let out a soft groan, her complexion gradually paling. Zhuoyan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her with quiet intensity. What is the matter? Is my elder brother truly so lacking in confidence? With 3 zombies present, do you believe I could possibly escape? Zhuoyan lowered her eyelids, revealing a bitter self-mockery. The evolution serum indeed had its drawbacks. Zhuoyan raised his arm, the zombie's grip loosening as he bent down, rummaging on the sofa. With a crack, the sofa sprang upwards, revealing a hollow beneath, containing a black box. He extended his hand to retrieve the box and placed it on the table. Upon opening it, he discovered a small syringe within. This was the remaining purification liquid, 1 milliliter, with a purity of 90%. Zhuoyan picked up the syringe, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, his gaze gradually turning frenzied. Initially, I truly intended to kill you, but my thoughts have now shifted. Zhuoyan grasped the syringe firmly. He gestured with his eyes, and a zombie standing at the door slowly approached, while 3 other zombies firmly restrained her. Zhuoyan drew closer, his lips brushing against her ear. He reached out to tuck away the stray hair at her neck. His icy fingers made contact with her skin once more, causing her to shiver involuntarily. We have all become the same kind of person. It is far more intriguing than simply killing you. Zhuoyan's pupils suddenly dilated, and with a forceful twist of her wrist, she attempted to break free from her restraints. The 3 zombies possessed immense strength. Zhuoyan plunged a needle in her neck, and within a mere second, 1 milliliter of the serum was injected into her body. Madman! A murderous intent swiftly spread across Zhuoyan's eyes. Madman? Ha ha ha! Is this not the first time you have referred to me thus? Zhuoyan released control over the zombies, and Zhuoyan sprang into action. Do you wish to kill me? He retreated with remarkable speed. You cannot slay me. Yet Zhuoyan did not relent. The two engaged in combat, with Zhuoyan evading her strikes until they neared the window, at which point Zhuoyan shattered the glass and leapt outside. Host, this lunatic is exceedingly insidious. He has injected you with a half-finished serum. The system fumed. Zhuoyan tugged at her lip. She was acutely aware that her evolution was indeed incomplete. The prospect of researching the zombie virus's evolutionary fluid for the next decade remained uncertain. Zombies could evolve, and humanity, too, yearned for evolution, desiring the same extraordinary and formidable powers for survival. Yet among all human experiments, the results were undeniably failures. The intense process of human evolution necessitated a lengthy duration, and the zombie evolution fluid, when administered to humans, would yield severe side effects. These side effects varied according to individual physiology. In the most severe cases, one could become infected and transform into a zombie. He has concealed himself here for so long, sabotaging the construction of the watchtower. Even if I do not intervene, he would compel me to reveal myself. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, a calamity cannot be evaded. Zhuoyan gently touched her neck, leaning against the frigid wall, her breath heavy. It felt as though a chilling liquid was gradually seeping into her bloodstream, coursing through her veins and reaching every cell within her body. What should she do? Zhuoyan's physical condition had evidently begun to exhibit abnormalities, and the system was in a state of agitation, frantically browsing the marketplace. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. In the absence of any useful items, it was in a state of panic. I'm not dead yet. How can you be so certain that I am the unluckiest one? Zhuoyan huddled in the corner, feeling as though she were submerged in a frigid pond, her body enveloped in an icy chill that threatened to consume her. Lacking any truly effective medication, the system could only rely on her formidable mental fortitude to endure this ordeal. If she were to falter, Zhuoyan would undoubtedly weep. Though she appeared resilient on the surface, Zhuoyan understood that her heart was far more fragile. Her mind clouded, she curled into herself. Ruanxi, accompanied by 3 mutated zombies, discovered Zhuoyan amidst the wreckage of a dilapidated cabinet. For the sake of others, was it not worth risking one's own safety? The inhabitants of the camp could not withstand the onslaught of the 3 mutated zombies. They could only escape together. Ruanxi bent down and lifted her from the cabinet, surprised to find her warmth nearly akin to his own. The zombie purification fluid had not been used on himself or Zhuoyan initially. He had experimented on ordinary individuals, each exhibiting different symptoms. Most succumbed after experiencing high fevers, quickly transforming into zombies. The speed of infection was markedly swifter than that of ordinary individuals. It seemed that soon, they too would become like the others. He gazed upon Zhuoyan's face, her trembling eyelashes and tightly furrowed brow betraying her anguish. The warmth he provided alleviated her suffering. He cupped her chin, his gaze fixed upon her. When she had fled from the abyss, during the bridge explosion, he had believed her fate was sealed. Yet he had clearly underestimated her resilience. She had survived once more at his hands. Thus, he could not let her slip away. No one could escape his grasp, and she should not be the exception. The explosion had obliterated many of his experimental results, and he had nearly perished in that very catastrophe. He cared little for the abyss, but his research was of paramount importance to him. The destruction of his findings was a grievous loss. If she could not accompany him with her life, then she should at least serve as a means to his ends. As night descended, Zhuoyan furrowed her brow, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Xiao Ran, could the captain have ventured out to investigate and encountered the mutated zombies? She proposed they form a team to explore the perimeter. Perhaps they could assist the captain if they encountered her. Indeed, it is possible that the captain is battling the mutated zombies exhausted and incapacitated outside. We must go to her aid. Zhuoyan exited the vehicle, her expression grim as she suppressed her inner turmoil. She organized the personnel into groups and began to scout the area. Chapter 70. Do not provoke me. Learn your lesson, sister. You must not come to harm. Zhuoyan needed to consider the greater good. Exploring outside at night was perilous, leaving them vulnerable to zombie attacks. There were no signs of conflict in the vicinity. These zombies were terrifyingly formidable, capable of dispatching the captain in a single strike. You are rather foolish. It is snowing, and even though there are signs of struggle, it was early morning when we ventured outside. By the time we began our search, it was already evening, and the snow had fallen throughout the day, concealing any traces of conflict. Tomorrow, we shall broaden our search area. Whether alive or deceased, we must ascertain the truth. The individuals gathered within the tent are engaged in hushed discussions, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the motorcycle. Xiaoran, I shall go and offer her some comfort. She shares the closest bond with the captain and must be feeling quite despondent. We are all distressed, yet you should allow her some peace. The crackling sounds transitioned from vague to distinct as Zhuoyan opened her eyes, catching sight of the closely positioned Ruanxi. She raised her hand to strike him, but her delicate wrist was seized in midair. Are you awakening with the intent to hit me? It appears you have not transformed into a zombie. You have regained consciousness in such a brief span of time. The lounge chair swayed gently, emitting creaking sounds. Ruanxi spoke slowly and leisurely. How do you feel? He is cold, and Gu Zhuoyan's condition should be similar. A sense of palpitations, accompanied by a chill. Gu Zhuoyan surveyed her surroundings, pondering whether she had merely run in vain. The room remained unchanged. Ruanxi inquired, "Are you afraid I might eliminate them all?" His eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief, aware that her heart was too tender. "You could indeed eradicate them all. To you, it is but a command. A pitiful creature like yourself, devoid of friends and companions, finds meaning in this world solely through the power of imagination." Gu Zhuoyan placed her hand over her heart, which beat slowly, as if an icy chill enveloped it, coursing through her veins and spreading to her limbs. Ruanxi furrowed his brow, his eyes gradually igniting with anger. Suddenly, he sprang up from the reclining chair and seized Gu Zhuoyan by the throat. "Enough nonsense. If you continue to speak thus, do not blame me for being ruthless." His grip was merciless, his fingers tightened, causing Gu Zhuoyan's complexion to flush crimson as she coughed, feeling a sharp pain in her lungs. Only when Ruanxi noticed her on the brink of unconsciousness did he relent. Those who refuse to learn will always face the consequences. "Gu Zhuoyan, you are an intelligent individual. Rather than incessantly provoking me and inciting my wrath, it would be wiser to behave." Gu Zhuoyan tilted her body and coughed. She was well aware that Ruanxi would not take her life. "Do I appear to be someone who has learned to be obedient?" Gu Zhuoyan's eyes shimmered with a profound depth. She was not a mere dog to be tamed. Amidst her intermittent coughs, she could taste the metallic tang of blood in her throat. Sitting upright, Gu Zhuoyan fixed her gaze upon the flickering flames in the hearth. "You shall come to cherish warm places in the future. I shall depart from here tomorrow. You may choose to flee, and the fate of those outside, including the bespectacled young girl, rests entirely upon you." Ruanxi's purpose in coming was to escort Gu Zhuoyan away. He had no desire to attract the attention of the authorities, yet he would not shy away from conflict when the time came. The mutated zombies lay in ambush nearby, and those newcomers would stand no chance against them. If she failed to comply, the pristine white snow beneath them would soon be stained crimson, colored by the lives of those individuals and the blood of that young girl. She remained indifferent to it all, yet he understood that Gu Zhuoyan cared for those people. Inside the room, silence reigned for an extended period. "I shall bid them farewell tomorrow." She would not barter with Ran Shiyuan's life. For now, she sought to placate the mind of a madman, lowering her head. Of course it is possible. With the dawn, snow continued to flutter gently, and everyone rose early, donning their garments and equipping themselves, preparing to expand the search area. Gu Zhuoyan entered from the periphery, and the first person to see him exclaimed loudly. Soon, the others rushed over, filled with concern. "Captain, where on earth have you been for an entire day and night? We were so worried. We thought the worst had befallen you." I knew that fortune favors the brave, and indeed, I was not mistaken. "Did you encounter mutated zombies?" Gu Zhuoyan gazed towards the watchtower, where amidst the ruins stood a second-level mutated zombie, its hollow eyes fixed upon her. Gu Zhuoyan was surrounded by a throng as she approached the tent. Ran Shiyuan rushed from a distance and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Sister, have you encountered any danger?" Ran Shiyuan's eyes were red and misty, and she bit her lip to suppress her tears. The anxiety that had been gnawing at her heart finally found solace in this moment. "I thought something had happened to you. If anything were to befall you, I would be devastated." She buried her face in Gu Zhuoyan's chest, her voice trembling with emotion. Gu Zhuoyan gently patted the little girl's back. Ruanxi observed from a distance, watching her engage in conversation with numerous people, surrounded by their caring presence. Each face bore a smile, and the air was filled with lively chatter. The little girl clung to her tightly. "Is this the person you wish to protect?" Ruanxi murmured to herself. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many had turned selfish, willing to sacrifice the lives of their loved ones for their own survival. Yet she, despite the looming threat to her own life, refused to bring calamity upon others. Indeed, she was different, perhaps foolishly so. After soothing the little girl, Gu Zhuoyan broached the main topic. It felt akin to retreating before a battle had even commenced. Ran Shiyuan, however, was unconcerned with such matters. She trusted Gu Zhuoyan implicitly. Having been missing for a day and a night, Something significant must have transpired. After Gu Zhuoyan spoke, she gently patted Ran Shiyuan's shoulder. Sister, the outside world is fraught with danger. Do you have matters to attend to? Ran Shiyuan grasped her hand, her eyes wide with apprehension. A chilling unease gripped her heart, and she felt an icy sensation in her palms as her pupils dilated. Why is her body temperature so low? I've been out in the cold all night, so my temperature is a bit low. Do not worry. I must leave because this matter is of utmost importance and urgency to me. Shiyuan, I trust you can handle this well. Do not let me down. The others stood in a daze, then began to murmur in confusion. I haven't done anything yet. The captain's actions are quite peculiar. Voices mingled in disarray as everyone spoke. Ran Shiyuan wiped her eyes, gazing in the direction Gu Zhuoyan had vanished, her voice rising, startling the others. Little Ran, someone attempted to say more. If you fear for your life, then stay here. Ran Shiyuan turned, her gaze growing resolute. Her sister would not hastily send her away without compelling reasons. They would only be a burden if they stayed. The person's lips moved, but ultimately they bowed their head in silence. Ran Shiyuan's hands and feet were icy, her nerves taut as she pressed her lips together. She surveyed everyone, her gaze exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. That little girl was undeniably unique. Yuan-Si sat in the driver's seat as the back door swung open with a thud before being shut again. He glanced back, seeing Gu Zhuoyan leaning against the window, her expression calm as she gazed out. Do not touch her. Gu Zhuoyan rested her chin on her hand, her gray eyes shifting with a hint of coldness in her tone. Yuan-Si, who was driving, let out a soft laugh at her words. Indeed, having you as a unique presence is more than sufficient. The car glided across the snowy terrain, leaving behind dark tire tracks as it gradually made its way out of the city. This was not a journey into oblivion. Gu Zhuoyan gazed out at the scenic landscape, her astonishment palpable. Where do you intend to take me? This path led away from Binjiang, the city fading into the distance behind her, the buildings shrinking gradually. Only, he is gone. Gu Zhuoyan's eyes gradually revealed a chill as she gazed at Yuan-Si's nape. Lowering her head, she felt a slight headache. Meanwhile, the zombie beside her stirred, producing a rustling sound, and draped a trench coat over her shoulders. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the black trench coat, pausing for 2 seconds. It was evident that the garment belonged to Yuan-Si. I fear you might freeze, she remarked, as the injection had rendered her constitution somewhat frigid, making her particularly susceptible to the cold. Aren't you afraid of being pursued by the intermediary organization? She inquired. They wouldn't dare, came the reply. After driving several hundred miles, the night had completely enveloped them. Yuan-Si halted the vehicle before a building, where another car was parked outside, indicating the presence of newcomers within. Exiting the car, Gu Zhuoyan wrapped herself tightly in her coat as 3 mutated zombies lurked inside. Yuan-Si knocked on the door, eliciting faint sounds from within. Who is it? A cautious male voice called, rough and tentative. We seek refuge. Yuan-Si coughed lightly, and the door creaked open. A man clad in a thick down jacket scrutinized him before his gaze shifted to Gu Zhuoyan. Just the 2 of you? He inquired again. Yuan-Si, appearing pale and unwell, lacked an intimidating presence. Indeed, just the 2 of us, he reiterated with another cough. The storm is fierce. It's difficult to navigate the roads at night. With the snow and slick ground, it's easy to overturn. A woman wielding a stick emerged behind a man, her demeanor wary as she assessed them. Tianxiong, let them in. The man nodded, creating a small opening. Please come inside. Yuan-Si grasped Gu Zhuoyan's wrist. We are a couple. We appreciate your kindness. Upon entering, they found 3 others within, a pair of men and a woman, gathered around a fire pit in the center, consuming food. Their expressions indifferent at the sight of Yuan-Si. I am Xiang Tianxiong. May I ask where you are headed? The man inquired, closing the door behind them and stepping closer to Yuan-Si. Little brother, your girlfriend is bundled up quite tightly. She hasn't been bitten by a zombie, has she? That could pose a grave danger for us. We offer our assistance, hoping to avoid harm tonight. Upon mentioning the possibility of a zombie bite, the other 3 rose, their expressions alert, gripping their weapons tightly. No, she is merely cold. We are both a bit under the weather, Yuan-Si replied with a smile. Your words alone do little to convince us. The remaining three surrounded him, their suspicion palpable. Gu Zhuoyan's hat was suddenly removed. In the darkness, the flicker of flames danced in her eyes, her complexion unnaturally pale, and her exquisite features illuminated by the firelight, resembling a midnight vampire. Her beauty momentarily captivated the three men. "Little brother, your girlfriend is quite lovely," one remarked. "Indeed," replied Ruan-Si, as he placed Gu Zhuoyan's hat back on her head, the wide brim sagging to obscure her face. "We are feeling unwell and will take our leave to rest," he announced before selecting a room downstairs. "What is so fascinating? Two ailing wretches. Look at how wide-eyed you are," a woman with a ponytail scoffed disdainfully. "Did you not notice? Both of them possess commendable appearances, yet they are unfortunately frail." Xiang Tianxiong took a seat, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "Shall we take action against them?" inquired a man clad in a black hoodie. That evening, within the room, Ruan-Si closed the door, positioning himself at the threshold with his ear pressed against it. Gu Zhuoyan pressed herself against the door. The sounds from within were audible, and it was evident that these 5 individuals were not of good character. Fortunately, Ruan-Si was no virtuous person either. Why not eliminate them directly? Gu Zhuoyan approached the window, gazing outside where a vehicle sat shrouded in the night, occupied by 3 mutated zombies. Ruan-Si rubbed his ears, expressing his disdain for the simplicity of an outright kill. It is far more intriguing to observe the desperate struggles of these lab rats in their throes of demise. Furthermore, we are civilized beings. Engaging in mindless violence is beneath us. Gu Zhuoyan rolled her eyes, glancing at the solitary bed before turning her gaze to Ruan-Si. Why fabricate the identity of a couple? She had no desire to share a bed with a pervert. "I like it." Ruan-Si did not approach the bed. Instead, he opened the window, allowing the zombies from the vehicle to descend, clutching blankets. "They harbor intentions towards you. Tonight, they will take action." Chapter 72. Allow me to teach you. It's quite simple to maneuver. How do you control these zombies? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the zombies standing by the window, resembling marionettes manipulated by unseen strings. Yet, it was precisely this quality that imbued them with an unsettling terror. "Do you think I would divulge such information?" Ruan-Si remarked, as he retrieved a blanket and closed the window. He laid the blanket over the chair and, upon sitting down, turned his attention to Gu Zhuoyan. "Even if you remain silent, I shall inevitably uncover the truth." Gu Zhuoyan, unperturbed by cleanliness, simply reclined upon the bed. "Does she truly dare to fall asleep?" inquired Ruan-Si. Gu Zhuoyan smiled lightly, questioning what she had to fear. Those who dare to enter would undoubtedly meet their demise. "It is you who cannot sleep, is it not?" Gu Zhuoyan speculated that Ruan-Si might suffer from a certain mental illness that rendered him incapable of easily drifting into slumber. Was he afraid that if he fell asleep, she would end his life? Those afflicted with such mental disturbances typically require sedatives to assist in achieving a state of relaxation. Yet, could he truly dare to sleep in her presence? "Gu Zhuoyan, you are indeed astute. However, I must inform you that if you attempt to flee tonight, I shall pursue you to Binjiang. You may choose to take my life. Should you succeed, a delightful surprise awaits you thereafter." With those words, he closed his eyes, allowing his body to relax. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent. Was Ruan-Si's surprise credible? Could it be that there is an issue with the potion? The system had been quiet, but at this moment, it could no longer contain its words. He must have tampered with the potion. In the dead of night, the door lock clicked open, startling Gu Zhuoyan awake, while Ruan-Si opened his eyes and the two exchanged a glance. Gu Zhuoyan feigned sleep as the door creaked open, revealing 3 furtive figures who stealthily entered the room. They approached the bedside and, upon lifting the covers, discovered Gu Zhuoyan, brandishing a small vial. "Where is that ailing wretch?" They wondered, noticing the absence of Ruan-Si on the other side of the bed. "Are you all searching for me?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling the trio. They turned to find Ruan-Si standing at the threshold, appearing ghostly, their hearts racing in trepidation. A smile played upon Ruan-Si's lips as he reiterated his query. "Are you in search of me? Fools! Why are you loitering here in the dead of night?" Xiang Tianxiong bellowed, seizing the hammer strapped to his back. He had intended merely to indulge in a nocturnal feast. unaware that the individual before him had not succumbed to slumber. "You two, take action. I shall deal with this brat." The remaining duo extended their hands, positioning the vial beneath Zhuoyan's nose. A cold, bone-chilling hand clasped his wrist. "The scent is rather unpleasant, isn't it? However, if you find it to your liking, feel free to inhale a bit more." Zhuoyan's voice was filled with sorrow as she slowly rose to her feet, snatching the bottle with her other hand. "Goodness!" exclaimed the man who held her wrist as he realized her body temperature was alarmingly abnormal. A small vial was thrust into his nostrils. Another individual drew a machete from behind his waist, ready to strike, but was swiftly covered by the blanket that was suddenly thrown over his head. A heavy kick to his waist sent him flying from the edge of the bed to crash against the wardrobe, producing a thunderous clatter. The wardrobe door shattered, sending dust and a musty odor swirling into the air. Xiang Tianxiong turned to look upon hearing the noise and saw Zhuoyan standing from the bed. Two individuals lay at the bedside, unconscious. What a pair of useless fools, he thought, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. As Ruan Si approached, Xiang Tianxiong swung a hammer, but Ruan Si deftly evaded. "In the dead of night, you come looking for my girlfriend? What are your intentions?" He mocked, his voice sharp. The room had emptied of others, and a chill coursed through Xiang Tianxiong's body, creeping from his feet to the nape of his neck. We just came to see if you need blankets," he stammered, suddenly realizing he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Having navigated through perilous situations in the post-apocalyptic world, he was acutely aware of danger. His instinct had kept him alive against all odds. However, the sense of peril was overwhelming now, and he had no choice but to concede. Embarrassment was trivial compared to the value of his life. "Oh, I see, it is indeed quite cold. I would appreciate your assistance, but my girlfriend and I are somewhat fastidious. We prefer not to use items that have been previously used. If you cannot provide new quilts, you may find it difficult to leave this room." He stood at the doorway, a dagger having appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him, tapping lightly against his palm. Yet it felt as if it were poised at the very edge of Xiang Tianxiong's heart, sending shivers of fear through him. "Why, yes, please don't make a move. I'll fetch them for you right away," Ruan Si stammered, stepping aside as Xiang Tianxiong bolted out. Ruan Si's voice trailed behind him, a reminder that escape was not an option. "I told you they would come looking for you at night, and indeed they have. A band of desperate souls. To kill them would be a mere act of finality." Zhuoyan cast a glance at the two unconscious individuals sprawled on the ground. Their hands were surely stained with blood, and they had sullied numerous innocent girls. How mundane this journey felt. Wouldn't it be delightful to have one or two people to amuse us? Ruan Si kicked one of the fallen figures, his kick forceful. Yet the man showed no sign of response. The potency of the sedative was considerable. He glanced at Zhuoyan, who felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She understood the intentions of these three individuals quite well. Ruan Si approached her, producing a light source that dispelled the darkness. "If you wish to eliminate these two, you may act now." He placed a gleaming dagger in the palm of Zhuoyan's hand, his gaze imbued with encouragement, a flicker of excitement lurking in the depths of his eyes. "These individuals sought to defile you. You could simply slay them, dispose of their bodies outside. Taking a life is simple. Just let the dagger glide across their necks, and they shall never open their eyes again." Zhuoyan tossed aside the dagger, stirring the man against the wardrobe awake. He glared at Zhuoyan, muttering a curse under his breath. Ruan Si picked up the dagger from the floor and casually tossed it aside, where it struck with a sharp sound, embedding itself firmly into the wooden panel of the wardrobe. As the blade glided across the man's neck, he was momentarily taken aback, and blood gushed forth from the wound. He let out a cry, clutching his throat desperately. "Brother, I brought the blanket for you. I will spread it out now." The blanket remained unopened, still encased in plastic. "Thank you. I appreciate it," he replied. Ruan Si stepped aside, and Xiang Tianxiong swiftly arranged the bed. He glanced at his brother, who was pale and pressing his hand against his neck. "Take these two away. They are rather bothersome," Ruan Si remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianxiong immediately dragged the unconscious man out, returning to escort the bleeding individual away. With the door closed, silence enveloped the room, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Zhuoyan gazed at the pool of crimson on the floor. It has stained the floor, Zhuoyan noted, frowning as he used a nearby bedsheet to cover the blood. He then lay down on the bed in a relaxed manner. They want tea come back in. I wish to hear you sing the song from the laboratory. Chapter 73. Am I teasing you? Are you unhappy? Would you like to hear it? The scent of blood seemed less offensive than before. Indeed, otherwise you'll have to drive tomorrow. Zhuoyan nodded. Her voice had a soothing quality that could bring him solace. He needed to maintain control over the 3 zombies outside, having not rested well for many days. Zhuoyan pondered momentarily. You have added other substances to the injection you administered. Indeed, Zhuoyan was astonished by her astuteness, and Zhuoyan understood. She had always been sensitive to the metallic scent of blood. Although it did not induce nausea, she certainly found it disagreeable. The room was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Gradually, a gentle melody wafted through the air. Zhuoyan wore a faint smile, his eyes closed, entranced by her soothing voice. The distance between them was not considerable, allowing him to catch a whiff of her delicate, cold fragrance, reminiscent of plum blossoms, pure and refreshing. His consciousness began to blur, as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. As Zhuoyan observed him slumbering, she propped herself up and utilized her points to exchange for a syringe within the confines of her space. Drawing her own blood, she grasped the syringe, noting that the blood radiated a gentle warmth, contrary to the anticipated chilling coldness. System, could you assist me in analyzing this? In this isolated environment devoid of instruments, she was unable to examine the components of her blood. Rest assured, dear host, we shall find a way. Allow me to explore the reward pool. The system responded cautiously, recognizing the host's serene demeanor, which belied the depth of her distress. This perverse individual, treating the host in such a manner, yet expecting her to sing, displayed an utter lack of humanity. After all, her host was no nightingale. The syringe in Zhuoyan's hand vanished as she reclined. With the dawn, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the window, prompting her to open her eyes. She sat up to find the second-level mutated zombie gently tapping at the glass. Zhuoyan remained asleep in bed, unaware of the unfolding scene. Zhuoyan approached and opened the window, causing the zombie to cease its knocking. She stood quietly by the window. The creature's body was a shade of ashen blue. It showed no signs of decay. Zhuoyan speculated that this was due to Zhuoyan's aversion to rotting corpses. How had he managed to exert such control? Zhuoyan gazed at the zombie, drawing closer as her eyes fixated on the area around its temple. There, she noticed signs of stitching, with black threads still intact. Suddenly, the zombie gaped its mouth wide, prompting Zhuoyan to forcefully strike its jaw with her elbow, decisively slamming its mouth shut. Is it truly so intrigued by her? Behind her, Zhuoyan stirred from his slumber, observing the scene by the window with a hint of languor in his voice. A good nap indeed. And she did not flee. It is evident that you are the one in control. Zhuoyan turned her head, noticing that the zombie did not launch a violent attack. After being slapped on the mouth, it fell silent once more. Just teasing you, are you angry? Zhuoyan got out of bed and reached for a thick cotton coat nearby, which was quite long. Let me take you for breakfast. Eating can brighten one's mood. Zhuoyan approached the door and opened it, causing the 5 people in the living room to stiffen at the sound behind them. He has come out. Honestly, why aren't we leaving? Shut up and don't speak. You are all such cowards, just 2 sickly individuals. Look at the wound on Huazi's neck. Zhuoyan, however, did not hear this unusual quarrel. He walked over with a radiant smile. I'm truly glad you haven't left yet. I'm a bit hungry. Do you have any food? Xiang Tianxiong stood up, a forced smile on his face. Brother, I'll get you some right now. Sit down by the fire and don't freeze. Zhuoyan pulled Zhuoyan to sit down. Such cowards. The woman with a ponytail stood up, her gaze displeased as she looked at the 2. You 2, enough already. I know you have some skills, but we 5 are not to be trifled with. Another quiet woman tugged at his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Oh, then what do you want? Zhuoyan picked up a stick, shifted the fire lazily, and asked. I want your life, the woman declared, swiftly throwing a dart aimed at Zhuoyan's forehead. He tilted his head, and the dart flew past, narrowly missing him. It embedded itself in the table behind, making a thud sound. Aksu! Another woman cried out in alarm as the ponytailed woman collapsed, a dagger lodged in her heart. her breathing rapidly ceasing. You, how could you kill her? The curly-haired woman's eyes turned red as she rushed to Xiang Tianxiong. Xiao Shui. He turned, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. It was her own actions that provoked this. Ruanxi appeared utterly innocent, bested by another. Her demise was entirely her own doing. You scoundrel. The curly-haired woman stood up. If you don't want to die, then behave. Ruanxi's tone shifted, no longer kind but filled with a chilling threat. Xiang Tianxiong froze, pulling the curly-haired woman down to the ground. I brought you food. We are leaving now and will not disturb you further. Not on your way. Ruanxi picked up a mooncake from the ground, opened it, and handed it to Gu Zhuoyan. Eat quickly, don't be upset. Gu Zhuoyan, a dead person, must you be so casual? It may lead the others to feel disrespected. Not on your way. Xiang Tianxiong suppressed the fury that simmered within him. The other two individuals also clenched their fingers, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds, exerting considerable force. You have yet to disclose your destination, he remarked. Ruanxi opened a packet of chips, munching on them with a crunch. The capital, he replied. That certainly diverges from our route. Ruanxi expressed a hint of regret, pondering how much easier the journey would have been with a servant at his side. You may leave, while my mood remains favorable, he declared. Upon his words, the four individuals rose, with Xiang Tianxiong cautiously assisting the curly-haired woman towards the door, while Ruanxi refrained from intervening. The quartet hastily exited. Just like that, they were allowed to escape. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the retreating figures of the four, a palpable sense of malice emanating from them. He was resolute in his conviction. Gu Zhuoyan remained speechless as Ruanxi raised his hand, summoning 3 mutated zombies that soon emerged. The grotesque creatures crouched upon the ground, ravenously tearing into the flesh of the woman. They too required sustenance, fresh, warm blood. Ruanxi observed as the woman's body had yet to grow cold, her lifeblood pooling around her. Gu Zhuoyan watched as the woman's body was gradually consumed, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. 3 mutated zombies stood up, wiping their mouths clean. Full now. Let us go, he declared as he rose, his gaze fixed on the pool of blood. Memories of the system's inspection report from the previous night flooded her mind. Host, in addition to the components of the zombie evolution fluid, there exists a substance that paralyzes the nerves within your blood. Chapter 74. Shall we make a swift exit? The essence of the evolution fluid, when present in the human body, could easily induce cellular mutation, paralyze the nerves, and diminish the body's monitoring functions. The fundamental components of the evolution fluid did not solely refer to factors that induce cellular carcinogenesis, but rather to a pseudo-zombie virus that causes symptoms of mutation. Upon entering the vehicle, Gu Zhuoyan nestled into a corner. Ran Shiyuan once again inquired of the guards at the city gate, but they shook their heads in response. The guards observed the young girl's expression of despair. Several days had passed, and her inner turmoil grew. Where on earth could she be? Had something gone awry? She recalled Gu Zhuoyan's abnormally cold body temperature and her pale complexion. No, she had to seek help for her sister. Team leader, a girl named Ran Shiyuan wishes to see you. Zhang Yu knocked on the door, which was opened to reveal Song Yu, who wore a light-blocking eye mask and appeared drowsy. The sound of the door creaking open prompted him to shift the mask aside, raising an eyebrow. Didn't I say I was on my lunch break at this time? Any matters can wait until I awaken. He waved his hand impatiently. How many times had he repeated this? She said Gu Zhuoyan is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu prepared to withdraw, but Song Yu swiftly removed his eye mask and propped himself up on the desk, standing to his full height. Gu Zhuoyan, bring that person in. The task assigned from above had concluded days ago. Although they had not eliminated the mutated zombies, the construction of the watchtower had not encountered further issues in recent days. Ran Shiyuan was ushered into the room, feeling somewhat anxious. You are a teammate who undertook missions with Gu Zhuoyan? Song Yu scrutinized the young girl before him. You claim Gu Zhuoyan is in trouble. What evidence do you possess? He carefully examined Ran Shiyuan's expression. On that day, my sister's temperature was abnormal. She constantly urged us to leave the area. I understood she was doing so to protect us. Ran Shiyuan lowered her head, consumed by self-reproach as days passed. Had her sister already encountered grave danger? Why did you not speak of this sooner? with zombies rampant outside and physical anomalies making one more susceptible to injury. If something had happened to Gu Zhuoyan, the little chef would surely be heartbroken. No, no. Dead or alive, I must see her. Pressing against his throbbing head, Song Yu resolved to inform Bai Zhuoyan of the matter, hoping he might devise a plan. He had been pondering how to stabilize He Yin over the past few days. Song Yu tapped on the vintage telephone on his desk, and Zhang Yu entered the room. A matter has been entrusted to you. Zhang Yu turned to Ran Shiyuan. You shall go to the South Station watchtower, meticulously examine the periphery, and ascertain if there is any pertinent information. Ran Shiyuan lifted her gaze, stifling her tears. Her expression was tense, filled with trepidation at the thought of Song Yu rejecting her request. Then you shall accompany her. As Zhang Yu stepped outside, Ran Shiyuan promptly followed. Could it be the agents of chaos? He rubbed the back of his hands, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. An explosion lit up the sky, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth, gradually revealing a colossal, mutated zombie. The creature crawled upon the ground, its features grotesquely distorted, with razor-sharp teeth resembling vicious spikes. A viscous green substance oozed from its mouth, dripping onto the ground, which began to emit a crackling sound. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the vehicle, assessing the grotesque creature before her. According to the Madman-esque classification of zombies, this mutated being had undoubtedly reached level 5. Host, shall we consider fleeing? The system observed the contorted form of the approaching mutated zombie, its movements eerie and unnatural, and suppressed the urge to scream in terror. That is an excellent suggestion. I concur. Gu Zhuoyan opened the car door, wrapping herself tightly in her thick garments. In front of her, Ruan Si stood firm, confronting 3 zombies that obstructed the advance of the mutated undead creature. After Gu Zhuoyan alighted from the vehicle, she stealthily made her way to a secluded corner of the ruins and opened a packet of cucumber-flavored chips. Ruan Si glanced back, and Gu Zhuoyan waved the bag of chips in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the mutated zombie launched an assault. Its leaping ability was remarkable, breaching the defensive perimeter established by 3 zombies and soaring high above the ground to directly attack Ruan Si. Its speed was astonishing, and as Ruan Si dodged, the hem of his garment was splattered with the zombie's saliva, corroding it to form numerous small black holes. It was evident that this mutated zombie was a formidable opponent. Even the explosive force of firearms failed to bring it down, as it clawed its way back from the debris of the explosion, persisting in its assault. The interference from the 3 zombies significantly slowed the mutated zombie's pace, allowing Ruan Si to fire his rifle several times, which was soon followed by another explosion echoing through the ruins. The smoke thickened considerably. With such a cacophony, we would hardly escape the impending tide of corpses. Gu Zhuoyan stuffed the last chip into her mouth, brushed her hands together, and stood up to survey her surroundings. Indeed, the sound had attracted zombies from all directions. After wandering for more than half a month, she had come to realize the terrifying nature of a zombie horde. Even a nimble escape could lead one into their grasp. The mutated zombies, impervious to conventional firearms, filled her with dread. The surrounding buildings lay in ruins, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to decide to leave. Yuan Si's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. The second-tier zombie had been severely damaged, shattered, and broken, while the other 2 third-tier zombies bore injuries. Despite several consecutive attacks with firearms, the mutated zombies bore numerous holes and signs of damage, yet it was insufficient to be fatal. He required a bait capable of obliterating the zombies into mere fragments. Gu Zhuoyan, hurry and run. If you don't, you will perish. Look at what is closing in around us. Upon finishing her words, Gu Zhuoyan decisively quickened her pace. Ruan Si bared his teeth, revealing a chilling smile. As he swiftly approached her, the mutated zombies trailing closely behind. Get away from me. Split up and run. Do you understand? As she noticed the mutated zombie advancing towards her, Gu Zhuoyan felt a surge of panic. You scoundrel, do you wish to see me dead? Chapter 75. We shall settle our accounts later, Gu Zhuoyan. I require a decoy. The third-level zombie once again held back the crawling monstrosity as Gu Zhuoyan kicked a regular zombie that charged at her away. You want me to be your bait? He appeared not to be insane. Perhaps he himself was not mad after all. Then we might as well die together. He grasped Gu Zhuoyan's arm firmly. Look at you. Without me, you will inevitably meet your demise. Ruanxi spoke, while Gu Zhuoyan raised her head, exposed to the light, where faint black threads seemed to crawl from her neck to her face. That is still preferable to dying immediately at the hands of a zombie. To live even for a moment is worth it. She broke free from Ruanxi's grip and smiled. Ruanxi gazed intently into her eyes, a flicker of anger gradually surfacing within them. He lowered his head and bit down on Gu Zhuoyan's neck. Have you lost your mind? Gu Zhuoyan felt a sharp pain in her neck as she forcefully elbowed him in the chest, the impact resonating with a dull thud against his sternum. Ruanxi released her, retreating a few paces, and coughed twice, his lips stained with blood, exuding a captivating yet grotesque allure. One of the Tier 3 mutated zombies had been destroyed, while the last one faced the assault of a high-level zombie, utterly futile, like an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Ruanxi wiped the corner of his mouth and cast a meaningful glance at Gu Zhuoyan before drawing a sharp dagger to slice off a piece of his own flesh. The zombies were acutely sensitive to the scent of human blood, and the air became thick with its metallic aroma, inciting the zombie into a frenzy. Clutching the blood-soaked flesh, he wrapped it with a cloth strip and affixed it to a bomb, hurling it towards the mutated zombie. As the scent of blood drew near, the mindless creature lunged forward, greedily seizing the flesh and viciously tearing off a chunk. The explosion erupted in close proximity, sending Ruanxi hurtling through the air as if his very bones had been shattered. The limbs of the mutated zombie were obliterated in the blast. Gu Zhuoyan was propelled forward by a tremendous shockwave, nearly collapsing onto an ordinary zombie. With remarkable agility, she evaded the creature and brandished her baseball bat, delivering a powerful strike to the zombie's skull. The force of her blow caused its brains to splatter. Turning her gaze, she saw Ruanxi lying amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. The 5th-level mutated zombie still clung to life, yet was left maimed, deprived of both hands and a leg, its head grotesquely dangling, swaying unsettlingly from its neck. It continued to mimic the act of incessantly chewing and biting. As the aftershocks gradually subsided, ordinary zombies began to gather, and it appeared that the abomination was on the brink of demise. Gu Zhuoyan, you truly are formidable this time. Ruanxi closed his eyes, finding solace in the thought of a peaceful slumber. Although his experiment had not reached complete fruition, it could hardly be deemed a failure. His head throbbed with a cacophony of pain, as if it were about to explode, yet his body felt light and unburdened. An ordinary zombie approached Ruanxi's feet, its entire being reeking of blood, as though it had been steeped in a pool of gore, eagerly bending down to take a bite. Just as the zombie lunged forward, a baseball bat soared through the air, striking the creature's cheekbone with precision, significantly impeding its movements. Gu Zhuoyan approached, kicking aside the encircling zombies, and dragged the nearly lifeless individual. The little fairy sped along, the road uneven and bumpy, nearly causing her to take flight. Snow concealed most of the gravel, as Gu Zhuoyan retrieved a white cloth strip from her space to bandage the wound on his arm. A pervert is indeed a pervert. He inflicted harm upon himself, carving out a significant piece of flesh, exposing the bone beneath. Gu Zhuoyan felt a shiver run down her spine. After finally locating a secure refuge, she disembarked with her companions and, upon entering the dwelling, unceremoniously tossed Ruanxi onto a dust-laden sofa. The original occupant of the house had long since succumbed to the fate of a zombie, bound tightly to a substantial pillar, incessantly gnashing its teeth in futile attempts to break free from the constraints of the ropes. Gu Zhuoyan grasped the baseball bat, positioning herself before the grotesque figure of the zombie. This creature, in a state of advanced decay, emanated an overwhelming stench. I shall grant you complete liberation, she declared, raising the bat and striking with force. The zombie's head shattered instantly, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The room was filled with a foul odor, and Gu Zhuoyan retrieved some kindling from her spatial storage, locating a brazier within the confines of the room. Her body was frigid, yearning desperately for the warmth of a fire. As her body gradually warmed, she took out some food from her spatial storage to satiate her hunger. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Gu Zhuoyan sighed. In the past, she would have wished for this man to meet his demise swiftly, but now, such thoughts were no longer permissible. She reached out and touched the skin above her collarbone, sensing as if roots of some plant were climbing along her veins beneath the surface, the sensation unmistakable. Gu Zhuoyan, feeling irritable, rose to her feet and retrieved a can of 8 treasure porridge, feeding it to the nearly lifeless Si. His clothing was tattered and worn, his body marred with numerous injuries, and large swathes of skin were exposed. The serpent-like pattern on his collarbone, saturated with blood, appeared almost as if it were alive. Gu Zhuoyan extended her hand. The snake pattern was exceptionally unique and strikingly realistic. Her plans had been disrupted, and she bore witness to the terrifying spectacle of the undead horde, with the advanced mutated zombies being her most dreaded encounter. The journey back to Binjiang would take many days, with the nearest city being Haishu, where the survivors from Linshu were all migrating towards. Gu Zhuoyan gazed with a melancholic expression at the person languishing on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of kicks in frustration. Do not succumb to death just yet. We shall settle our scores later. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa, her eyes closed. This flight from peril had been nothing short of chaotic. That mutated zombie had pursued her relentlessly, were it not for the creature's lack of intelligence. She might have suspected it bore a deep-seated vendetta against her. Early the next morning, after extinguishing the fire, Gu Zhuoyan set forth with the battered Si, who remained in a deep slumber. The automatic navigation and driving capabilities of the little fairy required little of her mental effort during the journey. After 2 days and nights, Gu Zhuoyan arrived at Haishu, where the official base had expanded significantly. The entry checkpoints were exceedingly stringent, and the area surrounding the city gate had been cleared of zombies. A multitude of refugees formed long queues, awaiting their turn to enter the city. The harsh winter snow had yet to relent, blanketing the surroundings in a pristine white. The queue was filled with gaunt individuals, clad in tattered clothing, their rough skin reddened by the biting cold, evoking a deep sense of pity. Gu Zhuoyan alighted from the vehicle and cast a glance towards the city gate. Chapter 76. The infected must be executed. Here, one must queue. The individuals at the forefront were exceedingly irritable. There were too many refugees. They received nearly 1,000 daily, subjected to scrutiny and interrogation. Many bore visible wounds, yet refrained from revealing them, complicating their inspection efforts. The higher-ups frequently convened meetings to admonish them. Moreover, as the influx of people surged, the issue of food became increasingly pronounced. They themselves were on the brink of starvation, leaving them little inclination to assist others. With each additional person, there was one more individual vying for their rations. He lifted his gaze, prepared to reprimand those in line, when he suddenly froze. His eyes fell upon a face that made him inwardly marvel. Amidst the apocalypse, such a beautiful woman still roamed the outside world. Miss, entry to the city requires queuing. Gu Zhuoyan produced a handful of candies and placed them into the man's palm. My friend is suffering from a slight fever and has fallen into a state of unconsciousness. I implore you to show some leniency, she pleaded, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. The man gazed at the multitude of sweets in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Soon, a broad smile spread across his face, for in these apocalyptic times, candy was a rare treasure, and thus he was inclined to accommodate her request. Of course, you needn't wait in line. Your friend should come for an examination immediately. Health is of utmost importance. The individuals queuing behind began to murmur in protest. Silence. The man interjected, raising an eyebrow, his anger palpable as he sternly admonished them. If anyone dares to cause a ruckus again, I shall ensure they are barred from entering the city today. His authoritative voice quelled the crowd, leaving them simmering with indignation yet silent. Gu Zhuoyan supported the unconscious Si as they entered the outer city. After collecting a sample of blood, Gu Zhuoyan settled into a corner to await developments. Who exactly are Gu Zhuoyan and Si? Before long, a multitude of guards suddenly arrived in the vicinity. What was happening? Had there been another revelation of a latent infection? Had a zombie infiltrated their midst? Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet, surrounded by a cacophony of frightened onlookers. Zhuoyan remained motionless on the chair. The guards swiftly encircled him. "Take him away." The personnel clad in white lab coats bore serious expressions. "I shall walk myself." Supporting the unconscious Zhuoyan, Gu speculated that the vial of serum had triggered a detection of the zombie virus within her body. Had we been infected? A group of individuals escorted him to a designated location, and Gu inquired, yet silence enveloped them, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. "Indeed, you cannot remain at the base. Any personnel showing signs of infection must be executed." Gu pondered the implication. Was this throng surrounding her leading him to his demise? "I'm not infected. This is an experiment. My friend is a researcher, and during our study of the zombie virus, we developed an evolutionary serum to explore the mysteries of the virus's evolution. We sought to ascertain whether this evolution could manifest in humans. Thus, I conducted a live experiment with him, which account for the active viral indicators we exhibit." Upon Gu utterance, those present perceived her words as mere jest, or perhaps as an attempt to absolve herself. Many, when cognizant of their affliction, would seek myriad justifications for their impending demise. "I am not jesting with you. I hail from the Binjiang base, and all that I have articulated is the unvarnished truth." Gu halted her steps. Death was not an option. The person ahead furrowed his brow. "My dear, I understand that deep within, you do not wish for death. However, once infected by the zombie virus, you will transform into a mindless creature, driven solely by the urge to devour the flesh and blood of your own kind. Rather than face such a fate, it is far better to find release now." Gu lips twitched. "What a release! If I were infected with the zombie virus, my body temperature should be quite elevated at this moment." Gu extended her hand, and the person clad in a white coat appeared somewhat perplexed. He reached out to grasp Gu hand, only to be taken aback by the icy chill. Her abnormally low body temperature felt as if he had touched a block of ice. "Your temperature is exceedingly abnormal," he exclaimed. "It is far too low for a living being." "I'm not deceiving you," she replied. Gu spoke once more, and the man in the white coat hesitated for a considerable time. He gazed at Gu contemplating that if her words held truth, she possessed significant research value. The secrets of the zombie virus could be unveiled sooner, which would be advantageous for the base. Gu nodded. She desired neither to face execution nor to foster animosity with the personnel at the base. "I'm called Qin Jun," spoke the man in the white coat. "You're already acquainted with both my name and that of my friend, so there is no need for further introductions." Gu remained composed. "By the way, do you have contact with the external bases? I am uncertain, but I can assist you in inquiring." Qin Jun shook his head. He was solely responsible for inspections and virus research, completely oblivious to other matters within the base. Recently, the official base in Lin City was destroyed, prompting a significant influx of refugees. The official base did not turn these individuals away. He had been reassigned from the research laboratory to assist with the examination of zombies at the city gates, ensuring that no undesirables entered the city and incited chaos. Qin Jun led Gu to the laboratory, which he had independently requested from the higher authorities. "I have yet to complete my work for today. Please rest here, and I shall return in the evening." With that, Qin Jun closed the door and locked it securely. Gu gazed at him, rendered speechless. After assisting Zhuoyan to recline comfortably on the sofa, she approached the microscope and prepared a simple observation slide using her own blood. Upon completing her examination, she processed the slide, her emotions swirling within her as she settled beside the sofa, tilting her head back with a deep sigh. "Host, all of this is an illusion." The system consoled, acknowledging the exhaustion her recent tribulations must have inflicted upon her. The system faltered, realizing that it had been too soft-hearted too soon, regretting its expression of concern. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke through the silence, prompting Gu to open her eyes and cast a sidelong glance. Zhuoyan's long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, his eyes darting restlessly. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, revealing depths that seemed to swirl ominously. As he met Gu gaze, his eyes gradually regained their composure, and he parted his lips to speak. "Where am I? Who are you?" His throat rasped, the sound somewhat unpleasant. Gu Zhuoyan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he had been rendered foolish by that explosion or perhaps suffered a concussion, leaving him with a clot of blood in his brain that resulted in temporary amnesia. I am your master, leading you in our flight from peril. Gu Zhuoyan twitched her lips, evidently wishing to tease him. Ruanxi's eyes were deep and mysterious. Call me master and let me hear it. She leaned in closer. Yet no sound emerged. Ruanxi turned his face away, surveying the laboratory filled with various experimental apparatus, a peculiar sense of familiarity stirring within him. Clearly, this woman was deceiving him. Chapter 77. Oh, master, I shall test the poison for you. Why are you still being so protective? TSK. Pretending to be mute is quite the act. Gu Zhuoyan was at a loss for words. Ruanxi glanced at him as he slowly sat up, the soreness throughout his body causing him to question whether his very frame had been disassembled. It felt as though he had been subjected to violent tugging. Who am I? He pressed his forehead, furrowing his brows, his lips pressed tightly together, while a dull sensation at the back of his head felt as if something was lodged inside. He pressed the corners of his eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Doxy. Gu Zhuoyan displayed no hesitation. She perceived that Ruanxi's demeanor was genuine, indicating that he truly struggled to recall certain events. Indeed, the frailty of mortal flesh could scarcely withstand the force of an explosion. At that moment, the shock wave had reached her from such a distance, rendering it entirely plausible that Ruanxi, being so much closer, had succumbed to a state of bewilderment. Yet, how could she alleviate the toxins within her own body? Had she foreseen this outcome, perhaps it would have been wiser not to intervene at all. Ruanxi's gaze shifted through various shades of emotion as he regarded Gu Zhuoyan, ultimately revealing a hint of disdain. Doxy? How could his name sound so unappealing? Yet, there lingered a vague sense that his name indeed contained A4. Where exactly are we? Ruanxi attempted to rise multiple times, but to no avail, remaining in the laboratory, awaiting dissection. Could you assist me in standing? Ruanxi found himself at a loss for words once more. Remaining seated seemed quite agreeable. After all, he had been rendered incapacitated by the explosion and yet could not find contentment in stillness. Gu Zhuoyan, unrestrained and sharp-tongued, glanced at his legs and curled her lip in disdain. Ruanxi, feeling agitated, shut his eyes and took several deep breaths. As he opened the door and stepped into the room, he turned to find two pairs of eyes fixed upon him from a sofa. You're awake? Qin Jun observed Ruanxi's pale complexion, noting his poor circulation and frail demeanor, as if he might faint at any moment. The wounds on his body had yet to heal, and his tattered clothing exposed skin that had scabbed and appeared grotesque. I brought you both some food and water. It's quite late now, so you should rest. Tomorrow, I will come to collect blood samples, Qin Jun stated, producing 2 French baguettes and a bottle of mineral water, placing them on the table. He yawned, evidently exhausted after a day of intense focus. After setting down the bread, he left, securely locking the door behind him. Gu Zhuoyan. Ruanxi pondered, could he resist? Staring at the elongated yellow loaves on the table, his stomach grumbled in protest. Ruanxi rubbed his belly, feeling hunger pangs. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, only aware of a heavy fog clouding his mind. He shifted his body toward the sofa, exerting considerable effort to stand, and slowly made his way to the table to grasp a baguette. The bread was remarkably hard, making him feel as though his teeth might break. He was quite generous, offering whole loaves instead of slicing them. The hardness of the baguette could easily serve as a weapon in a surprise attack. Ruanxi took a bite, expending considerable effort just to get a piece into his mouth. After chewing for what felt like an eternity, his jaws ached before he finally swallowed. You actually eat this? It's utterly dreadful. Gu Zhuoyan rapped lightly on the bread, producing a resounding thud. Ruanxi furrowed his brow and took several gulps from the bottle of mineral water on the table. The bread proved rather unpalatable, its coarse texture scraping against his throat. However, with no other sustenance available, he was reluctant to endure hunger. Ruanxi gnawed on the French loaf for over an hour, his cheeks growing sore from the effort. Once his stomach was no longer empty, he cast the hard bread onto the table. In truth, I possess a bowl of 8 treasure porridge here. Gu yesterday skillfully produced a bottle of 8 treasure kanji from her pocket. She removed the lid, and then peeled away the inner layer of tin. The congee was fragrant, sweet, and tender. Gu yesterday took a spoonful and savored it, while Zhuoyan gazed at her intently. Would you like to have a taste? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him, then shook her head to herself. Hey, you didn't even ask me if I had any food. That dry bread was so filling. You must be quite satisfied. Zhuoyan looked at her, amused, as she playfully provoked herself. Observing the sweet and tender treasure porridge in her spoon, he felt a pang of envy. Swiftly, he leaned forward and took the spoon she had brought to her lips into his mouth. The porridge, indeed, was soft and comforting, a stark contrast to the hard, stale bread he had just consumed. Gu Zhuoyan was taken aback. Brother, what is this maneuver? Zhuoyan's gaze shifted upward. He released his lips. Aren't you my master? Allow me to sample this to ascertain its toxicity. Clearly, it is you who yearns to indulge, yet you concoct numerous excuses and complaints. Gu directly stuffed the entire can into his hands yesterday. She could not afford to argue with a foolish amnesiac. Zhuoyan accepted it and began to eat leisurely, his movements composed and unhurried. Gu Zhuoyan produced a fresh loaf of bread, guarding it against the possibility of him unexpectedly taking a bite. She turned her back to protect her food and swiftly consumed the bread. I'm not snatching your food, she said. Zhuoyan fell silent. Had she not provoked him, he would not have reacted this way. Nevertheless, there is a certain allure to something taken by force. Then what are you doing now? The food you were consuming was taken right from my mouth. Gu Zhuoyan felt that people were insincere, their words and actions belonging to entirely different factions. After satiating her hunger, she resolved to take a proper rest, intending to discuss matters with Qin Jun the following day. If the base could be contacted, that would be ideal. If not, she would certainly depart swiftly. The laboratory contained but a solitary sofa, which she had no intention of relinquishing. She reclined directly upon it, causing the space to diminish, leaving Zhuoyan with no room to sit. He furrowed his brow as he regarded Gu Zhuoyan. Gu Zhuoyan lay with her eyes closed, feeling utterly exhausted. The wounds resembled those inflicted by an explosion. The pain in his arm was pronounced, where the bandages were wrapped thickly, resembling an unsightly chicken leg, utterly discordant with his aesthetic sensibilities. It required no further contemplation to discern the handiwork of a particular woman. Observing Gu Zhuoyan sleeping with her eyes shut, he pondered the true nature of their relationship. Gu Zhuoyan seemingly harbors a profound aversion towards herself. As for the notion of having a master, it is undoubtedly a fabrication. Her inner voice insists that she cannot possess a master. Yet who is she truly? And how did those wounds upon her body come to be? This laboratory, though familiar, feels utterly foreign to her. Enough of these thoughts. Tomorrow she must undergo bloodletting. Gu Zhuoyan turned over and murmured. Zhuoyan glanced at her again, and suddenly he reached out, gripping Gu Zhuoyan's neck. Chapter 78. Drawing so much blood. Are you trying to take my life? What madness is this? Gu Zhuoyan's expression was somber. As Zhuoyan lowered his head and drew closer to her, he caught a familiar scent, subtle, pure, and soothing. However, his attention was primarily fixated on the mark on Gu Zhuoyan's neck, a bite mark that had already formed a scab. Numerous bluish veins adorned her neck, delicate and dense like the roots of a tree, stark against her fair skin. A flurry of images surged through his mind, accompanied by many grotesque faces. The notion of corpse transformation emerged, trailing along the blue veins that meandered downwards, concealed within her chest. Gu Zhuoyan broke free and delivered a sharp slap, the crisp sound resonating within the laboratory, evoking a sensation of pain upon the cheek. Zhuoyan turned his head aside, his tongue brushing against his lips, the metallic taste of blood pervading the air. Gu Zhuoyan kicked him off her, straightening her collar with an icy expression. If you wish to perish, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall gladly fulfill your desire. Zhuoyan rolled on the ground, his arm bruised, while he cradled it with his other hand. His face contorted in pain. He suppressed the agony, his countenance dark and brooding. Thanks to you. Gu Zhuoyan let out a cold laugh. I nearly forgot that you have amnesia. Amnesia, truly an exquisite excuse to evade responsibility. She touched the bluish veins on her jaw, gazing at the seemingly innocent person before her. Zhuoyan remained silent. Well, It seemed this indeed had something to do with her. Zhuoyan issued another warning before reclining. The following day, she was awakened by the sound of the door creaking open. Jun entered, carrying 2 sets of isolation suits. Upon observing that both individuals appeared normal and had not transformed into zombies, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The ordinary zombie virus, once contracted, would render a person incapable of surviving beyond 24 hours. Yet, after an entire night had passed, both individuals remained seemingly unaffected. I have submitted a request to the higher authorities. Once the blood tests are completed, I will take you out to arrange for accommodations. Jun stated as he donned the protective suit. Are you wearing 2 isolation suits? The thick layers of the suits rendered Jun's movements less agile. Given your unique circumstances, I am taking precautions for my own safety. He smiled gently, adjusted his mask, and retrieved the blood-drawing needle from the tray. Do both of us need to provide blood? Zhuoyan expressed his reluctance as he eyed the blood-drawing equipment, glancing at Zhuoyan, who was sitting with her arms crossed. Is it not possible to draw blood from just her? No, it is not, Jun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Your symptoms differ, so both of you must provide samples. How much blood will be taken? Zhuoyan inquired, noting the scabs on his body, realizing he had already lost considerable blood. 100 milliliters from each of you, Jun answered, producing blood bags. Zhuoyan's expression fell. Are you trying to drain me dry? With this amount of blood drawn, I might just faint. Jun seated himself, observing the two, while Zhuoyan remained motionless. Zhuoyan approached and took a seat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms, where numerous cerulean veins twisted and crawled across the pale skin, grotesque and unsightly. Upon encountering the sinuous blue veins, Jun's gaze became vacant. As a researcher of a zombie virus, he was well aware that those infected would initially display these blue veins as a symptom of the contagion. He hastily prepared to draw blood. What was there to admire in her arms? Zhuoyan leaned against Zhuoyan's side, a frown etched upon his face. Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retrieved a syringe to extract blood, watching as the dark, viscous liquid flowed into the collection bag, an inexplicable thirst rising within him. Zhuoyan also observed the change in the color of her blood. In comparison to ordinary blood, hers appeared significantly darker. This may be attributed to the virus, which could be causing insufficient oxygenation in her cells. Jun also noted the anomaly. Once the blood draw was completed, Zhuoyan took a seat, his other arm tightly bandaged, leaving him with only his right arm available for the procedure. This small amount of blood will not claim your life, so there is no need to be overly dramatic. Zhuoyan observed him, her gaze sharp enough to kill a fly. Zhuoyan cast a fleeting glance in her direction, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. The words hung coldly in the air as Zhuoyan raised a hand to her forehead, feeling the rush of unspoken thoughts. Shall I shield your eyes? She inquired. His fear of pain was peculiar for a researcher of such eccentricity. How could he utter such a phrase? Zhuoyan nodded, inclining his head toward her hand as she gently obscured his view. Jun moved with alacrity, drawing blood and meticulously tending to it before placing it in a specialized freezer. I shall escort you both out, he declared, changing out of his protective suit and disinfecting himself before approaching the two. Zhuoyan places considerable importance on this matter. Indeed, as you mentioned, communication stations have recently been established between the bases. If one wishes to contact the Binjiang base, an application must be submitted to the higher authorities, as ordinary individuals seldom have access to these communication stations. Is it permissible to undertake a task to earn points? Zhuoyan inquired once more. Certainly, the base warmly welcomes individuals of exceptional talent. Recently, there's been a scarcity of personnel for field assignments, and the authorities have issued numerous tasks. Should you choose to undertake them, you will undoubtedly accumulate points to liaise with the external bases. As Jun elaborated, he guided them outside. Upon reaching the laboratory's exterior, he continued, we require a registration of identity here. I shall now escort you to the registration office, after which we will proceed to the housing center for accommodation allocation. Zhuoyan's attention was captivated by her surroundings. This base bore a striking contrast to Binjiang. The outskirts of the town were inhabited by newcomers, devoid of proper housing. and numerous makeshift shelters have been erected where the common folk resided. Recently, the influx of civilians admitted to the base had surged, resulting in a scarcity of accommodation, and the verification process required some time. Thus, they temporarily resided in those shelters. Qin had grown accustomed to this reality. Housing within the base necessitated points, and those who could not contribute to the base naturally found that the better resources were allocated to those who could. By assisting me in the research of blood, the two of you would earn a certain number of points upon completing your identity registration, thereby avoiding the need to dwell in those shelters. Zhuoyan glanced at the makeshift structures, her eyes betraying a clear disdain. The task reception center for our assignments is situated in the west of the city, and the official work building is also located there, from which information is disseminated. The residential area lies to the south, while the north is designated for the distribution of supplies and information registration, among other activities. Zhuoyan nodded, indicating her understanding. Accompanied by Qin, the registration of their information was not particularly arduous. Their information cards bore minimal points, and they resided in the commoner district, specifically in a basement. Should they wish to apply to the authorities for contact with an external base, a fee of 500 points would be required. This is your room card. I will escort you here. Due to your unique circumstances, you must report to me for inspection in the evening. Until then, Qin said as she handed the cards to the two of them and scanned a nearby bicycle with her information card. Zhuoyan gazed at Qin's departing figure, feeling somewhat speechless. Chapter 79. A reasonable explanation for your actions upon entering the elevator. The two descended to the 25th floor, where the air grew increasingly thin, making breathing laborious. Is this truly a place meant for habitation? As Zhuoyan stepped out of the elevator, she found herself in a long, dimly lit corridor lined with numerous doors, evoking a sense of oppression that surpassed that of a prison. In that moment, Zhuoyan questioned her existence. This space seemed more suited for confinement than for living. So, are you to sleep on the streets then? Zhuoyan smiled gently. In the past, Zhuoyan had lived a life of carefree ease, perhaps residing alone in a spacious flat, even with the loss of memory. She found it difficult to adjust to this cramped and suffocating basement. However, she adapted, walking in for several minutes as the lights flickered intermittently. Upon entering the room, she found herself facing Zhuoyan, with one on the left and the other on the right, directly across from each other. Using her card to unlock the door, she discovered the room was indeed small, containing only a single bed, and the lighting was dim. Is this truly a place for someone to live? Zhuoyan pondered once again. Zhuoyan shrugged her shoulders and, upon entering the room, was about to close the door. However, Zhuoyan forcefully blocked the door. What are you doing? Zhuoyan was rendered speechless. Could it be that madness was about to ensue once more? I have stated that this place is uninhabitable. He articulated each word with palpable disdain. Zhuoyan nodded in agreement. Then you must venture out now to earn points, so we can collectively escape this wretched abode. Zhuoyan stood in stunned silence as the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, his lips pressed tightly together. After Zhuoyan closed the door, she sat on the bed, contemplating the 500 points she required, which might take a few days to accumulate. However, she could acquire ordinary points through alternative methods. Her current circumstances were somewhat unique, as the visible meridians on her body could easily incite chaos among those outside. Resolute, Zhuoyan opened the door. It was still early before dusk, and she was prepared to put her plans into action. Zhuoyan, seated on the bed, had not closed the door. Upon seeing Zhuoyan emerge, he immediately stood up. "Where are you going?" he inquired, stepping out of the room to follow her. "Do not follow me," she replied. Zhuoyan was annoyed. "Where are you going?" Zhuoyan repeated, expressing his dislike for the dim, oxygen-deprived basement, where Zhuoyan was the only person he knew. "To the restroom. Do you want to follow me?" He halted in his tracks, and Zhuoyan glared at him. Zhuoyan indeed came to a stop. The basement lacked a restroom, necessitating a trip to the surface via the elevator. "Then hurry up. I will wait for you here." As the elevator doors closed and ascended to the surface, Zhuoyan exchanged a loaf of bread for a basket. There were few restaurants in Haishur, and the food was primarily distributed daily by the authorities. After trading for several varieties of instant noodles and a few bottles of mineral water from the store, Zhuoyan stood outside the mission hall. Points within the official system could also be redeemed for food. Instant noodles cost 15 points per box, and mineral water was 10 points per bottle. An ordinary person completing a relatively safe task could earn 20 points. Would you like some instant noodles? We have various flavors, and mineral water is included as a bonus. Are you selling instant noodles? The base strictly controlled food distribution after completing their tasks and receiving points. Individuals could only queue in designated areas to make their purchases. Naturally, they could choose any flavor they desired. Zhuoyan lifted a corner of the basket, revealing an array of instant noodles in various flavors that astonished them. How many points for a box of noodles? Someone inquired immediately. It costs 20 points for a box, accompanied by a complimentary 125 milliliters bottle of water. I would like a box, please. The points he possessed were precisely sufficient for this task. Zhuoyan calculated meticulously. Transactions were conducted with ordinary individuals. A small team purchased 5 boxes, and after converting their points, Zhuoyan smiled. This was far simpler than completing tasks. Her points were more than sufficient to exchange for food. Zhuoyan continued to squat with the team, having sold 3 more boxes. As dusk approached, she ceased her activities, stowing her basket into her spatial storage before heading home. Upon arriving at the basement, she encountered Qinjun, who had just exited Ruanxi's room. Seeing her, Qinjun exhaled a sigh of relief. Ruanxi, with a brooding gaze, stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixated on Zhuoyan. You've certainly taken your time in the restroom. Did you not suffer any mishaps? Ruanxi's mood was exceedingly irritable. Zhuoyan retorted, What business is it of yours? She was at a loss for words. Observing that the two were about to engage in another verbal spar, Qinjun promptly retrieved his testing instrument. Qingyun, I have something I wish to discuss. Zhuoyan grasped the departing individual. You see, she remarked. Qinjun nodded in acknowledgement. Yuanxi had previously been a researcher. Although many memories eluded him, his instincts remained intact. Is your laboratory in need of personnel? He could assist you as an aide. Qinjun tilted his head, peering through Zhuoyan at Yuanxi, who stood with his arms crossed, displaying a palpable displeasure. The experimental facility maintained rigorous standards for the selection and recruitment of talent. This was, in essence, a subtle rejection. Zhuoyan remained undeterred. You might evaluate him using these criteria. Perhaps you will gain an assistant. Qinjun continued to wear a polite smile. Once Qinjun departed, Ruanxi stood guard at Zhuoyan's door. Are you unwell? Zhuoyan gazed at him. Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation for your unreasonable behavior of visiting the restroom this morning? Ruanxi lowered his head, his expression sour, his elongated eyes reflecting discontent. It was merely a trip to the lavatory. Zhuoyan had no desire to engage in frivolous chatter with him. Observe this vein on my neck. Its unusual appearance is a direct result of you. Go accompany Qinjun and see if you can recall the best way to resolve this matter, rather than merely imitating. Zhuoyan tilted her head, tugged at her collar, revealing her slender neck, and pointed to the abnormal black threads adorning her body. Ruanxi gazed at her neck, his mind devoid of any information regarding symptoms of decomposition. He reached out to touch those black threads, which were embedded beneath her delicate skin. Appearing to yearn for liberation from its confines, reaching out to the air, Ruanxi felt a peculiar delicacy under his fingertips. Her skin was cool to the touch, yet remarkably soft. Have you had enough of touching? Zhuoyan forcefully swatted his hand away, rubbing her neck as she concealed the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. I shall devise a method to alleviate these symptoms. Ruanxi furrowed his brow, perceiving the unabashed disdain in her gaze directed at him, which left him feeling dejected. Chapter 80. My heart is not ruthless, but do you wish for my demise? Perhaps it is for the best. Swiping the card, she entered the room and collapsed onto the bed. The basement was damp and cold. Although she closed her eyes, slumber eluded her. In the morning, Qinjun arrived to conduct another examination for the two of them. The laboratory indeed suffered from a shortage of personnel. Given the unique nature of my research, if possible, I would be willing to test your friend, and should he pass, he could become my assistant. Qinjun regarded Zhuoyan with gratitude. That would be immensely appreciated. Gu Zhuoyan smiled. If the test were to succeed, Ruanxi would no longer need to watch over her every day. I must express my gratitude to you. If he truly specializes in this field, the symptoms you exhibit must stem from his research, which suggests he is undoubtedly a remarkable researcher. Ruanxi crossed her arms, displaying an air of indifference and aloofness. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him. Although he was a madman, she could not deny that he possessed extraordinary talent and capability. His research on the zombie virus, as well as his control over the 3 advanced zombies, was sufficient evidence of his genius. He would not disappoint her. Ruanxi looked at her, wondering if she would acknowledge him. After Qin Jun completed his examination, he departed with Ruanxi. Gu Zhuoyan stepped outside and arrived at the location from the previous day, where a throng of people had already gathered. Upon seeing her, they erupted with excitement. Good heavens! I thought you wouldn't come. They had all consumed the instant noodles the previous night, which were of acceptable quality, neither moldy nor foul-smelling, along with clean mineral water. Inside the base, many food items had a slight musty odor, and water resources were scarce. Clean water sources were exceedingly rare. Although it rained daily in this post-apocalyptic world, most of that water had come into contact with zombies, posing a risk of infection to ordinary people upon consumption. Pristine freshwater sources were highly valued. Today had been delayed. Wearing a mask to obscure her face, she was confronted by a man who urgently inquired, "How much cargo did you bring today?" "I want it all, brother. What are we supposed to do if you take everything?" His words immediately drew the dissatisfaction of others who were also waiting. "Sell it all to me, and I will pay a premium." Another individual squeezed in front of Gu Zhuoyan. "I have completed many missions and can pay in full at once. I can also pay in full. Do not sell to him." "Damn it. Can you people show a bit of martial ethics? I came first. Give it to me." "What the hell? Did we not come together?" The argument escalated, leading to the potential for a physical altercation. Enough of the shouting. Gu Zhuoyan lowered her voice. "Everyone has a share, and the price remains the same as yesterday." If these individuals were to quarrel and attract the guard's attention, her task of earning points would be jeopardized. Once she sold all the instant noodles and accumulated over 500 points, she promptly headed towards the official information center. "Xionggu, this woman looks somewhat familiar. It must be her." Without a doubt, Xiang Tianxiong embraced the curly-haired woman, who appeared terrified. "Weren't they supposed to be dead?" "Brother Xiong, tell me, weren't they dead?" The curly-haired woman clutched Xiang Tianxiong's collar tightly. "Did you not avenge Shui? How can they still be here?" Xiang Tianxiong rubbed his eyes. Gu Zhuoyan was moving swiftly. Perhaps it was merely someone who bore a striking resemblance. They could not possibly be alive. With such mutated zombies, survival was unimaginable. Even the base in Lin City had been destroyed. How could those two possibly survive? Even if they were formidable, if a base could not withstand the onslaught, how could they endure? "Brother Xiong, let us follow them and see." The woman bit her lower lip, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. She loathed these two, for they had taken Xiao Shui's life, leaving no trace behind. "Very well, let us follow and observe." The two of them squeezed into the crowd. Gu Zhuoyan, upon sensing she was being followed, swiftly darted into an alley. Xiang Tianxiong, accompanied by a woman with curly hair, followed closely behind. "Where has he gone?" Xiang Tianxiong inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. "I have a strong feeling it's him," the woman with curly hair remarked, her voice laced with animosity. "Old friend, it has been quite some time. I can't believe you are still alive." It was almost unfathomable that she had managed to escape from the clutches of such a mutated zombie. "Do you truly wish for my demise?" Gu Zhuoyan smiled. "What a coincidence. I wish for your demise as well. And what about that man? You both are responsible for Xiao Shui's death." The curly-haired woman's voice was laced with fury and hatred, her desire to rush forward palpable. Tianxiong restrained her, his gaze vigilant. "He must be dead, right?" He spoke, and Gu Zhuoyan realized that her escape from the mutated zombie-esque grasp must have come at the cost of that man's life. "No one has perished." Gu Zhuoyan approached. "Brother Xiong killed her, ended the life of this woman, to avenge Xiao Shui. She ought to descend to the underworld to accompany Xiao Shui." Gu Zhuoyan approached step by step, seemingly undeterred by the curly-haired woman beside Xiang Tianxiong. He proceeded with caution, his heart racing at an alarming pace. He sensed that Gu Zhuoyan was no mere decorative woman. This was the base. Would he dare to take action? Xiang Tianxiong swallowed hard. He could harness the forces outside to eliminate these two, for he recognized that he was no match for them. What was there to prevent him from doing so? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Gu Zhuoyan's lips. Do you wish to be cast out? Engaging in violence within the confines of the base can lead to expulsion. Those expelled into the snow-laden outside are assuredly doomed. He attempted to suppress Gu Zhuoyan's murderous intent through the authority of the base. Xiong, what are you afraid of? The curly-haired woman, oblivious to Gu Zhuoyan's imminent strike, felt a surge of anxiety within her. He feared for his very life. As they clashed, Gu Zhuoyan drew a dagger from her waist, while Tianxiong, in a state of panic, sought to flee. With a swift kick, Gu Zhu sent him sprawling onto the snow-covered ground, using the walls of the alley for leverage. Xiang Tianxiong immediately lost 2 of his front teeth upon impact, letting out a pained scream. Please spare me, my lady. At that moment, I was merely momentarily blinded by folly. I beg you to let me go. He knelt in the snow, fervently bowing his head. Yet, in that fleeting moment of submission, a tempestuous hatred flickered in his eyes, for he harbored the fervent desire to one day trample this woman beneath his feet. That mutated zombie was summoned by your actions. Gu Zhuoyan pressed the dagger against the man's neck, and he bowed his head, speaking softly. It is I. Yet, you remain unscathed. You possess great magnanimity. Gu Zhuoyan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Though her heart was not ruthless, she would undoubtedly not spare the life of one who sought to take hers. She raised her hand and swiftly slashed through the air, blood splattering forth as Tianxiong's body slumped helplessly to the ground. The curly-haired woman shrieked in terror, fleeing while frantically shouting about murder. Chapter 81. Clumsy. Not everyone is worth it. As she neared the mouth of the alley, Gu Zhuoyan forcefully hurled her dagger, which sliced through the air and pierced the woman's throat. She lunged forward, collapsing to the ground. With great effort, she stretched her hand out. What to do? The 2 bodies on the ground bled profusely, their deaths tragic. These individuals had been moving about the base, certainly registered with personnel. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly lead to complications with the higher-ups. Gu Zhuoyan unsheathed a dagger and retrieved another blade, wrapping her hand in a plastic bag before smearing it with Tianxiong's blood. She thrust the knife into the hand of the woman with curly hair, then clasped her hand, driving it through the fresh wound. This is rather clumsy, isn't it? The system chuckled. At a glance, it appeared to be a stage scene, merely facilitating a convenient resolution for the authorities. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, with rudimentary equipment and scant evidence, this matter could only be hastily concluded. Having set the scene, Gu Zhuoyan departed from the rear, navigating several turns until she arrived at the mission hall. Host, do you intend to accept a mission? The system inquired, observing the rotating tasks on the large screen. They were quite secure within the base, but venturing outside could lead to complications. Your pseudo-corporeal state is becoming increasingly pronounced, and in excessively cold environments, you are at risk of death. That potion was nothing short of a calamity. If exposed to frigid conditions, Gu Zhuoyan would succumb to frostbite. I have my own plans. After Gu Zhuoyan reviewed the task panel, she took a seat. The hall was bustling with numerous individuals vying to form teams for task completion. Ah, good sir, are you interested in this food collection task? Let's unite our efforts. My team comprises several formidable individuals, each with experience in multiple missions. You would be a valuable addition to our ranks. Are you inclined to join us? Collaborating on tasks can significantly mitigate risks. We are well equipped with weapons, and our camaraderie is unwavering, so you can rest assured. Such solicitations were ubiquitous in the hall. Ordinary tasks did not impose restrictions on the number of participants, allowing for both large teams and solitary endeavors. However, larger missions mandated that the team size exceeded the stipulated minimum. Gu Zhuoyan had her sights set on an A-level mission, which required a minimum of 30 participants. The team needed to provide their own vehicles, and the rewards were substantial. Completing the task would allow her to rest for at least half a year. She was indifferent to the notion of complete idleness. Her primary objective was to accumulate system points. She required various items, yet the potion she possessed imposed significant limitations and inconveniences upon her. As for Wan Si, she was uncertain when he would regain his memories, which caused her considerable distress. Even if he did recover his memory, It was uncertain whether this peculiar individual would be inclined to assist her. Once she acquired the system's items, Zhuoyan would be of no consequence to her. The swiftest means of amassing points lay in saving lives and contributing to humanity by exterminating zombies. The official missions offered a dual advantage, contributing to humanity while simultaneously eradicating the undead, a perfect balance. Remaining at the base provided scant opportunities for earning points. However, the team was predominantly seeking male companions, particularly those of robust stature. After sitting there for quite some time, no one approached her. Glancing at her attire, Zhuoyan felt a twinge of resignation. It seemed necessary for her to change her appearance. She had no desire to draw attention. She merely wished to blend in as an ordinary individual within the team. Exiting the mission hall, Zhuoyan visited a clothing store to acquire a suitable outfit, purchasing a wig and altering her appearance. She now resembled a slender, unassuming youth, hardly noticeable. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she concealed her dark veins, making them less discernible. Upon returning to the mission hall, night had fallen and the crowd had thinned. Only a few recruiters remained, their voices hoarse from shouting throughout the day. As they sat down, one of them noticed the slender, dark-skinned youth entering the hall, showing no interest except for one individual who approached her. He had been calling for members for 3 days without anyone joining his team. They sought this mission out of desperation for points, with responsibilities weighing heavily on them. Lacking formidable weapons and connections, those who heard about their team would typically flee. They were in need of one final member, so he approached, hoping for the best. "Young brother, would you care to join our team, the Apocalypse Squad? Our members are friendly and easygoing, and we have a vehicle." He rubbed his hands together, feeling less enthusiastic. This individual appeared frail and far from strong, likely to be the first to fall to a zombie encounter. "Our team has numerous benefits." He uttered this disingenuously, attempting to lure in a newcomer who seemed to fit the bill. "Sure, I'll join." Zhuoyan nodded. She possessed the ability to imitate voices, lowering her tone to sound like a frail young man. She coughed softly as she spoke, leaving the recruiter momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by how easily she had played her part. "Welcome, welcome. Let us proceed with the registration," he said, guiding her forward. During the registration, Zhuoyan inscribed her name. Here, only the large screen was digitized, while the rest remained in paper format, making it impossible to trace the details. "Young man, why have you chosen this task?" It appeared that this individual had little time left. One would think that in such circumstances, they would cherish their lives. An A-level task carried considerable danger, which was no trivial matter. "I've run out of money for food, so I'm taking a big risk to ensure better days ahead," he replied. "I have matters to attend to. When shall we meet tomorrow?" The man glanced at the sky, acknowledging that it was indeed getting late. "Tomorrow at the West Square. We shall convene there." Upon hearing this, Zhuoyan nodded and hurriedly exited the hall, heading towards her destination. "Why did you recruit such a frail individual? It seems he has little time left. Don't jeopardize the mission by accepting anyone and everyone." Another recruiter, who was also seeking personnel, taunted the one who had recruited Zhuoyan. Choosing the right individuals is crucial. Some, once recruited, are destined to become burdens. The man's complexion turned pale at the criticism. He shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and exited the hall. Their team lacked additional weaponry and formidable personnel, making it nearly impossible to recruit capable individuals. He felt powerless. Now that the team was assembled, anxiety gnawed at him. A not particularly robust group could hardly inspire confidence or sense of security. He understood that this mission would likely claim many lives, including that of the frail young man. This thought stirred a fleeting sense of guilt within him, though it dissipated quickly. In a world facing apocalypse, survival often necessitated sacrifice. They could either await death in the safety of the base or venture out to fight for their lives. Chapter 82. In the end, you will die upon returning to the basement. Zhuoyan found no sign of Qinjun, and the door to Zhuoyan's room was also closed. "Host, have you truly made up your mind?" The system inquired anxiously. "What other choice do I have? Do I seem to be joking?" The system clicked its tongue. "But why? You were able to wait before." Her situation had deteriorated significantly. The evolution serum had affected ordinary people's bodies, should she encounter extreme circumstances. Her chances of survival were slim. I have a plan. A 1T perish. There's no need for concern. Zhuoyan calmed down, and the system fell silent. As she turned over, the room was engulfed in darkness. In such obscurity, one's sensations tend to be amplified, and she was acutely aware of her actions. Zhuoyan had lost her memory. It was indeed the most opportune moment for her to act, for at the very least, Ran Shiyuan and the others would no longer be under threat. However, such decisions must be predicated on the most fundamental considerations. She needed to ensure her own survival. Until the symptoms plaguing her body were thoroughly resolved, Zhuoyan could not be allowed to perish. Zhuoyan lingered in the darkness for an extended period when a knock echoed through the silence. Rising to open the door, she found Qin Jun standing outside, a smile gracing his features. "You arrived rather late this evening. Have you been resting?" he inquired, noticing her slightly drowsy state as he picked up the blood collection bag. "Today, we shall draw some blood once more. I have conducted an analysis of your blood, and the previous experiments you underwent were rather reckless. The serum injected into your system resembles more of a zombie virus activation factor." Observing the faint bluish hue that flickered around her wrist, he let out a soft sigh. Even if you have not transformed into a zombie, the pseudo-symptoms may draw you ever closer to that fate. Ultimately, you might yearn for flesh and blood, and you could, indeed, meet your demise. Zhuoyan fell silent. This situation was the worst possible outcome. She would perish. "Well, the smoking session has concluded. You may continue to rest." Zhuoyan stood before her, remaining silent. Zhuoyan glanced at him twice. "How did the experiment fare?" Zhuoyan lowered her sleeves, concealing the peculiar blemishes on her arms. "I am truly sorry." Zhuoyan pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. He recognized the truth in Qin Jun's words. His own condition was far more favorable than Zhuoyan's. The grim reality of her impending demise was also undeniable, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. Apologies alone were insufficient. He needed to hasten the creation of the antidote. Zhuoyan smiled, for she did not require the apology of a madman, as she had always harbored thoughts of ending his life. "You haven't had a meal yet, have you? Here, take this." Zhuoyan produced a fluffy bread adorned with savory meat floss, appearing quite charming. "Is this from Qin Jun?" Zhuoyan did not respond. "You should eat by yourself. If you have the strength, ponder how to alleviate my symptoms." After finishing her words, she entered the room and closed the door. Zhuoyan gazed at the shut door, his lips pressed together, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Looking at the bread in his hand, he applied pressure with his fingertips, but at the last moment, he halted his force. The symptoms within his body bore some resemblance to those of Zhuoyan, yet they were not entirely alike. He did not exhibit any signs of pseudomortification. The only similarity between them might be their slightly low body temperature. He was deeply intrigued by how such a potion could have been concocted. He did not believe Zhuoyan's previous words. Zhuoyan must not perish. At dawn, Zhuoyan awoke, having scarcely rested throughout the night. The basement was devoid of oxygen and suffocatingly cold, leaving her body in a state of discomfort. After changing her attire, she opened the door and closed it behind her, only to discover the bread from yesterday still hanging on the doorknob. Zhuoyan clicked her tongue, but paid it no mind. She waited for over 10 minutes at the elevator, which finally arrived. Upon reaching the surface, she was greeted by a sea of white. Numerous footprints marred the ground, indicating a bustling populace in the area where the common folk resided. Arriving in the west of the city, she encountered a recruiter who was chewing on a piece of dry grass. Upon seeing Zhuoyan, he immediately approached her. "You finally made it, little brother. I thought you wouldn't show up. Let me introduce you to the others." He led her forward to a group of individuals, some standing and others seated beside a dilapidated old truck. The vehicle, lacking any special modifications, appeared to instill an immediate urge to flee in those with experience. "Tianbin, is this the guy?" As Zhuoyan was just pulled over, someone entered and saw a frail figure, eliciting a sense of disdain among them. The individual appeared as though a gust of wind could easily extinguish their life. It was not merely their opinion. This dark, gaunt person seemed to be particularly susceptible to the cold, emanating a sickly aura. Choosing someone so ineffectual was clearly a mere formality. Brother Tian, it's fortunate to have anyone at all. Though Gu may be somewhat fragile, there's no need for such remarks, one voiced. Tianbin blinked, signaling him to refrain from further comments. This person had been difficult to persuade, unlike others who would hastily flee upon witnessing their group's conditions. The others cast a glance at him, then promptly ignored the situation, preferring not to have a stumbling block on their journey. They believed that avoiding emotional entanglements would prevent feelings of guilt should the frail one fall prey to a zombie without their intervention. Everyone has their own worries. Don't take it to heart, Tianbin awkwardly assured. It's quite all right. I too prefer solitude, he added with an awkward smile. Get in the car. Brother Tian commanded from the driver's seat. All climbed into the back compartment, including Zhuoyan, while Tianbin closed the door and took his place in the passenger seat. The vehicle jolted significantly, with Zhuoyan tucked away in a corner, as the others kept their distance, allowing her to feel at ease. After passing through the city gates and enduring a lengthy drive, the time remained a mystery, as each individual succumbed to slumber in various postures. Some pulled out their provisions, biding their time through the interminable journey. After an indeterminate duration, the car doors swung open. We have arrived, Tianbin shouted, the surroundings enveloped in darkness. Accompanied by the eerie howls of zombies, they instinctively recoiled, hesitating to disembark. Hurry, we must get out. The zombies will soon be upon us. This location was hard-won by Brother Tian. We must stay here for the night and plan our action for tomorrow, Tianbin urged, prompting a few to alight from a vehicle. Gradually, everyone exited, the car halting before a villa. We shall spend the night here. There are not many zombies inside, and we can clear them out. I have assessed the defenses, and they are satisfactory, Brother Tian stated as he stepped out, standing before the group to analyze their situation. Zhuoyan gazed at the windows of the villa's second floor, where an evident anomaly lingered. Chapter 83. Who rescued us? Perhaps we should consider relocating to another villa. This one feels perilous. You frail one, do you believe this is a safe haven? Is there any place outside that is secure? If someone cannot contain themselves, they will confront us directly. If you fear for your life, stay away. Indeed, your presence merely adds to our numbers, allowing you to reap rewards without effort. Speak less. Tianbin observed Zhuoyan being targeted, yet refrained from interjecting immediately. Once a silence enveloped the group, he approached her to offer soothing words. Brother Tian possesses his own judgments. He has completed missions and is seasoned in experience. You need not worry. Everyone here may have sharp tongues but gentle hearts. Do not take their words to heart. Brother Tian deftly pried open the villa's lock and pushed the door ajar. As the zombies within meandered towards him, he handled them with remarkable efficiency, leaving the others largely inactive. Once the zombies were dispatched, the group lavished praise upon Brother Tian, who smiled, his expression radiating satisfaction. These lowly zombies pose no threat. Let us proceed inside. He continued to lead the way forward as a middle-aged man sidled up to him, engaging in flattering conversation. Zhuoyan trailed behind, accompanied by Tianbin. Noticing Zhuoyan's unwavering gaze fixed on the second floor, Tianbin's eyes followed suit. Peering into the dark void where visibility was obscured, an unsettling sensation crept over him. What is happening? He murmured to himself, placing a hand over his heart. It's nothing, nothing at all. Brother Tian is here. Zhuoyan quivered her lips as the door to the villa creaked open, allowing the group to usher in the light. The absence of zombies within granted them a momentary sense of relief. The middle-aged man stepped inside, poised to speak, when suddenly, a swift, shadowy figure darted past the staircase. What on earth was that? Someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Did you see that? Something just zipped by. Could have been a small animal. Small animal? That shadow was enormous and moved with astonishing speed. Tian-Gu furrowed his brow, his expression shifting abruptly. Run! His urgent shout startled the middle-aged man, who was about to flee when a tremendous force collided with him from the left, sending him crashing against the wall. The putrid stench of decay overwhelmed him, sending chills down his spine. Help! A chilling scream erupted from the darkness, sending shivers coursing through their bodies. the cry a haunting blend of anguish and terror. "Move!" Gu bellowed, as the group momentarily froze in fear, yet the imminent threat of death spurred them into action. They sprinted towards the exit, with Gu reaching for the door. Bin stood frozen, disregarding everything else. Trusting instincts. He knew that if they were urged to flee, it meant peril lurked within. Just as the door remained unopened, a zombie emerged from the shadows with ghostly speed. And calamity befell those behind, their anguished cries echoing in succession. Zhuoyan stood at the back, evading the onslaught of zombies as she retreated. Gu was drenched in cold sweat. The door swung open, and chaos ensued as everyone scattered. He dashed into the vehicle, while a mutated zombie crawled forward, sinking its teeth into several individuals. Bin's heart pounded like a drum. He sensed the eerie sounds behind him drawing ever closer. His light source shattered, and something on the ground tripped him. He crawled forward, despair gnawing at his spirit. It was over. A sense of hopelessness enveloped him as the threat loomed nearer, sending chills down his spine. He never anticipated that his life would be extinguished in this very place. Regret washed over him for embarking on this mission. Just moments before death approached, suddenly, a sound pierced through the thick blanket of snow. "Is everything all right?" A familiar voice reached his ears. It was that frail figure. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs unable to support him. In a world rife with death, the fear of mortality intensified immeasurably when confronted with its inevitability. The fact that he had not soiled himself was a testament to his immense self-restraint. With the aid of a pair of icy hands, he managed to rise, his teeth chattering. "Why you? How did you save me?" His thoughts were muddled. Yet the presence of another living soul beside him brought a sense of relief. "I was terrified too. I heard something fall to the ground and only realized it was you. I almost met my end." Zhuoyan maintained an expression of calm. In the enveloping darkness, the faces of those around her were obscured, yet not far away, the decaying head of a mutated zombie incessantly gaped, yearning to bite. The sound of its jaws clashing resonating clearly. "Who saved us?" she continued to inquire. Bin gasped for breath, his mind momentarily clouded by urgency. He approached the large truck and knocked upon its door. Brother illuminated the area, revealing two figures, and he let out a sigh of relief. "That mutated zombie is dead, Brother Tion." With a cautious nod, Brother Tion lowered the window and opened the door. Others clustered around the tires and the body of the truck, clutching their heads in agony, paralyzed by fear. Brother Tion disembarked, and Bin led the others to confirm the situation. Upon seeing the severed head of the mutated zombie upon the ground, his inner trepidation lessened. Damn it, a mutated zombie. He viciously ground the creature's head beneath his foot until it was crushed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Get up quickly, don't huddle together," he shouted, prompting those in the corner to tremble. "Quickly find those who have been bitten. Deal with the deceased." Upon hearing of the injuries, the crowd instinctively parted, still in state of shock. "Brother Wang, your arm is bleeding." "Nonsense. I merely have a scrape." "Brother Tion, I just scraped it against the truck. It wasn't the zombies." The bearded man was in a state of panic. "There are clearly bite marks on your arm. Do you wish to endanger us all?" Someone accused loudly, causing those around Brother Wang to retreat once more. Brother Tion narrowed his eyes. "Those infected will inevitably turn into zombies." "Brother, may you fare well." A gunshot rang out, and Brother Wang's eyes widened as he collapsed into the snow. "Are there others infected?" "Step forward." Brother Tion surveyed the area, the heartbeat of the crowd pounding like a drum. In a swift moment, several more were pushed forward, and Brother Tion executed them all. The lifeless bodies bore shattered skulls. Upon entering the villa to tally their numbers, Zhuoyan discovered that they were down by half. Bin's mood was complex. He had not anticipated such rapid losses, especially before they had even secured supplies. Zhuoyan found a corner to rest, and Bin sat beside him. Perhaps it was due to Zhuoyan's intervention that he felt a sense of security in this place. "How did you notice the anomaly on the second floor?" Bin inquired in a hushed tone. Had they heeded Zhuoyan's words from the beginning, those lives might have been spared. At that moment, Our light illuminated the second floor, where a shadow moved with alarming swiftness. It was not the pace of an ordinary zombie. Zhuoyan gazed at Brother Tian, who sat on the sofa with an expression of discontent. Those around him were filled with trepidation, hesitant to approach. Chapter 84. Surprises await at night. Tian Bin's emotions became increasingly complex. It appeared he had underestimated this frail individual. His powers of observation surpassed those of his companions. In comparison to ordinary zombies, mutated ones were of little consequence. Yet for a team like theirs, mutated zombies could spell disaster. Let us retire for the night, as we must gather supplies tomorrow. Tian Bin shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. Indeed, he had been negligent this time. Yet such is the nature of the apocalypse. Fate governs life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens. Although he felt a lingering apprehension, he understood that if he did not reconcile matters now, fatigue the following day could lead to dire consequences. Do not let your guard down. Tonight, surprises await. Zhuoyan's husky voice sent a shiver down Tian Bin's spine once more. His neck stiffened, and the expression on his face became frozen. What could possibly be meant by more surprises? Surely, surprises heralding the apocalypse cannot be deemed favorable. Moreover, they're mutated zombies. While there may not be any mutated zombies at present, there are indeed individuals on the brink of becoming one. Zhuoyan coughed twice after speaking, covering her mouth. The chill in the air was undeniable, and she wrapped her arms around herself, hoping to draw forth something valuable this time. You look like this, sigh, Tian Bin remarked, noticing the pallor of her lips. He had initially deceived her into joining the team, having observed her frail condition. Now, witnessing her nearly coughing herself into oblivion, a pang of fear struck him. Here, take my coat, he offered, shedding his outer garment. You mustn't perish. He found it difficult to place his trust in Brother Tian, despite his experience from past missions. Just moments ago, in the face of a mutated zombie, he had abandoned everyone and concealed himself within a large truck. Although this ailing individual appeared close to death, someone had indeed saved him in that dire moment. Surely, it could not have been that the decaying head of the mutated zombie had deteriorated so severely that it simply fell off. At that time, the sickly figure had been right beside him. Tian Bin draped the coat over Zhuoyan, who accepted it without protest, primarily because she was genuinely cold. Who has been infected? Do you know? Tian Bin glanced around, observing that everyone was seated in corners, visibly shaken, with no one exhibiting any particularly strange behavior. Moreover, given that Brother Tian had just eliminated numerous foes, it stood to reason that all the infected individuals were now accounted for. I don't know. By the latter part of the night, or at dawn, you shall find out, she replied. There would always be those unwilling to face death, clinging to a false sense of security, believing they would escape infection, or perhaps neglecting their own wounds. She closed her eyes, preparing to rest. Host, can you truly sleep? The system was on high alert. Was it her who had grown so complacent? Sleep. Zhuoyan turned to the side, and Tian Bin found himself unable to sleep due to her words. He scanned the room, observing Zhuoyan as she slumbered, his mind momentarily blank. Brother, don't you see? They are amidst a group that could transform into zombies at any moment. How can you possibly sleep? Aren't you afraid that the zombies might come in the dead of night and devour you? Hesitating, he glanced over at Brother Tian, contemplating whether to approach. Brother Tian, have we finished clearing the infected in our ranks? Brother Tian, arms crossed on the sofa, opened his eyes and regarded Tian Bin. Have you discovered any more infected? He sat up straight, scrutinizing the gathered crowd, who were huddled together, evidently intimidated by his recent decisive actions. I'm merely concerned. Little did he know, had it not been for the sickly individual, he might have overlooked it. I just checked. They bear no injuries. It's the middle of the night, and with the cold, it's quite normal for someone to catch a cold. Are you running a fever? A rustle came from someone asking. Yes, I have a slight fever. You should sleep. I can hold on. The voice was barely above a whisper, prompting the person to turn over and mumble something incoherent. Half an hour later, Zhuoyan noticed a figure rising. Instantly, she opened her eyes. The figure was not far from her, initially appearing dazed before quickly bowing their head. What are you doing touching me? Damn it, you're all grown men. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream jolted Tian Bin from his nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his brow, the scream echoing nearby, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulting his senses, causing his heart to constrict. He immediately retrieved a light source, directing it toward the origin of the sound. A figure lay contorted on the ground, gnawing at another's neck, blood splattering, the latter already lifeless. The zombie, sensing the illumination, rose and turned directly towards Tian Bin, its mouth agape, face smeared with crimson, an embodiment of terror. Tian Bin's legs trembled. The zombie's eyes were pure black, and it suddenly lunged with astonishing speed. A mutated zombie. He stumbled backward, falling to the ground. It felt as if fate itself had conspired against him, encountering two mutated zombies in a single night. Abruptly, the mutated zombie collapsed at his feet, relentlessly biting. He nearly lost control of his bladder in fear. As the creature attempted to rise, one foot precariously positioned on his spine, forcing him to crawl back down to the ground. Zhuoyan grasped the baseball bat firmly and swung it down with great force, causing a brownish liquid to ooze forth. In that instant, the zombies ceased all movement. Were they rendered speechless with fear? Zhuoyan kicked the zombie aside, surprised to encounter a mutated creature. "Am I still alive?" Tian Bin trembled, his voice quivering as he touched his body, finding himself unscathed. Gazing at the person squatting before him, he felt tears welling up. "You fragile being, I truly owe my life to you this time." Today, he had defied the heavens, a life deemed worthless, and the king of hell had been eager to claim him. "You're still alive." Upon hearing the term fragile being, Zhuoyan furrowed her brow and rose to her feet. The others awoke, their attention drawn to her, eyes wide with disbelief. They had assumed Zhuoyan, a mere experiment, would be a burden, yet just moments ago, her swift actions had proven otherwise. She had faced a mutated zombie, one of remarkable speed. A moment's carelessness could have cost her dearly. Tian-Gu, weary and bloodshot, sighed in relief at the sight of the deceased, mutated zombie, and began to assess Zhuoyan with newfound respect. Zhuoyan coughed a few times. "I, too, was startled awake. That individual was on the verge of becoming a zombie. You ought to handle this matter. I am merely a frail being, devoid of strength." Brother Tian approached, a smirk playing on his lips. "Young man, you possess hidden depths," he remarked. He initially thought this was a novice, but observing his technique and the swiftness with which he dispatched the zombies, it was evident he was no stranger to this world, though he could not place him. He seemed only to possess some martial skills. Tian Bin glanced at the twitching corpse nearby and swiftly moved over to assess its ruined brain. A phrase emerged in his mind, feigning weakness to overpower the strong. Chapter 85. Are we to abandon her? Boss, I believe that when you embark on missions in the future, you might consider taking me along. I will heed your guidance. After disposing of the corpse, Tian Bin squatted beside Zhuoyan, wiping his hands while offering a charming smile. "I can recruit some talented individuals for you. We can tackle formidable missions separately." "Sounds good. In the future, if you have a mission and I am available, let us join forces." Zhuoyan sought to enhance her standing. She had ample time and was indifferent to who accompanied her. "Brother, in the future, should you require assistance, simply command your younger brother. I shall handle it adeptly." Tian-Gu engaged her in conversation, while the others cast her fiery glances, albeit tinged with embarrassment. Previously, they had dismissed this newcomer as a mere invalid, but now, in their eagerness to ingratiate themselves, they felt a burning shame. As the night wore on, a sense of calm settled among them, though none dared to succumb to deep slumber, fearful of the emergence of mutated zombies. The sky was shrouded in mist when Tian-Gu roused everyone, presenting an official map. "This location is a resource cache, surrounded by zombies. We must divert them while the others transport the supplies to the vehicle." He gestured to the map, which was square-shaped, its periphery resembling residential buildings. Upon examining the map, they lifted their gazes. "Who among us will attract the zombies?" They exchanged glances, aware that diverting the zombies could easily cost them their lives. With no established base and unfamiliar terrain, how could they possibly evade the undead? If they provoked a horde, their fate would be sealed. "Who volunteers?" Tian-Gu scanned the group, but all 12 individuals bowed their heads. none were willing to face death. Perhaps we should contemplate alternative strategies? Zhuoyan expressed his reservations about luring the zombies, uncertain of the presence of mutated ones nearby. I shall go. Zhuoyan stood at the entrance, casting a glance at the snow-covered ground outside. The footprints and the body from the previous night were entirely concealed beneath a blanket of white. Zhuoyan looked over, his brow furrowed with concern. In contrast, the others displayed expressions of delight. Some were eager to embrace the role of the scapegoat, thrilled that the esteemed leader possessed such courage. Little brother, you truly excel. Just be cautious. We await your return, they urged. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuoyan nodded at her. Then I shall accompany you. Zhuoyan stepped forward. I will go with you, frail one, he exclaimed impulsively, only to realize his choice of words was inappropriate, as he had grown accustomed to calling her that in jest. Brother, I will join you, he corrected. Zhuoyan. It is sufficient to divert one person. What purpose do you serve by going? He was reluctant to sacrifice too many individuals. He held great respect for Zhuoyan, recognizing her prowess, yet the unfamiliar environment posed significant risks. Wandering about carelessly could lead to perilous encounters. No need. You should assist them in transporting supplies. Zhuoyan spoke, and Zhuoyan felt a twinge of frustration as he nodded. Please take care. With that, Zhuoyan led the group onward, arriving at the supply point. Zhuoyan approached, opened the door, and dispatched the latest zombie that lunged at her with a swift kick, seizing an iron rod. How would she divert their attention? It seemed that sound could be the key. However, such an action could easily provoke a horde of zombies. Zhuoyan struck with an iron rod. The zombies moved slowly. She retreated as they encircled her, and when they had not fully gathered, she made her way outward. Her pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, guiding the zombies in the opposite direction. An hour later, Zhuoyan had vanished from sight, and the number of zombies had significantly diminished. Brother Zhuoyan, accompanied by his group, began to clear the remaining zombies. Someone remarked, with so many zombies, it's only natural. This young man possesses remarkable skills, albeit a bit reckless. Zhuoyan followed behind, glancing back, feeling somewhat troubled. The surrounding comments were not unfounded. The official supplies consisted of rice, and upon opening the warehouse, they began to transport it. Moving half a warehouse of rice took several people hours. The grains carried a slight musty scent, yet upon seeing food, everyone remained cheerful. Even in the bitter cold, they felt a warmth enveloping them. By the time they finished transporting the rice in the afternoon, everyone was relieved. Brother Zhuoyan wiped the sweat from his brow, and they all squeezed into the back of the vehicle. Zhuoyan stood at the vehicle's entrance, opting not to sit in the front passenger seat. Brother Zhuoyan glanced at him. Get in. It's not safe here, he urged, taking the driver's seat. A sense of urgency filled him, and he sighed as Zhuoyan pressed his lips together. The supplies are crucial. Let us not forget our mission as purpose. Zhuoyan entered the vehicle, lowering his head as the engine roared to life, gradually departing from their original location. The sickly individual had saved him once, last night. He had promptly dealt with the mutated zombie, preventing them from falling into peril. Their current actions undoubtedly felt like a betrayal to her, and he knew she would be disheartened. Brother Zhuoyan remained silent. If such a possibility existed, it was indeed unfortunate for that young man. As the vehicle sped along, they encountered a collapsed bridge, and Brother Zhuoyan's expression darkened upon seeing the wreckage. This indicated a detour was necessary. That night, the truck halted in the wilderness. Their fuel supply was dwindling, a stroke of bad luck. Gazing at the fuel gauge, Brother Zhuoyan pounded the steering wheel in frustration, shadows of gloom clouding his eyes. With no shelter and the icy ground too treacherous, they were compelled to spend the night outdoors, heightening his anxiety. We'll see tomorrow. Perhaps there's a gas station nearby, Zhuoyan mused, observing the pitch-black surroundings, realizing that exiting the vehicle was not a prudent choice. Leaning against the seat, he lamented the unfortunate turn of events, recalling that he had checked the auspicious calendar before leaving. In the latter part of the night, the howling of wolves echoed, preventing anyone from finding rest. The cold crept in as Zhuoyan hugged his arms, glancing outside only to be startled by a pair of green eyes fixated on the vehicle, instilling a sense of terror. Are those wolves? He gasped, grasping Brother Zhuoyan's arm. Brother Tian looked over, and to his dismay, numerous pairs of green eyes surrounded them, clearly not human. As the light shone down, Brother Tian inhaled sharply. We are surrounded by wolves. These beasts must be starving from the mountains and have targeted us. It's all right. We have fuel in the vehicle. We'll leave at dawn. He reassured. Chapter 86. My fate is resilient. I should not perish. She had exploded several hundred points, and her spirits remained high. Upon reaching the broken bridge, Zhuoyan stowed away the large bus. The snow-covered ground was frigid, and the bus lacked heating. Upon entering the small ferry, she resolved to continue her journey the following day. Host, those individuals have abandoned you. Are you not upset? A group of treacherous souls. What is there to be angry about? We have merely utilized one another. I do not hold them in high regard. Zhuoyan pried open the cap of a beer can and took a hearty gulp, feeling the warmth spread through her body. She then picked up a spicy chicken claw and took a bite. In this vast world, there were few individuals she truly cared for. The rest were mere strangers, not even worthy of a fleeting encounter. How could she possibly allow herself to be swayed by emotions for them? The system was unconvinced that her heart was cold. It merely acknowledged that others could not easily penetrate the fortress of her heart. Zhuoyan remained silent. Indeed, there were few people she truly cared about, and Ranchiyuan was one of them. This young girl was kind-hearted, and thus, she wished to keep her own troubles from affecting her. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she closed her eyes to rest. Outside, the cold wind howled, and by dawn, Zhuoyan discovered that the bridge had completely collapsed. A detour was necessary. With a click of her tongue, she retrieved a bus from her space. Those scoundrels must have taken a detour as well. Zhuoyan nodded as she steered her vehicle to the side. The snow had fallen persistently for several days, accumulating to a substantial depth, and she drove cautiously. By afternoon, she still had not caught sight of the convoy. A quiet lament escaped her. They were evidently moving with great speed. As dusk approached, her gaze fell upon a large truck parked on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of several wolves and stains of blood, which had long since congealed due to the heavy snowfall. The corpses were stiff, frozen in time. After securing the bus, Zhuoyan glanced inside but found it empty. A frown creased her brow. The sky was darkening, and the occupants had vanished. This was not a promising sign. Evidence of a struggle lay scattered around her, and she surveyed her surroundings. An isolated wilderness, branches heavy with snow. They were all carried away by the wolves. The system exclaimed with excitement, disdainful of those heartless individuals who met their end wherever fate decreed. Zhuoyan opened the door of the truck and, upon taking her seat in the driver's position, discovered that the fuel gauge was nearly empty. Glancing towards the bus that was approaching, she noted that it had consumed little fuel. Thus, she decided to alight and refuel. After toiling through the night, Zhuoyan returned to the truck, where the system set the direction towards the base and calculated the shortest route. She prepared to drive. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the air, and Zhuoyan noticed a dark figure atop a hill. Undeterred by the pack of wolves, she maneuvered the vehicle forward, traversing the half-hour distance, while the howling persisted. Abruptly, a light pierced the darkness, illuminating a massive tree. Help! Tian Bin was nearly frozen, his body riddled with wounds, and his clothing torn and tattered from the savage bites. The biting cold of the night had led him to believe that he might perish at any moment. Zhuoyan followed the light and beheld several wolves seated beneath the tree, their green eyes fixed intently upon the branches above. Well, you little rascals. You move quite swiftly. Have you come here to enjoy the coolness? Zhuoyan swung open the car door and leaned out, her familiar voice nearly bringing Tian Bin to tears. Brother, help me. I don't want to die yet. He had not anticipated that the frail one still clung to life. Fate had spared him. He wiped his frozen, stiffened nose and called out for help with a loud voice. The howls of wolves instilled fear, preventing him from descending. The pack had followed them all the way. The vehicle had run out of fuel, and if they lingered, death awaited them all. They had only managed to slay a few, and the group had scattered. Tian-Gu had perished, and he had narrowly escaped death himself. Had it not been for his agility in climbing trees, he too would have found himself in the belly of a wolf. Yet, He was determined not to succumb to fate. Gu Zhuoyan cast her gaze upon the pack of wolves, which had also taken notice of her. Their eyes glinted with a predatory gleam, perceiving her as their prey. Drawing her firearm, Gu Zhuoyan fired a shot, the sound reverberating through the air, and one wolf collapsed to the ground, though she did not deliver a fatal blow. The creature let out a pain howl. Driving closer, she illuminated the scene with her headlights, and the wolves entered a heightened state of aggression, crouching low, their bodies taut, baring their teeth as they fixated on her. She leaped down. Gu Zhuoyan's gaze was fixed upon the pack of wolves, aware that more lurked upon the mountain. These creatures bore grudges, and she would not let her guard down. Tian Bin looked down, fearful that if he were to fall into the snow, the wolves would pounce and swiftly sever his throat. If you do not leap, remain in the tree. I shall not wait for long. Gu Zhuoyan reiterated that she would not linger here for long. Tian Bin discerned the implication in her words. If he did not leap down now, he would undoubtedly perish in this place. Jumping offered a slim chance of survival. He swallowed hard, rising to his feet. The truck loomed large before him, and as he bent his knees, he felt his body stiffen with cold, akin to a rusted machine, utterly unyielding. Gazing at Gu Zhuoyan, he made a determined leap. With a resounding thud, he landed atop the truck. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he cautiously maneuvered from the roof to the driver's seat. "I am still alive. I'm still alive," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The interior of the truck was significantly warmer than the outside, and there was food stored within. He was both hungry and cold. He thought to himself, "I shall eat something slowly." Gu Zhuoyan pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle onto the road while the howls of the wolf pack echoed around them. Tian Bin trembled in fear, hastily consuming a piece of bread. "Brother, I always knew you possessed remarkable abilities. You wouldn't perish. It's Tian-Gu who is meant to depart." He tilted his head to glance at Gu Zhuoyan, who remained unfazed, responding with a casual "Indeed, your fate is not yet sealed." Had she not taken this path, he would have frozen into an ice sculpture upon the tree. "Brother, did you refuel the car?" Observing the nearly full tank, Tian Bin was taken aback. They had been compelled to abandon the vehicle due to a lack of fuel, and this relentless pack of wolves had pursued them, leaving only the last brother in peril. "Yes, fortune smiled upon us. After diverting the zombies, we stumbled upon a bus brimming with fuel." Her words were delivered with a nonchalant air, yet Tian Bin dared not agree, aware that she must feel a deep chill within. Had it not been for the fortunate find, she too would have faced a dire fate, having been abandoned. "I should accompany you, brother." He lowered his gaze, hoping she wouldn't leave him to the merciless snow. "How could I? I'm but a frail being, incapable of safeguarding you." Gu Zhuoyan smiled, leaving Tian Bin momentarily speechless. Very well, she harbored grudges. It was incurable. Gu Zhuoyan spun the wheel, her gaze slightly cold. Chapter 87. Humanity should not perish at the hands of its own. Tian Bin, realizing he had misspoken, immediately fell silent. He was filled with trepidation, fearing abandonment along the way. The following dawn, they arrived at the base, where the vehicles were familiar to them. Official personnel came forth to receive them, documenting the casualties and losses, and they observed a moment of silence. Following the deaths of the mission participants, compensation would be provided to their families and spouses as a form of restitution. Tian Bin's wounds were somewhat festering. After confirming there was no infection, he was sent to the hospital. Gu Zhuoyan meticulously recorded the details of the mission and, upon earning her points, she proceeded to the information management office. Gu Zhuoyan sat at the front desk, still clad in her tomboyish attire. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. "Are you really Gu Zhuoyan?" Gu Zhuoyan nodded. She had no time for idle chatter and was solely interested in acquiring information about Binjiang. After the receptionist reviewed the details, noticing Gu Zhuoyan attempting to rise, she promptly added, "Miss, the higher-ups have arranged accommodations for you on the ground floor. Given your unique status and the significant contributions you have made to the base, I hope you will consider staying." The receptionist produced a room key, a lavish and enigmatic black card that exuded an air of sophistication. Gu Zhuoyan had just finished her bath and removed her attire. She checked her points and discovered that she had accumulated over 1,000 points from this task. Just as she was about to draw her lottery, a knock echoed at the door. Surprised, she approached and opened it. Qin Jun stood at the threshold, surveying her from head to toe. Observing the moisture clinging to her skin, he did not rush to enter. "Miss Gu," he remarked, "look at yourself. The pallor of your faux death has spread to your face. With such a state, how can you dare to undertake missions? Are you not afraid of losing control and turning into a zombie?" Gu Zhuoyan wiped her hair and glanced back, not seeing Ruanxi, and stepped aside to create some space. She thought to herself that they could discuss later. Her appearance was quite peculiar, and those outside would surely be frightened upon seeing her. Qin Jun entered. "You cannot decipher my symptoms." Gu Zhuoyan settled onto the sofa, and upon hearing her words, Qin Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. He took a seat, his expression turning serious. "Miss Gu, while I am unable to resolve your symptoms, I can offer alternative medications to help mitigate them. It is evident that your body is undergoing a rapid process of decomposition." He had spent numerous days in the laboratory, yielding a plethora of remarkable research findings, undoubtedly aided by the brilliance of his colleague. Ruanxi possessed an exceptional talent for research, his mind agile and sharp. Although his memory was incomplete, he had to concede that he was remarkably skilled in the realm of scientific inquiry. "What medications have you and Ruanxi developed?" Gu Zhuoyan squinted as she towel-dried her hair, pondering the prolonged absence of a remedy for the toxin from Ruanxi. Was it that he simply lacked the desire to find it? Had he exhibited any peculiar behavior in recent days, or had his memories returned? Qin Jun shook his head. "You two are quite peculiar. Is he not your friend? You embarked on a mission without informing him, and upon discovering your absence, he has remained in the research facility day after day." He found the dynamic rather odd. It was noted that Gu Zhuoyan hailed from Binjiang, recognized as a formidable special operative, and he had also classified Ruanxi among the special personnel. Their connection stemmed from an advanced mutated zombie, which had caused Ruanxi's amnesia. He was eager to uncover what they had previously researched. Ruanxi's recollections were elusive, yet Gu Zhuoyan's memories appeared intact. Evolution serum? At this, Gu Zhuoyan hesitated momentarily. The means of obtaining such a serum would inevitably be uncovered in the future, yet the process was exceptionally cruel. The deranged cared not for the lives of others. The evolution serum held no value for humanity. The secret of zombie evolution could only be deemed a catalyst. "Do you not wish to cure the afflictions plaguing your body?" Qin Jun inched closer, his demeanor earnest. "Do you know the full name of the evolution serum?" "It is the zombie evolution serum, which cannot be administered to humans but can induce mutations in zombies." She closely observed Qin Jun's expression. He appeared taken aback by the notion that the serum could only stimulate zombie evolution. Moreover, the method of acquisition required the contribution of living beings. This world harbors many malevolent individuals, indeed capable of contributing to such experiments. However, she harbored no desire for the mass production of mutated zombies. Humanity should not perish by its own hand. If humans were to instigate the rampant creation of mutated zombies, it would only serve as a cruel jest for those striving to survive. Qin Jun fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. He produced a transparent vial containing a crimson pill, which Gu Zhuoyan accepted. She bared her arm, revealing a network of greenish veins that crept across her skin, resembling unsightly roots. Gu Zhuoyan cast a glance. She had not paid attention to it over the past few days. After finishing the blood draw, Qin Jun stood up to bid farewell. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the crimson pill, placing it delicately upon the table. After drying her hair, she picked up a single pill. Upon entering her mouth, it bore a faint metallic taste, sending a shiver down her spine. Human blood, perhaps? She expelled the pill and rinsed her mouth. "Host, I have investigated. The blood content is exceedingly high. It appears to be a vial of blood encapsulated in this pill." Gu Zhuoyan felt a wave of nausea. The suppressive pill provided by Qin Jun contained human blood. Returning to the lottery area of the mall, she closed her eyes, hoping that fortune would not elude her this time. Each draw cost 20 points, allowing her to draw 50 times, but feeling that continuous draws might not favor her. She opted for a single draw instead. After drawing over 40 times, her space was filled with an abundance of food. The system, unable to bear the sight, lamented the unreasonably low reward rate it had set. Exasperated, Zhuoyan paused her lottery attempts. Should she attempt one last draw? Reluctant to give up, she clicked in, watching as the machine swayed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The result was a transparent petri dish, seemingly ordinary, yet its label bore the word future. Barely managing to emit a golden glow, Zhuoyan picked it up and examined it. The petri dish appeared rather ordinary. Future petri dish, capable of cultivating unique microorganisms, significantly reducing incubation time. Zhuoyan gazed at the petri dish, containing the peculiar organism, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Viral culture. It necessitates living cells, viable embryos. Can such beings truly be deemed extraordinary? If the secrets of the virus could be unraveled, perhaps, dear host, you could save humanity and enhance your own physical condition. Chapter 88. You know I wish to tease you. As night fell, a knock echoed at the door once more. Zhuoyan pulled it open to reveal Ruanxi, still clad in his white lab coat. Had he rushed over from the laboratory? Zhuoyan observed the snowflakes still lingering on his head, suggesting that he had rushed over without an umbrella. He did not respond, instead squeezing through the door and shutting it behind him. You cannot perish just yet. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing more intently. Are you out of your mind? Zhuoyan rolled her eyes and pushed the person away. She could not die. Of course she could not die. Who will want to die? The one who deserves to perish is him. For goodness sake. Your symptoms are worsening. Why venture outside? Ruanxi's gaze remained fixed on Zhuoyan. To him, this woman was extraordinary. So extraordinary that the mere thought of her demise filled his heart with restlessness. Am I to forego meals? To dwell in the basement for eternity? Zhuoyan, indifferent to his presence, took a seat and resumed the task of drying her hair. Ruanxi fell silent. Indeed, the conditions in the basement were rather poor. He settled beside Zhuoyan, and the room descended into a tranquil hush, interrupted only by the sound of her hair being brushed. A multitude of questions swirled within him. Were we adversaries in the past? He sensed her palpable animosity towards him. Though her smiles could be radiant, a shadow of something unspoken lingered in her eyes, suggesting that her laughter was not entirely meant for him. He felt they shared a kinship of sorts, yet her evident rejection of him was unmistakable. There was an undeniable discord. Zhuoyan did not wish to speak too definitively. Taking advantage of his present confusion, she could still manage to deceive him somewhat. Where have I caused you much annoyance? Ruanxi replied, his head lowered, his arms still not fully healed, unable to bear any touch. They exchanged glances filled with mutual irritation. You've lost your memory and cannot recall, but I have not forgotten. All right, let us continue this fabrication, though it is not entirely untrue. They indeed found each other disagreeable. Yet, Ruanxi's tendencies were far more unsettling. You were quite unkind to me in the past. The desire to control her, even to the extent of wishing her harm, was far more severe than mere unkindness. Shall I make amends to you then? Ruanxi finally spoke, a hint of gloom in his tone. After all, you do not know how many days you have left to live. I shall not engage in conflict with you any longer. His words irked Zhuoyan. What did he mean by having little time left? She moved her lips, but refrained from arguing. Very well, amends it is. Do you see that restaurant outside? I am hungry. Let's dine. Placing the towel she had used to dry her hair aside, Zhuoyan stood up. She quickly changed into a fresh outfit in the bathroom and stepped outside, with Ruanxi following closely behind. He ought to have been engrossed in research. His current standing in terms of points was likely not very favorable. As they exited, Ruanxi walked beside her. Zhuoyan donned a hat, intending to challenge him further. Upon entering the establishment, she showed no mercy. Everything in the restaurant was exorbitantly priced. Zhuoyan ordered several servings of stir-fried dishes, accumulating a bill of several hundred points. The rice was equally pricey, and she glanced at Ruanxi. Eat more. Ruanxi replied with a hint of melancholy, of course. The server cheerfully brought over 100 milliliters of water, but the stir-fried dishes took a considerable time to arrive. When the food finally reached their table, steaming and fragrant, their extravagant display drew several discreet glances from other patrons entering the restaurant. Zhuoyan picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites. Her appetite was lacking. However, having spent several hundred points. She felt it would be a waste not to indulge. Is your research experiment focused on the evolution liquid? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at Ruan Si as the two engaged in their experiment. Qin Jun's keen interest in the evolutionary liquid might very well stem from Ruan Si's insights. Ruan Si continued to serve vegetables into Gu Zhuoyan's bowl until it formed a small peak. What are you doing? Gu Zhuoyan was rendered speechless. Was it mere flattery for no reason? To compensate you. A smirk played on his lips, and the tone of his voice was anything but conciliatory. Ruan Si, do you care for me? Gu Zhuoyan leaned forward, testing the waters. Indeed. As he consumed his meal, he spoke swiftly yet courteously, his voice tranquil. My memory incessantly whispers that you hold great significance. To me, you must be of utmost importance. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Ruan Si's gaze fell upon her once more, prompting a slight twitch of Gu Zhuoyan's lips. This concern seemed akin to a desire to flay her alive, transforming her into a mindless creature rather than a mutual affection between lovers. She inquired again. Once their meal concluded, the waiter approached cheerfully to settle the bill, while Gu Zhuoyan awaited the unfolding of a spectacle. If you find yourself unable to pay in the future, plead with me. I may consider covering your share. Her eyes sparkled with amusement as Ruan Si produced his points card, swiped it, and the machine beeped in affirmation. Thank you for your patronage. The waiter departed with delight, and Gu Zhuoyan shielded her eyes, reflecting on her earlier harsh words. The evening breeze, laced with a chill, sliced against her skin like tiny blades, compelling her to lower her gaze towards the square beneath the tower. Ruan Si settled beside him. Are you unhappy that I didn't witness your embarrassment? He jested, having discerned Gu Zhuoyan's thoughts. Naturally, there was nothing to conceal. It appears that Qin Jun has compensated you handsomely. While she toiled outside, this fellow reaped results in a laboratory that rivaled her own. The accumulation of points was dwindling. Ruan Si conceded. Do you know that I intend to tease you? She chuckled softly. Indeed. Ruan Si directed his gaze into the distance, where he could observe the guards of the city gate and the diners below. Yet the identities of those shadows remained obscured. What manner of person was I in the past? Ruan Si queried, as snowflakes cascaded gently, soon accumulating upon their shoulders, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to fall into a contemplative silence. It is difficult to articulate. In any case, to me, you are not a good person. She glanced at the sky, but saw naught but darkness, the night enveloping her like an abyss, rendering her acutely aware of the cold that permeated her being. Not a good person, she reiterated. I too believe this. Yet, what defines a good person? What constitutes a bad one? Perhaps we simply stand on opposing sides. Gu Zhuoyan, at least for now, you require my assistance. Ruan Si observed her, arms crossed, snowflakes adorning her lashes, and he removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders. I must take my leave. With that, he descended from the tower, and Gu Zhuoyan pondered whether amnesia could indeed foster kindness. What I need, you cannot provide. Chapter 89. Jealousy? After spending 3 days at the base, Gu Zhuoyan visited the laboratory to assess the efficacy of future petri dishes, seeking to determine if they could cultivate the virus. She wished to keep this endeavor hidden from Ruan Si, storing the samples within her space. On the evening of the 3rd day, as she emerged from the laboratory with Ruan Si, an official approached her. Mr. Bai from Binjiang had arrived. The individual possessed a distinguished identity, garnering significant attention from higher authorities. He gazed at Gu Zhuoyan, a woman who perpetually wore a wide-brimmed hat that concealed her face, rendering her both enigmatic and somewhat perilous in his eyes. Bai Zhuoyan? Gu Zhuoyan contemplated for a moment, realizing that he was her only option. Your friend? Ruan Si was obstructed at the ground floor, sitting gloomily in the lobby, watching the elevator's numbers ascend to the top. Who could it be? Gu Zhuoyan entered the room, where key personnel of the base were welcoming Bai Zhuoyan. The two were engaged in a tea-drinking ritual, with some bread laid out on the table. The sound of the door opening drew their gaze towards her. Bai Zhuoyan rose to his feet, clad in a fur-collared coat that revealed only his handsome visage. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in his eyes. What brings you here? He inquired. Gu Zhuoyan spoke, revealing her surprise and complexity at Bai Zhuoyan's arrival. The journey was arduous, compounded by the heavy snowfall. It was evident that his swift arrival posed significant danger. I knew you weren't dead, Bai Zichuan replied, a smile gracing his lips upon hearing her familiar voice. He approached her, drawing near until he enveloped her in his embrace, his heart racing fervently. Heaven knows the sorrow he had endured. They all believed her to be lost, yet he remained unconvinced. The silence surrounding her had only fueled his anxiety, and he had been unable to locate her. At this moment, holding her tightly in his arms brought him a profound sense of relief. I am, of course, unharmed. What of Hien? Gu Zhuoyan pushed through the crowd, her thoughts drifting to Hien, while Bai Zichuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. How truly heartless. Did she not even inquire about my well-being? Gu Zhuoyan scrutinized him up and down, acknowledging that the young master had indeed lost some weight and appeared rather fatigued. Just stand before me, will you? I'm not blind, she remarked. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zichuan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Yet he found himself unable to act on that impulse. He missed Hien immensely. With Song Yu by her side, no one dared to bully her. The base sent her provisions every month, so she had no reason to feel aggrieved. Gu Zhuoyan exhaled softly. As long as Hien was safe, that was all that mattered. Director, I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Young Master Bai. The connections established between the bases rendered Bai Zichuan's status even more significant. The developments in the capital were most promising, should fruitful outcomes arise. Haishur would inevitably reap its share. Thus, Bai Zichuan must be treated with utmost care. As he entered the elevator, Bai Zichuan turned to Gu Zhuoyan. Have you been wearing that hat for a reason? What has happened to your face? He had refrained from speaking earlier due to the presence of that man. Yet in this moment, they were alone. There's been a slight issue. Gu Zhuoyan removed her hat, revealing the azure veins etched upon her face. Bai Zichuan's pupils dilated as he comprehended the gravity of the situation, corporeal decomposition. His heart felt as though it were entombed beneath the frigid snow outside. Chilled to the very marrow, he reached out, his fingers brushing against her icy skin, tracing the prominent veins. Why? Why had this occurred? His lips trembled. It must be nothing but illusory symptoms. How was the development in Binjiang proceeding? Had the organization been eradicated? Bai Zichuan lowered his hand as Gu Zhuoyan donned her hat once more, an abundance of questions swirling within him. The organization had dispatched personnel to negotiate with the base. They were heavily armed, and any confrontation would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. The populace had only just attained a semblance of peace, and the base, in pursuit of progress, had drafted an agreement. Gu Zhuoyan felt a heaviness in her heart. The upper echelons were aware of their research, specifically the looming threat that mutated zombies posed to humanity, a peril that could not be traded for mere peace. Zhuoyan understood that the base would not allow them to flourish. This was merely a facade of leniency, a policy of appeasement, but deep down, they all knew that eradication was inevitable. Upon reaching the ground floor, the elevator doors opened, and the two stepped out. Where do you reside? Ruanxi inquired, pointing to the opposite building where Gu Zhuoyan lived. It was a spacious residence typically unattainable for most. It seems the higher-ups place considerable importance on you. Did you come alone? Gu Zhuoyan inquired once more. Xiao Wu accompanied me, but the moment he arrived here, he claimed to be utterly exhausted and went to rest. I still have some questions for you. Shall we go to my place? He reached out, intending to grasp Gu Zhuoyan's wrist. They had been apart for quite some time, and his longing for her was profound. Just as his hand was about to tighten its grip, Gu Zhuoyan suddenly swayed to the side, her back colliding with a sturdy chest, and a hand ensnared her. Who are you? Ruanxi squinted, his gaze fixed on Bai Zichuan, filled with wariness and animosity. He is my friend. Gu Zhuoyan felt that he was behaving strangely. She struggled against him, but did not push him away. Friends? That seemed rather intrusive. Ruanxi's voice was faint, and when Gu Zhuoyan stepped on his foot, he inhaled sharply, yet still did not release her. Who are you? Bai Zichuan's peach blossom eyes glimmered with danger. The pallor of his complexion suggested something was amiss. He approached and made a direct move, prompting Ruanxi to retreat and evade the attack, forcing him to relinquish Gu Zhuoyan. Ruanxi, nursing injuries, found himself at a disadvantage. Bai Zichuan, however, did not overstep, walking beside Gu Zhuoyan with a disdainful gaze. When we first met, you were unaware of your surroundings. Ruan Si's eyes darkened as they stood shoulder to shoulder, their demeanor familiar, clearly affirming his words. Internally, he was restless. She had many matters regarding Binjiang that she wished to inquire about, while Bai Zichuan appeared smug. You go on your own, he dismissed, his tone growing noticeably colder. As they brushed past each other, Gu Zhuoyan sensed a chilling aura, as if he had regained his memories. What an oddity, she mused, speechless. Bai Zichuan nodded in agreement. He does not seem like a good person. Let's keep our distance from him. Upon arriving at Bai Zichuan's residence, they entered to find Xiao Wu holding a bowl of instant noodles. Miss Gu? He inquired, somewhat uncertain. It's me. Gu Zhuoyan found a place to sit down. What does your pseudo-mortem symptom signify? Bai Zichuan seated himself beside her, while Xiao Wu, utterly bewildered, approached. Upon witnessing Gu Zhuoyan remove her hat, his astonishment was unmistakable. Mortification. What on earth? Have you been infected? Xiao Wu nearly erupted with expletives. No, she replied. It is merely a pseudo-mortem condition. I have not been infected, but I am exhibiting characteristics of mortification. Observing her demeanor, Bai Zichuan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, and his voice dropped to a whisper. Will you become a zombie? Not at all. However, I may display some zombie-like traits. There is no need for excessive fear. Even if I were to bite you, I cannot transmit the infection. Gu Zhuoyan was aware of his concerns. Xiao Wu munched on instant noodles, uncertain of what to say. This is troubling. Who did this to you? You were perfectly fine during your last mission. Xiao Wu recalled that although he hadn't personally seen her off, he frequently visited Song Yu and knew she was doing well. In the past, the research conducted by Wu Jian on the zombie evolution serum, which was tainted with other substances, had led to the phenomenon of false zombification when administered to individuals. Gu Zhuoyan did not fully articulate her feelings here. I am well aware that those individuals are utterly despicable. Xiao Wu bit through the noodle, seething with indignation. Regardless of your condition, you are still Gu Zhuoyan, and I shall devise a means to restore your body to its former state. Bai Zichuan pressed his lips tightly together, grappling with his treatment of Gu Zhuoyan. He merely wished to eliminate the problem swiftly. How has the base fared? I have been away for quite some time. Gu Zhuoyan wished to divert the conversation away from herself. With He Yin present in Binjiang, she yearned to gain a deeper understanding of the region's other developments. After their discussion, she felt a clearer perspective within her. Standing at the doorway, Bai Zichuan observed her, his thoughts drifting to the enigmatic Ruan Si. A notion began to form in his mind. His abode was spacious, the bed ample enough for two. I appreciate your kindness, Master Bai, but I have grown accustomed to it. If I find it difficult to sleep at night, please do not see me off. With those words, she turned and descended the stairs, exiting the apartment to return to her modest dwelling. At the entrance of her small abode sat Ruan Si, unceremoniously seated on the ground. In the dim light, his head leaned against the door, his eyes devoid of focus, resembling a dark sea silently engulfing all in its depths. Gu Zhuoyan approached, playfully nudging his waist with the tip of her foot. What brings you here? Ruan Si turned his neck, extending his hand to grasp her ankle, his skin chillingly cold, his grip somewhat forceful. Have you lost your mind? What is your relationship with him? His voice was laden with darkness as their gazes locked, his eyes intensely focused on her face. Gu Zhuoyan smiled. What does the nature of our relationship matter to you? His heart felt constricted, as if he were plunging into the depths of the ocean, suffocating, overwhelmed. He seized Gu Zhuoyan's neck, their breaths intertwining. Do not let him near you. He gritted his teeth, and Gu Zhuoyan chuckled softly. What is this? Do you have feelings for me? She had previously recognized that such emotions were amiss. Yet what did it matter? She felt no need to sympathize with a twisted love that lacked a rightful place. Her hand caressed Ruan Si's face. It was not devoid of life, his skin smooth, his gaze profound. The tenderness of her touch was slow, almost teasing, as his eyes lingered upon her lips. As a man of normal desires, he felt a stirring within him. Her provocations ignited a response, especially since she was anything but ordinary. His instinct to possess her intensified, and as he leaned in, Gu Zhuoyan suddenly withdrew, standing up and opening the door. Ah, I seem to have arrived at an opportune moment. Qin Jun entered with his instruments, having come merely to draw blood, utterly unprepared for the scene before him. Come in. Gu Zhuoyan's expression remained composed as she entered the room. Ruanxi stood up and walked in, his gaze swirling as he observed Gu Zhuoyan, who sat gracefully on the sofa, extending her hand in anticipation. Qin Jun felt a wave of awkwardness as he stepped inside, glancing at Ruanxi. "You haven't drawn your blood today. Let us do so together." Upon observing Gu Zhuoyan's symptoms, Qin Jun's demeanor shifted instantly, his face tightening as he examined her arm and furrowed his brow. "Have you not taken your medicine?" He glanced around, and indeed, a red bottle sat untouched on the table. "Your medicine is blood." Gu Zhuoyan languidly reclined against the sofa as she settled into her seat. Indeed, Qin Jun took the bottle and cast another glance at Ruanxi. "Your symptoms are quite unusual. This blood does not originate from ordinary individuals." Gu Zhuoyan furrowed her brows. "Is Ruanxi's blood? After our extensive experimentation, we have indeed discovered something. His blood serves as an excellent catalyst to effectively suppress the process of zombification. Observing your symptoms, they are nearly pervasive throughout your body." Her eyes flickered at the mention of Ruanxi's blood, creating a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Qin Jun produced the blood collection apparatus, acutely aware of the unusual dynamics between the two. Once he had extracted their blood, he rose to his feet. "Make sure to eat regularly. You wouldn't want to find yourself transformed into a quasi-zombie before this winter has even passed, would you?" With that, he exited, the door slamming shut behind him. Gu Zhuoyan turned her gaze towards Ruanxi, who was curled up on the sofa, one hand pressed against the cotton to staunch the bleeding, his eyes fixed intently on her. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the pill, her hand reaching out to take one. She tossed it into her mouth and swiftly swallowed, a faint metallic taste lingering in her mouth. Leaning against the sofa, Gu Zhuoyan felt that the man possessed a profound cunning. "Gu Zhuoyan, you have yet to agree to my request." He straightened up, and the room fell into a profound silence. Gu Zhuoyan opened her eyes. Agree to what? Her earlier probing was merely a means to ascertain her standing in Ruanxi's heart and to discern her own nature. "That man, I do not favor." Gu Zhuoyan smiled, her eyes fluttering with a flirtatious gleam. "What does it have to do with me?" Her nonchalance cast a shadow over Ruanxi's gaze, prompting him to rise and approach her. Her expression turned slightly colder, aware of her boundaries. She could tread upon them without mercy towards him. Ruanxi's fists clenched tightly. "Then why did you tease me just now?" A sense of agitation surged within him, as if something uncontrollable stirred beneath the surface. For he possessed an intense desire for control. It was akin to grains of sand slipping through his fingers. The tighter he grasped, the quicker they eluded him. In truth, it was not affection he felt. Gu Zhuoyan waved her hand dismissively, and Ruanxi leaned in closer, bowing his head. He seized Gu Zhuoyan's hand and bit down on her neck. It was a genuine bite, delivered with considerable force. The moment her skin broke, blood began to flow. His lips were icy cold, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to squint her eyes. She retaliated without mercy, kicking him away, causing him to tumble to the ground, his back colliding with the corner of the sofa with a resounding thud. He looked up at Gu Zhuoyan and smiled, his lips stained with the vivid hue of blood. A madman. Gu Zhuoyan gently touched her neck. The bleeding had ceased, yet a dull pain lingered, casting a shadow over her expression. Chapter 91. Confirmed Affection. "Ha ha ha, you madman. I find you intriguing." Rising from the ground, he fixed his gaze upon Gu Zhuoyan. "Did you truly believe you could provoke me and then flee? If you do not distance yourself from him, an innocent life will be lost." With a resounding thud, the door was shut, and Gu Zhuoyan settled back onto the sofa, the room enveloped in a profound silence. Pressing her throbbing forehead, she sensed that this individual seemed to have regained his memories. Gazing out at the drifting snowflakes, Gu Zhuoyan found the situation somewhat amusing. She reclined, pulling the blanket from the sofa over herself. As dawn broke the following day, Xiaowu took the initiative to seek out Gu Zhuoyan, knocking upon her door while Bai Zichuan held some food in his hands. The door was opened, and Gu Zhuoyan looked up, having experienced a restless night. Upon seeing the two, she stepped aside. "Oh, Miss Gu, your face. The veins seem to have subsided. Have you taken any medication? It appears to have alleviated somewhat. What did you consume?" Gu Zhuoyan glanced at the pill, and indeed, Qin Jun had not deceived her. It was the medication provided by the base. She took a seat, while Bai Zichuan produced a small box of candy he had brought along. He unwrapped one of the confections and extended it towards her. Gu Zhuoyan leaned forward, having taken a bite of the candy, its sweetness lingering on her lips. The soft, cool touch of her lips brushed against his fingertips for a fleeting moment, causing his gaze to momentarily linger on her mouth before he averted his eyes. Unwrapping a piece of candy for himself. "Miss Gu, do you have any other plans?" Xiao Wu observed the two, acutely aware of Bai Zichuan's affections for Gu Zhuoyan. Their past connection was extraordinary, and while they indulged in their public display of affection, he could only partake in the unspoken tension. "No, though the pills are from here," she replied. If her symptoms truly alleviated, Gu Zhuoyan would not mind extending her stay a few more days. Bai Zichuan interjected, noting that they were indeed on someone else's territory. "This is blood. The medicinal ingredients belong to Ruan Si." Her words left Xiao Wu astonished. Were they truly using materials from living beings? Bai Zichuan remained largely unperturbed. "I will inquire about the prescription." His position made such inquiries rather uncomplicated. Gu Zhuoyan pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible, with Ruan Si entering the base. He would be closely monitored and would hardly stir up any trouble. Eventually, he would become insignificant. She lowered her eyelids. Bai Zichuan nodded. Having spent the entire afternoon in the room, Gu Zhuoyan made her way to Qin Jun's laboratory. Qin Jun, occupied with his work during the day, was somewhat surprised to see her. "I thought you were bringing someone along for leisure today," he remarked, glancing at the changes in the blood under the magnifying glass. "I have come for the formula that suppresses my corpse transformation." Qin Jun paused, a frown creasing his brow. "Are you planning to leave the base?" He set aside his work. Just then, with a sharp sound, Ruan Si pushed open the sliding door, emerging from the basement with a bag of blood. Upon spotting Gu Zhuoyan, he approached her. "You cannot go anywhere." He placed the blood into the cabinet behind Gu Zhuoyan and then turned to the laboratory table. "Ruan Si, are you not coming with me?" As she reached the table, Gu Zhuoyan gazed at a multitude of test tubes, most containing a reddish liquid, precipitating something. "Indeed, you need me. You should accompany me." Ruan Si shook a test tube, the laboratory's white light illuminating his face, which bore an expression of indifference. Gu Zhuoyan found a place to sit down, and Qin Jun spoke once more. He speculated. Gu Zhuoyan fell silent. Very well, she did not expect Ruan Si to stay, but it was acceptable. She would go and improve her scores tomorrow. "How long will it take for me to develop the antidote?" Gu Zhuoyan inquired. "It may take as little as half a month, or possibly as long as 6 months." Qin Jun, uncertain, felt a frown crease Gu Zhuoyan's forehead. The duration seemed excessively protracted. "Have you considered developing it, Bin? The remuneration would not be inferior to what you currently receive." Qin Jun stumbled, raising his gaze. Caught between laughter and tears, was this an attempt to persuade him to relocate? Presently, the progress here was remarkably stable. He rose and approached the laboratory bench. Ruan Si engaged in sporadic conversation with Qin Jun, while Gu Zhuoyan remained until dusk, drawing blood in the laboratory. She then stood, and the two exited together. They proceeded to dine. Ruan Si reached out, grasping Gu Zhuoyan's wrist. Gu Zhuoyan raised her hand, her gaze conveying a silent message. "You were the one who initially seduced me." Ruan Si did not release his grip, and Gu Zhuoyan felt as if she were hallucinating. What did he say? Who has the leisure to entice him? Last night, I had indeed been uncertain about my feelings. To me, you are akin to the creations within a laboratory, profoundly significant. I know my heart cannot deceive me. Gu Zhuoyan, from now on, you shall belong solely to me. He would find satisfaction only when she remained within his sight. "So, you are certain now?" "Yes." Gu Zhuoyan smiled, effortlessly captivating as the noose was set. There were those who willingly jumped into it. Is it possible that men in love possess an IQ of 0? The system jested, pondering the tale of her adversary falling for her. She withdrew her hand. "But I do not harbor feelings for you." Her tone remained dismissive. Ruan Si frowned, weary of hearing that same phrase repeated from her lips. He said nothing and walked towards the restaurant, while Gu Zhuoyan prepared a bowl of instant noodles, and Ruan Si followed suit. A chill surrounded him, and Gu Zhuoyan felt a surge of amusement. He was angry, yet what did it matter? Once the noodles were consumed, she rose from her seat. Zhuoyan regarded her with an icy gaze. As she stepped out of the restaurant, he followed closely behind, the two of them moving in tandem. With an added shadow trailing her, Zhuoyan called for Xiao Wu beneath the upscale apartment. Miss Gu, brother Bai just stepped out. Xiao Wu craned his neck, noticing someone beside her, and hesitated to descend the stairs. He scratched his head and glanced at her companion, yet chose to remain silent. Upon returning to her apartment, Zhuoyan opened the door. I forgot to mention, I've moved across from you. He produced a key card, tapping it lightly, and the door swung open. Zhuoyan was troubled. Why was Qin Jun treating him so well? Do not think of straying, for I am watching. The voice remained cold as ever. Chapter 92. The Wonders of the Future. She nearly laughed in exasperation. With a resounding slam, she closed the door and seated herself on the sofa. The system inquired about her symptoms. Naturally, it would be best to remain in Haishur, for Zhuoyan knew how to alleviate them. Points needed. If she could procure something beneficial from the lottery system, perhaps salvation would be within her grasp. On the brink of death, yet still needing points. The system sighed, acknowledging the host's diligence. Indeed, though she occasionally succumbed to lethargy, even in this life-threatening predicament, she tirelessly sought to enhance her performance. How could one deem her anything but industrious? As dawn broke, Zhuoyan exited her chamber. She hurried forth, keeping her hat's brim low to evade Zhuoyan's pursuit. With a thud, her arm brushed against a man, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Blind, and yet he dared to collide with me? The man rubbed the sore spot and glanced back into the room, perplexed by the figure before him, so heavily wrapped. Zhuoyan had no time to waste. She swiftly made her way to the task hall. Upon arrival, she removed her hat, having donned the attire of a man earlier that morning. While awaiting her mission, Tianbin entered, munching on a biscuit, his eyes instinctively scanning the room. He widened his gaze slightly, still chewing his food. Brother, I came here today, hoping for a stroke of luck. But unexpectedly, he took the biscuit from his mouth and approached, settling beside Zhuoyan. Are you taking on another task? Have you already spent the money from last time? He had earned some points recently, and life had become considerably more bearable. Compared to the past, when he had only 1 meal a day, this was positively delightful. Taking on a simple task, the more points, the better. Have you been taking care of yourself? Tianbin stood up to stretch his arms. Look, I'm in excellent shape. If you're heading out for a mission, I can arrange for someone. That vehicle from last time? It's under my name. He patted his chest, aware of Zhuoyan's capabilities. He knew that following her would surely lead to benefits, and it was safe. He was eager to ally himself with her. All right, find a task to take on. If you secure one, let me know the time, and I'll come to gather. She rose, contemplating, and left her address. Stepping outside, Zhuoyan intended to first indulge in some warm food. She unexpectedly encountered Xiao Wu, who stared at her for a moment, momentarily taken aback. Miss Gu, why do you look so dark? Tianbin caught up, glancing at Zhuoyan and then at Xiao Wu. What brings you here? Zhuoyan was taken aback to see Xiao Wu here. Tianbin scratched his head in confusion. Is that person a newly recruited subordinate? Xiao Wu still found it strange to see Zhuoyan disguised as a man. What are Bai Zhuoyan's intentions? Brother Bai, if you heed my advice and choose to stay, you can be assured that I will accompany you on your mission. Xiao Wu voiced his suspicions. As he was well acquainted with Bai Zhuoyan, he stepped aside, allowing Zhuoyan to open the door and enter. Perhaps we could have Zhuoyan handle the blood draws in the future. He is quite attentive to Zhuoyan. That sounds agreeable. Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa, rolling up her sleeves. Recently assigned to a mission, she might be away from the base for several days. Qin Jun expressed his disapproval of drawing blood from her. Although her symptoms have been managed with medication, it remains safer for her to stay at the base. When one is weak, rest is essential. I would rather not languish here. I prefer to venture outside. No need to persuade me. I have made up my mind, she insisted. Qin Yun sighed, collecting the blood samples as he rose to his feet. Very well, I shall not dissuade you. Just remember to take your medication on schedule. Your symptoms have improved significantly. Once he departed, Zhuoyan reclined once more on the sofa, retrieving the future petri dish from her space. Observing the transformations upon its surface, she marveled at the wonders of the future, as a dark substance enveloped a considerable area. Her eyes flickered with intrigue, and she sat upright. The extract. Gu Zhuoyan quickly donned her shoes and headed outside, making her way to the laboratory. Inside, only Ruanxi was present. Upon seeing Gu Zhuoyan arrive, Ruanxi appeared somewhat taken aback. She hurried along her path. Gu Zhuoyan swiftly prepared the extraction agent, while Ruanxi stood nearby, observing her actions with a look of confusion in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Cultivating brain cells is merely a means to propagate the zombie virus. If cells are not required for cultivation, then there is no need to sacrifice innocent lives. After 3 hours of waiting, Gu Zhuoyan noticed a gradual sediment forming in the test tube, her eyes filled with delight. It worked. The evolution liquid, which typically required several days to cultivate, was now in her grasp. She lifted the test tube, gazing intently at the substance within. What is this? He scrutinized the test tube, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding the scene before him. The zombie evolution liquid. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him, and upon hearing those words, Ruanxi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Could there truly be an evolutionary serum capable of cultivating mutated high-tier zombies? A series of images flashed through his mind as Gu Zhuoyan nodded in affirmation. The symptoms we exhibit are also a consequence of the evolutionary serum. Gu Zhuoyan handed him the evolution fluid. You may utilize the lab mice to observe the symptoms. I do not wish for the base to be plagued by mutated zombies. If Ruanxi were to retain his memories at this moment, Gu Zhuoyan would undoubtedly refrain from administering the evolution fluid to him. However, he has lost his recollections, presenting a unique opportunity. The symptoms manifesting in their bodies require an understanding of their fundamental origins. Once the essence of this origin is comprehended, the affliction can naturally be resolved. Ruanxi accepted the test tube, the light reflecting in his pupils. Gu Zhuoyan gathered the petri dishes, letting out a soft sigh. Without any stamina potions, a day's work left her feeling weary. Ruanxi's gaze shifted from the potions to her, recognizing her fatigue, and she set the potions down. He placed them in a cabinet and removed his white lab coat. Together, they exited the laboratory, their footsteps crunching on the thick blanket of snow. Ruanxi glanced ahead. It was quite late, and the streets were nearly deserted. Gu Zhuoyan, Qin Jun inquired, "How many days do you have left for your mission?" The snow beneath their feet crackled with each step, and Gu Zhuoyan nodded. To prevent him from spiraling into madness, she took the initiative to explain, "It won't be long. Once you finish your research, you'll be free." Chapter 93. I can't sleep. Sing to me upon reaching the room. Ruanxi leaned against the door, and Gu Zhuoyan looked at him. I can't sleep. He gazed at her, lifting his foot to slip inside. What does my insomnia have to do with you? He wore a short-sleeved shirt beneath, its wide neckline revealing his bandaged hands, his pale skin reminiscent of a vampire under the warm yellow light. He collapsed onto the sofa, and beneath the loose collar, Gu Zhuoyan noticed a snake tattoo. She stood by the sofa, observing him for a while. Ruanxi, aware of her gaze, reached out to touch his collarbone. Drawing her closer, he invited her to sit beside him. This snake tattoo? I have a vague memory of it. Would you like to hear the story? He had not completely lost his memory. Gu Zhuoyan stared at the tattoo, her fingers brushing against his pale skin, the snake appearing almost alive, as if it might spring to life at any moment. Ruanxi narrowed his eyes at her touch, the area around his collarbone tingling. It seems like a long time ago, someone carved it here. He had a fondness for snakes. Many children perished due to the snakes he raised. I was fortunate to have survived. His voice was calm, devoid of emotional turbulence, as if recounting the life of another. Gu Zhuoyan was taken by surprise. Who is that person? Gu Zhuoyan felt compelled to release her grip. In a world governed by law and order before the apocalypse, the act of raising serpents to select individuals was undoubtedly significant. Ruanxi was a madman, yet who could nurture a deranged mind that still possessed rational thought? Undoubtedly, his words held a kernel of truth. The details eluded her, yet she recalled having taken his life. He grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand without concern. If memory had not betrayed him, the remnants of fear stirred within him, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Gu Zhuoyan's hand was pressed against his chest. His body temperature was quite low, yet the warmth emanating from his chest consistently exceeded that of her hand. His heart beat slowly, a rather tragic sight. Gu Zhuoyan lowered her eyelids, gazing at his face. Do you require my sympathy? She curled her lips. Even before the apocalypse, some had existed in a state of desolation. Thus, he remained indifferent to the creation of ruin. He cared for no one. Ruanxi's gaze was profound, and he smiled with a hint of sarcasm, rising slightly to grasp Gu Zhuoyan's chin. Do you believe I would need sympathy? He did not require compassion. From the very beginning, what he sought from Gu Zhuoyan was never sympathy. His eyes drifted downward, resting upon her lips as he leaned closer, but Gu Zhuoyan turned her head away. Shaking off his hand, she stood up, while Ruanxi shrugged his shoulders and reclined once more. Sleep eluded him. Gu Zhuoyan was at a loss for words. She walked towards the room, but Ruanxi swiftly blocked her path, his foot bracing against the door to prevent her from entering. You refuse to sleep, and now you won't allow me to rest either? If I perish from exhaustion, shall I accompany you in your demise? Gu Zhuoyan extended her hand, questioning whether he would still be restless tonight. I am unable to sleep while you find solace. Tomorrow you will be invigorated to seek out that wild man. He remained unyielding, and Gu Zhuoyan nearly resorted to kicking him. Her feet itched with agitation, yet she restrained her fury multiple times. You should go and lie down. Gu Zhuoyan pointed to the sofa, but Ruanxi remained motionless. Gu Zhuoyan, rendered speechless, pulled him over. He reclined on the sofa, a smile in his eyes as he observed her frustration. Surprisingly, his spirits were quite elevated. Gu Zhuoyan sat on the opposite side, sipping water as she sang a previous lullaby, its gentle melody soothing and calming, allowing one to unwind and quiet the mind. The following morning, Gu Zhuoyan rose from her bed, rubbing her slightly throbbing head. She descended from her room, only to find the sofa devoid of any presence. The blanket neatly folded and placed aside. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to massage her temples before she opened it, revealing Tianbin. Initially taken aback, Tianbin quickly glanced at the doorplate. I haven't taken a wrong turn, he mused, unable to believe he had misread the door number. It's me, Gu Zhuoyan. Gu Zhuoyan observed his bewildered expression, and Tianbin widened his eyes once more. Are you a woman? His gaze fell upon Gu Zhuoyan's neck, where he noticed the dark veins, causing him to flinch. Have you been infected? He took a step back, but Gu Zhuoyan, finding the situation bothersome, pulled him inside and shut the door, leaving Tianbin trembling against it. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Don't bite him. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes, his face etched with fear. I am not infected. It is merely a condition that has caused the veins to swell. You are truly timid. Now, let's talk about the task at hand. Gu Zhuoyan released him, taking a seat at the edge of the sofa. Crossing her legs, she poured herself a glass of water and awaited his report on the task at hand. Sister, you nearly frightened me to death. You have no idea how much you resemble someone who has been infected. Tianbin nearly lost his composure and immediately corrected himself, declaring that regardless of gender, as long as it was his thigh, it would suffice. He steadied his racing heart and approached Gu Zhuoyan, placing a map before her. This is the task at hand. He began, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It's a unique mission. There isn't a strict requirement for a large number of people. From the base outward, we are to deliver a batch of supplies for the expansion of the base. As Tianbin spoke about the mission with fervor, he could almost envision the points accumulating. Who wouldn't desire a bit more wealth and a better life? In this apocalyptic world, he was uncertain whether he would live to a natural old age. So each day of better living felt like a gain. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, marking the map. I gathered a few individuals, all seasoned experts, who have successfully completed several missions together. We could take the lead. What do you think? Ruanxi inquired again. His recruitment, this time, was far superior to the last, as the previous mission had garnered considerable fame. Everyone was quite intrigued by Gu Zhuoyan, making it effortless for him to assemble a team. Well, shall we proceed? Gu Zhuoyan inquired, and Tianbin, realizing the matter was settled, clapped his hands and promptly reported the time. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for someone to prepare the supplies, and we shall convene at the usual location. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, rolling up the map and stepping out the door. As Bai Zhuoyan pushed the door open, the two encountered one another, and he glanced inside the room. Have you received a mission? There was no need for further inquiry. It was evident that a task had been assigned. He approached and stood beside Zhuoyan. Found it. It poses no danger, merely delivering some supplies. Zhuoyan nestled comfortably, contemplating that she could take the opportunity during this mission to eliminate a greater number of zombies, thereby easily amassing points. The snowfall was heavy, rendering the ground perilous. With the rising numbers of mutated zombies, the outside world was fraught with danger, yet you seemed oblivious to it. He sighed and turned his gaze back to Zhuoyan. I shall accompany you. Chapter 94. Look at me. Do I resemble a lab rat? Are you not afraid of the dangers, young master? There are mutated zombies out there. Zhuoyan jested, while Zhuoyan smiled. Fear not, for with you by my side, I can assure that you shall remain unscathed. Zhuoyan was momentarily taken aback. Was he contemplating her protection? Zhuoyan believed that had he been present that day, those devoid of conscience would surely not have dared to harm her. Observing her pallid complexion, Zhuoyan lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions swirling within his eyes. I do not require your protection. Zhuoyan smiled, feeling a warm palm press in her hand. The palm then tightened its grip on her. You need it, and I am willing. Zhuoyan leaned closer, his fingers tightening further, holding her firmly against his heart. He raised an eyebrow, as if it were only natural. Zhuoyan did not withdraw. Instead, she smiled slowly. All right, a free bodyguard. Why not take advantage of it? With that, they rose and made their way to the designated meeting spot. Upon arrival, Tianbin waved his hand. The gathering was sparse. The moment they laid eyes on a woman among them, surprise flickered in their gazes. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? I distinctly remember him being a man. Is it that individual beside her? Their attention shifted to Zhuoyan, scrutinizing him closely, and their certainty grew. Brother, I have long admired your reputation. A burly man approached, clasping Zhuoyan's hand with warmth gracing his countenance. You do not resemble the frail figure depicted in rumors. It seems everyone has misconstrued the truth. A hint of perplexity crossed Zhuoyan's eyes. No, she is the leader of our group this time. Tianbin felt a wave of embarrassment. Out of the 5 in their team, 3 did not acknowledge the captain. How could he, the one who called them together, seek favor? Standing beside Zhuoyan, the burly man's gaze shifted. Xiao Tian, are you jesting? She is merely a woman. The burly man furrowed his brow. I am not joking. She truly is our captain. It was she who saved me last time. Captain, I have gathered everyone here. Zhuoyan stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on the bearded man. I am the organizer of this mission, she declared. The bearded man nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, Captain. Regardless of gender, I, Lao Yin, hold great respect for the strong. Xiao Tian's words earlier may have been somewhat offensive. I hope you will not take them to heart. The bearded man quickly grasped the situation. He was an astute individual, and he understood that a beautiful woman capable of surviving the apocalypse was no mere ornament. If she were an ornament, she would not be standing before him. This is our companion for the journey, Zhuoyan, he added. Zhuoyan introduced those around her, and the bearded man acknowledged her presence, while the others remained silent, observing quietly. Zhuoyan, the heir of the phone group? A flicker of surprise crossed the bearded man's eyes as he regarded the attire of the individual before him, and clarity began to dawn upon him. Here, there exists but one identity. We are all tasked individuals. Zhuoyan smiled. Enough talk, let us embark. This mission is bound by time constraints. Zhuoyan spoke up. As Tianbin glanced at Zhuoyan, he sensed that their relationship was rather unusual. With only one seat available in the front passenger side, he would either cozy up or read the mood. Thus, he cheerfully joined the others in the rear compartment. I'll take the wheel. Zhuoyan decisively exited the vehicle and took a seat on the other side. After closing the door, Zhuoyan started the engine. Following a check at the city gate, they were allowed to pass. Once outside the city, an expanse of white unfolded before their eyes. The road was covered in a thick layer of snow, were it not for the special anti-slip treatment of the tires. Zhuoyan might have doubted their ability to complete this mission. The temperature had dropped significantly, and with the windows closed, the car's air conditioning was activated. After this mission, will you remain here? Zhuoyan inquired, noting the somewhat erratic demeanor of Ruan Si, who appeared uncontrollable. That individual resides here. If we lay an ambush at this location, we shall surely eliminate him. Isn't that too perilous? There are many people around. If we fail, we risk capture. During the evening, the guards will change, which is the most vulnerable time for defense. I have already secured the items. He will have nowhere to escape. This grudge must be avenged. The man rolled up the blueprints, his eyes filled with animosity. That woman is absent. Otherwise, I will have surely slain her as well. 3 days hence, we shall commence our operation. In the laboratory, Qin gazed in disbelief at the test tube he held, containing a gelatinous substance. This is the evolution fluid. These materials can facilitate the evolution of zombies. Do you recall something? Qin looked at him, while Ruanxi deftly manipulated the apparatus, shaking his head in response. No, this was provided by Zhuoyan. Qin opened his mouth. Zhuoyan had previously mentioned that the process of formulating the evolution fluid was exceedingly complex. Why then? Had it been developed so swiftly? Ruanxi produced a small white mouse from an iron cage, which struggled and emitted squeaking sounds. A mouse experiment? A live subject might yield better results. Qin observed him closely. Ruanxi injected the mouse with the serum and returned it to the cage. To his surprise, he set down the syringe and turned to Qin. The evolution fluid carries certain risks. It may directly induce a transformation into a zombie. If fortunate, the subject may become like Zhuoyan and me, fearing the cold. He thought of Zhuoyan, recalling her wish to avoid the appearance of zombies. Thus he would not experiment on living subjects. Qin nodded, monitoring the mouse's movements. The little white mouse soon settled down, lying motionless in its cage. It had not ceased breathing. What use is its serum to you? The mouse had been cultivated by him previously, a highly valuable specimen. You shall find out in due time, Ruanxi replied leisurely. On the morning of the third day, Ruanxi extracted the mouse's serum, purifying it into a special substance. Now we require a test subject. He glanced at Qin, who wrapped his arms around himself. Do not regard me with such eyes. Do I resemble a test subject? He looked at the purified material, his heart racing with uncertainty. Ruanxi was rendered speechless. This extraction agent was specifically designed as a detoxification remedy tailored for both him and Zhuoyan. He typically refrained from undertaking ventures devoid of confidence. I shall administer it myself. His declaration widened Qin's eyes in astonishment. Are you courting death? What if it proves to be a failure? The crematorium outside may well become your final resting place. He understood that Ruanxi was astute, albeit a touch reckless. Yet he never anticipated that he would dare to experiment upon himself. If you perish, just inform Zhuoyan. It would merely be her misfortune. Ruanxi injected the solution into his arm, a smile creeping upon his face as he envisioned Zhuoyan's exasperated expression, finding a certain amusement in it. Chapter 95. The Detoxifying Agent. His life half an hour later. Ruanxi was trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to stand. His heart raced as if it sought to leap from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he collapsed onto the frigid ground, leaning against the laboratory bench. Clutching his chest tightly as he gasped for air, yet still feeling starved for oxygen. His veins threatened to burst. Truly, my ominous premonition has come to pass. Noticing his alarming state, Qin promptly fetched the necessary resuscitation equipment. Huh, you're not dead yet. Ruanxi's pallid lips resembled those of a vampire, his labored breathing appearing quite pitiful as he attempted to rise. Best not to struggle. Sit still. If you were to die, Zhuoyan would undoubtedly be devastated. Qin pressed his hand upon Ruanxi's shoulder, retrieving the sole blanket in the laboratory to drape over him for warmth. Devastated? She would rather I perish sooner. Ruanxi scoffed, that heartless wretch. If I were to die, she could frolic with Bai Zichuan. She can dream. Qin sighed, taking a seat beside him, feeling helpless to alleviate Ruanxi's suffering. Gradually, the surroundings fell silent. Hey, you're not dead, are you? He reached out, feeling Ruanxi's neck. The cold skin bore no resemblance to that of a living being. However, there was still a pulse. Otherwise, he would have already contacted the crematorium. By evening, Ruanxi regained consciousness, utterly devoid of strength. Unsteadily, he rose from the ground, his limbs tingling. Awake! It seems I have not perished. Noticing his revival, Qin Jun approached to support him. Be careful not to fall. Perhaps you should rest a while longer. Qin Jun meant well, but Ruan Si shook his head, retrieving another syringe. His breathing was labored. Look at your disheveled state. What are you so anxious about? Qin Jun frowned. The after-effects of the agent have yet to subside. Despite Qin Jun's attempts to restrain him, Ruan Si discarded his lab coat, pushed open the laboratory door, and stepped into the street, heading towards his apartment. The snow lay thick upon the ground, and he trudged through it, his steps uneven. He could feel that his body temperature had risen significantly compared to before, which was ample evidence of the agent's success. I have emerged. Let the chaos begin. What are those countless others? They are merely unfortunate souls. As he reached the entrance, a violent explosion hurled him backward, leaving him in excruciating pain, a fiery sensation coursing through his body. Simultaneously, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he was propelled away. Surrounding him, numerous individuals lay scattered across the snowy ground, their bodies a gruesome sight, with the earth shrouded in acrid smoke. The air was filled with terrified cries and wails, echoing in the chilling atmosphere. Rescue personnel arrived swiftly, the pristine white snow now stained crimson. Thick smoke billowed at the entrance of the apartment. Quickly, carry the injured away, he shouted. How could this possibly happen? We must rescue those trapped. Zhuoyan had just completed the task handover when the sound of an explosion momentarily stunned her. What had transpired? She glanced in the direction of the noise, which seemed to emanate from a residence. Bai Zichuan also furrowed his brow. A Xiaowu had just arrived to pick someone up. Could it be that High City was so tumultuous? It was utterly terrifying. The explosion bore a striking resemblance to the vicinity of their home. Xiaowu patted his chest to steady himself. Let us go take a look. The three of them made their way to the apartment, while Tianbin was engrossed in writing the task report. Could something have occurred? He also ventured a glance outside. Upon reaching the apartment, Zhuoyan was horrified. Her dwelling was utterly devastated, with the bloodstains on the ground still fresh. The area was cordoned off by patrolling officers. Several suspects had already been apprehended. Host, in your absence these past few days, someone has burglarized your home. This was a conspiracy. Xiaowu scratched his head. Over the past 2 days, I noticed 2 individuals lurking around, but I hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now it seems suspicious. Bai Zichuan looked at him. What kind of individuals? Just 2 young men, one of whom bore a prominent scar on his neck. And they had visited this place several times. Xiaowu ran over to the patrol team. Excuse me, I wish to provide information on a suspect. Regardless of any grievances, anyone who dares to bomb Gujia's home must be held accountable first. The members of the patrol team immediately took note of his words. After their exchange, 2 men were singled out from the apprehended suspects. What are you doing? Do you have any evidence? They appeared somewhat flustered, yet they struggled to maintain their composure. No evidence means slander. Let's go. Zhuoyan squinted her eyes, for this person was all too familiar to her. She approached, only to discover it was you all. Among the 5-member team, led by Xiang Tianxiong, 3 had perished, and this man named Hua left a lingering impression on her. He was the one she had wounded with a dagger, leaving a significant scar on his neck. It seemed that this was not merely an accident. Was he seeking vengeance? Zhuoyan lightly tapped Huazi's face, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Wretched creature. Huazi's eyes widened in fury, his gaze filled with rage, and he lunged forward with all his might. In a swift motion, Zhuoyan raised her foot and executed a sweeping kick, her ankle striking Huazi's chest and sending him tumbling to the ground. Damn it, I shall make you pay. Huazi coughed, pain radiating through his chest, intensifying until he struggled to rise. The other individual dared not intervene. Zhuoyan turned around and coughed, and Bai Zichuan recognized that it was likely a manifestation of her ailment. Did you not bring your medicine? He inquired, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Noticing the emergence of dark veins, he swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her head, drawing her close to him. The medicine has run out. They are aware of her unique condition, Bai Zichuan said, his gaze icy as he looked to Huazi. Mr. Bai, leave this matter to us. We will handle it well. Xiaowu promptly stepped forward. Brother Bai, you should take her to our residence. I will seek out Qin Jun. Bai Zichuan escorted her to the apartment, where Gu Zhuoyan settled onto the sofa. Qin Jun arrived shortly thereafter, advising her to endure a little longer. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping her body, as if it were encased in ice, and her very blood threatened to congeal. Such symptoms had not manifested before. Gu Zhuoyan furrowed her brows. An explosion had just occurred here, and we did not see him. Could it be that he was not caught in the blast? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Such a coincidence seemed unlikely. You should attend to her first, Bai Zichuan said, as he removed Gu Zhuoyan's coat, revealing black veins that resembled worms. How long has it been since you last took the medication? 8 hours, she replied, her lips pale. Qin Jun produced a syringe and administered an injection. Yuan Si has developed an antidote. I can only alleviate your symptoms. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, her eyes shut in discomfort, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Bai Zichuan. Xiao Wu, please inquire about Yuan Si's whereabouts. Chapter 96. I understand. You are reluctant to cause me harm. Beneath the shroud of night, Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa, her head bowed, her spirit somewhat diminished. A patient lingered in the intensive care unit, still in a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Wu entered the room, braving the bitter cold, his face flushed from the chill. Were it not for his resilience, he would have already been awaiting reincarnation by now. Go take a look. Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet, pressing her hand against her throbbing forehead, her eyes laced with dark veins. The consequence of her pseudo-corporeal state compelled her to consume flesh and blood. He lay in a coma, and your presence would have been of no avail. Bai Zichuan steadied her shoulders, his gaze resting upon Gu Zhuoyan's face, her eyelids drooping. Host, Bai Zichuan's words hold truth. Your presence would be futile. You should rest. Once he awakens, we shall be notified immediately, Bai Zichuan reassured her. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Blood. Indeed, what she craved was flesh and blood. Xiao Wu rubbed his ears. Sister Gu Zhuoyan turned her head, rising to enter the room and closing the door behind her. Bai Zichuan shot a glare at Xiao Wu, who craned his neck, pointing at himself. Did I say something wrong? Sister Gu wishes to feast upon humans. Brother Bai, you mustn't be too outrageous. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the door, her previous indifference now overshadowed by the severity of the situation. The mission had concluded, during which she had annihilated 2 nests of zombies, and now she feared her hard-earned points might go to waste. The system promptly displayed the lottery page, and Gu Zhuoyan made a series of attempts, yet only procured commonplace items, which only heightened her agitation. As she prepared for her final draw, she was surprised to receive something extraordinary. Heart spell temporarily releases control, free from external manipulation. The talisman bore yellow cloud patterns, shimmering with a golden light. Gazing at the talisman, Gu Zhuoyan realized that its ability to temporarily control was of little benefit to her current affliction. With a sigh, she stored the talisman away. The system remained silent. Luck was not an attribute that could be enhanced. A soft knock echoed as Bai Zichuan rapped on the door, his brow furrowed. The room was silent, and Xiao Wu peered in from behind. Shall I fetch the key? Gu Zhuoyan's current situation is precarious. Being confined and facing troubles is far from ideal. Bai Zichuan shook his head. Zhuoyan, are you feeling any better? He inquired. The room remained enveloped in silence for a considerable time until the door creaked open. The dimness inside was palpable as the lights were unlit and Bai Zichuan stepped in. There, he beheld Gu Zhuoyan leaning against the wall. She had her legs curled up, resting her chin on her knees, her arms wrapped around them, presenting merely a solitary, chilling silhouette. Are you still in discomfort? He asked, settling beside her, their proximity intimate. I am not in a normal state myself. Are you truly unafraid of being hurt? I know you wouldn't harm me. He reassured her, fully aware of her character. She could never bear to inflict pain upon those around her. If you have an insatiable thirst for blood, you may bite me. Bai Zichuan extended his hand, bringing it near Gu Zhuoyan's face, and she regarded him intently, clearly discerning that he was not jesting. Gu Zhuoyan forced a smile at that moment. She felt a stir of emotions as someone chose to sit beside her and extend a hand. In this world, everyone desires to live and to evade pain. Her affliction was peculiar, yet Bai Zichuan opted to believe in her, displaying no fear and choosing to remain by her side. His intentions were pure. This was different from the unique bond they once shared in the past. She cherished the equality of their roles. She opened her mouth to bite, but refrained from applying any real pressure. She was human and would never genuinely drink blood, even if her physiology did not resist. She was unwilling. Releasing her grip, Zhuoyan clasped his wrist, her hand concealed within her sleeve to avoid direct contact with his cold skin. She had already tasted it. Zhuoyan lowered her head, releasing the hand of Bai Zichuan. Take care of yourself. If what I said earlier was a lie, and I am indeed a special infection, aren't you afraid of becoming a zombie? Bai Zichuan observed her, noting the faint bite mark on his hand that hadn't even broken the skin. Her words made him realize that she was reluctant to harm him. Of course, I do not wish to become a zombie, devoid of consciousness and emotion, a mere shell of existence. No one desires that, Zhuoyan. If you truly were to turn into a zombie, then you must end my life. Bai Zichuan's sentence trailed off as she quickly interjected. If she were to transform into a zombie, she would prefer to have her body utterly destroyed. Bai Zichuan's body stiffened, and the room was so quiet that he could hear her shallow breathing. He pressed his lips tightly together, choosing silence. As dawn broke, Zhuoyan's condition appeared grave. Qin Jun arrived to administer some calming medication. The antidote must be taken swiftly. His eyes reflected concern as he regarded Bai Zichuan in the room, his meaning clear. Can you concoct the medicine? Bai Zichuan's complexion was poor as he gazed at Zhuoyan. After the apocalypse, his once fiery temperament had subdued considerably. His character akin to a stone rolling down a cliff, smooth and devoid of sharp edges. Yet now, he radiated an aura of hostility and cruelty, spreading like a contagion. Xiao dare not speak. I prepared some last night, but the specific formula was not disclosed by Wan Si. There are still discrepancies in the process and dosage. Qin Jun understood that Bai Zichuan held a unique status, as did Zhuoyan. Her abilities were formidable, and the authorities were keen on recruiting her, having sent directives to him. Thus, he could not use the medication recklessly. He observed the quiet Zhuoyan on the sofa, feeling a surge of sympathy. He had witnessed her in her prime, yet now she appeared so despondent, akin to vibrant petals wilting and falling. But the medication must not falter. They would have to wait. Bai Zichuan's impatience grew. Wait? He believed that Zhuoyan's condition could not afford to linger. Pushing open the door, he exited the apartment. At the hospital, Wan Si's face was pale, surrounded by rows of machinery, the beeping sounds occasionally quickening. A nurse approached, administering the medication while replacing the bloodied bandages. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped with surprising strength, causing her to gasp in pain. The patient in the bed opened his eyes, their depths shrouded in darkness, slowly regaining consciousness. You are awake? The nurse crouched down, almost in disbelief, as she was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Call Qin Jun, Wan Si frowned, the pain reminding him of everything. His elongated eyes narrowed. The medication had been destroyed, and he needed to formulate a new batch. He attempted to sit up, but the weight of his injuries rendered him unable at that moment. The nurse, recognizing him as a laboratory personnel, promptly nodded and exited to summon help. The room fell silent as Wan Si stared at the white ceiling, a smile playing on his lips. His surprise, Zhuoyan could hardly have anticipated. Chapter 97, Identity Revealed, Experiment Subject. As Bai Zichuan arrived at the hospital, he learned that Wan Si had awakened. He entered the ward and gazed upon the figure lying in the bed. Their eyes met, and Wan Si's gaze fell upon his face, seemingly recalling something, a peculiar expression crossing his features. What is your relationship with Zhuoyan? Wan Si inquired once more. His experiment subject should not have any connections with others. He harbored a strong possessiveness over his subject and thought of Ran Shichao. That pretty boy, now joined by Bai Zichuan. He clicked his tongue in irritation. She truly had a knack for attracting attention, so many that he felt a murderous impulse. The serum. Present the serum you developed. You refer to her as Zhuoyan? Quite intimate. It appears she has parted ways with that pretty boy. Are you two together now? Wan Si fired off questions in rapid succession, only to cough, his frail body lacking the strength to complete even a single inquiry in one breath. Bai Zichuan found him tiresome. Had he not observed the tubes protruding from his body, signaling his imminent demise. He might have retaliated. Qin Jun hurriedly arrived, sensing the tension in the ward. He found the atmosphere peculiar, yet had little time for contemplation as he settled beside the bed, scrutinizing the mummified Ruanxi. "Your appearance is rather unique," he remarked in jest, earning a fleeting, weary glance from Ruanxi, prompting Qin Jun to feel somewhat awkward. "I will share with you the formulation of Gu Zhuoyan's serum. You must prepare it, for she cannot endure much longer." Ruanxi detailed the recipe and dosage, and Qin Jun was swiftly taken away by Zhuoyan, desperate to procure the serum. Gu Zhuoyan's condition was alarming. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Zhuoyan's heart sank. He rushed to her side, lifting her up to reveal her face marred by fine black lines, even her eyes tainted, threatening to turn the whites into darkness. Her breathing was rapid, and her vision blurred. When someone approached, Gu Zhuoyan instinctively pushed away. "Stay away from me, I might bite." Her throat was parched, her body on the brink of collapse, her mind foggy. She refused to succumb to the state of a zombie. Thus, she instinctively repelled those near her. "Hurry over." Qin Jun approached, startled by her symptoms. It was evidently the visage of someone on the verge of becoming a corpse. He questioned whether his previous diagnosis had been erroneous or if she had contracted an infection during her mission. He extracted the serum and administered it into Gu Zhuoyan's shoulder. Gu Zhuoyan remained conscious. "The ordeal ahead will be painful, but if you endure, your symptoms will vanish, and you shall return to normalcy." He hoped she would stay awake, fearing she might succumb to sleep before the zombification traits were alleviated. "I'm not so easily dispatched," she retorted, feeling as if someone were wielding a hammer, striking her relentlessly, each blow rendering her breathless. Gu Zhuoyan was consumed by an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon the ancestors of Ruanxi. Her lips bitten so fiercely that the metallic taste of blood brought her a modicum of relief. How could such agony be endured? Zhuoyan furrowed his brow deeply, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Gu Zhuoyan's ear, his anxious gaze drawn to the blood seeping from her lips. Everyone must traverse this harrowing journey. King Yun sighed, recalling that Ruanxi had once faced a similar plight, yet Gu Zhuoyan's circumstances were particularly unique, rendering her suffering all the more acute. If it became unbearable, he had an abundance of sedatives at his disposal. After a night fraught with turmoil, the physical torment that plagued Gu Zhuoyan began to wane, leaving her utterly drained, the profound fatigue lulling her into a deep slumber. "Brother Bai, you haven't rested all night. Why not let me keep watch while you take a moment to recuperate? If you wear yourself thin, there will be no one to look after Sister Gu next time." Zhuoyan rubbed his eyes, the worry of the previous night weighing heavily upon him. Now that he had relaxed, fatigue threatened to close his eyes and slumber. Xiao Wu took over the vigil, settling onto the nearby sofa, wrapping himself in a blanket, and soon drifted off to sleep. Gu Zhuoyan, fully conscious, realized it was nearly dawn. She observed Xiao Wu, who was sleeping with his head resting on the edge of the bed, and Zhuoyan, who was resting not far away, rubbing her throbbing head. Gu Zhuoyan rolled up her sleeves. As she did so, the alarming black lines that had marred her arms had vanished, revealing her fair skin beneath which the bluish veins appeared to be gradually returning to their normal state. Gu Zhuoyan lifted the covers, her body still somewhat fatigued, though the discomfort had lessened. Barefoot and silent, she made her way to the living room, retrieving some sweets from the space within and consuming several in quick succession. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed down at the street. The streetlights were extinguished, and no pedestrians were in sight, making a trip to the hospital feel rather inappropriate at this moment. "You're awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" he inquired as he approached her. Gu Zhuoyan shook her head. "I'm fine now, thank you. There is no need for gratitude between us. Let me prepare some instant noodles for you." The apartment lacked any warm meals, so he rose and made his way to the area where he could heat water, retrieving a cup of instant noodles. As they awaited the noodles to cook, Zhuoyan placed the steaming cup before Gu Zhuoyan. Sitting across from her, he queried, "Who?" Gu Zhuoyan paused to reflect. Zhuoyan was taken aback, for she had never previously held any enmity towards anyone. The one who had bombed the apartment was already detained. She had no need to intervene. Ruanxi, he is a mole within the organization. What? Zhuoyan thought he had misheard. Ruanxi left the organization to take away his experimental subjects. I bombed the organization previously. They harbor resentment, and it is only natural that they wish to eliminate me. As she finished her noodles, she sat down, speaking clearly and deliberately. Ruanxi cannot be allowed to remain. He is like a ticking time bomb. While this bomb has yet to explode, it is better to dispose of it sooner rather than later to prevent further complications. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Do you not trust me? Bai Zhechuan's gaze was fixed on her eyes, a hint of sorrow evident as he realized she had concealed so much from him. It's not so much concealment as it is unnecessary. My symptoms have not abated. He cannot die, and informing you would serve no purpose. She had her own reservations, and knowing now was not too late. But I always hoped I could assist you. His voice was tinged with melancholy, prompting Gu Zhuoyan to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Next time, I want to hold back. You should rest. Let us discuss everything tomorrow. Gujia, you're all better. He rubbed his eyes, suddenly alert, gazing at her radiant face, nearly believing he was dreaming. Xiao Wu observed the pitiful sight of the man curled up by the bed, nodding in acknowledgement. It was indeed uncomfortable for a grown man to be so hunched in such a limited space. At dawn, Gu Zhuoyan rose from her hospital bed, free from the torment of her prior condition, feeling significantly lighter as she stepped outside, invigorated. Bai Zhechuan had already risen. Upon seeing the door ajar, a smile spread across his face. Did you sleep well last night? Gu Zhuoyan nodded and approached where Bai Zhechuan had prepared honey water, a remedy he had brought from Binjiang. Given your prior health issues, it is beneficial for soothing coughs. The honey water was warm, and Gu Zhuoyan lifted the cup and drank it in one go. Gu Jia, you seem to be in good spirits today, Xiao Wu remarked as he emerged from the room. Noticing Gu Zhuoyan's vibrant demeanor, he felt a sense of joy. Usually, she appeared rather unwell, but today she radiated vitality. Now, Bai need not worry, he continued. Perhaps we can still celebrate the Lantern Festival together with family. It won't be long now, Bai Zhechuan replied, observing Gu Zhuoyan. With Ruanxi currently gravely injured, eliminating him would be a simple task. Perhaps even tomorrow, he added with a smile, as Gu Zhuoyan set her cup down. I shall visit the hospital, she stated. Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet. Xiao Wu was not entirely sure, but he understood that she was likely going to see Ruanxi. He assumed that Bai Zhechuan would be jealous. To his surprise, he appeared rather pleased. I'm not well acquainted with that fellow, so I shall refrain from joining you. You all go ahead, and should anything arise, please inform me. Gu Zhuoyan nodded, donning her clothing along with a thick down jacket. I will accompany you, she declared. Bai Zhechuan swiftly walked to her side, matching her pace, a smile illuminating his eyes. I shall take care of the aftermath, he reassured her, referring to the handling of Ruanxi's remains. As they arrived at the hospital, Gu Zhuoyan pushed open the door, revealing individuals engrossed in their reading. Ruanxi, his body marred by injuries, had undergone the removal of several tubes the previous night. Upon hearing the door creak open, he turned his gaze, meeting Gu Zhuoyan's eyes before shifting his focus to Bai Zhechuan, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. You came to see me, and yet you brought someone along? Reaching the bedside, Gu Zhuoyan lowered her head, her eyes resting upon Ruanxi's face, which bore its own share of wounds. His pallid complexion, coupled with the brokenness of his appearance, evoked a sense of tenderness within her. What do you wish to see? Ruanxi inquired, setting aside his book. He lifted his gaze, noting how the dark veins had faded from Gu Zhuoyan's visage, revealing a delicate beauty. He extended his hand. Indeed, such things had not yet improved, for he too had an affinity for that which was beautiful. I bid you farewell. Gu Zhuoyan unsheathed her dagger, swiftly aiming it at his throat. The torment she had endured was no mere act. This man had to perish. Ruanxi's eyes darkened as he observed the sharp blade slicing through the air, exuding an aura of coldness and fierce wind. Clearly, she was resolute in her intent to end his life. Just as the dagger reached his neck, it abruptly halted. Bai Zhechuan, witnessing Gu Zhuoyan's sudden assault, reacted with remarkable agility, extending his hand in defense. You? Kill Bai Zhechuan? He uttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Gu Zhuoyan rose to her feet, remaining motionless, her brow furrowed tightly. You seek to control me? Gu Zhuoyan gritted her teeth in frustration. What else could be done? Bai Zhechuan, anxious, approached her. Gu Zhuoyan unleashed a couple of strikes, reluctant to inflict harm upon Bai Zhuoyan, who managed to evade them. Let's go. We need to leave the hospital. Gu Zhuoyan dismissed the crowd, while Bai Zhuoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly nodded and departed from the hospital room. What have you done to me? Gu Zhuoyan's terrifying presence loomed as she remained conscious. How could he possibly exert control over her? She was not one of those mindless zombies. Just a mere trace of a drug. Gu Zhuoyan, how ruthless you are. I saved you, yet you wish for my demise. Ruan Si chuckled, a smirk playing on his lips, unperturbed by the situation. He had anticipated this moment ever since he regained his memories, which is why he had tampered with the potion last night. Observing the expression on her face, he felt a genuine admiration. He reached out, beckoning her closer, and Gu Zhuoyan leaned forward slightly from the edge of the bed. Do you truly believe you can control me indefinitely? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at her, her words laced with a chilling foreboding. No one could remain under control indefinitely. Thus, when she finally broke free, she vowed to exact her vengeance upon him. Ruan Si, unfazed, reached out to caress her smooth face. The grotesque features of those zombies were indeed unappealing. She was far better in her current state. He chuckled, recalling how he had harbored an unusual obsession for her during his moments of forgetfulness, and even now he grasped Gu Zhuoyan's chin, biting down on her lips with a bit too much force, causing her to feel a sharp sting. If you manage to escape control, you may choose to kill me. Gu Zhuoyan, for you are mine. After uttering these words, he coughed softly, then turned his head to take a sip of water, suppressing his cough as he reclined. When did you regain your memories? Gu Zhuoyan could hardly believe it. Had he been pretending all along? Or had he never truly lost his memory and was merely toying with her? Yesterday, one could say that misfortune had brought unexpected fortune, as the explosion had indeed caused her to forget certain matters. He lowered his eyelids, reflecting on the fact that he had not been blown to smithereens. Gu Zhuoyan, feeling a sense of control over her body, took a seat nearby. She had always been curious about the peculiar methods this individual employed to manipulate others. If I were to perish, you too would not survive, Gu Zhuoyan. You do not wish for death. Thus you should be grateful that I have endured. He chuckled, affirming that indeed, she ought to feel fortunate for his survival. Chapter 99. Disobedience comes at a small price after spending 2 days in the hospital. Qin Jun had visited twice, his schedule brimming with obligations. Both of you have shown improvement. Congratulations are in order. Observing the two, Qin Jun felt a surge of joy, having developed a bond with them over time. His gaze settled on Gu Zhuoyan, recalling her close relationship with Bai Zhuoyan, who had seemingly remained by her bedside throughout these days. Understanding Bai Zhuoyan's sentiments, he found it somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, tidied up his belongings, and exited the room. Do you intend to confine me here, in this minuscule cage, indefinitely? Gu Zhuoyan gazed at Ruan Si. Her presence in the hospital did not signify her contentment. Rather, she yearned to escape, feeling suffocated in this place. She would much prefer to venture outside and confront the grotesque zombies. Otherwise, would you prefer to sneak away and engage in an affair with Bai Zhuoyan? Ruan Si turned a page in her book. If you are unwell, seek a physician. Gu Zhuoyan sometimes felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. No longer restrained by his presence, she rose from the hospital bed and exited the room, slamming the door with a resounding bang that echoed through the corridor. As she stepped out of the hospital, she found herself amidst a blanket of snow, the ground marked by countless footprints from the comings and goings of numerous individuals. Mere moments after her departure, Bai Zhuoyan stood before her. He approached cautiously, noting that Gu Zhuoyan did not assume an aggressive stance, which eased his apprehension somewhat. I am uncertain. It might have been the medication from last night, he remarked. Gu Zhuoyan pressed onward, determined to distance herself from the hospital as much as possible. She longed to escape this place. Bai Zhuoyan devised a plan. Gu Zhuoyan momentarily halted her steps, unwilling to be threatened. Although leaving would indeed spare her from intimidation, thoughts of Ran Shiyuan plagued her mind. Zhuoyan, you cannot kill him, but I can. He holds no sway over me. Bai Zhuoyan grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand. His gaze shadowed with foreboding. Keeping him around would ultimately spell disaster. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent for a moment. pondering the notion that Zhuoyan could not possibly be so foolish as to allow himself to be manipulated, while Bai Zichuan could easily eliminate him. Would she herself meet the same fate? Her steps faltered as thoughts of Qin Jun crossed her mind. She altered her course, and upon seeing her approach, Qin Jun appeared quite taken aback. Recently, he had been engrossed in his research on the liquefaction of zombies, scarcely finding time to step out of the laboratory, practically wishing to sleep on the lab floor. "Have you truly left the hospital?" Qin Jun inquired, emerging from the sterile zone. He glanced at the two individuals. "Unfamiliar with Bai Zichuan. I have been controlled, and I wish to understand what has bound me." Gu Zhuoyan spoke directly to the point. "Has Zhuoyan taken control of you?" Qin Jun exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around before preparing to draw blood for testing. "The relationship between you two is truly intricate. However, I am equally intrigued by what could possess such control over you. I have yet to hear of anything like that." He produced a syringe for blood collection while inquiring about other matters. By the time the test results emerged that evening, they yielded no valuable information. He truly was despicable. "System, he possesses no advanced technology. How is it that he can exert control over me?" Gu Zhuoyan perceived him as disturbingly abnormal in his development. The future technologies available to her were limited, and she had not heard of anything capable of controlling people. This was not a fantastical realm. The means of control were predominantly through pharmaceuticals and technology. She recalled those zombies, having previously assumed that he had implanted something within their brains to exert control over them. Could it be that he had already mastered the ability to manipulate the living? "Host, your body exhibits no abnormalities." Gu Zhuoyan turned over, feeling no abnormalities. She truly could not believe it. How could it be that the two had gone out to meet the devil? Gu Zhuoyan took a seat. Having only succumbed to slumber in the early hours of the morning due to her physical ailments from the previous night. Now, upon witnessing the troubled expressions of the two, a sense of foreboding began to stir within her. "Did you meet with Zhuoyan?" Bai Zichuan nodded, entering the room to shed his heavy outer coat. "That scoundrel. He has utterly failed to address your symptoms," Xiao Wu remarked, his countenance ashen. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Zhuoyan stifled a yawn, her gaze drifting. The phenomenon of pseudo-mortification was bound to resurface. Bai Zichuan's voice was heavy with gloom. He had slain Zhuoyan, and Gu Zhuoyan's time was also limited. His irritation mounted, yet he knew he could not resort to violence against her. Xiao Wu, feeling despondent, sat on the sofa, casting furtive glances between Gu Zhuoyan and Bai Zichuan, clearly aware that the current predicament was rather intricate. "I shall make a trip to the hospital. Are you really going to let Sister Gu go just like that? Do you possess a superior alternative?" Bai Zichuan's eyes were as dark as ink. He wished to shield Gu Zhuoyan from harm, yet found himself devoid of options. Upon returning to the hospital, he encountered Qin Jun, who was also present. He harbored doubts regarding his research and had come to inquire about the means of controlling others. Piquing his curiosity, indeed, numerous substances exist that can momentarily dominate another's mind, but these typically require the individual to be in a state of unconsciousness. However, after hours of study, he found himself at an impasse. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. "Have you ingested gunpowder?" Zhuoyan smirked at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then I shall take my leave. Do not allow any battlefield to ensnare him." Qin Jun, perceiving the situation clearly, rose and offered Gu Zhuoyan a reassuring smile. As he exited, the door clicked shut. Gu Zhuoyan approached, her hand poised to strangle him. But the moment her fingers grazed his neck, she found herself powerless to exert force. "You know you cannot act against me." He chuckled as he reclined, his loose collar revealing his collarbone, a serpent coiling provocatively, flicking its tongue like a challenge. "If it were possible, you would not have survived this long. Will the pseudo-mortification within me resurface?" She dreaded the torment, staring down the architect of her suffering. "Remain by my side and heed my words, and it shall not manifest. Alas, your disobedience warrants a modicum of pain. It is a price you must bear." It was she who had administered the evolution serum. Thus it was only natural that she found herself constrained by him. Both opportunity and restraint stem from her own actions. Are you truly unafraid of death? Chapter 100. The Riverside encounters a zombie mutation attack. Due to her physical condition, Gu Zhuoyan had spent half a year in Haishu, where Qin Jun's research had made remarkable strides, yielding numerous breakthroughs in the field of zombies. Finding Ruanxi irksome, she often opted to undertake missions. By the latter stages of the apocalypse, the official base had developed commendably, nearly establishing its own ecosystem. Bai Zhechuan's expression was far from pleasant. "What troubles you?" Gu Zhuoyan inquired, her hair still damp, water droplets cascading down. An incident had occurred in Binjiang. Bai Zhechuan's words caused Gu Zhuoyan's hand to stiffen momentarily. As she seized the collar of Bai Zhechuan, drawing their faces closer together, a high-level mutated zombie had emerged in Binjiang. A sudden explosion of thoughts erupted in Gu Zhuoyan's mind, reminiscent of Heian, as she recalled the devastation wrought by the advanced mutated zombies in Lin City. Turning swiftly, Gu Zhuoyan entered her room to change her attire, then hurriedly made her way outside. Bai Zhechuan grasped her hand firmly. Gu Zhuoyan shook off her feelings and stepped outside, only to collide with Xiao Wu. His expression was equally grim. His family resided in Binjiang, and a fiery turmoil burned within him, making him feel utterly unwell. "Sister Gu," he called out, entering the house as Bai Zhechuan dashed out. Xiao Wu's heart was already far away in Haishu, unwilling to linger for even a moment. The laboratory door swung open, revealing a bustling scene inside. Upon seeing Gu Zhuoyan enter, Qin Jun lifted his head from the workstation and, noticing her commanding presence, approached her. "Where's Ruanxi?" he inquired. Gu Zhuoyan was exceedingly agitated. Qin Jun paused for a moment, gesturing towards the room. She strode in without hesitation, while the others prepared to don their protective gear. However, Qin Jun halted them. Since his departure from the hospital several months ago, Gu Zhuoyan had seldom visited him unless it was for medication. Had she been hastily summoned, as if chased by a dog? Ruanxi set down the surgical knife. "I have something to discuss with you. Shall we step outside for a moment?" Gu Zhuoyan cast a glance at the putrid zombie, his peculiarities unwavering as ever. "What? Have his symptoms manifested prematurely?" Gazing into Ruanxi's eyes, Gu Zhuoyan articulated each word deliberately. Were it not for the affliction, she would scarcely spare him a glance, wishing him to meet his demise wherever he pleased. Such a sudden turn of events? "Oh." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, while Gu Zhuoyan's hand instinctively reached out, longing to slap him. Yet, as her hand neared his cheek, it became immobilized, with chaos unfolding in Binjiang. "You still wish to vent your frustrations on me? Gu Zhuoyan, your ambitions are rather paltry. Were it not for my fondness for you, I would have severed this hand and fed it to my new pet." Gu Zhuoyan cast a glance at the tightly bound zombie behind her, realizing that she must have lost her senses to seek counsel from this madman. With a vigorous shake of her hand, she strode out the door. Outside, Qin Jun observed her departure and glanced into the laboratory, where Ruanxi leaned casually against the edge of the table, shrugging nonchalantly. "I merely anticipated her pleading for my assistance," he remarked. A vein throbbed on Qin Jun's forehead in irritation. Upon exiting the laboratory, Bai Zhechuan leaned against the doorframe, and upon seeing Gu Zhuoyan emerge, he instantly comprehended that she had been met with rejection. Gu Zhuoyan came to a halt, while Bai Zhechuan remained silent. Gu Zhuoyan did not pause this time. She proceeded directly towards the western outskirts of the city, heading for the main gate. Frequenting such tasks, she faced no obstacles as she ventured out. The ethereal figure glided swiftly along the path, while a chilling wind swept through the overcast sky, casting a somber hue over the surroundings. "Host, are you not afraid?" The system voiced its concern within her mind. There was no doubt that Gu Zhuoyan's condition necessitated medication. She had completed numerous tasks and acquired several valuable items, yet none pertained to the elusive antidote. They still required Ruanxi. Heian is of great importance. Gu Zhuoyan uttered no superfluous words, and the system fell silent. Upon arriving at the riverside, Gu Zhuoyan beheld the substantial expansion of the base, which had encroached upon the outer city. As she ventured inward, she encountered numerous wandering zombies. Upon hearing her presence, they converged towards her. Their faces bore a striking freshness, unmistakably indicating that they were once the residents of the base. Plunging Gu Zhuoyan's heart into despair, reaching the central building, she found it devoid of life. The laboratory's ceiling had been overturned, presenting a particularly dilapidated appearance. Host, there is no one remaining here, the system reported after its scan, lapsing into silence. It appeared that the mutated zombies had wreaked havoc here for several days, leaving behind a scene far removed from its former vibrancy, now steeped in desolation. The system cautiously suggested, perhaps Yin has hidden elsewhere. Everyone might be safe. Suddenly, two mutated zombies crawled onto the vehicle, roaring at Zhuoyan inside. The remaining zombies drew closer to the stationary car, gradually encasing it in a horde. They attempted to damage the exterior, their eyes pressed against the glass, leaving behind a viscous residue. Zhuoyan concealed her face within her hands, unwilling to witness the familiar visages among the undead. The cacophony of the outside world faded into oblivion. Her head throbbed painfully, and indistinct strands of darkness flickered beneath her skin. The vehicle lingered in the night for an extended period, until chaos erupted abruptly. The zombies clinging to the car were dislodged by the sudden acceleration. The headlights cut through the darkness, and the vehicle spun, causing the creatures atop it to tumble down as it halted at the base of the building. The door swung open, and Zhuoyan emerged, clad in a down jacket, wielding a baseball bat. The zombies howled and lunged towards her. With remarkable speed, she dispatched them, each swing resulting in a shattering of skulls. The night wind howled fiercely, carrying with it a thick, nauseating stench that wafted into the distance. One by one, the zombies fell, their bodies accumulating on the ground, while the sound of the bat striking heads resonated in a relentless rhythm. The system, paralyzed with fear, could only hope that once the host had vented her fury, she would regain her composure. The pile of zombies grew into a small hillock. As the winds howled through the night, the number of zombies dwindled, and a figure stood silhouetted against the light, shrouded in mist. Chapter 101. Venting a disheveled appearance. How many days had it been? Zhuoyan rested his feet on the rear seat of the car, chewing gum, yet feeling utterly unwell. He leaned forward to gaze at the small vehicle ahead. It had been 4 days since they arrived in Binjiang, and Zhuoyan was not difficult to find. The zombies had wafted through this area, their bodies littered like hills. He glanced at the woman draped over the car engine and clicked his tongue in dismay. Bai Zhechuan's grip on the tire turned pale as he observed for several days without gleaning any information. Witnessing the destruction of his former homeland caused him profound anguish. The area was nearly devoid of zombies, and Zhuoyan was utterly exhausted. She gazed up at the overcast sky, her body weary from incessant combat, drained of vitality. She yearned to close her eyes and never awaken again, as dark veins surfaced along her neck. Bai Zhechuan opened the car door and stepped out, traversing the bodies to stand before Zhuoyan. The shadow before her prompted her to open her eyes. "Why are you down here after watching for so long?" Her lips were pale, and her hair was disheveled. "Ian is not among these people, so you can rest easy now?" Bai Zhechuan's heart twitched at her words as he retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it and offering it to her lips, which brushed against the sweet treat. Zhuoyan approached, his gaze shifting between the zombies and Zhuoyan. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Look at you, nearly dead. Do you not cherish your own body?" He reached out, observing the fine threads snaking around her delicate neck, and produced a syringe from his bag. Gently parting her hair, he injected the serum into her neck. As Zhuoyan's vision darkened, she collapsed. Bai Zhechuan reached out to support her, casting a shadowy glance at Zhuoyan. "She is mine." Zhuoyan discarded the syringe, stepping over the corpse of a zombie, and lifted Zhuoyan into his arms. "Do you truly believe you can possess her for a lifetime?" Bai Zhechuan advanced, placing Zhuoyan in the vehicle before shutting the door. Zhuoyan wiped the dirt from her face, leaning back against the seat while Zhuoyan rested her head on his shoulder. "Then let her stay. Let us venture into the abyss. I still have some influence." The number of ordinary zombies had significantly dwindled, yet the mutated ones remained a peril. If they encountered such creatures, it would undoubtedly spell doom for the three of them. "Will the abyss keep her?" Zhuoyan raised an eyebrow, non-committal. The higher-ups in the abyss would certainly not permit Zhuoyan to remain unharmed. "Let her disguise herself." Zhuoyan leaned forward, retrieving a box from the passenger seat and rummaging through it before producing a wig and some face powder. "No one has seen Zhuoyan. If I assert she is not her, then she is not. Of course, if you fear the consequences, you need not accompany us." She is coming with me. Ruan Si donned the wig onto Gu Zhuoyan's neatly coiled hair and applied powder to darken her complexion. He glanced at the small, dark-skinned figure resting on his lap and chuckled softly. To the abyss. Bai Zichuan was compelled to relent. They needed manpower to locate Song Yu and the others. After a prolonged halt, a vehicle approached from the distance, stopping before them. The door swung open, and Xiao Wu emerged, weapon in hand, hastening toward them. Brother Bai. I scouted further afield, but found no trace of them. However, I know the direction of the mutated zombies. We must circumvent the western route. Xiao Wu pointed toward the hazy distance, where no reports of survivors from the base had surfaced. His heart felt as if it were suspended over boiling oil, anxiety gnawing at him, yet worry was of little use. Observing Ruan Si in the back seat and the unconscious Gu Zhuoyan, he was momentarily speechless. You brought Sister Gu here? The vehicle had paused here for a while, and they all recognized that Gu Zhuoyan had unresolved matters. Allowing her to vent was beneficial. One cannot bottle everything up. She had been on a killing spree for several days, and it made his scalp tingle. The west pointed toward the abyss. Bai Zichuan furrowed his brow. If the mutated zombies targeted the abyss and they ventured that way, it would be tantamount to courting death. Go! Ruan Si offered no further commentary. Xiao Wu frowned. Brother Bai, are they intending to go to the abyss? Xiao Wu, we must discover where the people from Binjiang have gone. We need to find the abyss personnel. Bai Zichuan sighed. Had there been alternative methods, he would have remained silent. He pressed his temples, and Xiao Wu remained quiet. Aren't you going to inquire about Sister Gu's thoughts? He was reluctant to head to the abyss. Binjiang was in ruins, and chaos undoubtedly reigned within the abyss. If they proceeded, wouldn't they be inviting trouble upon themselves? Then wait. Ruan Si remained unhurried, and in the end, Gu Zhuoyan had no choice but to accompany him. He was the one in control. As darkness enveloped the world, Gu Zhuoyan awakened, her body frail and aching, as though her bones had been dismantled, leaving her devoid of strength. What's wrong? You seem spirited now that you've awakened, Ruan Si remarked, observing her as he felt the tingling sensation in his shoulders. He watched as Gu Zhuoyan shook her head, her expression one of indifference. Are you unhappy that you did not perish? He halted his movements, grasping her chin gently, drawing closer as his gaze fell upon her lips, gradually rising to meet her eyes. Do not dare to bully her. Gu Zhuoyan gazed at the desolate ruins outside, grappling with the significance of her relentless endeavors. The mutated zombies of the apocalypse possessed a formidable strength capable of annihilating humanity, rendering her months of toil seemingly futile. The lives she had endeavored to save, the souls she had sought to protect, had vanished along with the city in just a fleeting half-year. Mind your own business. Ruan Si snapped, his irritation palpable as he observed the half-alive Gu Zhuoyan, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You claim to care for that person, yet you have not even seen her corpse, and you hastily conclude she is dead. Do you not wish to save anyone? Gu Zhuoyan's eyes flickered with a hint of movement. We shall now venture into the abyss, where the mutated zombies have also proceeded. The wise people of Binjiang will undoubtedly gravitate towards areas populated by others. They may very well seek refuge in the abyss. Shall we go? Ruan Si, with a playful grin reminiscent of a rogue, leaned closer. Gu Zhuoyan straightened her posture, while Bai Zichuan wore a worried expression. Let us go, she declared, and Bai Zichuan offered no further objections. It is time to depart. Gu Zhuoyan closed her eyes, feeling a sense of relief that neither He Yin nor Ran Xiuan were among the zombies. Perhaps they were still alive. She ought not to succumb to such despair. The vehicle roared to life, slicing through the darkness as it surged forward in the howling wind. The bridge had been repaired, and as Gu Zhuoyan gazed into the inky night, a multitude of thoughts swirled within her mind. Chapter 102. Entering the Abyss. Safe and sound as the vehicle approached the abyss, dawn had broken. The inhabitants of the abyss were on high alert. Upon spotting the approaching vehicle, they immediately readied themselves for any potential threat. The four disembarked, with Ruan Si strolling ahead, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. The guards recognized him instantly and granted passage without hesitation. The guards glanced back at the three newcomers, their faces unfamiliar to them, but they refrained from inquiries about Ruan Si's companions. Curious about the outside world, Ruanxi inquired whether individuals from Binjiang had arrived. The guard nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they have come. The Binjiang base, vast as it is, was ravaged by mutated zombies, and we are in dire need of manpower. We have accepted them all. Xiao Wu expressed surprise, as his perception of the Abyss dwellers had been that they were heartless and malevolent. Let us proceed. This place has undergone significant changes. Gu Zhuoyan remarked, as she surveyed the architecture. She recalled that 6 months prior, the streets had not been so crowded. Now, throngs of people bustled about. After being incorporated into Binjiang, we have undergone extensive reforms. The previous zombies have been confined to the basement, and our electricity is now reliant upon their movement. The individual trailing behind elaborated earnestly, aware that this person had garnered Ruanxi's special attention and could not afford to offend him. Any questions would be met with answers. Are those above content with their situation? What choice do they have? Nevertheless, there is little discontent. Resources in the new city are limited, and Binjiang has provided a substantial supply. Who would refuse food? Should mutated zombies come, we will band together. Strength lies in numbers. If the Abyss were to fall, where else could we seek refuge? This place is my home. The guard's expression turned melancholic, contemplating that if mutated zombies were to devastate this haven, they too would be left with no avenue for survival. The distance to the next city was far, and the current zombies were gradually evolving. How far could they run? They would not be left unscathed. Gu Zhuoyan gently patted her shoulder as she moved forward. Bai Zhechuan recognized the weight of her emotions. He remained silent, merely offering a reassuring pat on her back. Upon reaching the Human Resources Hall, the front desk staff yawned, and the place was sparsely populated. Most of the personnel had already been assimilated, leaving the remaining individuals with an unexpected abundance of leisure. Gu Zhuoyan approached the front desk and gently knocked. The receptionist, a woman clad in a deep green uniform, raised her gaze and, upon seeing Bai Zhechuan, appeared somewhat invigorated. "Hello, handsome. How may I assist you?" she inquired with warmth. Gu Zhuoyan stepped aside, feeling that her rather unremarkable male attire might not capture the woman's attention. "I am searching for someone, a person named Song Yu, who has come from Binjiang, as well as He Yin." "Ah, Song Yu. He is indeed our team leader and has just arrived from Binjiang." The receptionist gestured towards the office behind her, noting Song Yu's exceptional capabilities. Bai Zhechuan turned to Gu Zhuoyan. "I will go in and take a look." He understood her urgency. If Song Yu was alive, He Yin must be safe as well. He stepped forward, opened the door, and found Song Yu reclining on a sofa, engrossed in a blue file. Upon hearing the noise, Song Yu looked up, initially displeased at the lack of a knock, but upon recognizing Bai Zhechuan's familiar face, he immediately set aside the file and stood up with excitement. Song Yu approached the entrance, his eyes glistening with tears, having thought he would never see Bai Zhechuan again. To his surprise, fate had granted him this meeting. Bai Zhechuan smiled, glancing outside. Following his gaze, Song Yu felt a sudden familiarity with the dark-haired figure. "Who is that?" he asked. "It's Gu Zhuoyan." The transformation was so profound that he barely recognized her at first. "Coming quickly," Song Yu exclaimed, stepping outside to join Gu Zhuoyan, while the receptionist watched curiously. Once inside, the door was closed, and Song Yu invited the two to sit down, pouring them both a glass of water. As he spoke, he couldn't help but observe Gu Zhuoyan, struggling to reconcile the image of the stunning beauty she once was with the plain appearance before him. "Is he in all right?" Gu Zhuoyan lifted her glass and took a sip, her fingers instinctively tightening around the cup. "It's all right. At that time, I ensured the safety of the little chef and took her with me during the evacuation. Now everything is fine. Soon, I shall take you to meet her," Song Yu remarked, a smile gracing his eyes as he spoke of He Yin. It was evident that his fondness for her was unmistakable. Gu Zhuoyan, somewhat surprised, refrained from probing further. The knowledge that He Yin was safe brought her considerable relief. Xiao Wu mentioned that the mutated zombies were approaching this way. "Is there any means of resistance here?" Gu Zhuoyan inquired. "If everyone lacks a contingency plan and engages in a direct, brutal confrontation, it is certain to result in a devastating outcome. We have been here for several days, and arrangements are already being made above ground, with the underground mines and base extending downward. When the time comes, resistance will be futile, hence the need for a retreat to the basement, where construction has already commenced, hoping it will be completed in time. Yu, filled with concern, expressed that if the mutated zombies were to approach this way, their time would be severely limited. As night fell, the three exited the office, and Zhuoyan pondered. Please assist me in investigating whether there is an individual named Ran Shiyuan who accompanied us, along with the Ran Shichao family. They have arrived. Ran Shichao has gained considerable fame in Binjiang over the past 6 months. He has developed several new varieties of crops at the base, specifically designed to thrive in the lightless environment of the apocalypse. He should be busy in the laboratory now, while that young girl, Ran Shiyuan, is training behind the base, acting as a coach for many inexperienced newcomers. Regarding these two siblings, Yu could not help but commend them. Despite their youth, their abilities are astonishing, and within the base, discussions of them are almost universally filled with praise. What Nian Guangyao? That half-corpse. She recalled her own symptoms. Nian Guangyao is particularly unique, having endured for so long after genuine infection. Yu hesitated. He escaped. Nearly 2 months after your disappearance, his transformation into a corpse was almost complete, retaining only a faint awareness. Perhaps he has already succumbed to becoming a zombie. Nian Guangyao's contributions to the base were significant as well, Yu sighed. Perhaps he could no longer endure being confined in the laboratory while still possessing a sliver of consciousness. Zhuoyan pressed her lips together. She understood that complete corpseification would result in the total loss of consciousness, a process both agonizing and tormenting. Even the thought of mere pseudo-corpseification filled her with a yearning to consume flesh and blood, accompanied by an internal struggle. She pondered whether he experienced the same, or perhaps even more intense feelings. As the three of them traversed the path to Yu's residence, he spoke at length about the changes within the base. Despite the many lives lost, hope had not entirely dissipated. Everyone continued to strive for survival and continuity. On the gravelly path, Zhuoyan stepped lightly, while Yu murmured incessantly. Chapter 103. I am truly happy. He is worthy of trust. Upon reaching their residence, Yu knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal Hien clad in a long yellow sweater, wielding a spatula. Her eyes widened upon seeing Zhuoyan, slowly filling with tears. Hien's voice trembled as she bit down hard on her lower lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. Taking a step forward, she enveloped Zhuoyan in a tight embrace, leaving her momentarily breathless. Zhuoyan gently patted Hien's back, softly offering her comfort. Yu guided the others inside, and once everyone had entered the room, he closed the door. Hien released Zhuoyan's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhuoyan felt a pang of guilt. She should have taken better care of Hien, yet fortunately, she was unharmed. Oh dear, no more tears, my little chef, she chided gently. If you keep crying, your face will become a mess. Yu approached and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, offering a tender comfort, their bond evident in the intimacy of the moment. Hien shot him a glare and extricated herself from his embrace. I'll check on the pot first, she declared, turning swiftly to dash into the kitchen, with Yu following closely behind. Zhuoyan found a place to sit, her gaze directed towards the kitchen. Have they become a couple? Zhuoyan murmured softly. Yu treated her quite well. She felt a sense of security with a man protecting her, alleviating some of the pressure. Bai Zichuan sat beside her, grasping her hand, while Zhuoyan remained momentarily unresponsive. She recalled Yan's nature, as she had previously lamented that she would never encounter a man she truly admired in this lifetime. Yu was not a bad person. After all, who would dare to impose upon her if she were unhappy? Bai Zichuan seemed to perceive her thoughts, and Zhuoyan remembered their recent intimate gestures, noting that Hien did not appear displeased. Occasionally, laughter and Hien's voice echoed from the kitchen, creating an atmosphere of happiness. She reclined on the sofa, blinking her eyes. This was also quite agreeable, a home, a sense of belonging. Once the meal was prepared, the two of them served the fragrant oil soup noodles before Zhuoyan and Bai Zichuan, subsequently dishing themselves a bowl. Please, enjoy, Hien said, offering Zhuoyan a pair of chopsticks. Are you happy with Yu? Zhuoyan gazed at Yu beside her, who paused momentarily, tilting his head to observe Hien, who was delicately twirling noodles. I am truly delighted, Zhuoyan. During your absence, he has been my steadfast companion, never imposing limitations on my desires. He is indeed a person worthy of trust. He Yan's expression was earnest, while Song Yu wore an uncontainable smile. Of course, I am quite reliable. Even when I am with the little chef, I cannot bear to see her wronged. His joy was palpable, and Gu Zhuoyan nodded, feeling content. I am so pleased that you have discovered your own happiness. Gu Zhuoyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of laughter. She sincerely wished for He Yan's happiness. Regardless of who it was, her joy was of utmost importance. Song Yu turned to Bai Zichuan. By the way, Brother Bai, are you and Gu Zhuoyan together? He was aware that Bai Zichuan had been pursuing Gu Zhuoyan for quite some time. It seemed illogical for him to have achieved success while they remained apart. No, Bai Zichuan replied with a hint of frustration. He neither wanted to pressure Zhuoyan, nor did he doubt that if he remained by her side, she would eventually notice him. Hey, Gu Zhuoyan, what is it that Brother Bai lacks? Song Yu observed Gu Zhuoyan as she ate, genuinely curious as to why she had not accepted a man of Bai's stature, a man of power and influence. Mind your own business. My Zhuoyan has her own thoughts. He Yan interjected, playfully pinching Song Yu's arm and giving him a pointed look to silence his inquiries. Perhaps it was the end of days, where the foremost desire was merely to survive. Having endured a decade of apocalyptic trials, she trusted only herself. Living another day was a gain. She did not wish to dwell on anything else. After dinner, He insisted that everyone stay. It's crucial to register now. Housing is becoming increasingly scarce. Although the basement has been renovated, it cannot compare to home, and we haven't conversed in such a long time. Please stay. She gently shook Gu Zhuoyan's arm. In the past, this was her way of coaxing, and Gu Zhuoyan would almost always comply without needing much persuasion. You two can chat. We have secrets to share with Zhuoyan. As they discussed housing arrangements, Gu Zhuoyan was firmly held by He Yan. Song Yu, feeling quite helpless, observed the two, while Bai Zichuan understood the nuances of a girl's heart, recognizing that those whispered secrets could fill many months. He patted Song Yu on the shoulder before retreating to the guest room. That night, as they lay in bed, Gu Zhuoyan shared some intriguing tales from her missions outside. He Yan listened intently, treating them as thrilling adventures. She eventually drifted off to sleep, still clutching Gu Zhuoyan's arm. Seemingly fearful of being left alone in the dark of night, Gu Zhuoyan closed her eyes, cherishing the warmth of this moment, wishing to prolong it infinitely. The following morning, after the four of them had enjoyed breakfast, a knock echoed at the door. He Yan opened it, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the tall man standing before her. I am looking for Gu Zhuoyan, he stated. Ruanxi stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Gu Zhuoyan, and he quickly approached her. Do you require my assistance? Gu Zhuoyan met He Yan's questioning gaze and felt compelled to provide an explanation. This individual, known as Ruanxi, was previously a researcher in the lab. After Ruanxi leaned closer, he seemed displeased with the introduction. He placed a hand on Gu Zhuoyan's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shall we not reveal to your friend the nature of our other relationship? He whispered teasingly near her ear, enveloped in an intimate atmosphere. Song Yu cast a glance at Bai Zichuan, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. How could this pretty boy come to his home and flaunt his arrogance? It was utterly insufferable. Are you not weary of this? Gu Zhuoyan gently pushed the crowd aside, disdainfully wiping her ear. She distanced herself slightly as He Yan approached, her gaze fixed on Ruanxi. Is this the person you have chosen? He Yan inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had no recollection of Ruanxi, the mysterious figure who had audaciously asserted his claim within her home. Undeniably, Ruanxi possessed a strikingly handsome yet roguish visage. However, he bore a considerable contrast to the type exemplified by Bai Zichuan. Her thoughts meandered aimlessly. Gu Zhuoyan reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Why are you indulging in such fanciful thoughts? Have I not made it clear? You belong to me. Ruanxi, with an air of dominance, confined her within his embrace. Enough. Release me. Bai Zichuan, unable to endure any longer, took matters into his own hands. Gu Zhuoyan was comfortably seated when she lifted her hand to grasp the one extended by Bai Zichuan. Are you attempting to control me again? Gu Zhuoyan turned her head. and Ruan-Si leaned against the chair with a cheerful smile. It was merely self-defense. He was light-hearted and joyful, observing the visibly displeased expression on by Zhuoyan's face, exuding an unmistakable sense of triumph. "I have arranged your accommodation. Let us proceed." Ruan-Si did not linger, rising to assist Gu Zhuoyan to her feet. Noticing by Zhuoyan's concern, Gu Zhuoyan parted her lips, using lip movements to convey that he need not worry excessively. "Brother Bai, are you truly allowing them to depart like this?" The door was closed, and Song Yu opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 104. Merely wishing to perish together. "What did you discuss with the higher-ups?" Gu Zhuoyan observed the person walking beside her. His demeanor was composed and unruffled, far from the madness he appeared to exude. "It is nothing," he remarked. "I possess my own influence in the underworld, unlike that young man who relies on connections above," he boasted while simultaneously taking a jab at Bai Zhuoyan. Gu Zhuoyan turned her head in silence. The two descended to the ground floor, took the elevator, and reached the rooftop. Ruan-Si produced a card and unlocked the door, leaning against the frame as he observed Gu Zhuoyan. "Please step inside." The interior was stark and uninviting, characterized by a dark and minimalist aesthetic. A large window showcased the view outside, and as she approached, her gaze descended to the narrow, bustling street below. "Do they hold you in high regard up there?" Gu Zhuoyan observed the size of the room, inferring the significance the base placed upon him. "This was once my abode." He entered, pressing a button in the foyer, causing the narrow door to swing open, redirecting Gu Zhuoyan's gaze. At the entrance, Ruan-Si retrieved a white lab coat hanging on the wall and donned a mask. The temperature within this chamber was quite frigid, filled with various laboratory apparatus and several organs submerged in liquid. The illumination was a haunting shade of deep blue, evoking an unsettling sensation. Gu Zhuoyan furrowed her brows. Ruan-Si was operating inside. Before long, he emerged, casting a glance at Gu Zhuoyan. "What are you up to now?" Gu Zhuoyan took 2 steps back, narrowing her eyes. There was no danger. Ruan-Si produced a potion and poured it into a cup. "You want me to drink this?" She scrutinized the cup, squinting. "Of course. Come here quickly." As he stepped forward, Gu Zhuoyan retreated until she was nearly against the glass. He brought the cup close to her lips. "Just drink obediently." He leaned in, grasping her chin, his smile simultaneously gentle and unnerving. Gu Zhuoyan raised her gaze, noting the intensity in Ruan-Si's eyes. She reached out, took the cup, and downed its contents in one go. "You can keep your distance now." Shoving the blanket into his hands, Gu Zhuoyan felt a slight heat in her throat. She wished to conceal her discomfort and settled onto the sofa, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. "There is no need to be anxious. I won't harm you. I've told you, you are different to me, special, and I cherish you too much to let you go. Are you still fixated on the new humanity?" Gu Zhuoyan suddenly opened her eyes, a searing heat engulfing her chest. The sensation was utterly bizarre. She couldn't help but wonder if the contents of that cup were tainted with the zombie virus. "Why not?" Ruan-Si rested his head on his arm, his eyes half closed, his voice barely a whisper. Gu Zhuoyan lightly pressed her tongue against her teeth, her gaze shifting to Ruan-Si. Could the beverage he consumed truly harbor a virus? Indeed, his demeanor throughout had exuded an air of safety, causing her to lower her guard and momentarily forget the essence of his character. Suddenly, Ruan-Si felt the fabric of his collar tighten, a faint, alluring fragrance wafting into his nostrils. As he opened his eyes, he realized that Gu Zhuoyan was in close proximity, nearly touching his forehead. "Have you administered a virus to me?" Her eyes resembled the tranquil surface of the sea, momentarily serene. "What if I were to say yes?" Ruan-Si smirked, his expression laced with amusement and mockery, his gaze drifting downward, fixating on her lips. Gu Zhuoyan bared her teeth, declaring, "If that is the case, let us all perish." Her gaze shifted, landing upon Ruan-Si's neck. With swift precision, she sank her teeth into his flesh. Initially, she exerted considerable force, but upon breaking the skin, her body became immobilized. Ruan-Si seized her chin, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange. "Do you long to kill me?" he inquired, observing the vivid red of her lips, stained with his blood, a tantalizing sight. He felt a lingering pain in his neck as he leaned in, their lips nearly brushing against one another. Suddenly, Gu Zhuoyan broke free, retreating, but Ruanxi swiftly grasped her waist. "You can escape?" he exclaimed in astonishment, noting the tea table behind her. Should she move further back, her lower back would collide with it. "Do not repulse me." Gu Zhuoyan lowered her eyelids, gripping her waist with a firm hand, feeling a twinge of pain. Ruanxi released his hold, having indeed sensed that Gu Zhuoyan seemed to possess the strength to break free from his control. He observed the person beside him who had turned to sit silently, feigning ignorance at that moment. A distant memory flashed through his mind, recalling the baseball bat she had conjured out of thin air long ago. "Do you have space?" He narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Gu Zhuoyan's expression. Gu Zhuoyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she tilted her head. One must admit that Ruanxi is both astute and audacious, capable of envisioning things that do not exist in this world. Yet, it is precisely this quality that renders him cunning and perilous. "I find myself yearning for such an entity." Gu Zhuoyan smiled, while the system within her mind clamored in alarm. A cacophony so intense it felt as though it would shatter her eardrums. Ruanxi regarded her earnestly. Her countenance betrayed no unusual emotions, as if her peculiarities were mere figments of his imagination. Yet he understood that Gu Zhuoyan's eccentricities must stem from a deeper cause. "You need not speak. One day, I shall uncover your secret." He remained indifferent to her current silence, for the thrill lay in the pursuit of discovery. "The potion I just administered contained no virus. It was merely a ruse to frighten you, and it seems you were easily startled." He chuckled, while Gu Zhuoyan felt as though she had been outmaneuvered. Observing the mark on his neck, a faint bruise adorned with drops of blood, she found the situation rather ambiguous. Truth be told, her initial intention was to drag this pervert down with her. How tiresome. After several days of idleness, Gu Zhuoyan discerned the layout of the base. The outer city's defenses had been bolstered, and everyone was on high alert, wary of the sudden emergence of mutated high-level zombies. A batch of residents had been relocated to the buildings below, and Gu Zhuoyan intentionally sought to visit Ranshiyuan. Upon arriving at the training grounds of Wujian, she found the expansive facility bustling with activity. Guided by someone, she reached the entrance of the training room, where fierce combat ensued. Standing at the threshold with her arms crossed, she awaited the conclusion of the training session. As individuals gradually emerged, Ranshiyuan donned her jacket. Her long hair, now cropped into a sharp bob, that lent an air of incisiveness to the once adorable girl. Although her exterior had changed little, her gaze bore the weight of maturity. As she stepped out, she immediately recognized Gu Zhuoyan, despite her attempts at concealment. "Sister?" she exclaimed in disbelief, approaching Gu Zhuoyan with wide eyes. Gu Zhuoyan observed the transformation of the young girl with a twinge of melancholy. When she had departed, the child still bore traces of infantile softness upon her visage. Now, her delicate face had sharpened, the chin resembling a blade, exposed and unguarded, possessing an edge of sharpness. Ranxin lowered her gaze, her hands trembling, her body quivering. Was she once more ensnared in a dream? She hesitated to embrace her as she had in the past. For dreams are often fragile. To hold them too tightly is to risk their vanishing. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm and familiar embrace. Gu Zhuoyan rested her chin against her hairline and repeated once more. Chapter 105. I feel like I am drowning. Ranshiyuan could no longer contain herself, tightly embracing her. Her eyes stinging with discomfort, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. "I thought I would never see you again." She had been engulfed in fear for far too long, unable to locate her. They had missed their rendezvous. She had not returned home to celebrate the new year. The upheaval in Binjiang was immense. The mutated zombies ravaged her homeland. Her parents were both lost to the hands of these abominations, and her brother had fallen silent. The world had changed too swiftly. She was bereft of parents, a home, and a sister. She had no choice but to become resilient. With her loved ones gone, she had to navigate the chaos alone. It was her inadequacy that had failed to shield her parents, her inability to protect her sister. Gu Zhuoyan sensed the tremor of a young girl and gently patted her back, hoping to soothe her emotions. "I will take you to see your brother." Ranxin lifted her head, fiercely wiping away her tears, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand, eager to move forward. He will surely be overjoyed to see you. All right, let us not rush. First, go wash up. You appear quite disheveled. Gu Zhuoyan tucked her damp hair behind her ear. Ran Xian raised her hand, only to realize that she was drenched in perspiration. Sister, please wait for me for half an hour. I will be quick. She released her grip as there was a public shower adjacent to the training room, where one could wash up using points. Gu Zhuoyan sat on a public blue chair, waiting, her fingers nervously counting as a sense of disorientation washed over her. During her time in Haishur, the transformations along the riverside had been nothing short of seismic. It appeared that progress was being made, yet it suddenly took a turn for the worse. Such a vast base, so many hopes, simply vanished in an instant. The zombies continued their relentless evolution, while humanity remained stagnant. A foreboding sense enveloped her, as though she had been forsaken by the world. With her head bowed, her thoughts spiraled chaotically until Ran Xian emerged from the bathroom, clad in a crisp, white long-sleeve shirt. She took Gu Zhuoyan's hand, prompting her to rise. Is your brother doing well? How is his leg? Any lingering effects? Gu Zhuoyan recalled that when she departed for the last time, he remained seated in his wheelchair, looking utterly pitiable. He was once a vibrant and radiant youth, brimming with energy and the boundless essence of youth. Yet now he was confined to that chair. Alas, he is well now. We all miss you dearly. Ran Xian bowed her head, feeling joy for her brother, for her sister still remembered him. I too long for you all. As long as you are safe, that is what truly matters. Gu Zhuoyan nodded. This has always been the heartache of Ran Xian. She was deeply concerned that Gu Zhuoyan might suddenly disappear again. She understood that Gu Zhuoyan's departure was intended to protect her. Yet she did not wish to trade her sister's safety for such a cost. It was a complex situation. They had once lived in the abyss for a considerable time, aware that research was being conducted on certain matters. The mutated zombies from that mission were not ordinary aberrations. Ran Xian furrowed her brows, recalling the terrifying past of the abyss, where life was cheap and fragile. Were it not for the intervention of the official base in Binjiang, this place would still be her nightmare, a realm from which she and her brother longed to escape. Therefore, they were studying mutated zombies? Ran Xian gasped in disbelief. Had those who perished become subjects of their research? Gu Zhuoyan nodded, and Ran Xian halted her steps, tightly pursing her lips. Did this recent mutation of zombies have any connection to the past? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she forbade herself from weeping. Perhaps? Gu Zhuoyan was uncertain whether there was a connection. After all, zombies themselves could evolve, and there were some unique ones present from the very beginning. The evolution of zombies was inevitable. Xiyuan, I encountered this in the early stages. Ran Xian clenched her fist and stepped forward. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent. Upon arriving at Ran Xiuan's residence, she opened the door to a modest apartment, sparsely furnished. She changed her shoes. I shall prepare instant noodles for you. Gu Zhuoyan restrained her hand, stating, I am not hungry yet. She then sought a chair and seated herself. The home was not a place she frequented. It served merely as a space for rest. Thus, it was rather modest in appearance. Ran Xian filled a cup with water and handed it over. Gu Zhuoyan took a sip of water, remaining silent. Are we truly destined to live like street mice, retreating to the basement while relinquishing the surface to those mindless monsters? I cannot bear the thought of never seeing the sun again, nor the moon, nor feeling the gentle caress of the wind. She is still so young, deserving of a chance to witness the vastness of this world, yet they are forced to hide away in the darkness below. Surely, there must be a way to thrive in the shadows. Gu Zhuoyan spoke in a low voice. The mutation of the undead in this apocalyptic era signifies a further constriction of the living space for humanity. If given a choice, who would willingly retreat to a basement? If we eliminate the zombies beforehand, they shall have no opportunity to mutate. Ran Xian clenched her fists tightly. Gu Zhuoyan remained silent. If it were possible to obliterate everything, why would the apocalypse endure for such an extended period? By the way, why have I not seen your parents? Gu Zhuoyan turned her head, glancing around the eerily desolate room. The two siblings were overwhelmed with busyness, yet their parents should have been at home. They had perished that fateful night in Binjiang. Both her father and mother were working in the outskirts and could not escape their tragic fate. She harbored a resolute determination to one day vanquish the mutated zombie. Seeking vengeance for her parents. You probably should not speak. The system emitted a couple of soft beeps. Zhuoyan reached out, placing her hand gently on Ran Shiyuan's shoulder, her words rolling around on her tongue before ultimately crystallizing into 3 simple syllables. I'm sorry. Ran Shiyuan wiped her eyes, which were as red as a rabbit's. It is not your fault. She was acutely aware of where the enemies lay. The room fell into a profound silence as Zhuoyan took another sip of water. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed as the door swung open, revealing a young man who pushed it ajar. Clad in a white long-sleeve shirt with slightly overgrown hair, he entered with an impassive expression. Upon lowering the door card and lifting his gaze, he spotted the figure seated on the sofa. Initially oblivious, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. In an instant, he froze, turning his attention back to the person on the sofa. Despite her attempts at disguise, he recognized Zhuoyan. Are you Zhuoyan? He approached her, disbelief shining in his eyes. Astonished, he reached out, brushing his fingers against her cheek, then knelt down to meet her gaze. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. At least in this world, there remained a flicker of hope. She was alive and could still behold him. His heart ached. It is I. It has been a long time, Ran Shizhao. Zhuoyan smiled at him, the familiar voice akin to a lifeline, causing the young man to feel as though he were drowning. He struggled to breathe, yet trembled with joy. I have missed you so much. Chapter 106. In the apocalypse, what constitutes home? He reached out and suddenly embraced her, leaving Zhuoyan momentarily stunned as his tears fell onto her neck. The 2 siblings immediately transformed into weeping children, and Zhuoyan, both amused and exasperated, gently patted his back to comfort him. We are grown-ups now. There's no need to cry. Ran Shichao stiffened for a moment, reluctant to release her. Ran Shiyuan also approached to embrace her, speaking softly. Will you not leave us again? Ran Shichao gazed at her, a mixture of anxiety and hope in his eyes. Perhaps not. Zhuoyan smiled as she looked at the despondent Ran Shichao, gently ruffling his hair. His dark locks, a testament to his transformation from boyhood, felt somewhat coarse to the touch, resilient like his character. I was merely jesting. It seems we shall be here for quite some time. Is the work exhausting? The 2 siblings appeared to have swapped personalities. The demure and charming sister had engaged in training, while the brother had found his focus, evolving into a researcher. Indeed, the basement research lacks sufficient oxygen, and the temperature is rising. Our cultivation of specialized plants is still insufficient, Ran Shichao replied, his gaze cast downward, dark circles evident beneath his eyes. However, if we can evade the mutated zombies and avert further loss of life, what is this hardship in comparison? His voice carried a sorrowful tone. Brother, do you truly wish to confine your life to this underground existence? The thin air troubled her. The thought of enduring such days indefinitely left her feeling suffocated. Humanity seemed trapped within a small, cramped, and stifling cage. I shall propose a plan to the authorities for eradication. We shall not live like vermin, forever confined to the shadows below. Zhuoyan offered solace, expressing her disdain for such days. How sorrowful it would be to spend one's entire life confined to a basement, navigating through narrow corridors. A decade after the apocalypse, the government implemented a cleansing initiative, leading to a drastic reduction in the human population while the number of mutated zombies surged. In the struggle for survival, humanity embarked on this cleansing plan. Could an earlier execution of it have hastened the end of the apocalypse? The cleansing plan? Ran Shiyuan glanced at Zhuoyan, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She feared not death. She would rather perish in a fierce battle against zombies than languish in a basement, dulled and stripped of her sharpness and vigilance against the perils of the outside world. Indeed, retreating to the basement was merely a stopgap measure. Zhuoyan articulated her thoughts, and Ran Shiyuan's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement, her heart fluttering with an exhilaration that lingered. Listening to their exchange, Ran Shichao reflected that ever since their parents' untimely demise, it had been an eternity since he had witnessed his sister's exuberance when discussing the future. She should be animated and full of vitality, rather than enveloped in melancholy. "I shall prepare dinner," he announced as he rose. The household was well stocked with provisions, for he was engaged in botanical research and had developed a variety of vegetables suitable for the table 6 months prior. The conflict between Binjiang and Wujian had not escalated, and information flowed freely between the two sides, leading to the acquisition of mutated crops here. Previously, resources had always been scarce. Humanity was in a constant state of consumption, yet unable to produce commensurate quantities. The daily rations allotted to ordinary citizens sufficed only for a single meal. "He can cook as well?" Zhuoyan was taken aback. It seemed that their past days were filled with abundance, unlike boys who would deign to cook. Such skills must have been acquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Ran Shiyuan forced a bitter smile. After her parents' departure, she had been engulfed in sorrow for days, scarcely consuming anything, let alone preparing meals. "I still recall the time I attempted to cook, only for my brother to exclaim that I would poison him, thus relinquishing the kitchen to him. He performed admirably, possessing a talent that surpassed mine." The memory of my culinary disasters brought a smile to Ran Shiyuan's face. "Have you considered my brother?" she inquired playfully. "Look at him. He can cook, engage in research, and he is not unpleasing to the eye." As she gazed at Zhuoyan, her tone was laced with humor, for she understood her brother's sentiments, though his introverted nature rendered him incapable of expressing them. I shall contemplate it." Zhuoyan tilted her head back, a smile gracing her lips. Establishing a household in the face of apocalypse was no easy feat. She had failed to complete the system's tasks, and the undead still roamed the earth, danger lurking everywhere. What constituted a home, and how could one truly feel at home? Ran Shichao emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish, and upon hearing her words, his heart skipped a beat, his ears flushing with warmth. He placed the stir-fried vegetables on the table and winked at Ran Shiyuan, who stood nearby. "Remember, you promised to prioritize my brother," she teased, leaning against Zhuoyan's shoulder, her voice soft and coaxing. "The meal will take a little while longer. I shall prepare another dish," Ran Shichao declared as he retreated to the kitchen. Ensuring that no one in the living room could see him, he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling his heart race, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face. When the soup was finally ready and the rice cooked to perfection, the modest fare that had once been deemed unworthy was now a splendid array of wholesome food. "Brother, remember to serve sister her rice," Ran Shiyuan reminded, darting into the kitchen with a playful glint in her eye. "You did well." It was a rare moment for the atmosphere between them to revert to its former warmth, and Ran Shichao nodded in approval. "Indeed, sister, she chirped. "What secrets are you whispering?" Both seemed momentarily frozen, and Ran Shiyuan took a deep breath. Let us eat. There is no need for conversation." She nudged Zhuoyan toward the dining table, while Ran Shichao placed a bowl of rice before her. "Hope it suits your palate," he said, a hint of shyness evident in his voice, likely stemming from his inexperience and a touch of insecurity. Ran Shiyuan savored her meal, happily serving both of them vegetables. Eat up. The vegetables are incredibly fresh, far superior to the moldy instant noodles outside." Zhuoyan lifted her bowl and picked up some vegetables. Having been too busy to cook previously, she had subsisted on instant noodles and bread from the system's marketplace, making the taste of fresh vegetables all the more delightful. Observing the tense Ran Shichao, Zhuoyan smiled. "It's delicious. You should eat quickly." Ran Shichao, visibly relieved, picked up his bowl. He ate with a certain grace, perhaps due to Zhuoyan's presence, while Ran Shiyuan, accustomed to the hurried pace of the team, focused on eating swiftly. Once the meal was finished, Ran Shiyuan cleared the dishes. "Sister, you two chat for a while. I'll wash the dishes." With that, she grabbed the bowls and dashed away. You two siblings worked together splendidly. Zhuoyan felt quite satiated. "By the way, I have acquired a DVD that allows us to watch television. Shall we indulge?" Ran Shichao inquired, noting that during these apocalyptic times, leisure activities had become scarce, with everyone preoccupied with the pursuit of sustenance. "Certainly, I am looking forward to it." After the meal, Zhuoyan was in no hurry to depart. She decided to visit Heyan, while Ruan Si reappeared to engage with her. Chapter 107. If you behave, I shall assist you. Ran Shichao chuckled as he activated the DVD projector in the living room, inserting the disc, which turned out to be an old romantic film. The two settled onto the sofa, and a tranquil ambience enveloped the room. After washing the dishes, Ran Shiyuan peeked from the kitchen, observing the two engrossed in the movie, her face alight with joy. "Look at you both. I am so tired. I shall take my leave to rest," she said before swiftly exiting the kitchen, leaving the couple to enjoy their film in solitude. After watching for a while, Ran Shichao glanced at Gu Zhuoyan's profile and smiled. However, as time passed, a sense of drowsiness began to wash over him. He had been laboring in the basement, and the immense pressure from above had left him with little time to pause throughout the day. Gu Zhuoyan gazed intently, feeling a weight on her shoulder. She turned her head to find Ran Shichao resting against her, his eyelids shadowed with a faint bluish hue, delicate veins visible beneath the thin skin. Listening to his steady breaths, Gu Zhuoyan did not immediately push him away. After such a brief period of growth, merely over a year, he must be weary as well. The film, lasting over 2 hours, captivated her. Her post-meal entertainment was scarce, and a vintage romance did not succumb to melodrama. Instead, it exuded a warmth that revealed the simplicity of life, evoking a sense of longing. As the movie concluded, Ran Shichao stirred awake. Both were nestled on the sofa, his body close to Gu Zhuoyan, allowing her to catch a faint, familiar scent that made his ears flush crimson. "I am sorry. I hope I didn't weigh you down," he stammered, straightening up with a hint of nervousness. "It's nothing. The film was delightful," she replied. Gu Zhuoyan rose, stretching languidly. If she lingered any longer, it would indeed disrupt their repose. "You are welcome to visit often if you wish," she said. He felt a surge of joy, and Gu Zhuoyan nodded in agreement. As Ran Shi escorted the guest out, Ran Shiyuan emerged from within the room. "Still awake?" Ran Shi inquired, surprised. For Ran Shiyuan typically underwent rigorous training and would have long succumbed to slumber at this hour. "Now that you have a moment of respite, you must be quite pleased today," he remarked. Ran Shiyan grinned, leaning against the doorframe, observing her brother's slightly awkward demeanor, before cheerfully closing the door. Ran Shi mumbled to himself, yet his spirits were undeniably high. At this hour, only the sentinels at the city gates were awake. The night air was brisk and dry, laden with dust. "Brother, are you not going to rest?" "I cannot sleep." He remained until dawn approached. As someone ascended the city tower, Gu Zhuoyan assumed it was a change of guard and paid little attention until she noticed someone seated beside her, dangling their legs over the city wall, propping themselves against the stone below. Feeling discontented, Gu Zhuoyan tilted her head and saw Ruan Si. She was not surprised that he could find her. After all, the realm of intrigue was a domain he once commanded, and it was only natural for him to have eyes everywhere. "I have an idea. You can speak freely here, can't you?" Gu Zhuoyan gazed at him, regardless of whom she might exploit or what action she might undertake. She was willing to do whatever it took to advance the eradication plan. "What is it that you desire from me?" Ruan Si's eyes shifted, his gaze landing on her face. After spending an entire night away from home, she still dared to make demands of him? Power and status. "Assist me in accomplishing a task." Gu Zhuoyan extended her hand, aware of Ruan Si's affections towards her. She grasped 4 of his fingers, drawing nearer to him. Ruan Si was taken aback. He gazed at Gu Zhuoyan's hand enveloping his, a faint smile slowly gracing his lips. "Of course, you need only to be obedient." His notion of obedience, however, was not simple. He indulged her unrestrainedly, for he possessed the power to control her. Yet, her initiative was evidently far more appealing. "What do you wish to do?" He leaned in, their foreheads touching, the coolness of the night air lingering on her skin, contrasting with his warmth. "Help me secure a high-level meeting." Gu Zhuoyan did not shy away. She was determined to secure a place in a high-level meeting, which would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The official acknowledgement from Binjiang was in her favor, yet the imminent merger with Wujian had stirred some discontent among the higher-ups at Binjiang regarding her presence. If Ruan Si could intervene, the process would undoubtedly become much simpler. The sooner the proposal for the plan was brought to the agenda, the better. When? Ruan Si was unaware of her intentions, but still felt reluctant about her engaging with the higher authorities. The sooner, the better. This was of great importance to me. Gu Zhuoyan took a step back and rose to her feet. I can assist you, but what can you offer in return? He scrutinized her from head to toe, and though she felt an urge to poke his eyes, she restrained herself. Very well, my demands are modest. Simply sing me a lullaby each night, and I shall ensure your matters are resolved by afternoon. Deal. Gu Zhuoyan exhaled in relief, grateful that the request was not outrageous. They proceeded to have breakfast together. As they descended the stairs, the guard stationed atop the city tower found himself somewhat disheveled by the wind. He recognized the fourth brother. The peculiar individual he had just seen appeared to be male. Could it be that the fourth brother had an inclination towards men? Observing the two with their foreheads pressed intimately together, he pinched his own cheek, feeling a sharp pain. He let out a cry. Upon reaching their apartment, Gu Zhuoyan ascended the stairs to heat some water. Cooking a proper meal was out of the question, but preparing instant noodles was feasible. After a brief wait, Ruanxi placed a bowl of instant noodles on the table. You can't cook? He inquired, glancing at the noodles. His own room was stocked with an abundance of fresh, healthy vegetables, yet she had brought instant noodles. I cannot. My hands are only skilled with a knife. Gu Zhuoyan settled down, calmly taking a bite of perfectly cooked noodles before finishing her meal. Aren't you supposed to handle those high-ranking individuals? I shall take my leave for a while, she remarked. Rising from her seat, she wandered through the numerous rooms in the house, ultimately selecting one. Despite having spent a sleepless night, her body felt relatively unwearied. Though her spirit bore a certain fatigue, the system provided a sleep aid, which she consumed, ensuring a few hours of rest. After she finished her meal, Ruanxi approached to check on her, finding Gu Zhuoyan peacefully resting in the well-arranged bedroom. She was remarkably quiet in slumber, lacking her usual sharp tongue. Ruanxi clasped his hands, a subtle smile gracing his elongated eyes. After observing her for a considerable time, he turned to leave. The sky began to brighten, signaling the impending arrival of the scorching sun. By afternoon, Gu Zhuoyan was awakened by the system, which expressed excitement regarding the clear plan she had proposed. With thoughts of the task invigorating her, she browsed through the system for suitable attire, noting that time was still on her side. The system voiced a concern. Will the implementation of the clearing plan affect the current development of the base? The survival of humanity was paramount, as was the initial construction. Chapter 108. Official approval of the clearing plan success was at hand. High-ranking officials would convene that evening. Now, can you enlighten me on your intentions? He inquired, as the meeting arrangements posed no challenge for him. He simply required clarity regarding the objective. I conceived a plan conducive to human advancement, necessitating official cooperation. Hence my request for your assistance. Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa and slowly remarked, if this matter succeeds, all living humans will be aware of it. Is it merely a figment of the imagination? Ruanxi pressed close to her, but Gu Zhuoyan nudged him, causing his body to tilt away from her. You believe it to be true, don't you? Gu Zhuoyan, feeling disinclined to elaborate, noticed Ruanxi raising an eyebrow, as if he were the one being unreasonable. It bore a slight resemblance to the dismissive rhetoric of a heartless woman. He straightened himself once more. Very well, please elaborate on the specifics. Eliminate the zombies. Gu Zhuoyan parted her lips to speak. Once she finished, Ruanxi let out a chuckle, leaning back and curling up on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon her. Gu Zhuoyan was irritated with him. She rose from her seat. The initial difficulties were indeed formidable, yet solutions would invariably present themselves. The afternoon meeting commenced as scheduled, with Gu Zhuoyan occupying the foremost position and Ruanxi seated beside her. The assembly was predominantly comprised of elder individuals, with the younger generation being conspicuously scarce among them. Their expressions were grave, imparting an oppressive atmosphere. I addressed the matter directly. This meeting pertained to the welfare of many. Everyone was acutely aware of the peril posed by the mutated zombies following the apocalypse, which has significantly threatened human existence. The destruction of the Binjiang base and the Linsher base serve as stark evidence that the capabilities of the zombies have begun to surpass humanity's capacity to cope. Gu Zhuoyan observed the expressions of those around her with a keen eye, adept at discerning the subtle nuances in their demeanor. It was evident that they were all privy to the matter at hand and acknowledged the veracity of her claims. They lowered their heads, engaging in sporadic murmurs. What thoughts lingered in their minds? The ruler of Binjiang, a government official with command over a substantial arsenal, was also familiar with Gu Zhuoyan. Thus, he chose to place his trust in her. Indeed, I have a plan. The current number of mutated zombies is still limited. Most are in their nascent stages. If we commence organizing hunters now, we can snuff out the danger in its cradle. As her words resonated in the air, an uneasy silence enveloped the room. The plan was sound, yet everyone was acutely aware that the base was still in its developmental phase. Who among them would be willing to venture out and confront the zombies? The prospect of facing these creatures, whether ordinary or mutated, carried the risk of infection. And humanity's numbers were already dwindling. Fear gripped them. Conscription would only exacerbate the tension, potentially inciting unrest. As discussions of problems swirled around, Gu Zhuoyan rapped her knuckles on the table. Currently, our resources are insufficient. Many are going hungry. If the welfare were adequate, they would be more inclined to participate. The development of Wujin pales in comparison to that of Binjiang. My initial investments in Binjiang's resources accelerated its growth. But not every base enjoys such a robust foundation of resources at the outset. Our supplies are limited. Where then can we find rewards? They chuckled, acknowledging the merit of her ideas, yet recognizing the stark reality of their constraints. While they possessed resources, they were reluctant to part with them, as each held connections to myriad powers and interests. I will provide the resources. For all participants in this eradication plan, I shall supply the material incentives. You need only to assure them that I will find a way to secure the resources. Gu Zhuoyan understood that they would not provide any material assistance, nor did she expect them to. What she required was an officially recognized certificate. You? The laughter of the assembly froze. What resources do you possess? This is no ist. Wan Si stood up, fully aware of these individuals' hidden agendas. Tilting his head, he placed his hand upon Gu Zhuoyan's shoulder. As she stated, there is nothing to lose. I shall compensate for it. Why not proceed? He cast a jovial glance around the room, yet the others appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The undisputed rulers among them cleared their throats, observing Wan Si defend this individual, realizing they would gain little from the encounter. Very well, if what you say is true, we would be more than willing to grant you passage. It would be best to announce this plan to everyone tonight. No, she interjected, I need to establish this cleansing organization myself. You merely need to publish the registration location. I have other intentions. Gu Zhuoyan interjected, unwilling to squander half of the resources to satiate their insatiable appetites. She intended to utilize the provisions effectively. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek my help. As the meeting concluded, Gu Zhuoyan exited the building, deep in contemplation regarding the registration location and the distribution of supplies. Her most trusted confidant was He Yin. I have a personal matter to attend to. Observing Wan Si, she had no intention of allowing him to accompany her any further. Are you going to see Bai Zichuan? Wan Si regarded her, and her mention of a personal affair led him to think of Bai Zichuan. Utterly speechless, Gu Zhuoyan rolled her eyes. Regarding the issues of registration and supplies, of course, if you have some free time, you could assist me in contemplating the subsequent arrangements. Officially assigned tasks are one thing, but she is reluctant to have the supplies misappropriated, and the source of these supplies must be justified, which presents quite a predicament. Upon hearing her explanation, Wan Si couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as Gu Zhuoyan pushed past the crowd and made her way to He Yan's residence. Upon arriving at the apartment, Gu Zhuoyan knocked on the door. When He Yan opened it and saw her, she was genuinely delighted. She ushered her inside, and Gu Zhuoyan took a seat. I want to discuss matters. I have come for a serious purpose and need your assistance. Gu Zhuoyan candidly revealed her plans, and He Yan listened attentively for a while. That sounds splendid. I shall assist you in overseeing the resources. Although I am currently at home, do not forget that I was once your agent. I have adeptly managed numerous trivial matters for you in the past. He Yan smiled warmly, aware of Gu Zhuoyan's remarkable capabilities. She had her own ambitions, and while her assistance might be limited, she was more than willing to contribute to this endeavor. All right. Thank you, He Yan. Gu Zhuoyan grasped her hand, while He Yan shook her head. What is there to thank? You did not do this for your own sake. Being a great hero is exhausting. You chose to bear this path for me, for the future of humanity, and for that, I am truly grateful. Yin understood that she wished to bring a swift conclusion to the escalating crisis of the mutated zombies. Everyone felt that humanity's days on the surface were numbered, yet she had brought hope. What about Bai Zichuan and the others? Zhuoyan glanced around, noticing the absence of Xiao Wu and Bai Zichuan in the room. Yan's expression tightened as she furrowed her brow. Was it the crisis of mutated zombies? No, it pertained to his parents. Yan shook her head. She had observed Bai Zichuan's pallor over the past few days, indicating that matters were quite urgent. Chapter 109. Farewell, and another favor as night fell. Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa. The door swung open, and Bai Zichuan entered, followed closely by Xiao Wu, both appearing somewhat fatigued. Sister Gu, what brings you here? Xiao Wu approached the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped down a hearty swallow. Zhuoyan gazed at Bai Zichuan and nodded. When shall we depart? Zhuoyan lowered her head. Departing was perhaps for the best. If an unavoidable danger truly loomed, it was far preferable to remain here, trapped in a basement. Moreover, with Ruanxi at odds with him, and considering that the capital was flourishing, he had no reason to stay. Tomorrow, Zhuoyan, you shall accompany me as we leave. The scientific advancements in the capital are commendable, and your afflictions can undoubtedly be addressed. He had compelling reasons to depart. Yet what would become of Zhuoyan if he left? I still have matters to attend to here. You need not worry. Tend to your responsibilities with peace of mind. I am capable of looking after myself, resolving the pressing issues, and I shall seek you out in the capital. Zhuoyan shook her head. Her cleansing plan had only just commenced, and she was resolute in her participation from the very outset. Bai Zichuan reached out, grasping her arm, wishing to persuade her to leave. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he understood that she would not accompany him. She harbored her own thoughts and had her own pursuits. He could not compel her. Very well, I shall await you in the capital. Ultimately, Bai Zichuan relented, gently caressing her cheek. Take care of yourself. With that, he departed, leaving her without support. So, shall Xiao Wu accompany you? Zhuoyan glanced at Xiao Wu, who was awkwardly looking outside, and he cleared his throat. Indeed, regarding my parents, I have entrusted the matter to Song Yu. He will undoubtedly ensure their safety. Sister Gu, I will safeguard Bai Ji's security, so you can focus on your own affairs in Wujian without worry. Xiao Wu could discern that Zhuoyan's endeavor was of significant importance. Naturally, Zhuoyan's plan pertained to the fate of all humanity. Yan reached out, resting her hand on Zhuoyan's shoulder, her smile radiating pride. I hope everything goes smoothly. As night fell, Zhuoyan emerged from the base, having rationalized the acquisition of supplies. She intended to assemble her own team to venture outside for collection, which was indeed reasonable. However, the resources were predominantly gathered by the authorities. We can deploy supplies, rationalize the process, and send people to collect them, thus leaving no suspicion on the official side. The system exclaimed with excitement, believing this method to be exceptionally effective, as the rationalization of resources stemmed from external collection. Ruanxi observed her demeanor, noting that she did not appear fatigued. Have you managed to find me a shop? Zhuoyan gazed at him with an air of leisure. Certainly. Ruanxi tilted his body, drawing closer to him, and the light in his eyes danced. Thus, you're doing me a favor. Zhuoyan did not shy away from his approach. She still needed companionship, a circle of trustworthy individuals. What assistance? Ruanxi's gaze lifted, contemplating her options to request personnel from the authorities, yet she harbored reservations about exposing herself. I require a team, preferably a private one, a group that I can place my trust in. Cultivating trust is a gradual process, yet she deemed it not burdensome. Assembling individuals is not arduous, but earning their trust. Ruanxi drew closer, enveloping her in his embrace, resting his chin upon the crown of Zhuoyan's head. The human heart is indeed inscrutable. Zhuoyan furrowed her brow, struggling against her circumstances. I can help you find someone. It's not difficult to be obedient. Ruanxi asserted with more conviction, and indeed, she fell silent. Ruanxi perceived Zhuoyan as akin to a cat, the kind that nudges against you when it senses the promise of fish. She was exploiting his goodwill, he was aware, yet it was only during such moments that she seemed willing to be subdued. As dawn broke, Zhuoyan went to bid farewell to Bai Zichuan. At the city gate, there was but a single carriage. Song Yu spotted her and waved. Gu Zhuoyan swiftly approached and reached the side of the vehicle, where Xiao Wu greeted her with a smile. Sister Gu, shall we be on our way? Gu Zhuoyan nodded, casting a glance at Bai Zhuoyan in the passenger seat. Pay close attention to your own symptoms and take good care of yourself. I will be waiting for you in the capital. Send a telegram if anything arises. She wished to avoid a sorrowful farewell, thus she smiled. Of course, we shall meet in the capital. She had initially planned to share life and death with Bai Ge. The crisis of mutated zombies had led to an increase in reconnaissance teams outside the city. Signs of zombies approaching necessitated immediate vigilance. We shall not perish. You may carry this hope within you. Gu Zhuoyan made her way into the city, accompanied by Song Yu's laughter. The atmosphere was thick with discourse, predominantly centered around the eradication plan that the authorities announced at midnight. The streets buzzed with conversations. Mutated zombies, if we venture out, we are doomed. The officials promised substantial rewards. If the organization were to materialize, it might be equipped with weaponry. What a dire time we live in. Worse than a dog in a bygone era. I would rather take my chances than languish in a basement. Indeed, should this plan succeed, perhaps our descendants will no longer have to dwell in obscurity. If you are unafraid of death, then go ahead. I, however, wish to live. What a lack of ambition. Let those who desire death pursue it. As Gu Zhuoyan traversed her path, she encountered a chorus of support, interspersed with those who, valuing their lives, hesitated to venture forth and confront the undead. The act of slaying zombies transcended mere hand-to-hand combat. The authorities would furnish weapons, which were to be returned upon the completion of missions. Any damage or loss incurred would necessitate compensation, ensuring a constant supply of armaments. Gu Zhuoyan visited the shop, which nestled on the outskirts of the city, situated behind the information collection building that was currently under renovation. The two-story structure primarily served as a hub for gathering intelligence and storing supplies. After a cursory glance, Gu Zhuoyan estimated that the refurbishment would take at least a day to complete. She planned to bring He Yin along tomorrow. For now, she needed to venture out to select locations and allocate resources. The individual that Ruan Si had arranged for her would be evaluated tomorrow, and she anticipated that the outcome would not disappoint. Busy as a whirlwind, ceaselessly in motion, the system jested. Indeed, her schedule for the day was quite packed. To survive, one must strive diligently. Gu Zhuoyan reported to the city gate and ventured forth. Her little fairy was swift. In the initial phase of her selection, safety was paramount, alongside the ability to preserve resources effectively while maintaining concealment. Chapter 110. Encountering a mutated zombie detonation. The official teams dispatched infrequently are primarily engaged in resource reconnaissance, diligently observing the fluctuations in the surrounding zombie population. Upon reaching the ruins of the outer city, Gu Zhuoyan discovered a basement, illuminating the darkness. She adeptly cleared the area of zombies with her baseball bat. A handful of low-level mutated zombies posed little challenge for her. After disposing of the mutated corpses, Gu Zhuoyan stowed the resources away. The desolate scenery outside the city was quite striking. Standing atop a building, she gazed downward. Aside from the wandering zombies, the world's transformation was extreme, yet undeniably beautiful, vast, and liberating. She spread her arms wide, surveying the horizon. The scenery of the blue star is indeed exquisite. It seemed as though the system could sense her yearning for freedom. The world was immense. Having grown accustomed to such an expansive sky, the abrupt confinement to a cramped basement was suffocating. Gu Zhuoyan smiled. One day, we shall roam freely upon this earth. High-level mutated zombies. The system spiraled out of control. Host, flee swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Zhuoyan maneuvered the small ferry, altering its course. As the mutated zombies accelerated with alarming speed, the mutated zombies must not be brought to the base. Gu Zhuoyan once again gripped the steering wheel as the mutated zombie surged forward with alarming speed. Her vehicle veered towards the riverside, and she was taken aback by the sudden encounter with this abomination. Amidst her astonishment, a resolve to eliminate the creature took root in her mind. After all, who within the base could possibly evade the swift onslaught of such a mutated fiend? As she crossed the bridge, Zhuoyan brought her car to a halt at its apex. In an instant, the mutated zombie leaped onto her vehicle, its claws razor-sharp, and its massive hands pounded against the window with ferocity. With a deft maneuver, she executed a drift, skidding perilously close to the edge of the cliff, causing the creature to tumble into the abyss below. She leapt from the car, clutching a bomb from her spatial inventory. A guttural roar erupted as the zombie, clinging to the cliffside, launched itself upwards, its colossal fists poised to strike. Zhuoyan rolled backward, narrowly evading the crushing blow, and sprang to her feet with the agility of a fish leaping from water. The allure of fresh flesh drew the zombie's attention, and from her spatial storage, she produced a chunk of meat, enveloping the bomb within it before hurling it towards the creature. The zombie bit down, and with a resounding explosion, half of its face was obliterated. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the creature's hand vanished from sight, leaving only fragments of decayed flesh scattered about. Yet, it did not succumb to death immediately. The shattered remnants of its form writhed as if insects were burrowing within, rapidly beginning to heal. This is utterly grotesque. The zombie is regenerating. Zhuoyan also witnessed this scene. Her power indeed felt utterly insignificant. The mutated zombie possessed an astonishing ability to heal rapidly, which was truly terrifying. She needed to distance herself further. It was either to strike with lethal precision or to lure it away. Zhuoyan swiftly entered the vehicle, aware that the mutated zombies were solely attracted to flesh and blood. Keeping her distance, she detonated the creature, obliterating it into countless fragments. With the remnants of flesh hanging from the car window, Zhuoyan now had a destination in mind. She was well aware of the perfect site to set off her explosive. The car drifted along the road, dust swirling in its wake, as it pursued a colossal beast. Zhuoyan's heart raced. The zombie behind her seemed to have slowed down compared to before, its heavy form causing the ground to tremble with each stride. Half an hour later, Zhuoyan led the zombie to an outpost along the riverside, where the structures had caved in, forming a natural pit over 10 meters deep. The terrain was unsuitable for vehicles, and upon reaching the highest point, Zhuoyan leapt down, using the protruding debris around her as leverage to swing herself to the opposite side. The weighty zombie plummeted directly into the pit. Now was the moment. She produced the bomb and hurled it down, accompanied by a considerable amount of meat. A tremendous explosion ensued, nearly toppling Zhuoyan as her head rang, and her vision blurred amidst the acrid scent of charred remains. Emerging from behind the crumbling edifice, she peered into the pit below, where smoke mingled with a foul stench. The air was thick with shockwaves. This time, Shirley was dead. Injured? Just a minor mishap today, a slight wound. Zhuoyan stepped inside, her cheeks tinged with a burning sensation. Entering the bathroom, she washed away the grime that clung to her, emerging enveloped in steam. Outside the door stood Ruanxi. To be frank, what you are doing is exceedingly perilous. I cannot endorse it. Isn't it sufficient to live for a few more years? Why rush towards danger? He crossed his arms, and the wounds on Zhuoyan's face became all the more pronounced. Zhuoyan's eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze, gliding past Ruanxi into the living room. Every individual harbors their own beliefs. Upon entering the living room, she poured herself a glass of water while Ruanxi leaned against the wall, observing her as she quietly finished her drink and then brushed her long hair. You believe that your solitary abilities can alter the destiny of humanity. Yet, if you were to perish outside tonight, mankind would scarcely remember you. Ruanxi had traversed numerous experiences. He understood the essence of living well, and the interests of others bore no relevance to her. However, Zhuoyan had breached his limits. They seemed like two opposing forces. He could remain indifferent as he witnessed others perish before him. But she was different. She could not. I care not for who remembers me. I pursue that which I yearn to accomplish. After Zhuoyan finished speaking, she continued to dry her hair. If one day she could stroll down the street freely and without defenses, that would indeed hold significance. Once her hair was dried, she turned her gaze towards Ruanxi. You should lie down. After you finish singing, I too need to rest. She had matters to attend to the following day, and having not consumed any stamina potions, She had expended considerable energy that evening. Zhuoyan turned away from the wall, opened the door, and entered the bedroom. Zhuoyan followed him inside, where he lingered by the bedside for a moment before turning to face her. This face is quite beautiful. Do not mar it. In his hand, he held sterilized iodine and, after applying the medication, placed a Band-Aid on Zhuoyan's face. Once he had completed these tasks, Zhuoyan lay down on the bed. Zhuoyan gently touched the Band-Aid on her face, then sat down, resuming the previous lullaby. As soon as Zhuoyan drifted into slumber, Zhuoyan quietly exited the room and found another bedroom to lie down in. He truly cares for you. He merely hides it behind his words. Zhuoyan narrowed her eyes, acknowledging the importance of being cared for, which could be better exploited. Closing her eyes, she quickly drifted into slumber. The system was taken aback. Well, it seemed the host was unwilling to engage. No matter, as long as the grand endeavor was accomplished. It could endure loneliness and solitude with fortitude. Chapter 111. Resources. Without selfish intent in the morning, Zhuoyan rose early and promptly sought out Hien. Song Yu had just awakened and was somewhat bewildered by Zhuoyan's early arrival at their home. "I'll go call her," he said while brushing his teeth. Making his way into the room. Before long, Hien emerged in her pajamas. "Zhuoyan, you're here quite early. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you. You must be hungry," she said, ushering Zhuoyan inside. Zhuoyan handed over the fresh meat and some seasonings she had brought from the system. "These items must be quite hard to procure, right?" Hien exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the contents of the bag. The base had a few animals for breeding, but their scarcity made meat exceedingly precious. "Fortunately, keep them. Who knows, perhaps I will often come over for meals in the future." Zhuoyan smiled as Song Yu finished brushing his teeth, his surprise evident upon encountering the meat products. "You truly possess remarkable abilities, Miss Gu." He had contemplated venturing into the meat trade himself. However, it was not merely a matter of finances, but rather the necessity for channels, as one cannot sell what has no market value. Hien carried the items into the house while Zhuoyan took a seat, and Song Yu had several inquiries he wished to pose to her. "You proposed a clearing plan, which has been approved. The authorities have now allocated registration quotas. What shall you do about the supplies? The lack of material rewards from the government poses a dilemma for everyone. I have a solution. I scouted the area last night and have prepared the necessary supplies. Did you hear the tremendous explosion from the Binjiang direction last night? While it could have been a factory explosion, it was far more intense, with smoke and debris rising to form a mushroom cloud. During my reconnaissance, I encountered a mutated zombie and led it towards Binjiang. It likely collided with something over there." Zhuoyan did not reveal the entire truth, leaving Song Yu in a state of astonishment. "That high-level mutated zombie. My dear sister, when you encountered it, were you not missing an arm or a leg?" He seemed to have heard a rather amusing tale. "What was it?" "A mutated zombie, no less, and a high-level one at that. With the slightest misstep, an entire city like Binjiang could be obliterated. That mutated zombie possesses the ability to heal its own wounds." Zhuoyan extended her hand, marveling at the intactness of her limbs. The wounds on her face were nearly healed, save for a delicate scar. Astonishing. Words failed to encapsulate her astonishment. If the explosion from last night was indeed orchestrated by mutated zombies, then such magnitude would rival divine intervention, inevitably leading to demise. "Today, I shall ensure that the officials send someone to verify the situation. Life in the basement can afford to slow down." Hien emerged with a bowl of vermicelli, and Song Yu eagerly approached to assist. "Be careful, it's hot." "Let me handle it," he insisted. "It smells delightful. Zhuoyan, eat it while it's warm." As she passed the chopsticks, Hien's cheeks flushed with color, and Zhuoyan lowered her gaze, savoring the familiar flavors. The two across from her dined with evident joy, warming her heart. After breakfast, Song Yu departed, and Zhuoyan, accompanied by Hien, ventured out. "Is it truly this smooth? The shop is ready so quickly?" Hien expressed her surprise. "Indeed. Let us get started without delay," Zhuoyan replied, eager to progress. "This space is quite ample, and your blueprint appears excellent." Hien beamed, her enthusiasm palpable. She cherished this place, the genesis of humanity's hopes, a plan destined to yield countless blessings. "Stay here. I shall bring the supplies over tonight." If anyone arrives, you can guide them on what to do. Gather a few trustworthy individuals, she advised, concerned that He Yin might find it overwhelming to manage alone. He Yin embraced her, and Gu Zhuoyan gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Ruanxi was at the training ground, and Gu Zhuoyan made her way there, taking Ran Shiyuan along for the task. Upon reaching the training facility, Gu Zhuoyan entered, where the reception staff introduced her. She first sought out Ran Shiyuan before entering the training hall, where Ruanxi lounged on a sofa, exuding a relaxed demeanor. As Gu Zhuoyan stepped through the main entrance, Ruanxi squinted upon seeing Ran Shiyuan, recognition dawning. He recalled the young girl whom Gu Zhuoyan had fiercely protected. Surrounded by a group of young individuals clad in black training attire, their gazes fell upon Gu Zhuoyan, a woman of remarkable competence. Upon spotting Ruanxi, Ran Shiyuan instinctively clenched her fists. Relax, Gu Zhuoyan urged gently. Gu Zhuoyan observed that nearly 12 individuals had been summoned by Ruanxi, and they appeared to be a well-trained group. Where did you find them? Gu Zhuoyan felt a lingering suspicion that he had snatched away the officials. There was no need to concern herself with that. They were well aware of their responsibilities and boundaries. She could proceed with confidence. Once the team was assembled, Gu Zhuoyan offered a brief self-introduction. Familiar with the situation, she led the group outside, where the vehicles had been prepared in advance. I will accompany you, Ruanxi stated as he stood by the car, watching Gu Zhuoyan. She hesitated for a moment at the threshold of the vehicle. What is your purpose? Gu Zhuoyan inquired. Ruanxi remained silent, effortlessly climbing into the car and taking his place in the passenger seat. Gu Zhuoyan found herself at a loss for words, while Ran Shiyuan cast a glance before settling into the back seat. The young girl resembled a whelp. As Gu Zhuoyan ignited the engine, she heard Ruanxi's commentary. Don't pay her too much attention. Ruanxi tilted his head. I know. I'm just teasing, observing your anxious demeanor. After the vehicle was inspected, they departed the city, with Gu Zhuoyan adhering to the designated route. Upon reaching the site, everyone disembarked to deal with the zombies. They descended into the basement, confronted by an overwhelming stockpile of supplies that left even the most seasoned among them speechless. Ruanxi gazed at the abundant resources, his eyes shifting towards Gu Zhuoyan. The supplies were impeccably preserved, appearing remarkably new. How did you come across this? Ruanxi inquired, leaning closer. He lifted a supply, inhaling its scent, then turned to Gu Zhuoyan, noting the lack of danger in the area, with few zombies and an abundance of resources. Official records indicated nothing of the sort, piquing his curiosity about how Gu Zhuoyan had stumbled upon these supplies. I discovered them by chance, she replied. Gu Zhuoyan remained composed as she organized the transportation of supplies. Ruanxi observed the dwindling resources and watched as Gu Zhuoyan directed the operation from the side. Do you truly harbor no selfish intentions? Ruanxi inquired, intrigued. With such an abundance of survival provisions, did she not feel tempted? Once the final batch was moved, Gu Zhuoyan concluded her instructions, leaving Ruanxi in silence. Upon exiting the basement, Ran Shiyuan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she grasped Gu Zhuoyan's hand. Our plan will undoubtedly succeed. With the eradication plan in place, peace will prevail in the world. Chapter 112. A batch of plans, weapon design. He Yin enlisted several individuals to assist in accounting for the supplies. I always knew you would not fail. Gu Zhuoyan observed the movers under the night's illumination. Everyone appeared invigorated and tireless. Naturally, I was meticulously calculating everything. Gu Zhuoyan blinked, and He Yin covered her mouth, laughing. Would you like to come to my house for dinner? She gazed at Gu Zhuoyan, then cast a glance at Ruanxi, who was yawning beside her, looking utterly fatigued. Yes, I will count that as my invitation. He Yin turned her attention back to Gu Zhuoyan, nodding. Tomorrow, I shall bring you meat buns, she smiled. Ruanxi approached and placed a hand on Gu Zhuoyan's shoulder. Your intentions are quite apparent. I have contributed significantly to your plans. It would be unwise to burn bridges so blatantly. Observing their exchange, He Yin decided to remain at the supply stack, continuing to keep watch. Gu Zhuoyan gently removed his hand. This is my debt to you, unrelated to He Yin. You are far too dangerous to be in contact with her. She stepped forward, knowing that tomorrow the team would convene for the first phase of the zombie eradication operation. She needed to contemplate the precautions necessary to minimize casualties. Hand-to-hand combat was the most foolish method and the easiest way to become infected. A moment's carelessness could transform those who ventured out into new zombies. In the decade of the impending apocalypse, the number of mutated zombies surged, rendering close combat nearly impossible for humanity, forcing them to rely on long-range weaponry. If such weapons could be employed in modern times, it would undoubtedly facilitate the advancement of the eradication plan. Observing her deep in thought, Zhuoyan speculated that she must be contemplating something peculiar. Upon returning to the apartment, Zhuoyan prepared instant rice with water and brought paper and a pen to Zhuoyan's study. "Are you thinking of developing a weapon to combat zombies?" Zhuoyan stood beside her, examining the sketches and specifications she had drafted. They indeed appeared quite intriguing and feasible. "Yes, could you assist me further?" Zhuoyan lifted her head. "You intend to develop weapons, but the organization maintains strict control over them. Your design is commendable. However, in order to utilize the official materials, those individuals may not necessarily consent." Zhuoyan clenched the blueprint in her hand, her brow furrowed. There must be a way to persuade them to acquiesce. Zhuoyan placed the blueprint upon the table. "I shall first converse with the upper echelon of Bijong," she declared. Rising from her seat, Zhuoyan gently pressed a hand upon the shoulder of another, urging them to remain seated. Gaining their consent would not prove arduous. After all, they currently valued the resources she possessed above all else. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources were the very essence of survival. One must endure in order to pursue any other endeavors. Zhuoyan gazed at Zhuoyan, acknowledging the significance of resources. Indeed, if the higher authorities were to grant their consent, she would be willing to relinquish some. Food, in her perspective, held no paramount value. The initial batch of weapons could be facilitated with the assistance of the government. As I aspire to establish my own weapons research institute, Zhuoyan rose to her feet, unwilling to remain a fool indefinitely. While supplies could be provided, they could not be given perpetually. She sought to wield genuine power. In Chapter 113, titled Following Up on Tasks and Encountering Acquaintances, a significant number of individuals had signed up, and upon arrival at the registration area, a bustling crowd of over 100 was evident. The officials organized groups, and Zhuoyan promptly selected one to accompany and monitor the progress of the eradication plan. The locations and precautions for the tasks had already been assigned to each group, and Zhuoyan reiterated the instructions. "Please prioritize your safety." As the team boarded the vehicle, standing by the counter, Zhuoyan raised her hand in acknowledgement. "Over here." The members of the team waved back, and upon looking, Zhuoyan was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. Shouchang, Ran Shiyuan, who was beside Zhuoyan, joyfully dashed over, while Han cast a glance at Zhuoyan. "It's been a long time." Zhuoyan greeted them with a nod, as Han acknowledged the gathering. Chi-Chung stepped down from the vehicle, still donning his glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "You three seem to be well," Shouchang remarked. "Haha, indeed. Fortune favors us. The three brothers are not so easily dispatched," he replied with a chuckle. Ran Shiyuan nodded in agreement. "Do you wish for me to encounter some misfortune?" Han maintained his characteristic icy demeanor as he entered the car, a five-seater, while Zhuoyan occupied the back seat. "Certainly not. Given the recent calamities in Bijong, it is natural to ponder. Surviving is paramount. Together, we shall advance the eradication plan and restore peace to the world." Ran Shiyuan clapped her hands. "My sister and I will persevere until the end." Shouchang nodded cheerfully. "I have endured enough of this apocalypse. I truly yearn for the days of unfettered exploration. It is too early to speculate. Dreaming is futile," Han observed through the rearview mirror, regarding the trio. "That is indeed uncertain." Exiting the city, they would encounter official personnel taking over the areas cleared after dispatching the zombies. Zhuoyan's private team primarily focused on resource gathering, refraining from combat. She would drop supplies at mission locations and summon them for collection. Han and his companions were assigned to a rural village, distant from the Wujin base. The roads were in disrepair, necessitating a detour, and they arrived at the base by noon, having lunched before disembarking to assess the village's condition. "Have we scouted the area?" The village had been devoid of life for over a year, appearing dilapidated and desolate from afar. No, tread carefully. The ground was littered with gravel, crunching underfoot as Gu Zhuoyan advanced into the village, where the houses revealed no signs of inhabitants. There are no mutated zombies, are there? Zhuoyan, gun in hand, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. It was eerily silent. Leave it to me. Ranchun grasped her firearm and pushed open the door, the interior echoing with the cries of a zombie, seemingly roused from a long slumber. She retreated, exiting to find a frail zombie, nearly devoid of strength, its skeletal frame exuding a putrid stench. It appears to be an elderly zombie. Dispatch it swiftly. Ran Xian raised her gun, fitted with a silencer, the sound barely discernible. One shot later, the zombie's brain matter splattered. This area likely harbors mostly elderly individuals. It should not pose a significant threat. Let us split up to accomplish our tasks. This is a bomb. Use it should danger arise. Gu Zhuoyan retrieved bombs from the system, distributing one to each person. Her safety was paramount. If they could not fight, they would flee. Ran Shiyuan nodded, and the four of them separated. Gu Zhuoyan always remained in the middle, while the zombies largely lay dormant within their homes. Hardly worth mentioning. A few younger mutated zombies were swiftly dealt with by Gu Zhuoyan. It was not particularly challenging. After cleaning her blade, Gu Zhuoyan stood upright, pondering how wonderful it would be if zombies could not evolve. Chapter 114. Elimination, mission accomplished. Sister. There are mutated zombies encountered at Shouchang's location. At least 3 tiers. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Zhuoyan turned her head and saw Ran Shiyuan hastily approaching. She decided to investigate immediately. Under the impression that this village was free from mutated zombies, she followed the noise and discovered a grotesquely decayed corpse crawling at the door, accompanied by several others who had also arrived at the scene. Be careful. A mutated zombie lunged down from above just as the guard was about to rise from the ground. Han Yi's pupils dilated in shock as he rushed over, aiming to push the guard out of harm's way, but it was evident that he was already too late. Gu Zhuoyan picked up a stone from the ground, her arm and wrist exerting considerable strength as she hurled it forth. Thud! The trajectory of the zombie's lunge was altered. Its body was propelled outward, crashing to the earth, where the sandy soil was disturbed, forming a shallow pit. Han Yi helped the still-shaken guard to his feet, who patted his chest and gasped for breath. Miss Gu, I am profoundly grateful. I nearly met my demise. He confessed, still trembling from the encounter. Guard, are you injured? Ran Shiyuan inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. You must be exceedingly cautious. A scratch could lead to dire consequences, for there exists no miraculous remedy. I am unscathed, the guard replied, revealing his hands, the exposed skin free of any wounds. He gazed at Gu Zhuoyan with gratitude in his eyes. You are truly remarkable. With but a single move, you vanquished the zombie, exhibiting extraordinary speed and strength. Of course, my sister is formidable, Ran Shiyuan remarked, turning her gaze toward Gu Zhuoyan, who stood against the backdrop of the setting sun. A gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding calmness. Ran Shiyuan secretly hoped that one day, she too could attain such prowess. Having dealt with the zombies here without any casualties, she felt a sense of joy. The guard moved ahead, swiftly reaching the village entrance before getting into the vehicle. Regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my thanks for today, Han Yi said, joining him. He paused beside Gu Zhuoyan, reflecting on how much the guard and Qi Cheng had sacrificed for him. They were regarded as brothers, the closest of kin, and had a profound impact on his life. Had an accident occurred today, it would have brought them great anguish. The number of third-level mutated zombies would undoubtedly increase, underscoring the importance of personal agility until weapons could be developed. Han Yi offered no rebuttal, nodding as he took his seat in the front. Qi Cheng acknowledged Gu Zhuoyan with a nod before also entering the vehicle. Sister, although today was perilous, I am quite happy, he said, recalling her words of courage in the face of the deathly threat posed by zombies, emphasizing her fear of decaying in a cramped underground space. You're indeed brave. Gu Zhuoyan entered the vehicle as Qi Cheng took the wheel, departing from the village. The initial terror had faded from Shouchang, who now spoke enthusiastically about the recent mission. By the way, Does the influence of the southern station still persist? Zhuoyan inquired, her thoughts drifting towards the crafting of weapons for the deceased. Undoubtedly, the South Station was unlike any other. Those individuals were not easily vanquished by mere zombies. Upon returning to the base, Zhuoyan led her team to collect their rewards, where Yin greeted her with a wave from the front desk. Chapter 115, Proximity. Are there any casualty records? Zhuoyan inquired. It seems that only your team remains unscathed. Yin glanced at the individuals beside her, confirming that they were indeed unharmed. Yin busied herself below, diligently recording and collecting the reward supplies. Once she finished, she swiftly ascended the stairs. The elimination of the zombies had not gone as smoothly as anticipated. Zhuoyan sighed. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulty. However, we shall surely improve. Believe in yourself, Zhuoyan. Yin offered her comfort, and Zhuoyan nodded, hoping for a smooth journey ahead. The individuals below gradually departed after receiving their supplies, and the shop was closed. Yet, Zhuoyan remained lost in thought regarding the issue of weaponry. The crafting of weapons necessitates time. Yin walked beside her. Zhuoyan, although the organization is not entirely official, it possesses certain elements of authority. If you wish to wield power, you could seize control of the Research Institute. However, seeking new locations outside carries inherent risks. Yin spoke as they walked. Zhuoyan paused, her gaze fixated on Yan's back, surprise flickering in her eyes. Is it that obvious? Zhuoyan smiled. Indeed, she desired to take matters in her own hands. I understand you. Today, your distress over this issue indicates that you have contemplated it previously, yet find yourself at an impasse. The uneven terrain caused her momentary discomfort. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Zhuoyan gestured. I shall consider it. Yin nodded with a smile. Until tomorrow. Resources are a crucial indicator in negotiations. Upon returning to the apartment, Zhuoyan was somewhat surprised to find Ruanxi absent, but she did not dwell on it. She sat down and continued her contemplation. It was only when her stomach began to rumble that she realized it was quite late. She ate some bread and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing downwards. 2 hours later, the door creaked open. Ruanxi entered the room, and Zhuoyan turned. What has transpired? I attended to a minor matter. The weapons you instructed should be ready by tomorrow. Ruanxi approached. Are you supervising the work? Zhuoyan was taken by surprise. She decided to pursue her studies. Although he did not directly acknowledge it, it was nearly implied. Have you eaten? He inquired. Helping himself, Zhuoyan found herself at a loss for words. No. Do you want to? Ruanxi smiled, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I'll make you instant noodles. Approaching the hot water, Zhuoyan opened the noodle packet and added the boiling water. Should I be touched? Ruanxi stepped forward and took the noodle container. Let us continue our research. Perhaps we can uncover something extraordinary in combating the zombie virus. She pondered. The materials here were nearly destroyed by you last time, and it's not as promising as Haishur. There is little to study. Ruanxi recalled her destruction of a laboratory, feeling a headache coming on. Indeed, many results were lost, now reduced to mere ashes. Those studies, if they are gone, and that is normal. You might consider conducting research that benefits humanity, rather than plotting the world's destruction. Chapter 116, Your Secret. Ruanxi rested his chin on his hand, his index finger gently tapping the table. All right, let me think for a moment. Zhuoyan cast him a sidelong glance and smiled. Very well. As long as it does no harm, it is good. By the way, what do you think if I choose to merge rights with this base? She inquired, as she was familiar with the composition of the place and sought his counsel. With what? Ruanxi lifted his gaze to meet hers. Resources. He regarded Zhuoyan for a prolonged moment. So, you indeed harbor secrets. The mention of secrets rendered Zhuoyan momentarily speechless, as if he had pierced through her facade. The system remained eerily silent, seemingly fearful that a mere breath would unveil its existence. Will you keep this secret then? Only the dead can remain silent forever, Zhuoyan conceded, recognizing his cleverness and vast imagination, which allowed him to deduce certain truths, a testament to his complexity. Do you wish to kill me again? Ruanxi remarked with understanding, his tone teasing. Zhuoyan rolled her eyes and rose from her seat. That is merely your own notion. What do you consider a secret? My ability to procure resources? Si remained silent, aware that Gu Zhuoyan would not easily divulge her thoughts. Well, obtaining official rights is not insurmountable for you. If you can provide resources, that is precisely what the authorities crave, what every base requires. As time progresses, the demand for resources becomes increasingly critical. Even if a base can produce its own, the output is limited. Survival necessitates sustenance. However, you cannot operate alone indefinitely. You require eyes and ears for cover. One cannot persist with the same excuse. The authorities may grow suspicious. Is there truly no one greedy atop the preservation of ample resources? Certainly not. Do you wish to be my eyes and ears? Well, he stated, that is indeed a troublesome truth. Regardless of her myriad thoughts, she must ensure her safety to seize the opportunities she desires. So you concede? Si slurped his noodles, eyeing her with cunning. Quite the fox. With a headache, Gu Zhuoyan leaned against the sofa, her body sinking into its softness. After a while, she uttered a barely audible HM. She knew Si would not kill her. In fact, he seemed somewhat eager to extract something from her. Control served as a medium. She had to admit that if a clever ally provided cover, her endeavors would be considerably easier. So, can you acquire a substantial amount of resources? What will serve as the medium of exchange? In this world, items of equivalent value are required for trade. Thus, what is the price for exchanging those resources? Zombies. Slaying zombies. She straightened her posture. Indeed, I believe there are unfathomable forces at play in this world. Si smiled, having finished his noodles, displaying no surprise. From the moment Gu Zhuoyan had conjured a baseball bat out of thin air in the laboratory, he had harbored some suspicions, albeit those suspicions seemed somewhat absurd and bizarre. Do you know what this resembles? Gu Zhuoyan stretched her neck and smiled at him. What? Si inquired with curiosity. The NCP of the awakened will of the world. Undoubtedly, there exists technology in this realm that surpasses that of Blue Star. Perhaps humanity itself is undergoing technological evolution in parallel dimensions. Nonetheless, let us not dwell on such matters. It would be splendid if you could assist me in providing cover, allowing this world to swiftly return to peace. Gu Zhuoyan closed her eyes, imagining a city beneath the azure sky devoid of peril. She longed to escape the confines of the basement, to rise above the chaos, to no longer suffer from hunger or lack of clothing. In chapter 117, not as good as your true heart, Si observed her. It was rare for Gu Zhuoyan to exhibit fatigue in his presence. She appeared to have endured much, shrouded in mystery, concealing a myriad of emotions. I shall assist you, he offered. No demands? The ease with which she accepted was both expected and surprising, leaving Gu Zhuoyan with a complex expression as she regarded him. Demands? Consider it, Si replied, lowering his gaze in an affectation of contemplation, stroking his chin before raising his eyes to meet hers. What if as a price, you willingly chose to harbor affection for me? He was acutely aware of the extraordinary bond she shared with the heir of the Bai family in the capital. A connection intertwined with secrets beyond the reach of others, a peculiar intimacy. His calculating smile left Gu Zhuoyan momentarily speechless. That might prove challenging. However, should you assist me, I can acquiesce to other requests. She recognized the limitations of what she could offer and what remained beyond her grasp, aware that the exchange hinged on her own capabilities. Is it because of Bai Zichuan? Do you have feeling for that fellow? In Haishur, they often spent time together, and perhaps even in his absence, they were entwined. The thought stirred an unsettling feeling within Si. He furrowed his brow, familiar with this sensation. It was not the first time it had surfaced. During his amnesia in Haishur, this feeling had reached its zenith. As a human, he too experienced possessiveness and emotion, developing a particular fondness for certain things or individuals. Gu Zhuoyan is extraordinary. To him, anything exceptional is something he wishes to keep close by. Do you truly have feelings for me? Gu Zhuoyan inquired whether a perverse individual could genuinely harbor affection for another. Is it not merely desire or the urge for possession that drives them? Indeed, her relationship with Bai Zichuan was complex. She found it difficult to assess. Prior to the apocalypse, as a star, she required protection and resources, and Zhuoyan was an excellent candidate. She could easily charm him, and their relationship was mutually beneficial. He sought a lover, while she sought resources, and thus they were perfectly aligned. However, in the aftermath of the cataclysm, the emotions he displayed were no longer as they had been before. Zhuoyan reflected on her past life, when she waited in Binjiang for assistance that never arrived. In that moment of despair, Yin perished, and she found herself utterly alone. To survive, she had to exert herself beyond measure, her body and soul fracturing under the weight of her plight. At that time, he did not appear. Perhaps the butterfly effect of this life had altered many outcomes, rendering him different. Ultimately, her heart harbored only herself. All her actions were merely a desperate attempt to ensure her own existence beneath the vast sky. Who did she love? Perhaps the only love she possessed was for herself. Changing the subject, she turned to Ruanxi and reiterated her words. That could be saved for another time. Ruanxi did not press her further. As for the matters ahead, she entrusted them to him. Zhuoyan exhaled in relief. Had his demands remained unreasonable, it would have surely caused her considerable distress. Sleep beckoned. For tomorrow held a multitude of tasks awaiting her attention. Ruanxi rose from her seat, stretching her limbs languidly. Zhuoyan was aware that the task of lulling to sleep had arrived. What had she experienced before? As she covered herself with a blanket, Ruanxi gazed at her. Why did she say that? Was it so easy for her to reveal her true feelings? Zhuoyan locked eyes with him. Occasionally, one may feel an overwhelming fatigue, a state of mind that surpasses one's current experiences. You are remarkably intelligent, Zhuoyan murmured. Chapter 118, Weapons, the Future. Let us keep this a secret for now, she concluded before commencing to sing. Ruanxi closed his eyes, enchanted by her melodious voice, which was soothing and gradually instilled a sense of relaxation. Upon leaving the room, Zhuoyan stood in the living room for a moment. She had accomplished much that day without consuming any stamina potions. Although her body felt weary, her mind remained alert. Gazing through the window, Zhuoyan contemplated, for the time being, let us wish for our endeavors to be fruitful. The following day, specially crafted items were delivered to the shop, and Yin assisted in documenting their arrival. Zhuoyan took a set for trial. In the open space, clad in custom armor and wielding weaponry, a long-range, shooting type with substantial lethality and reusability, she observed the damaged target. Setting down the weapon, a specially designed bow, she reflected that while the weapon was commendable, it lacked the capacity for mass destruction. Zhuoyan, I've heard that the Eliminators have released new weapons, and everyone is curious. They are heading out this afternoon to see the effects. Yin panted, her companions echoing her sentiments. Indeed, we are all eager to witness it. Is that what you are wearing? Is this a bow? It certainly appears to be quite unique. Zhuoyan raised her hand, and the crowd gradually fell silent. You are all set to undertake missions this afternoon. You may approach Yin to acquire a set. I shall instruct you on its usage, and it must be returned to the inventory upon completion of your tasks. As her voice resonated, cheers erupted from the gathering. Missy, I would like a set. Me too. Count me in. Yin smiled warmly. Everyone, please follow me. She cast a glance at Zhuoyan before leading the way to the shop. Zhuoyan found a clear space to sit down, knowing that archery merely required proper aim. Designing traps could be executed with finesse. However, when it came to the agile, mutated zombies, more thought was essential. I have arranged for targets to be brought over, she announced. Yin instructed her team to place the targets in the open area. Once they were set up, Zhuoyan guided everyone in familiarizing themselves with the weapons, observing attentively from the side. Zhuoyan, I think I should find a coach. If you have matters to attend to, you can manage them tomorrow. Zhuoyan stroked her chin thoughtfully. I have a candidate in mind. Today. She is not on a mission and has not brought Ran Shiyuan along. The young girl possesses remarkable resilience. Practicing here and familiarizing herself with the weaponry would not be a futile endeavor. Indeed, it is a viable option. The target was easily penetrated, presenting minimal operational difficulty. Each individual felt invigorated and brimming with confidence, all eagerly anticipating the action. With such equipment, what threat could zombies possibly pose? Haha. The sounds of discussion reached Zhuoyan's ears as she glanced over at Yin, who smiled in response. This design is actually quite user-friendly for the average person. He demonstrated Zhuoyan's weapon, noting its lightweight yet ingeniously crafted design. You should also take the opportunity to practice for self-defense. Should we encounter high-level mutated zombies in the future, it could prove essential for your protection. Zhuoyan suggested that weapons are minor consumables, capable of being reused. All right, I shall practice. You can observe and point out any mistakes I make, she said. Hien, intrigued, straightened her posture and raised her weapon. Zhuoyan watched as the arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the target with precision. Chapter 119, Practice, Aspiration. Impressive, she generously praised. Hien was delighted. In the afternoon, when the trainees were assigned tasks, Zhuoyan brought Ran Shiyuan along for practice. As dusk fell, Ran Shiyuan was drenched in sweat. Sister, will you come to my house for dinner tonight? She approached Zhuoyan, setting down her weapon. Tomorrow, I'll come to help those people get acquainted. You will definitely have to go out and cannot take me along. Sister, please come to my house for dinner tonight. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother misses you too. Hien, sensing a hint of gossip, craned her neck, leaning in with curiosity. Little Shiyuan's brother, I recall, is quite an accomplished researcher. She winked at Zhuoyan, suddenly reaching out to hook her arm around Zhuoyan's shoulder. Is there something more to this that you're not revealing? Zhuoyan pressed her face down. Do not indulge in wild fantasies. Is there a secret you cannot share with me? Hien crossed her arms and turned away. I do indeed have something to attend to. I may need to step out this evening. Zhuoyan sighed, reflecting on the substantial consumption of resources over the past few days. She needed to identify a drop-off point, but with commitments during the day, her endeavors could only take place at night. Very well, perhaps next time, she mused. Ran Shiyuan lowered her head, feeling a twinge of regret. Please take care of yourself. Hien advised, her gaze fixed on her. You are venturing out again? There is little to attend to within the base, aside from the matter of supplies, which requires her careful consideration. Indeed, Zhuoyan replied, having changed her shoes and settled down. She had meticulously contemplated this location to avoid arousing suspicion. I am fully aware. How is progress on your end? Smoothly, came the soft reply from Ruan-Si. The base has an immense demand for resources. If you wait a while longer, you need not make such troublesome trips. Thank you. My supply of antidotes should arrive this month, correct? Zhuoyan extended her hand, brushing against the side of her neck, and noted that the sensation of swelling was not as pronounced as before. Indeed, I have prepared it for you, she affirmed. Ruan-Si's gaze fell upon her collar, where there were no traces of black threads. He smirked and rose to make his way to his cramped laboratory, returning shortly thereafter. Let us switch to a drink, he suggested, handing her a cup filled with a green potion that shimmered faintly. Zhuoyan regarded it with skepticism. What is with that expression? He suppressed a chuckle, his eyes lingering on her face. It does not resemble an antidote. Zhuoyan stated candidly, would I deceive you? Zhuoyan pondered deeply indeed. She took a sip from her cup and continued to inquire about matters concerning the base. The initial phase of cleansing had commenced, resulting in a significant reduction of zombies in the new city, with only a few mutated ones remaining that required considerable effort to eliminate. After a fortnight of relentless labor, the base had upgraded its arsenal, introducing a fresh batch of weaponry specifically designed to combat the formidable mutated zombies. The eradication plan had garnered the approval of the base personnel. Everything began to progress in a positive direction, bringing comfort to Zhuoyan's heart. Ruan-Si secured the rights to weapon production at the base, establishing a specialized department for weapon creation. An increasing number of exterminators participated in the initiative, and for a moment, everyone was advancing towards a brighter future. Chapter 120, A Successful Plan. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the zombies in both the new city and Benhai had nearly been eradicated. Zhuoyan expanded outward, collaborating with several neighboring bases to synchronize the eradication plans at other locations. As the vehicle entered Binjiang, Zhuoyan stretched languidly. Winter was fast approaching, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Sister, are we heading to Wujian? Sister, he must be yearning for you. Zhuoyan ventured out to assist other bases, and it had been over 2 months since anyone had seen her. Upon hearing Ran Shiyuan's words, Zhuoyan changed her course to Wujian. She was in high spirits. During her absence, Yin had entered her 7th month of pregnancy, and the child's arrival was imminent. The thought of the little one filled Zhuoyan with anticipation. Binjiang's new city had flourished, with no one residing in the shadowy corners, and order continued to be upheld. Upon her return, she felt as though she were on the brink of an apocalypse. Ranshin gazed out the window. Vehicles traversed the streets, albeit in modest numbers. Yet it was a marked improvement. The journey from Binjiang to Wujian was fruitful, as Zhuoyan had brought along a considerable amount of supplies. She knocked on the door, and Ran Shiyuan began to recount her experiences during the mission. The door swung open to reveal Song Yu, cradling a child in his arms. "Ah, it is you." Yin is resting in her room. Ran Shiyuan peered forward, noting the infant's wrinkled features, eyes still closed, eagerly suckling from bottle. Did he yet deliver early? Ran Shiyuan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at the child, and Zhuoyan felt a warmth in her heart as well. Yes, she has been resting these past few days. I arranged for others to handle her tasks. Observing the two women enter, Song Yu closed the door behind them, while Zhuoyan presented an assortment of essentials for the child's care. He should be of use to you. How have things been? Zhuoyan approached, and Yin lifted her head upon hearing the sound. As Yin attempted to rise, Zhuoyan stepped forward to halt her movement. Please, take good care of yourself. It seems the child has only just been born. The world is transforming for the better, filled with light. She believes that both she and her child will bask in the sunlight of a new era, a world brimming with hope. Everything is progressing smoothly. You should rest well during these days. The surrounding base's eradication plan is steadily advancing, and I intend to head to the capital next. The experiments in these areas have been very successful. The capital, being the heart of our nation, is crucial. If we can initiate the plan there as well, I am confident that the eradication efforts will become even more stable. Go ahead, pursue what you wish to do. I support you. Yin smiled, feeling that her endeavors held great significance, more so than for anyone else. Over the past 3 years, the changes at the base have been substantial, and the city is gradually recovering. She relishes these days, which feel both fulfilling and authentic. Yes, in the future, when the world returns to tranquility, we can wander freely. Zhuoyan gently patted her, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. However, what will happen to Ruanxi when you go to the capital? She thought of Ruanxi, who currently wielded considerable influence in the realm of intrigue. He was a master strategist, and with Bai Zhuoyan present in the capital, Ruanxi might have some reservations about her journey there. Zhuoyan also contemplated this notion, her dark eyes deepening with thought. In that case, she would take him along. Chapter 121. Journey to the capital. Ruanxi consented. She changed her shoes. The room was empty, and Zhuoyan pondered how to express herself later, as she still required the antidote and could not afford to offend him too severely. While she handled matters outside with great finesse, the situation concerning Ruanxi compelled her to deliberate with utmost caution. As night fell, Zhuoyan leaned back against the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Outside, one had to remain vigilant, yet here, the threat of zombies was absent. He tread lightly, and upon seeing her asleep, Ruanxi retrieved a blanket from the opposite sofa. His movements were gentle, and after completing his task, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare himself a bowl of noodles. As Zhuoyan stirred from her slumber, the blanket slipped from her grasp, awakening her to the sight of it strewn across the floor. Her gaze wandered, and she discerned faint sounds emanating from the kitchen. She retrieved the blanket and draped it over the sofa before making her way to the kitchen. There, she found Ruanxi, engrossed in a bowl of noodles. Zhuoyan lightly tapped on the doorframe. "You're awake?" Ruanxi inquired, glancing in her direction. "Yes, I have something to discuss with you," she replied. Zhuoyan entered and took a seat at the dining table. "What do you wish to convey?" Ruanxi pondered. After such an extended absence, could there be a new idea brewing? The eradication plan here progressed smoothly, and now both Xinchen and Binjiang have nearly returned to normalcy. However, China is vast, and I aspire to journey to the capital. Zhuoyan hesitated momentarily. My intention is to extend the eradication plan from the capital to the world. Ruanxi continued to consume his noodles, his gaze averted, shrouded in the dim light behind him. He lowered his head, his movements unhurried, leaving Gu Zhuoyan momentarily perplexed regarding his thoughts. If he were to disagree, she would have to devise a way to stockpile more antidote, as the capital was imperative. I did not concur, Zhuoyan stated in a tone that was almost indifferent. That is unfortunate, she replied. This is a notification, not a request for your opinion. Gu Zhuoyan sighed and stood up. Are you merely asking me to hear my dissent? Zhuoyan chuckled with an air of defiance, lifting his gaze to meet Gu Zhuoyan's eyes, to which she shook her head. I initially intended to inquire if you would accompany me, but it appears you shall not depart from this realm of strife. Thus, I shall go alone. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period before Gu Zhuoyan turned away, fully aware of the risks of failure. Yet the capital was a destination she must reach. After such a long absence from Baizichuan, do you think old flames might reignite? As she stepped forward, she stumbled momentarily, taken aback by such harsh words. My purpose for going is solely to advance the eradication plan. Zhuoyan's expression revealed a stark disbelief. I have changed my mind. I shall accompany you to the capital. Recently, there have been new developments in equipment among the bases, and I would like to observe and evaluate them. He sought to excuse himself, and Gu Zhuoyan covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. How fortunate I am, she responded, refraining from undermining him. You eat first. I shall freshen up. After being out for so long, I feel quite fatigued. Her figure vanished into the kitchen, while Zhuoyan sat down to continue his meal, his movements somewhat exaggerated, as if he were trying to crush something. Baizichuan was in the capital, and he could not bear the thought of Gu Zhuoyan going there. If she were to be with that young man, it would gnaw at him. His subject, he wished to keep untouched by others. Chapter 122. Farewell. Until we meet again, the following day, Gu Zhuoyan visited Heyin once more. The child changed with each passing day, now able to open her eyes, those dark, grape-like orbs reflecting her presence, stirring an inexplicable softness within Gu Zhuoyan's heart. Zhuoyan followed her inside, standing silently beside her. Song, you seated the two of them. Do you have such a fondness for children? Zhuoyan observed her gaze fixed upon the infant, her eyes sparkling with light. He stroked his chin, contemplating the notion that a child of his and Gu Zhuoyan's might not be so undesirable after all. He could set aside any disdain he held for children and nurture this one to adulthood. Of course, she was Yan's child. Song, you poured water for them. This little one will undoubtedly grow up to be as beautiful as Yan. Gu Zhuoyan playfully teased, and Song nodded with a smile. Zhuoyan fixed his gaze on the child. Why don't we have one as well? He turned to Gu Zhuoyan, who nearly sputtered her drink. Song Yu's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Gu Zhuoyan and then at Zhuoyan, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his brother, Baizichuan. You still owe me a promise. What do you say we have a child together? He considered it a feasible idea, believing that a woman's heart softens with a child. If there were a child that belonged to both her and him, she would no longer think of Baizichuan. Let us discuss it later. Gu Zhuoyan set down her cup, contemplating the whimsical nature of the day, as if the absurdity of his words were merely the ramblings of a disoriented mind. Who among us has not experienced moments of confusion? To prevent him from uttering further nonsense, Gu Zhuoyan glanced at Heyin and decisively led her companions away. Upon returning, she made preparations, gathering essential items and notifying Ran Shiyuan that they would set off in the evening. As night descended, Ran Shiyuan arrived punctually, accompanied by Ran Shichao, who still donned his lab coat. Upon seeing Gu Zhuoyan, a smile flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhuoyan crossed his arms, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Zhuoyan as he spotted the newcomers. Ran Shichao, noticing Zhuoyan, lowered his gaze, concealing the melancholy within. Brother. Ran Shiyuan tugged at his sleeve, but Ran Shichao shook his head in response. I understand. I will safeguard Shiyuan and ensure her safety. Gu Zhuoyan pushed aside Zhuoyan, disregarding his dissatisfaction. Thank you for your dedication. Gu Zhuoyan found herself at a loss for words. Ran Shiyuan had been accompanying her on her travels across the cardinal directions, rarely pausing for a moment. He must long for the days spent with family. A faint smile graced Ran Shichao's lips, and before Gu Zhuoyan could utter anything, Zhuoyan ushered them into the vehicle. Ran Shiyuan embraced Ran Shichao and then took her seat. Take care, brother. The farewell was tinged with melancholy. Yet this parting held the promise of a future reunion. If the world did not revert to its former state, then this departure would indeed mark a true farewell. As the vehicle embarked on its journey, Zhuoyan gazed out at the passing scenery, feeling a twinge of reluctance to leave this place. Nevertheless, she harbored aspirations and anticipation for this trip to the capital. After 3 months of travel, they finally arrived. The journey had not been without its challenges. Beyond the cleared zones, the zombie mutations had proliferated, complicating the cleanup efforts compounded by the neglected state of the roads. Upon reaching the capital, the group underwent an inspection before being granted entry. They were greeted by Xiao Wu, clad in military attire, standing at the entrance. "Sister Gu, it has been ages." His cheerful smile lit up the atmosphere upon seeing the trio. "Brother Bai has been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 123. Dawn of the future. Today, he is busy. I will take you to your accommodations. Xiao Wu led the three into their private quarters. After settling in, he escorted them to a meal. "You've been on the road for so long. Rest in your room for now. Brother Bai will come to see you this evening." Zhuoyan expressed her understanding. The capital's development was magnificent and grand, with the inner city scarcely differing from its pre-apocalyptic state. However, the exterior appeared somewhat desolate. Ruanxi, feeling fatigued after 3 months of travel that had previously led to some sleepless nights, succumbed to slumber without needing Zhuoyan's singing to lull him. That evening, Bai Zichuan arrived and, upon seeing Zhuoyan, hastened towards her and enveloped her in his embrace. "I am aware of all that you have done. My Zhuoyan is truly remarkable." He rested his chin upon her shoulder, yet despite her attempts to push him away, she found herself unable to do so. With a sigh, she noted how tightly Bai Zichuan held her, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. "It has been a long time. You seem to be faring quite well," he remarked. Zhuoyan observed his attire and deduced that he was a member of the council. In the capital, where power was fragmented, significant decisions required the consensus of multiple parties. Well, not bad at all. She pondered when he would arrive. 3 months ago, the proposal for the eradication plan he had submitted to the capital had already been approved, and the tasks in the hall had commenced. His presence would only enhance the efficacy of this initiative. His eyes were filled with the reflection of Zhuoyan, and he spoke with palpable delight. "Thank you. Without your assistance, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. The improvement of the world is also my aspiration, so there is no need for gratitude," she replied. Indeed, if the desolation of the world were to vanish, it would be a perfect scenario for all. The two conversed late into the night. In the early morning, Zhuoyan entered the task hall. As the initiator and driving force behind the mission, she was met with respect by all who registered upon seeing her. Ran Shiyuan changed into her attire and collected her equipment, standing beside Zhuoyan. It had been a long time since she felt such fervor. She eagerly anticipated the day's mission. Her eyes sparkled with joy as her emotions, ignited by the familiar presence, surged even more fervently. Zhuoyan set out with her team. The group still divided, as they were not new to the task at hand, possessing considerable experience. Zhuoyan was dispatched to confront particularly challenging mutated zombies. As the team embarked on their journey, they arrived at the ruins outside the city, where they encountered advanced-level mutated zombies. Zhuoyan instructed her team to disperse, and ultimately, she descended to procure explosives, luring the zombies into the designated blast zone. With a resounding explosion, the decaying flesh of the zombies was sent flying, successfully completing the mission and clearing the surrounding ordinary zombies. Zhuoyan then led her team to the next location. Although he appeared fatigued, there was a noticeable glimmer of joy in his demeanor. "What fortunate event has befallen you?" Zhuoyan inquired. Had it not been previously stated that the capital possesses several pieces of data? "I wish to study one of the subjects they are researching, which involves individuals who, upon sustaining injuries, immediately administer a potion to avert infection." Zhuoyan was taken aback. However, it is prudent not to celebrate too early. The research on the potion is fraught with limitations. Although it has yielded success, it is not intended for the common populace, he explained lazily. Zhuoyan nodded, recognizing this as a promising beginning. Should the root issues be resolved, it may indeed become feasible for ordinary individuals to utilize it. I can assist you in procuring the necessary materials. I fervently hope that this potion can be widely disseminated. As time flowed, once more the eradication plan, once promoted by the capital, began to be implemented globally, leading to a gradual decline in the number of zombies. The emergence of the special potion has increased the number of participants. 7 years later, the mutated zombies in Huaxia were nearly eradicated, paving the way for a fresh start. Standing on the streets of the capital, Zhuoyan gazed towards the distant lake, which appeared both beautiful and serene. Zhuoyan ceased to blow, his eyes also cast into the distance. The breeze swept through, and while it was not the dawn of a new era, it was, as she wished, perhaps a different kind of new epic. Observing a group of children feeding pigeons in the square, Zhuoyan felt a slight tug at his heart. Their infectious smiles resonated deeply with him, and he too cherished such days, days filled with freedom and comfort. Unlike the darkness of his previous life, it seemed as if the light above had dispelled the oppressive clouds. The end.